You, an 18th-tier singer who has been hidden away for 100 years due to offending capital, have become a lucky audience member at the Diva's concert. Even when former fans cover their mouths, ready to watch you make a fool of yourself, you calmly begin with your latest creation. I want to forget everything from the past and be an ordinary person who doesn't ask about anything. From today on, I will stay away from the crowd and be a cunning fox. At this moment, in front of the concert of the diva Su Jia, a voice rang in your ear. Aren't you going in to take a look? Turning around, a stylishly dressed, stunningly beautiful woman was waving 2 tickets in her hand to greet you. You rubbed your forehead, which felt a bit dizzy from just crossing over, and tried to search your memory. After confirming that you didn't know the person, you coldly replied, "Do I know you?" Faced with your indifferent reply, the woman didn't mind and instead smiled, saying, "It's okay, I just need to know you." Upon hearing this, you gave a self-deprecating smile, then glanced inside the concert and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in getting to know anyone." After saying that, you turned to leave. However, at that moment, the woman stepped forward and grabbed your arm, introducing herself. "I am Su Min, the owner of Zhitian Agency. I heard your song 3 years ago." Hearing this, you became even more confused, as you recalled that the original owner had only released a single since debuting 3 years ago. Although it received a good response, it was unlikely that someone would remember it for 3 years. Su Min seemed to see your confusion, then let go of your arm and said, "I know your contract with Brilliant Entertainment has expired, so I want to sign you." "Not interested," you replied and prepared to leave without looking back. "I am serious. You are a genius. I have seriously listened to your song Fong Si. Your voice is great and should not be buried like this. Also, I am not afraid of glory. I know the truth from back then. If you are willing to join Zhitian, I will not only help you settle your debts, but I can also guarantee that nothing like what happened back then will occur again." Su Min said word by word. Your footsteps came to an abrupt stop, and the memories in your mind surged forth like a flood at this moment. Brilliant Entertainment, a name that has long been reluctant to be mentioned. 3 years ago, its predecessor, along with his girlfriend Ma Rong, was selected by Brilliant Entertainment to become a trainee. With a good voice and original songwriting ability, he announced his debut after writing a song called Reckless. But the good times didn't last long. Ma Rong cheated. That's right, it's the kind of cliché plot where Ma Rong got involved with the young master of the board of directors, Son Zhe. With the help of money, Ma Rong quickly became famous all over the country. After enduring humiliation, he immediately exposed Ma Rong's infidelity online, and also revealed the matter of that young board member who had him and Ma Rong create a public relationship. That night, it trended on social media, but just a day later, it vanished without a trace, and he was certified as mentally ill, directly being hidden away by Huiguang, while also having to compensate Huiguang 10 million, leaving him with nothing and still owing 6 million. Thinking of this, you squinted your eyes and looked at the stunning woman in front of you, saying, "I don't think a song called Reckless can make you pay such a high price. What's your reason?" Su Min bit her lip, looking at the man in front of her who was as alert as a wildcat, and felt a sharp pain in her heart, wondering what kind of suffering he had endured in these 3 years. After a sigh, Su Min did not immediately agree with you, but instead asked, "I heard you've been looking for a cheap recording studio these days?" Upon hearing this, you frowned tightly. "So what?" Su Min avoided the question and continued, "You have a new song ready to release, right?" You remained silent, giving a silent answer. Seeing this scene, Su Min knew she was right, and secretly felt pleased. She spoke again, "How about this? I'm not in a hurry for you to agree." As she said this, she waved the 2 tickets in her hand and pointed to the concert in front of them. "I've prepared a surprise for you tonight. Do you want to go in and take a look?" "Surprise?" You stared closely at the woman in front of you, pondering her words. After a moment, you smiled as if you understood. "Okay, let's go." Walking into the venue, it was noisy inside, and the venue, which could accommodate 50,000 people, was completely full at this moment. This was because today was the first concert of the diva Su Jia after winning the Golden Melody Award. After some searching, the two of them sat down. You didn't ask anything, and Su Min didn't continue the conversation, just looking at the stage with burning eyes, occasionally glancing back at you, as if expecting something. Then she lowered her head, picked up her phone, and typed a message on the screen. "He Chang is here. You can't back out of what you promised me." The message was quickly replied to with a rolling eyes emoji, followed by a sentence, "You money-losing goods. Do you know how much your sister's operation would sell for if it went on the market? I just won the Golden Melody Award, and now I have to support someone, starting at least from 10 million, and here you are, casually giving it away for free to some wild man." Su Jia was currently touching up her makeup backstage, allowing the makeup artist to fuss over her face, while she picked up her phone and replied to her sister Su Min with some complaints. Su Min sent an angry emoji. "Sister, He Chang is not a wild man. I won't allow you to say that about him. I don't care. You promised me. If you go back on your word, I will go abroad again. Upon hearing this, Su Jia completely lost her temper, furrowing her beautiful brows, and finally sighed, alright, I promise you. I'll call him up on stage during the break. That should be fine. After putting down her phone, her manager Mei Jia said to Su Jia, Ruyan, it seems that He Chang is someone who was shelved by Huiguang Entertainment. Are you sure you want to? Su Jia casually replied, I've inquired. He has terminated his contract. It's been 3 years now. Huiguang wouldn't hold on to a newcomer like that. Besides, Su Jia helplessly spread her hands. You know, my parents are very fond of this sister. She has just returned from abroad with great difficulty. If I don't satisfy her, what will she do if she goes out again? Mei Jia was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Miss Rushue is still a bit willful. Back at the concert venue, you suddenly spoke up. It's Su Min, right? Su Min hurriedly looked up, turned her phone over, and pressed it against her rounded thigh. You continued. I just checked your company, and it was indeed just registered, and it really was 3 days ago. At this point, you changed the subject, but it seems you haven't been back in the country for long. You looked at Su Min with deep meaning. Su Min didn't pretend to be confused. Instead, she calmly said, yes, I went abroad 3 years ago and just came back a few days ago. About a week. Perhaps knowing what He Chang wanted to ask, she continued, whether you believe it or not, your song Reckless from 3 years ago meant a lot to me. So, this is also the reason why I came to find you as soon as I returned to the country. You didn't say anything more. At this moment, you no longer doubted the other party's intentions, because you had discovered through your clairvoyance that there was actually a name in the shareholders section of Zhetian, Su Jia. Your mind was filled with countless thoughts. The concert began as scheduled, and as Su Jia sang one song after another on stage, the atmosphere in the audience became increasingly heated, with fans cheering for her wildly. However, Su Min did not pay attention to any of it. She was intentionally and unintentionally observing you, who was silently watching, looking at your profile. Memories from years ago rolled through her mind, and she thought, even if the whole world doesn't believe you, I believe you. After Su Jia sang 10 songs in a row, her voice finally couldn't take it anymore, and she smiled at the audience, saying, next is a little surprise for this concert. I'm going to randomly select a fan to come up on stage and sing my song. Does everyone want to hear it? As soon as she finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers, with everyone hoping to be chosen. You squinted your eyes and have now completely understood the intentions of Su Jia and Su Min, these two women. As the spotlight swept over the audience one by one, the fans on site were so excited they were almost ready to take a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Look, a bright white light descended from the sky, directly shining on you. At this moment, your black shirt seemed somewhat white, and your handsome features were accentuated by the light, making them more defined. So handsome, but it's not me. So annoying. To be fair, this young man is a bit handsome. He's my type. Now, let's invite a lucky audience member to the stage to sing. Su Jia on stage remained expressionless, maintaining her smile, and extended her hand to invite the audience below. Countless gazes are directed at you. Su Zhe did not make the first move. Instead, after glancing at the stage, he lowered his head to Su Min's ear. When I go on stage, you have completely offended Brilliant Entertainment. You now have a choice. I ask you one last time. Are you sure? Susie's voice is full of magnetism, but at this moment, there is an undeniable implication, as if it's really like something will happen if he gets on stage. Su Min's heart thumped first. Chaos thinking Susie should not be thinking of using the opportunity to expose the year, right? But after turning his mind, his heart was overwhelmed with determination. No matter what Suze does, she is willing to accompany him to fool around, accompany him, to be reckless. Su Min squeezed her fists, raised her head and stared at Suze with big eyes, smiled and said, your first song is called Unbridled Right. I'm not afraid of it. It's hard not to be afraid of you. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 whole seconds. A few fans around them were getting a little impatient, and looking at the duo staring at each other, they couldn't help but open their mouths to urge them on. Hey man, what are you waiting for? Everyone is watching. Hurry up and get on the stage, okay? That's it. What's the point of wasting time? You don't want to go up. Sell me the opportunity. How about this? How about $1,000? $10,000? What's the point of pretending? Hurry up and get on the stage. Either that or I'll go up. That's it. Ignoring the tirades of a few people in the surrounding area, Suze's face finally revealed a smile at this moment, in which there was obviously a release mixed in. This was also the first time this night that Su Min had seen Suze smile. What's the saying? When he smiles, the sun dims. Okay, get your contracts ready. Then, meet the storm, Suzy said as such. Then with big, determined strides, he walked toward the stage. Chapter 4 Diva's Boost, Suzy and Indulgence. The camera stayed on Suzy's face, which was completely different from the first few fans who would also capture other people's expressions when they came on stage. However, because of Suzy's face value, it did not cause any doubts among the audience. After all, compared to the remaining two fans, Suzy is not only handsome, but also comes with a calm aura, all the way to the stage. Not in a hurry. Finally, Suzy arrived in front of Suja, and after receiving the microphone handed over by the staff, he smiled faintly at Suja. Thank you. Although he had seen Suzy's photos, but now that he had seen the real person with his own eyes, that handsome to the point of deathless face value also made Sujia's eyes light up, and that aura, from the time he stepped onto the stage until now, he had never shown the slightest hint of nervousness. Instead, he was calm to the point where it was as if he was doing a trivial matter that was no more than normal. This calmness, it would be worth it for Sujia to be impressed. So's is out of the way, but that's only been how long? Half a year at best, and apart from interviews, variety shows, concerts, none of it. Stage experience is almost nil. And today, Sujia collected her mind and similarly smiled at Suzy before speaking. I didn't expect that you would be chosen. This statement was made. Rao Suzy also could not help but be stunned, although they quickly reacted. The audience off stage, however, was talking. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be you. Can't it be that this person is friends with the diva? Or is it also a star? Why haven't I seen it before? Well, I do look familiar, but I can't recall who this person is. It seems like a real star. Holy, randomly selecting fans and picking a star who watches divas in concert? Interesting. I told you, how can an ordinary fan be so calm? This little brother hasn't shown a hint of consternation so far on stage. He's so handsome. I love it. Back on stage, Suzy similarly pretended to be dumb, a look of emotion flashing across his face. I didn't expect the Heavenly Empress to recognize me. Your song Unbridled is very nice, but it's a pity that you can't hear it these days. Sujia smiled and added, and listen to the song title. Out of the tens of thousands of people on stage, there were finally a few people who also remembered who Suzy was. Unsurprised, he opened his mouth. I didn't realize it was him. How dare you? So it's him. No wonder I don't recognize it. Someone next to me looked confused. Who's that? Unbridled? Is there such a song? Why haven't I heard it? Me too, hey. But from what the diva is saying, this song won't be heard for a couple years? Obviously. With the duo of Sujia and Suzy singing together, they managed to arouse the curiosity of the fans on stage. And that was when Sujia officially opened her mouth to introduce herself to the fans. His name is Suzy, also a singer and also an original singer. 3 years ago sang a song of Unbridled. Very good, but no messages for the last 3 years. This sentence, just mentioned casually, and it was also something Sujia, in this moment, deliberately mentioned. It hadn't occurred to me before. Maybe Suzy had made a pretty good first impression on her, and deserved this favor. What words, from what mouth, have different meanings, although at this moment, it didn't produce any repercussions, but as this night passed, it was nothing less than a punctuation line to attract fans for Suzy. Suzy understands all of this as well. At once, he passed over a thankful smile to Sujia. He slowly ran his head at the stage while waving his hand in greeting. My name is Suzy. Good evening everyone. There was a burst of applause from the stage. After all, no matter whether Suzy was recognized by them or not, at this moment and they are also considered the same as Sujia's fans. Naturally, he had to give Sujia some face. Applause was sparse. Suzy didn't mind either. Sujia opened her mouth and inquired, how about it? Are you going to sing my song? Or are you going to sing one of your indulgences for everyone? I think everyone is used to hearing my songs. How about one of yours? This statement was made. There was also a shout from the stage. Actually, after this previous moment of patting, everyone's curiosity about Suzy is also plucked up. Not to say how long-lasting, but at this moment, still curious. And some of the audience who had heard Suzy's debauchery had a long-lost emotion welling up in their hearts. As Sujia said, diva songs are only as good as she sings them, and it doesn't really matter if the rest of them sing them or not. Instead, it's Suzy's debonair song that Sujia is talking about nowadays, and it's very tempting to listen to it. Unbridled, unbridled, unbridled. I don't know when. Gradually, the miscellaneous voices off stage began to join together in a single piece, calling out the word licentious. Obviously, most of the crowd wanted to hear So's debauchery. Seeing this scene, Sujia placed her gaze on Suzy's face and winked playfully. It seems that everyone wants to hear your debauchery. Meeting everyone's eyes, Suzy finally spoke. I'd like to sing a new original song if that's okay. Suzy looked at Sujia. At this moment, Sujia's heart was also slightly shocked. Sumin had only said that she would let Suzy come on stage to sing a song, and she had thought that it would be the song Unbridled. but I didn't realize it was a new original, but it's done. She had no choice but to say to Suzy, okay, then the stage is yours next. Go for it. Thanks. Suzy thanked him again. Then he walked straight towards the piano on the stage and slowly sat down in front of it. Flutter. With Su Jia leaving the field, the lights went out abruptly. Only a pillar of light was left behind, falling on Suzy, who was bent over in place, touching the keys of the piano. Pillars of through white light enveloped his body and piano, and his black hair seemed to shimmer with strands of pallor. The black shirt and slender body, and the piano in front of him Fai Weihui, at this moment let him look like a real superstar like. The aura is all open. A low atmosphere hangs over it. I don't know what the new song is. The lighting is purely in accordance with that release. After all, that song is a song that bursts out of the darkness with radiant light, with a low pre-chorus and a booming chorus that is like a breaking blade that cuts through the night. It's also going to be a lot of work. The audience on stage also searched on Shidu to find some information about Suzy, but much less. The official 1000 Degrees encyclopedia looks like this. Suzy, 24 years old, signed by Splendid Entertainment, debuted 3 years ago with an original song, Unbridled, which was nominated for the Best Songwriter Award. Later, due to mental illness issues, it was announced by Brilliant Entertainment that Suzy regretfully retired from singing indefinitely. Yes, it's that simple. No one might have noticed a few years ago, but nowadays, with the baptism of short videos on the internet, the fans on stage are no cuties. They clearly caught the unusual implication, but even the ones that weren't captured didn't matter, because at this moment, Suzy spoke. He pressed his hands on the keys, put on the headset microphone handed to him by the staff, and slowly spoke. Born and Raised, Song for You All, Chapter 5, Born and Bred. I'm sorry, undeniable. The title of the song is catchy. It's not some lovey-dovey, rap-slobbering thing that's popular in today's songwriting scene. Born and Bred, very philosophical. Just this one song title made many of the audience's hearts froze, and many of those who didn't care much about it originally had their hearts rise in anticipation at this moment. Off stage, Sumin pursed her lips, her good-looking eyes staring tightly at the figure on the stage that was shrouded in the column of light. A long-lost feeling, as if she had seen it for the first time, slowly lingered and spread out in her heart. Cheer up, she murmured silently. Suzy's hands seemed to be transformed into butterflies passing through the flowers, deftly tapping on the black and white keys. Ding dong dong ding dong. A string of low preludes slowed down. It consists of simple notes, as if it were a silent whisperer, slightly opening and closing his lips to tell the stories and experiences that belong to him. Just this prelude alone made many people's originally restless hearts slowly calm down, and some people moved towards their seats and changed to a comfortable position to lie down. Not bad at all? Right, I think so. Some people whisper to their friends. An intro passes quickly. Finally, Suzy's slightly hoarse, magnetic voice rang out in this quiet atmosphere. The cigarettes I once said I wouldn't smoke. It's been in my lungs for years. Once upon a time, dreams were innocent, and then it's all about the money. Every year on my birthday, I make a wish with my eyes closed. How many of them will work? People always change. Sorry. As the lyrics rang out one by one, countless people under the stage snapped their eyes open, seemingly incredulous, and gazed tightly at the stage. Will not smoke cigarettes. Has become a habit. Once dreamed of everything, now long ago thrown aside. Full of brain our money. There is no love affair, no parting of life and death. And each of these lyrics, in the most simple language, describes the heart of every ordinary person present. No, it's life. Until this moment, the crowd just remembered the title of the song, Born to be Human. At the moment with this sorry, it seems to join head and tail to form a consummate. Born and bred. I am sorry, even though there is so much resentment, but that's my life. That's what I was born to live. Every single day. Ordinary. Bitter, struggling. At this moment, one line of the lyrics seems to be transformed into a blade that picks open a scar, poking hard at everyone's heart. The lyrics. It makes me want to cry to hear it. That's a great song. His name is Suzy Wright. Not to mention, just these lyrics must powder a wave. There were whispers from the stage, but more than that, it remained quiet and listening to the song. Suzy's voice was unhurried and continued to sing slowly in a telling tone. It is said that life can be lived without distinction. But some people are born to be called young masters. Some people can only look at the ground and look up all the dirty mouths, inspired to be at the forefront of society, but always defeated by the forces of lungs. Sorry, this is not what the heart of the matter. This is simply every person's true life portraits. From the moment you are born, all the education you receive tells you that you are born equal. But some people are born at the finish line. Spare you spend your whole life to run. You can only take the last place from afar. The cocktail party is constantly socializing. The company is constantly echoing, coming and going, all of them with a twisted face, mouth and face. That's the perfect word. Life doesn't discriminate, but some people are born lesser. I cried. What a treasure singer this is. Suddenly, some heartache. The scene. It's all around the stage. Although the song had not yet reached its climax, the passage of realistic lyrics had deeply touched most of the audience in the room. After all, the majority always represents the bottom of society, the most common group of people, their life as it is. And this moment, no longer is it a love affair, but someone, for them, in their perspective, has spoken out. Some of the emotional audience off stage were already in tears at the moment, as they thought back to their past lives, a scene of aggression imprinted in their eyes. Boss, you want the text. I told you to rewrite it. Rewrite it, don't you understand? Get the hell out of here. It's busy. Honey, I'm home. Still know how to come back? The landlord called for rent again today. And do you know how much I wasted my breath trying to get him to drag it out? Xiaodong couldn't even do his homework today because of the repercussions. Come on, manager Lee, drink one. I'll drink first. This contract. Mention any contracts. Drink, drink, drink. You can finish this bottle and this order will be yours. Okay, I'll do it. Off stage, more and more people are moved. More and more people are empathizing. A great man once said that literature divorced from the masses is only the sun and the moon. We have our feet on the ground, and the earth is our home. The same goes for music. Susie's well-written lyrics knocked the audience on the head with every line. The same joy, the same sorrow. Su-min at this moment has been full of tears. She kept murmuring, "What exactly have you been through these years? What have you been through? Obviously, back then you were so dazzling, so spirited. Do you realize that you were once like a sun, giving a dying man a warm light?" Su-min as it were. So is Su-ja. Backstage crews have moved. Su-ja, who was originally prepared to take a break and drink a few mouthfuls of water on the offstage side, had put down her cup at some point. Eyes widened at this point, staring at the man on stage, buried in the shadow of the piano. Great melody, great words, you're really impressing me. Susie, there's something about this kid, Agent Berry interjected, which made her eyes a little sore, shaped and heartfelt. And that's when Susie snapped her head up, her slender fingers streaking, her tone rising in vain. The song comes to a chorus climax, as if, in answer, scream at, I'd like to forget everything that's gone before, to be a layman who asks no questions about anything, starting today away from the crowds, be a cunning fox. The moment, countless people completely broke their defenses, and Su-min off stage was even more serious. But the song goes on. I folded my hands that day, looking at my wretched self in the mirror. I spent half my youth to think about what it means to be human. I'm sorry for my young self. Travel 1,000,000 miles and then don't forget the beginning. Tears, deep tears. Su-ja originally just appreciate, but now, I do not know when tears in the eyes lingering. Those who know the music know more about the person who made the song. There's no doubt that every word of this chorus is written about Susie herself. Forget everything from the past. Be a cunning fox. Use half of your youth to think about being a human being. Just, sorry for your young self. Once out of nowhere, a song of recklessness resounded through the singing world. That year he was sharp, as if a rising star in the singing world. But it was the unsavory things that got him snowed under and saddled with debt that could crush people for 3 full years. He's changed, matured, getting crafty. But from time to time, I feel ashamed of the person I once was, the person I would rather be than the person I am. So, on this day, he cries out. He resents it. Susie, I love you. I will always support you. Always, always. Even if the world is against you, I'm willing to stand behind you, just like you said to me that one time. Su-min could no longer control her emotions at this moment and frantically shouted at the stage, even if Susie couldn't hear it, because at this moment, the stage has become a cry. Shouts, screams, shouts. It's even more incredibly noisy. That depression. Let them accompany Susie to shout together. It seems that only in this way can vent out, can get a pain. Chapter 6, Escape from the Concert. A new beginning. The world is evolving and the pace of life seems to be getting faster and faster, with high-speed trains, high-speed entertainment and high-speed relationships, but it all comes around to one word. That's money. Some people are born to enjoy all the good things that come with changing times. Some people are born trying, from 10 years of hard work, to staying up late and working overtime day after day and night after night. It seems like everything has changed, and it seems like nothing has changed. Born to be human. We don't want that either. But, I'm sorry, older and younger, sandwiched in the middle of themselves, shouting poetry in faraway places, but always lowered their heads and piled up in the hard work. Tearful brothers, this Susie singing is also too good. I really can't tense up. He sang our hearts out. No, you all don't understand. None of you. Do you know how Suzy suddenly disappeared 3 years ago? Not psychotic? Mental illness my ass. Back then he exposed a big event, only to be snowed in the next day. 3 whole years? 3 years without a sound. So, he sings about us, and more than that, himself, learning how to survive with 3 years of cold. Ugh, my heart goes out to him. Suzy, I was your fan 3 years ago, and after 3 years, I'm going to support you and speak up for you this time. Master Ching back. Amidst the tears, there were countless people waving their arms. They perked up, their faces were excited, and they let out a cheer for this song of Suzy's birthright. Today's Suzy, and not just yourself. It's more what each of them looks like. If Suzy loses, they, too, lose. I'm sorry for my young self. Travel a million miles and then don't forget the beginning. After the last lyrics were sung, Suzy's fingers slowly drew back from the piano as he slowly got up and reappeared at the front of the stage. Tens of thousands of people were on stage throughout the concert. At this moment, the crows are silent. Until Suzy bent down to the stage. Born and bred. I'm sorry. Thanks. Waiting for the moment Suzy straightens up. Wow. Countless applause, like a thunderous boom, resounded through the entire concert in the blink of an eye, and even the nearby pedestrians seemed to have heard the mountainous applause. Born and bred. I'm sorry. So's. One more song. I fancy you so much. It's so good. I love you so much, Suzy. One more song. Sing it again. So much for a mountain of noise. Looking at such a bombastic stage, Sujia finally wiped her tears and stood up in her lounge seat after being reminded by her manager, Barry, until he came to Suze's side. Looking at his still unassuming figure, his emotions were still not slowed down for half a day. Only after a long time did she give a thumbs up, holding the microphone with one hand and said, Suzy, your lyrics are absolutely well written. They made me cry. Thanks. Suzy nodded politely. Sujia gathered her emotions and nodded her head with a smile. Turning to the audience on stage, what do you all think of this song? Is it a good one? Yes, it's so good. Suzy, one more song. There were cheers from the stage. Sujia laughed, while extending her hand to Suzy. There's a chance to work together. Good. Suzy nodded. The two's hands touched each other, and then under everyone's gaze, Suzy slowly walked towards the stage. The camera, even if it did not follow, but the audience along the way still eagerly stood up and Suzy clapped his hands. Suzy also did not refuse. One by one smiled and clapped. The stage was screaming, and looking at this scene, Sujia couldn't help but feel a bit bitter amidst her surprise. The field is so blown up. How does that make her answer? However, that would have nothing to do with Suzy. A distance of 100 meters, Suzy walked for 5 or 6 minutes, and managed to come to Su Min's side, and a few of the spectators around him who had originally opened their mouths to taunt him, at this moment also surrounded him with excited faces. That's great, bro. Your song Born This Way is simply amazing. The lyrics speak to my heart. I apologize. Me too, and I apologize. Can that? Give an autograph. I feel like you're going to be on fire, brother. Face a few contrasts. Instead of turning his head to mock, Suzy responded with a smile and signed his name as well. Get it all. The hearts of several people grew more and more grateful, and the ones sitting next to them were even more emotional. Suzy has a good temper. Yeah, these guys were taunting before, and now people are willing to sign autographs. Good-tempered, good-looking, and a good singer. Who will be hot if such a person is not? Suzy. Looking at Suzy walking towards him, Su Min crisply shouted out. She wiped the tears on her face, and at this moment, she actually didn't dare to look directly at Suzy's gaze. And the scene, like back in the day, at the new student orientation party, it was the same, facing Suzy who had just stepped down from the stage and seemed as bright as a star. She didn't dare to face it at all. Is it good? Suzy smiled and inquired. Unlike outside the arena, this time Suzy had already viewed Su Min as half of his own people, naturally without his previous cold tone. Instead, it was soft with a dash of snark. Su Min's cheeks flushed red once again. She was so excited inside that she couldn't bring herself to speak, secretly clenching her fists to give herself a boost before she opened her mouth. Good to hear. Simply too good to hear. Suzy, once your song comes out, there is simply not a single one in the entire singing world that can beat it. You're on fire. Absolutely on fire. Su Min has a filter on Suzy, but the rest of them didn't. The audience's performance of Su Min as far as the eyes. So many people are shouting like, more a lot of people with her tears. Isn't that enough proof that this song is good? Come on then, go sign the contract. Suzy's next words suddenly rang out. Ha! Su Min did not react for a moment, but looking at Suzy's smiling face, suddenly jerked his voice tone up. Now, otherwise, now do not go later may not necessarily be able to walk out safely. Noi. Suzy pointed around. There were already a lot of audience members jumping on the bandwagon. Maybe they would come over and surround Suzy later when the concert was over. An ordinary vegetarian naturally wouldn't be like this. But who let Su Jia mention that Suzy was a star? There wasn't an ounce of reserve in this crowd for a celebrity asking for an autograph. Oh, good. Su Min then reacted and hurriedly got up and nodded her head. Don't go. What are you talking about? I thought I was going to be busy? You talk a good game. You got your signature. I haven't gotten it yet. Suzy is actually escaping. The surrounding audience hooted. But the good thing is that the concert is still going on. Even if they are anxious, they have not yet rushed up to the frame. So this way is also considered to be unimpeded. It's just a couple of signatures. 20 minutes or so later, Suzy and Su Min, two people, finally out of the concert. Just out of the door. Warm evening breeze on the face and blowing. A cool sweep all the doll. Just as if. Step into a new world. Chapter 7, System First Gear. Earth Song Library. Phew. Finally came out. Su Min wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with some relief. This is also our coming out fast. Otherwise. Suzy glanced towards the gate behind him and grunted coldly. Su Min guffawed, thinking about the process of being surrounded along the way just now. But her heart was a little sweet. Nonetheless, because it had been like this before at school. Only then, she was the one on the outside huddle. And in the center, it was Suzy and the other woman. She watched enviously. Suzy took good care of that woman. And even though the silhouettes were heavy, he didn't let her suffer a single bump. Some people really have no vision. Su Min spat in a low, dark voice. What did you say? Suzy didn't hear and inquired. It's nothing. Su Min blushed and hastily shook her head. Then looking around, the night was dark at the moment, and looking down at the time, it also came to 9:30 p.m. Unable to help out. It seems a bit late tonight. Shall we go to the office now? Suzy rolled his eyes. You even know it's not early. Tomorrow. This is not urgent. Oh, good. As long as you're willing to come. I'm in no hurry. Su Min hurriedly explained. The air went a little quiet as these words fell. The two are not familiar with each other before. In short, before Su Min did not make it clear. Tonight is the first time the two meet. Though talk about awkward, but there wasn't much in common. Moreover, Suzy had been waiting for this woman to talk about business, but she didn't seem to have the slightest intention to say anything. And even, Suzy was now seriously doubting whether she would be an agent or not. There's nothing you want to say? Suzy raised an eyebrow and asked. Perhaps it was because she was being looked directly at by Suzy's sharp eyes. Su Min really did have a flash of light in her brain and realized something. It's not all her fault. After 3 years to see Suzy again, while waiting for Suzy promised to join the company, as well as the song just now Born to be a Man. All sorts of things had made her forget what she was here for, but it's good to think about it. She retarded for a moment. After the concert today, the video about you singing about being born as a human being will probably be streamed out. And when that time comes with my sister's heat, it shouldn't be a problem to be on a hot search. Seeing that this woman finally brought up business, Suzy also nodded. You go on. Su Min gradually got into the mood. Actually, according to my previous idea, it was for you to sing the song Unbridled at the concert. I've already bought back the copyright of that song. Suzy's gaze twitched. Opening his mouth, he finally did not make a sound, but a touch of emotion welled up in his heart. Su Min looked at Suzy and smiled slightly, as if she knew what he wanted to say, so she straightened up and said, I really like that song. Of course, I care more about you as a person. Suzy rightly thought she was talking about talent. Su Min didn't explain, and continued the conversation. According to the plan, tonight you sang Unbridled. Tomorrow it will appear on the hot search. I've already even got the publicity copy out. Genius teenager lost for 3 years, but returned at the Diva's concert. By the time you release another song, I guess after this wave of popularity is eaten up, you'll be able to cross over to that level back then, around the 3rd tier. By the way, I've also arranged songs for you. They're all on the same topic as Unbridled. I estimate that they'll be out in half a month, and then you can bring the songs to a variety show, or to a talent show. Su Min said a lot in one breath. Suzy's eyes flickered as he quietly listened and didn't go up to interrupt. Inside, however, there is a very strange feeling. There is an impulse to go up and ruthlessly, the impulse to pinch Su Min's face. No? For a long time, Su Min did not speak. Suzy thought she was done. As a result, she was looking at her eyes and found that she was actually blushing slightly, her eyes flashing as she stared at herself, vaguely excited. How's that for getting yourself all worked up? But Su Min shook his head, turning to stare adoringly at Suzy. This is the original plan. But now well, Suzy, you're too genius. Your song Born to be a Man directly blew up the scene. This is higher than the heat I expected before, at least 10 times. No, 100 times too. Odds are you'll be stepping into the 3rd tier in a few days with just this one song. So, speaking of which, Sumin suddenly lowered her head and squirmed a little. Suzy was happy. So, as originally planned, you're afraid that the song you found won't go with this Born This Way song, and the timing is so slow that it'll be a waste of heat, right? Right. Sumin nodded heavily. Suzy, you're definitely going to be a big hit in the past tonight. The best thing to do next is to release a few more songs, the faster the better, so that the heat can be completely galvanized. With the heat, there will be no worries on the variety side, and when you go up and expose your face, the song will be red, the person will be red, and it may not be impossible for you to briefly advance to the second tier. Sumin became more and more agitated as he spoke, but once he thought that there was no way he could find a song for Suzy anytime soon, he lowered his head again with some chagrin. Suzy's heart warmed. He also did not want to think about it so much, although he did not know why. But Sumin was really good to him, and almost every aspect was taken into account. It's not a broker. That's more responsible than a girlfriend. But for how to make a comeback, Suzy already has a plan in mind, and now that the concert fire is burning, it's a leap of faith. Isn't it just a song? After crossing over, the first class of reward given by the system was the Earth Song Library. No need to redeem, no need to buy, not to mention the lottery. One step, directly have the entire planet song information, the written version, the live version, the studio version, almost everything, could surface with a slight search in his mind. So the last thing he needs is a song. The entire Earth's singing scene is so vast, hundreds of billions of songs are there. Copying one song a day, he won't be able to finish it in his lifetime. Mention the system. Had to mention it. Popularity is still needed. Popularity is divided into 7 stages of 10, 000, 100, 000, all the way up to 100 billion, with each stage reached unlocking a civic treasure trove. Before Suzy was snowed in, but the popularity is still 10, 000. This 10, 000 people put in the summer country 5 billion population is insignificant, but it gave him a treasure trove of first-rate gifts, Earth Song Library, and the next thing you know, if you reach 100, 000, a million, you'll be able to open up some kind of poetry library, movie and TV library, and so on. And what about popularity? You are also able to exchange and upgrade skills. What's singing, acting, playing? One-click boost through and through. Back to the point. Suzy turned to Sumin and said, "Thank you, but you don't need to worry about the songs. I've written a lot of songs over the years. It's enough." Ah, Sumin froze slightly, but soon it was thick with surprise. "I knew it. I knew you could do it." Sumin seemed to have always had a kind of mesmerizing confidence in herself, a confidence that made Suzy a little puzzled. But look at her like this. It's still quite comfortable. Chapter 8, Sister Sells Herself. Diva goes crazy. Who doesn't like to have a loyal little fangirl? And that fangirl is a future boss. The two walked side by side. Without realizing it, he was already far away from the concert venue, with cars coming and going along the way, and neon lights flashing in the distant streets, rather like a dreamlike feeling. Regarding the contract, Suzy didn't open his mouth, and Sumin didn't mention it either. After a brief chat, the pair fell silent once more. Soon, it was a long way out. That's it for tonight. I'm going to head back and set up a time to meet tomorrow. After adding WeChat, Suzy said to Sumin, "Oh, good. See you tomorrow." Sumin waved her hand with a smile even though she was a million times more reluctant inside. Suzy naturally didn't have the money to take a taxi, but where he lived wasn't far from here in the first place, and he was just out for a stroll tonight. "I didn't expect to meet Sumin, so walking back, it's only a 10-minute walk. It won't take long." Sumin had been watching from the same spot, waiting until Suzy's figure had completely disappeared at the end of the street. Only then did she turn back in frustration. Face the stars again. After taking a slight breath, he waved his arms to secretly cheer himself up. "Come on, Sumin. You can do it." The words fell, and he twisted his head away. It only leaves a nice lingering scent that lingers in place for a long time. Suzy returned to the rental house. It was a very low-cost house, only 40 square meters, and a bed, a desk, a bathroom, and a few miscellaneous items filled the entire space almost to the brim. There were still foam boxes of takeout left on the table, and some stubbed-out cigarette butts. A few bottles rolled on the floor, and there was a clinking sound as he stretched his leg in and accidentally kicked them on. A flash of bitterness flashed across Suzy's face. The days that the predecessor had lived in these 3 years. Ah, it was not even as good as a pig. There was a rancid odor in the air. Can't stand it, can't stand it. Suzy sighed darkly. After rummaging around in his pockets, he looked at the bits and pieces and only had about $130. The thought of going out to a hotel fell away, showering, and falling asleep. This way, Suzy fell asleep. On the other side, Sumin returned to her hotel room and received a call from her sister Sujia. "Hey, Sis, what's wrong? Isn't Suzy next to you? Soo-jia's ethereal voice rang out. Soo-min instantly had a small red face and pouted. Sister, what are you talking about? It's this time of the day, how can he be next to me? Oh, sorry, ha ha. Soo-jia burst out laughing. After calming down a bit, he continued. It's like this. I've already had the cameraman edit the video about the concert. So do you think it's better to send it directly or forward it to you to deal with? Well, give it to me. I'll handle it. Soo-min said without thinking. While the video can catch fire just by posting it, it was recorded by a live videographer after all, and both the clarity and sound quality are better than those recorded by an audience member. And, video fire or not, there is no direct link to whether traffic can converge on Suzy. Left unchecked. Although Suzy ended up registering a Weibo and Shake It Off account, a large portion of the traffic attracted would be less. And if this video is published by his own account, 99% of the traffic will converge. The conversion efficiency is the highest and fastest. Good. Soo-jia nodded. Deal with this. She spoke again. By the way, Minnie, Suzy's contract, what grade are you going to give him? In the bottom of her heart, although Suzy was a genius, he was after all just an outsider. And Soo-min, as her own sister, was also the owner of the company. So what kind of contract to give Suzy? This is still more important. She didn't want Soo-min to do a lot and end up with a basket of water. Before tonight, she had wanted to directly give Suzy a third-tier artist contract, which was a B-level contract. Contracts within the entertainment industry are fixed. C-level corresponds to newcomers. B-level corresponds to third and second line. A level corresponds to second and first line. And of course, on top of that there is S-level, which corresponds to the heavenly kings and queens. Suzy has been snowed in for 3 years, and has almost become indistinguishable from a vegetarian. Even now that she's back and singing at her concert, a B-level contract has already given her face. But now, Soo-jia, however, was a bit hesitant, because that song Born This Way is indeed very good, and within the current entertainment industry where traffic is king, it can be considered a king bomb level song. Enough to make So's a hit. B grade is fine, but it's enough to touch the A grade threshold. Just as she was pondering, Soo-min's reply was the one that confused her entire being. Because, I'm not going to sign an artist contract with him. I want to just give him shares and the two of us will work together to open up Satien properly. What? You're crazy. Soo-jia's face changed violently, and his voice was raised. Do you know what you're talking about? What's in it for you? And once this comes out, have you thought about how you'll handle recruiting other artists in the future? Thought about it, based on their abilities. Give them ranked contracts. But I'm not going to sign artists for a short period of time, Soo-min said bluntly. Soo-jia was exasperated and laughed. She also kind of realized that opening a company is fake. Supporting Suzy is real. No wonder he didn't let himself get too many shares in the first place. Only gave 10% of the shares, and also asked for $10 million in one breath, hoping to wait for himself here. Own this sister ah. Soo-jia gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. The total account of Zatien is $20 million. Soo-min has contributed $10 million. Soo-jia has contributed $10 million. It is reasonable to say that the shares should be divided 50-50, but after all, it is a younger sister, and under Soo-min's pampering, it took 10% to mean something, but I didn't expect. Suddenly, thinking about it, Soo-jia realized a terrible problem, and she hurriedly asked again, how many shares are you going to give Suzy? Ask about this. Soo-min squirmed a little, although she wasn't afraid of Soo-jia, but after all, she had pitched the sister a bit, and she had helped herself so much that she was a bit embarrassed to say it outright. Come on, Soo-jia would be in a hurry. She had a hunch that this sister of hers was afraid that she had given herself away or for nothing kind of thing. Fruity. Amidst a chorus of urges, Soo-min took a deep breath and spoke. I still have 90 shares in my hand. I'm going to give him 70 and I'll just take 20. What? Where are you? Send me the location. I'm coming over to you now. Immediately. Right now. Soo-min didn't dare to speak. Calm down for a few seconds. Soo-jia asked again. The contract. Did you sign it? Soo-min was honest. Not yet. Suzy and I are discussing how to handle it tomorrow. At this very moment, Soo-jia's eyes went black, almost out of breath. If you didn't sign the contract, why did you go to such lengths to help? Aren't you afraid that he'll get angry and just walk away? My silly sister. What have you been through for 3 years abroad? Chapter 9, Heart Beating Faster. Then faster. The air was extremely silent. Soo-jia's gnashing of teeth seemed to be audible through the cell phone screen. Soo-min spat out her tongue in embarrassment, but her eyes were extremely determined. I trust his character. You believe, eh? Doodle doodle. The phone hung up. Soo-jia looked at the cell phone that was transmitting a busy signal and didn't return to her senses for a long time. Until, ding dong, WeChat Su Min sent a message, a cute emoticon, and a quote, "Sister, don't worry about it, don't worry. I know in my heart, Suzy he's different from others. Alright, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow." The words fell. Without giving Su Jia a chance to continue speaking, Su Min simply extinguished the screen. After cupping the phone in her arms and feeling the thumping heartbeat, she heaved a sigh of relief. And the other side, Su Jia was dumbfounded. Even though she was furious, she had a feeling that there was nothing she could do. At this time, Sister Berry, who had been watching this scene from the side, spoke up, Jia, I think you should stay out of this matter of MS. Mins, it's only $20 million anyway, consider it as buying a lesson. Lesson? Su Jia sighed. I'm just a little bit angry. Xiao Min has not been able to come out easily. If she is cheated by Su Zhe again, then, mention this. Space was quiet again. After a long time, Sister Berry said again, how exactly has Miss Min been transformed in these 3 years abroad? Do you know? Su Jia shook her head. I'm not sure, but from what my mom said, it seems like she's changed since she left the country, and she's been immersed in studies for the past 3 years. MS. Min's major is? Berry inquired again. Su Jia spoke up, marketing and arts management. The night passed quickly. The next day, when Suzy woke up from his sleep, he realized that there were already several messages from Su Min on his phone. Glanced at the time. It's 10:30. Rubbing his somewhat groggy head, Suzy couldn't help but shake his head. The side effects of the memory fusion, plus the searching for songs in the literary world, were both mentally taxing, and I was able to make up for it a bit after a long sleep. Still a little sleepy though. Pick up your cell phone and open the chat box. 1:35, God, I re-registered you for Weibo and Jitterbug, and the clear version of last night's concert video was uploaded. 2:30, God, you're really going to be on fire. It's already tens of thousands of likes, and more than 1,000 comments, all of which are favorable. It's only been an hour. 4:00, God, 300,000 likes. It's early in the morning. You're so good. I listened to it a few more times, and every time I can cry. What have you been through all these years? So heartbreaking. 9:01, sleepy face. God, forgive me for falling asleep in a daze. Just woke up to see you background bombed. And you on the hot search. 9:15, are you still awake? Great God. 10:00, God, so many fans are asking for audio. I've got you in touch with the studio, so come straight here when you wake up. P.S. A location. The last message was 5 minutes ago. 10:25, God, I drove here to find you. I'll wait for you to wake up. Let's go to the studio together. The message is set here. Although they were all words, for some reason, Su Zhe's ears seemed to ring with Su Min's excited voice, and even her slightly red face was hidden. Obviously, it's the first time I've seen it. This woman, however, had already planted a strong impression in the bottom of Susie's heart. People are happy when they are happy. Looking at Su Min's detailed report, even though there was a mess within his eyes, it still made Su Zhe's mood much better. There was no rush to return the message. He got up and shuffled around a bit. He then opened the windowsill and brought in the clean clothes that had been hung out to dry, and after changing them on his body, he then sent a message to Su Min without any haste. I'm packed. Sent a locator over at the same time. As a result, just after the message was sent, Su Min replied in seconds. It's a photograph. Within the photo, Su Min was standing downstairs with the familiar neighborhood surroundings behind her, that playful face full of anticipation. How do you know where I live? Suzy was visibly stunned. Secret. Su Min sent 2 words. Secrets? Su Zhe was once again stunned. Then he smiled. This woman does have a lot of secrets. After all, everything last night can be explained. It seemed that she was far more concerned about herself than he had thought. Suzy mused silently. Wait for me. Be right down. Again, it came back. Suzy then pushed open the door to go downstairs. This is an old neighborhood. There is no elevator, and the stairs are just the kind of unpacked cement ladder. As soon as you enter the staircase, a strong, slightly pungent smell of concrete hits you. After walking down the stairs, from a distance, Suzy saw Su Min, who was standing in front of a red Porsche. Today she had changed her attire to a tight black camisole, her snow-white, delicate arms gleaming in the sunlight. At the waist, the black belt girded the surplus willow waist, just below the knee lattice skirt. The long and rounded long legs stepped on a pair of Wano Tianlun. Today she is less of a royal lady model, but more of a touch of girlish style, quite a kind of rich lady temperament, giving a person a kind of illusion that cannot be looked at directly. It's beautiful today, Suzy unabashedly complimented. For the beautiful people, he was admiring as much as he should, praising as much as he should, without any idea of pretending to be a saint. After all, my fair lady, my fair lady, the ancients said. You're handsome, too, but, speaking of this, Sumin's voice lurched. Originally, she was planning to take Suze directly to the recording studio, but looking at Suze's current attire, but it was a beautiful frown that could not help but frown. Suze is very handsome, with a hard, angular face, a pair of eyes that are handsome and godly, a high nose, and skin that is on the wheatish side. He is also a little over 5 feet 8 inches tall. Now he just stood there waving his hand, also giving off an elegant air like a spring breeze. But it was this comparable model's body that was only wearing a thin black shirt and underneath were very plain black jeans. It looks great at first glance though, but that's just face value holding up. Watch carefully, then you will realize that your hair is messy and your clothes are silent, which is not worthy of this face and temperament. Immediately, she stepped forward and pulled Suze's hand, saying in a voice that could not be refuted, "No, you're on the hot seat. How can you still wear this kind of clothes? If word gets out, it'll be thought that Zetian is abusing you. Come on, I'll take you to get a line." Suzy raised an eyebrow. This woman has more guts than last night, hey? But he didn't resist. He just walked away while saying, "Yes, but it has to be quick. The most important thing now is to record the song. Then you have to dress up too. After recording the song, you still have to post your video." Sumin said to herself. Soon, the two were in the car. But what Suzy didn't notice was that Sumin's heartbeat had been accelerating while she was pulling Suzy's arm, and she didn't even dare to look at him. Until this moment, the party has eased up a lot. So excited. I can't believe I'm pulling Suzy in and he's not resisting. Worth it, so worth it. Sumin was secretly delighted. Just by being able to get this close, the agency is worth more than anything. Chapter 10, Mr. Tony is a lowly? Come to the mall. Since it was a weekend, plus it was close to noon, there were a lot of people coming and going. No one recognized Suzy, though. Come to think of it, the videos taken by netizens are either too far away or extremely blurry, and the clear version of the video was only released by Sumin this morning. Not to mention that a hot search is just a hot search, and it's not like Suzy will become known to all overnight. Su Jia found a few brand name stores, pulled Suze and walked in. After 3 years abroad, she has a good understanding of what to wear. Moreover, Suzy was also a clothes rack, and she could wear any piece of clothing with a different temperament, so that people couldn't help but see the light. After a bit of trying on and picking out just these 2 sets, Sumin looked at Suzy as if inquiring. Suzy nodded. Good. He wasn't picky about his clothes. Besides, he had to go to the recording studio later. There was no point in buying so many clothes. He could buy them later, at this very moment. In addition to the set of suits Sumin had the salesman pack, Suzy was wearing brand new clothes. On top was a black striped casual shirt, and underneath a pair of loose-fitting, slim-fitting pants with a belt studded with tiny diamonds. Suze's entire body stood there. It was as if it was a bright star. It makes you afraid to look straight. Your boyfriend is so handsome, like a big star. The sales lady's eyes were glowing as she unabashedly praised Suze. Listen to this. Sumin instantly blushed. He's not my boyfriend. Oh, the sales lady smiled meaningfully. Looking at Suzy did not explain, so she whispered to Sumin, that's soon to be. Sumin's face grew redder and redder, all as if it was about to drip, and she hurriedly urged, settle the bill. We still have something to do later. Good. The salesgirl smiled playfully, buried her head to do some math, and then spoke. The total is 8,650, so I'll give you 0 and charge you 8,600. Drop. With Sumin taking out her cell phone and scanning the code to pay, she quickly left the store with Suze, until he came back to the underground garage and sat in the car. Sumin did not drive the first time, but instead picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hey Nay, where are you, Nini? The girl on the other side of the phone obviously didn't expect it to be Sumin, and immediately shouted with some surprise. It's me. You went back to your country? The girl named Ni seemed to guess and inquired. Back? Let's not talk about this first. Didn't you say you opened a makeup store? Where are you now? I'll come over to find you. Sumin glanced at Suze next to her and interrupted Ni's inquiry. Oh, good. I'm on the east side. Chang'an Road, 23, East Side Street. The phone hung up. Suzy looked at Su Jia. There's no need to go put on makeup for a recording, right? Sumin, however, shook her head. No, it has to be chemical. After recording the sound but also for you to shoot short videos, I have studied. If you just send the song, the traffic will flow a large part of the traffic. And now the jitterbugs are not worse than the microblogging and music platforms of the exposure. That's true. Suzy nodded slightly, but then a smile of satisfaction surfaced on his face. In fact, his original plan was also like this, but by Sumin. This woman said it. It made him a bit impressed. This point in time that we have traveled to is similar to the year 2026 on Earth in our previous life. A time when short videos have dominated the blockbuster world of entertainment. Jitterbug hot search. Not the slightest bit worse than microblogging hot search, even because the audience group Sake, Jitterbug group package capacity is bigger, far beyond the microblogging. This is the reason why many celebrities have to make guest appearances on Netflix or start their own broadcasts. Making money is one thing, so is exposure. As for the music, there's even a bit of a backlash against it. A lot of music wants to catch fire. It first has to catch fire on Jitterbug so that it can drive plays and sales on the music platform. As for the world, there's no racer, only Jitterbug, and an extremely entertaining atmosphere. So relative to Earth, the characters here jump around, and the names, though one word, are even more massive than the bytes of the previous life, taking Jitterbug as the main platform. In addition to this point, Suzy actually has other considerations in his heart, because of Songli and Zhang Luo, these two personalities he knows extremely well. Flawed Canthus, never tolerate the mole crickets under the feet to turn over, and the defense is very strong. Although he hadn't been able to attract their attention for the past 3 years, but now that he had suddenly caught fire, he would release songs one after another next. They're definitely making a move. If it were up to Weibo and the music platform alone, it might be time for another wave of backstabbing, just like it was in the first place, with a straight downgrade of Unbridled and a Weibo logout. No more platforms. He's nothing. And character jumping is different. These years Jittery has been in the entertainment circle and the old microblogging fight. Jittery occupies the low-end group, microblogging behind the back of the old entertainment company. The two are like water and fire. It's on fire here at Shake Shack. Even if Songli and Zhang Luo want to make what moths, a moment and a half is difficult to intervene in. No words on the way. In about half an hour, Sujia finally drove her car and parked it in the parking lot, and the two of them rode the elevator together to the 13th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a long, straight and clean corridor could be seen. It's dressed up with greenery on the side. It looks extremely classy. Stepping into the gallery, with windows on the left and glass doors on the right, the reflections also imprinted everything inside. It's a comprehensive beauty store with a beauty area, a hair area, and a dressing and makeup area. The first two are okay. The last one, the main target, is also high-end groups, such as celebrity netizens or some rich white people who like cosplay, rich second generation. Inside there are not only a variety of high-end cosclothes, there are also private customized ancient costumes and so on. Set off a beautiful makeup. Out of the effect is also extremely good-looking. Not bad. Seeing this, Suzy couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Sumin also looked around and smiled as she spoke. Xiao and I. She's always loved makeup since she was a child, and it said that when she opened this store, she even went through a lot of trouble with her family. This statement was made. Suzy didn't say anything. Inwardly, however, he said, I hear you. Another capricious rich white girl. The two came to the front desk. The young sister was just about to inquire, when a youthful and beautiful girl came behind her. Minnie? Sumin and Suzy turned around. The girl wasn't tall, only about 5 feet 5 inches, and was wearing a thin summer-style lolita with 2 braids tied behind her head, big eyes blinking on the cute doll face, pink mouth slightly open and closed, waving her little hand towards them in surprise. Lori? Suzy froze slightly. He hadn't really thought about it. Generally speaking, wasn't Mr. Tony a very valiant sort? Lori? What the hell? And I? Sumin waved with the same surprise. The two came forward and hugged. It's been a long time. I've missed Minmin to death. And I rubbed her face against Sumin's chest and said in a clear voice. Chapter 11. Having a man and forgetting your girlfriends. I missed you so much too. Sumin's cheeks reddened a bit from knees rubbing, but she still stroked her head and said. The two separated. Xiao and I pulled Sumin's small hand and turned her head towards Suze. Then after seeing Suze's face and body, her eyes lit up. Minmin, this is, she asked in a probing manner, but her eyes were glowing. She just ready to shoot a set of ancient-style video it. Suitable models, but how can not find? Either too white, or too short. And Suzy, that angular face, that healthy wheat-colored skin, and that erect and tall body were simply her dream love model. If this guy is a friend of Minmin's, maybe he can get a set of videos for nothing. Listening to this girl inquire, Sumin immediately came to Suze's side, waving his hand to introduce. He is Suze. Suze, just that. He's Suzy. Before Sumin could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Xiao and I exclaiming in shock, seemingly incredulous as she stared at Suze. How did he become like this? How's it going? Suzy inquired with amusement. It looked like not only did Sumin know her, but among her girlfriends, everyone knew his great name as well. Xiao and I came to Suze, looking left and right as if she was observing something, and circled around Suze again. Finally, in Sumin's voice, little N.I. reprimanded. Only then did the party stop this impolite behavior. She blinked her eyes and stood in front of Suzy with her head tilted, one hand resting on her chin. Not to mention, I didn't recognize it for a moment. Suzy has indeed changed a lot. Su-min's heart tingled when she remembered this, and the eyes she looked at Suzy grew more and more pained. Unlike the sharpness of 3 years ago, at this moment, Suzy appeared to be much more vicissitudes. His temperament was humble and ordinary, and he was softer and more elegant. Although Xiao and I does not pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but thought so, if nothing happened to Suzy then the popularity of the Iron Certain fire out of the circle. Not so much that there hasn't been much of a message in the last few years. She slightly pawed her head, then extended her hand to Suzy. Great God, get acquainted. My name is Long Xiaoni. I'm Minmin's best friend. Hello. Suzy reached out and shook it. It was cold and soft to the touch, as if there were no bones, but he didn't lose his temper and parted with a light touch. The scene. It also made Long Xiaoni feel much better about him. Come on, let's go inside and talk. After getting to know each other, Long Xiao and I bounced around and pulled Su-min's small hand towards the inside. Su-min looked towards Suzy and saw him nodding his head, so he also obeyed Long Xiao and I and walked inside. Soon several people were seated in one of the isolated studios. It is a space of more than 30 square meters, with a mirror in front, a glass cabinet on the left side of the mirror with a variety of cosmetics, and a closet on the right side. Inside were all sorts of clothes, and some wigs and stuff. The sparrow may be small, but it has all its organs. Just by looking at the equipment, you can sense the professionalism of the owner of this studio, and the owner of this place. Hey, how about this? This is my exclusive space. Oh, I don't take on guests. I'm only responsible for my own hole. And friends, by the way, I usually film segments and get them here as well. The little white and blue girls are too stupid to get the look I want every time. Long Xiaoni showed Su-min her personal space with a haughty face. Su-min smiled and nodded. It's pretty good. It looks great. That's not true. Long Xiaoni got happier and happier. The two braids flopped around like a little white rabbit. After a brief visit to the room, several people sat down. Su-min then explained to Long Xiaoni the purpose of the visit. Nay, actually, I came over today to ask you for a favor. Oh, Long Xiaoni raised an eyebrow. Su-min pointed at Suzy. Suzy is getting ready to make a comeback. He sang a song at my sister's concert last night and it's already on the hot search. I'm going to give him a stylized look. Then after recording the song today, I'll make a short video for him. Who knew that Su-min's words had just fallen? Long Xiaoni then stood up straight away, her eyes wide open, her gaze drifting constantly over Suzy and Su-min. Are you saying that the song Born to be Human, he sang it? Meeting the gaze, Su-min nodded proudly. Well, his original oh. Whoa! Long Xiao and I instantly exclaimed out in shock, sizing up Suzy once again. It was as if he was looking at a treasure. Ryoko, awesome, not bad for keeping my Min dark. Before she could finish her sentence, Su-min directly stepped forward and covered her mouth. At the same time, Su-min's ears turned red, and a touch of shyness flashed across her cheeks. Ah, and I, don't talk nonsense. Woohoo! Long Xiaoni struggled hard, but she was too short. Her pretty face was suffocating red, but she could do nothing. In the end, he could only put his hands together and beg for mercy for Su-min. After Su-min let go, she sucked in a sharp breath, her small breasts heaving up and down for a long moment. After blankly glancing at Su-min without a good mood, she rather sourly said to Suzy, see, certain people and you say. Su-min's hand attacked again. Long Xiao and I hurriedly begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. Min, I was wrong. Ooh, oomph. Su-min grunted. Not listening, just not listening. The two women were fighting. Suzy, an outsider and a man, could only keep a smile on his face and watch quietly. Even if during that time Long Xiao and I asked him for help, he could only show his hands and give her a look of love. Adulterers and adulteresses. For a long time, Long Xiaoni finally struggled out, gasping for air and cursing with an ungraceful laugh. Suzy didn't care either. After all, it sounded like a joke. He simply reminded Su-min, it's getting late. If you're going to make a video, I suggest we make it quick. Oh, good. As soon as Suzy reminded him, Su-min also knew that time was almost running out and nodded her head in a hurry. The expression was slightly solemn. On the contrary, Long Xiaoni skimmed her mouth. Having a man and forgetting her girlfriends, asking me to help, and coming to bully me. Bullying. Suzy's heart froze when he heard this. This woman was daring to say anything. On the contrary, Su-min seemed to be accustomed to it and explained to Suzy with a smile. Don't take it to heart. Xiaoni is my only best friend since I was a child. She's always been like this, tigerish. Look out. Suzy smiled back. No more jostling. Long Xiaoni instead opened her mouth to Suzy. That song Born to be a Man is very good. Oh, I especially like the line in it about being a cunning fox. I'm trying to play it in the store. I just don't have the audio, so you'll have to record it later. Definitely. Suzy nodded, listening to Suzy being so polite. Long Xiaonie's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, and after coming a little closer, so handsome, great God, what kind of styling are you going to do? Suzy didn't think much of it. Casually, he said, you see to it that you get it, after all, you're the professional. That's not true. Long Xiaonie revealed a wry smile, but the professional fees, they're all very expensive. Chapter 12, Tony's teacher Abai. This statement was made, although Long Xiaonie's pretty face was like a flower, smiling brightly. Suzy instinctively felt a chill on the back of his neck. This girl, she doesn't mean well. Looking at Long Xiaonie even prepared to ask for a price, Su Min on the side did not want to do it. Nay, she pouted, signaling Long Xiaonie to stop. But is Lonnie Long making a scene? Naturally not. With a cheeky smile, she actually went up and ruffled Suzy's chin, just as Suzy was about to back away, before opening her mouth with a smile. Alright, just kidding, I actually have something I'd like to ask Suzy for a favor. Aha? Suzy raised an eyebrow. Long Xiaonie said, I'm not preparing to shoot an ancient style video, just missing a male lead. I think Suzy is quite suitable. So that's it. Su Min secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid just now that Long Xiaonie was doing it on purpose, just to make Suzy come down. But the truth is, Suzy was still really indifferent. Raise the price? Innocence. Anyone with $1,000 in his pocket would have been afraid of this little loli for a few moments. But the question is, does he? It adds up to just over 100. Today's clothes purchase, as well as the next recording of the song, will have to rely on Su Min, the future boss, to pay for it, so the pressure is not panicked. Okay, that's fine, but when are you going to shoot? I don't think I'll have time today. Suzy opened her mouth. After all, it was Su Min's BFF, plus it also required people to put on makeup, and by the looks of it, it was expected to come often next. There's no harm in making friends. It's enough to have your words, day after tomorrow. It just so happens that the clothes are customized tonight and made the day after tomorrow. Let's start shooting the day after tomorrow. Long Xiaonie instantly said happily. Good. Suzy nodded slightly. Finish discussing things. Just get down to business. After slightly sizing up Suzy, Long Xiaonie pushed open the door and gestured to the duo. Let's go. Let's go and do our great god's hair first. Su Min and Suzy followed. Soon, the trio arrived at the hairdressing area. The hairdressing area covers a large area, all one hall and office. But there are also 2 boxes in the corner with signs on them. Advanced, Ace. It's probably just rank. While walking, Long Xiaonie while pointing to hang the Ace sign box to the 2 introduced. You cannot look at me, this place is small. This Tony teacher, but I heavily invited. Oh, every month the base salary will be 100,000 it. 100,000. Suzy nodded inwardly. At this price, it was already more expensive than some celebrities' dedicated stylists. And that's the price of the ones who are usually around the heavenly kings, but the private ones are a bit more spare after all. Instead of being busy if they are based in a store, prices may be inflated. But no matter what, just with that price tag, Suzy was quite looking forward to it. This body is already very handsome. Now that he has changed his golden saddle, and if he does a handsome hairstyle, I guess he can hang on to the entertainment circle just by looking at his face value, right? White. There. Arriving at the door, Long Xiaonie didn't push the door first, but knocked and inquired. A few seconds later, a rather neutralized voice came from inside. An eye is here. Something. The door pushed open with it. It was a girl with dyed white hair, but her eyes were sharper, and her size was no less than Sujia's, just a flatter figure. Seeing that there was someone else beside Long Xiaonie, Bai's voice stopped, and her eyes, involuntarily, fell on Su Min. As for why it's her and not Suzy, the big handsome guy? Hostility? Suzy inwardly froze. Surprisingly, he sensed hostility in this woman's eyes, and it was still directed at Su Min? What's the situation? Suzy looked back. Long Xiaonie was hugging Su Min's arm intimately, while Bai's eyes, too, kept glancing at the arm she was hugging. No, it can't be. That's interesting. Suzy inwardly said that it was interesting. Today was a real eye-opener. He silently took a step back, slightly farther away from Long Xiaonie. After all, he's the one doing the styling. There's no reason to offend this Bai. What if he ugly cries later? Suzy's small action. Bai saw it in his eyes and didn't say much. Instead he frowned at Long Xiaonie and his voice cleared a few points. These two are. She didn't think it was an ordinary guest. After all, with such a close demeanor, she hadn't seen Long Xiaonie so close to anyone since she arrived. Obviously, the woman in front of her with a great body had an unusual relationship with Long Xiaonie. Introducing, this is my bestie, Su Min. Long Xiaonie didn't notice, but instead enthusiastically took Su Min's hand and introduced him to Bai. Oh, hi, I'm Abel. Abai deliberately extended his right hand, because the arm of Su-min that Long Xiaoni was holding was the right arm. If Su-min is going to respond, she'll have to pull her arm out. Seeing this, Su-zhe smiled in the corner of his eyes, and the woman is really an interesting to the extreme animal. Hello, I'm Su-min, Ni's best friend. I heard her say that you're very good. We can rely on Mr. Bai later. Su-min didn't notice either. Instead, he shook Abai's arm after drawing it out. Abai didn't trip, didn't push, just simply shook hands. Loosen up. Only then did he set his eyes on Suzy, who hadn't said anything. Long Xiaoni wanted to open her mouth to introduce herself, but for a moment she couldn't think of how to describe it. Su-min's boyfriend? That's not true. Her idol? Nor is it appropriate. Straight names are even worse. In the end, one could only look toward Su-min. Su-min smiled. He's my partner Suzy, a very good singer. Oh, hello. Bai coldly nodded his head to gesture at Suzy. His tone could not be heard as sad or happy. Hello. Seeing through everything, Suzy doesn't say anything and responds with an unconcerned smile. Watching Su-zhe behave like this, Long Xiaoni was also a little comfortable in her heart. Bai had a strange temper towards outsiders, but was undeniably good to her, and if Suzy didn't fit in, she really couldn't intervene. Come in, soon. Bai pushed open the door and gestured to a few people. Get in there. Long Xiaoni said to Bai. Su-zhe is also the male lead of the video I'm going to shoot next. Bai, you have to use 90% of your strength. Don't worry. Bai nodded to Long Xiaoni, his tone noticeably softer, and even a hint of doting. This time, even Su-min realized that something was wrong, and she couldn't help but look at Su-zhe on the side. And coincidentally, the two men's gazes just met, Suzy gazing at her meaningfully. Su-min understood in a split second. She covered her mouth, and Lani looked over. In order to hide it, Su-min hastily pretended to be unwell and coughed. Come, sit down. Great God. I know you're short on time, so let's make this quick. Long Xiaoni pointed. Good. Suzy nodded, striding his long legs, and sat on the chair in front of the mirror. Chapter 13, Natural Short Shattered. Bossy President's Eyes. Pak is going to start working. She first stood behind the chair and pressed her hands against both of Suzy's temples, peering into the mirror. After thinking about it for a while, Fong was ready to do it. The moment he picked up the scissors, Suzy could clearly feel that all of Bai's temperament seemed to have changed, and the whole person exuded confidence from the inside out. She said to Suzy, your features are well defined, your face lines are on the softer side, and your forehead is narrower. Such a head shape is more suitable for either short hair or bangs. Speaking of this, her tone suddenly changed. However, I'm going to give you a natural short chop, which is not only easy to take care of, but also better complements the contours of your face. Suzy stared at the mirror, fantasizing about what she would look like if she cut herself into a natural short shred, and her eyes couldn't help but slowly light up. That's true. This face of his is actually not too much the same as the Yang Yang in his previous life, but it is a few points more handsome than that, and the hairstyle is too long, so it will look a bit milky. Instead, a short shred would be great, stiff and refreshing. Suzy nodded. Okay, let's get it just like you said. Although Abai knew there was certainly nothing wrong with his suggestion, Suzy was a guest after all, and still made a friendly inquiry. Of course, the main thing is still Suzy's small action of stepping back half a step before, so that she is still a little bit of a good feeling. Or else you try it with another person? Into this room. The sky's the boss, the earth's the second, and she's the third. Soon, Bai men moved. These years Suzy's predecessor did not take care of the hair much, usually long to cover the eyes, only to deal with once. Nowadays, it's obviously long. As Abai's small hands moved deftly, strands of broken hair scattered from all around. On the side, Su-min and Long Xiaoni didn't wait dryly. The two of them came together to chat in whispers, telling of their experiences over the years. After leaving the country, the two haven't kept in touch with each other much since, but that doesn't stop them from bonding in any way. However, this scene, which was reflected in Su-zhe's eyes through the mirror, was what made Su-zhe's heart tremble for a while. Isn't this just a case of watching from the other side of the fence and drawing fire? He's still at the mercy of the man. Su-man just doesn't know to talk later? But it's clear, Abai still had professional ethics. And although his hand shook for a moment at the sight of the duo chatting away, he quickly solidified his mood. Swish swish swish. About a few minutes later, with Abai taking out a hairdryer to blow the hair flakes, Suzy's hairstyle was pretty much done. Wash it. Abai pointed to the hair washing chair on one side, signaling Su-zhe to go up and lie down. Yeah. Suzy nodded. Wow. There was a sound of water. I don't know why. Maybe it's because this body was just too labored over the years and hadn't dabbled with women. As Abai rubbed his hands on Suzy's head, he immediately felt a slippery touch come over him. It made his heart flutter as well. The spirit relaxed slightly. Wash your hair and blow dry. By modified the area a little more, and after blowing out the hair flakes, he moved away from the barber's robe draped in front of Suzy. There, done. This statement was made. Su-min and Long Xiaoni, who were chatting at the side, looked over at once, and as Suzy slowly turned around. Whoa! The former is Xiaoni Long, the latter is Su-min. The two of them coincidentally stared at Suzy's face with wide, beautiful eyes. Shocked. This is too handsome. My god, the living Suzy is so handsome. Long Xiaoni was shocked for a while. Her cherry mouth was open and her eyes were involuntarily flooded with peach blossoms. Su-min excitedly said, more handsome than before. Suzy, your talent hangs them. Your face value also hangs the entire entertainment circle. At this very moment, Bai similarly scrutinized her own work. The hairstyle was nothing to write home about. It was just a normal natural short break. She just changed a part of it according to Suzy's face shape. But here and now, paired with Suzy's face with well-defined features, as if he was a great god in an immortal drama, as well as his upright figure and elegant and easygoing temperament. At once, he made the whole person seem like an aristocratic gentleman, and the three of them simply couldn't take their eyes off of him. That moment, it was as if there was a voice in the bottom of Abai's heart. This is simply the ultimate version of the domineering president that all pregnant girls fantasize about, right? Seemingly elegant, but actually rejected people outside the 1,000 miles. Seemingly easygoing, but the deep eyes, as if the next moment to spit out domineering and unrestrained to the extreme words. It's art. What do you mean? Live Suzier. Suzy smiled and said to Long Xiaoni. Long Xiaoni didn't take it personally, and pulled Su-min's arm and flung it after a hefty smile. How about it? Satisfied. Satisfied. Must be satisfied. Su-min nodded repeatedly, her gaze still lingering on Suzy's face. Look at you being a nymphomaniac. Long Xiaoni skimmed her lips. However, Bai began to rush. She withdrew her gaze from Suzy's face, suppressed the emotions in her heart, and said to Long Xiaoni, well, now that it's done you guys go ahead and I'm going to take a break. I haven't napped yet today. Said, just head toward a lazy chair off to the side. The eyes see so. Long Xiaoni also pulled Su-min's arm while saying to Suzy, let's go great god, take you to put on a beautiful makeup. Handsome to those little fangirls online. Suzy was amused. Nodded. Good. The three went out the door. Abai's eyes stared at the doorway for a long time without returning. Strange, had she just almost been bent? No, it must be an illusion. Lonnie Long is the one for her. Men? Off. About 10 minutes later, Su-min, Long Xiaoni, and Suzy came inside Su-min's Porsche. Said it was makeup. It's actually just a little touch-up of powder to make it less dark on camera. As for the rest, Suzy's face is already perfect. Any addition would be criminal. Naturally, nothing more needs to be done. On the contrary, it was Long Xiaoni's occasional sucking sound when she was putting makeup on Suzy's clothes, which made Suzy sit up for a while. Su-min, however, didn't mind. Instead, he explained to Suzy that Long Xiaoni was such a cloud. Okay, for the matter of Long Xiaoni gluttonizing his body, he forgave it. Who made it a lowly? He's probably going to cry for a long time when he throws a punch, right? But I don't know if it was luck. Su-min seemed to have guessed what Suzy was thinking and smiled. Don't you look at Xiaoni's small size. She's a municipal level sparring champion. 6. Suzy gave a thumbs up. As for after makeup, Long Xiaoni naturally clung to Su-min and wanted to go together to watch Suzy record the song. The reason was also very simple. The first time to download the sound source and play it in the store. The reason is very stingy, but it's useful. After all, Suzy had promised before. Getting into the car and sitting down, Su-min made a phone call, inquiring that the recording studio would be free this time, and then immediately drove off in a hurry. As for dinner, in the words of the three men, it's almost 1 o'clock. It's not that bad. Let's go record the song first, and then we'll go eat together afterward. Chapter 14, 10 Million Recording Studio. Boss's shock. The studio is located at the tipping point between suburbia and downtown, but the Magic City has become more and more prosperous over the years. Even this place, driving all the way there, is crowded. It's not a big place though. It seems to be a private studio with only one recording room. The owner is a middle-aged man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with his hair left long and tossed behind his head, rather like a folk singer. Hello, I'm the one who made an appointment with you last night to record the song. My name is Su-min. Su-min stepped forward and waved hello. Hello, Shandong. The owner nodded slightly and gave his name. As his gaze looked behind Su-min, it lingered slightly on Long Xiaoni and Suzy. Come record a song at. It's me. Suzy stepped forward. Shandong looked up and down. His face was expressionless, but inwardly he decided that it was another little white boy launched by which company. this singing world today as long as they are good looking and obviously have crap singing skills, but when they sing two random songs and are bragged about by their fans, it's as if they're already music singers. Instead, there were some average looking ones that were strong but silent. The visitor is a guest. Chen Dong was disdainful in his heart, but he would not show it openly, and after a slight smile, he signaled to Suzy. Then let's start now. Good. Suzy nodded in understanding. He pulled out the prepared flash drive and handed it over. First folder, first song. Hearing this, Chen Dong slightly froze, took it and quickly opened it on his computer. However, after opening the USB flash drive and sweeping through it with a glance, he couldn't help but frown when he saw that there were actually 100 folders inside. But the next second, the eyes just froze. Born to be human? He exclaimed. Heck, the name of the first folder is called Birthright. It's hard not to. He instantly turned back to Suzy. Boss, you've heard this song? Long Xiao and I asked rather belaboredly. I've heard it. Of course I've heard it. Chen Dong was instantly excited. When he saw the name, he guessed it might be the song that was born and raised. Long Xiao and I said so. It's already a sure thing. He was part of the concert audience last night. After all, Suji's first concert after winning the Golden Melody Award, and it was held in Magic City. As one of the few powerful singers in the music industry, it was only natural that he would be there to support them. At that time, when that song Born to be Human came out, he also couldn't stop tearing up but he didn't expect that. Surprisingly, the rightful owner came to him today to record a song. Soz. Yeah, his name is Soz. You really didn't recognize yourself just now? Chen Dong suddenly heard a burst of self-reproach. Hastily to Suzy said. Oops, early to say that you are singing Born and Bred Suzy. How to take back my customized microphone. To record a song clearly, in addition to other equipment, a good microphone is extremely important, greatly affecting the effect of the song. That microphone of his was a top-of-the-line device that he bit the bullet on, and it cost him well over $100,000. That's right, a separate microphone. It cost over $100,000. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Suzy smiled back. Chen Dong is still a bit sighing. After returning to his senses, he pointed to the other files in the computer and asked with some astonishment, Are these also songs? This statement was made. Behind them, Su Min and Long Xiaoni also looked over. Suzy, however, did not hide anything, and nodded his head straightforwardly. Yes, some of them are compiled, and there are some that are just scraps of small samples that need to be slowly perfected later. He was honest in what he said. After all, not all songs are arranged with just piano and guitar, although he synthesized some of them on his computer using computer synthesis. But to get a good tune, you still have to have physical instruments to compile it to sound good. It was also fortunate that the song was a simple arrangement, and he had spent some of his few savings on renting a piano and guitar in the few days he'd been traveling over here to get some of it done. That's why he only had $100 or so on hand. Playing music, it's expensive. At this moment, however, as soon as this sentence was exported, the other three people present were silly. It's all a song. Chen Dong's voice trembled a little, and he didn't know whether he was excited or frightened. Behind, Su Min and Long Xiaoni as well. One by one, their mouths opened wide, staring incredulously at the cloudy Suzy. Awesome, too awesome. Long Xiaoni praised loudly in front of Su Min. Su Min looked at Suzy's eyes, as if he was looking at a god, full of his figure. Shock is also there, but more of a, this is him, this is the pride of my idol. Full love brain. It's just so unbelievable. Chen Dong exhaled heavily and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back, only stifled a sentence. Suzy, I'll record this song for you for free today, and I'll give you a 50% discount if you come to my place to record songs in the future. No, 30% off, as long as you come. Is that a good thing? Suzy naturally wouldn't disagree, nodding slightly. Good, then thank you Boss Chen for the atmosphere. I am quite a bit older than you, call me a Chen Dong. Brother Chen will do. Chen Dong was excited inwardly and hurriedly said again. Well, thanks Chen. Su Min, who was on the side, suddenly said. Suzy didn't make another sound. However, he could not have imagined that Su Min would be playing a small game in the bottom of his heart. Humph, want to take advantage of my god? No way, maybe no, he'd just smile, I guess, and say, women. But one thing is for sure, this recording studio of Chen Dong's may be small, but the stuff is all premium. There were several pieces of equipment that Suzy had read about in the information given by the system, which were usually found in the private recording studios of top superstars. Presumably, perhaps because he was happy to see the hunt, Chen Dong did not delay next, and soon began recording after Suzy walked into the recording studio. Suzy slightly tidied up his state, then gestured an OK sign to the outside. Chen Dong pressed the switch. A prelude plays lazily. Not much longer. Susie's magnetic voice sounded in his earphone at the same time. The cigarettes I once said I wouldn't smoke. It's been in my lungs for years. Once upon a time, dreams were innocent. Then it was all about the money. The tunes are lush and mellow. It was full of a sense of vicissitude. It's as if you're looking at life and singing slowly in a storytelling tone. Although I've listened to the video and audio uploaded by netizens on a loop several times, now I hear Susie singing in the studio. The euphonious voice, the deep lyrics, and the emotionally charged vocals still made Chandong unable to resist being immersed in the melody. For a long time, it failed to return. Without realizing it, and without knowing when Susie had finished singing, she was waving her hand at him. He's in the moment. Only then did he snap out of his trance. Singing, finished? Chapter 15 Suppressed Emotions. Under the Sea. Uncle, is it that good? Long Xiaoni couldn't help but ask. It goes without saying that the soundproofing effect of the recording studio, Chendong and wearing headphones, she and Su Min too, can only dryly watch Suze open his mouth, yet not a single sound could be heard. At this moment, looking at Chendong's expression, he naturally inquired with curiosity. Great to hear. It's not a normal sound. The singing, it's superb. The tune is good. The lyrics are good. And the vocals are so good that they simply hang on to the current group of people in the singing world. Chendong said a lot in one breath, and even felt that it was still a bit unfulfilling. This gesture of his immediately made Long Xiaoni laugh. Looking at Susie in the recording studio with eyes full of surprise, he murmured, in that case, it seems like there's no need for a dub, so when the time comes, I'll just have him sing a song for my short video. Pay up. Coldly, Su Min interjected with a snicker. Oomph, just pay. Long Xiaoni arrogantly turned her head away, and then added, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders, but it has to be discounted. Ha ha ha, you. Su Min covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Suze pushed open the door of the recording room at this time and walked out, sweeping a glance at the duo who were laughing happily before looking at Chendong. Brother Chen, how's it going? Good, it couldn't be better. No flaws whatsoever. Once and for all. Chendong shook his head with emotion. The look in his eyes towards Susie, the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. As a musician, there is no greater joy than watching a great song, sung in the voice of a great singer, and then recorded from your own hands. And that's all, perfectly realized in Susie. How can this not be fun? For the first time in years, that'll do. With all the equipment being so high-end, Susie still did not question Chendong's professionalism. Moreover, he had read his attribute profile after obtaining the song library rewarded by the system, and his voice and singing skills were both judged by the system as heavenly gifts and masters. Naturally, it goes without saying. Next, as long as he keeps releasing songs, building up his popularity and unlocking more of Earth's cultural library, just upgrade your other skills when the time comes. For example, dancing, playing instruments, etc. The vocals are not needed at all anyway. A few of the guys were going to eat right after recording the song, just in time for dinner. But apparently Susie was a little too fast, and it's only 2 o'clock today. Just as Su Min opened her mouth and asked Suze if he wanted to proceed with a video, Chendong, who had listened to it once more, put down his headset. To Susie, embarrassed, I see that you still have a lot of folders here. Why don't you take advantage of the good condition today and sing a few? No, one more? He accidentally blurted out what was on his mind, but hastily changed his tone. Susie hesitated slightly, because the copyright hasn't been registered yet. The thing cost money too, and he didn't have enough money at the time to handle just one Born This Way song. And just then, seemingly guessing what he was thinking, Chendong directly pulled open the drawer and took out a document, handing it to Suze. This is a confidentiality contract. My place is small, but the circle is still a bit famous. Some singers will also come over to try after creating a half-finished product. The contract is all made. Maybe it doesn't feel like enough. He added again. I said free today, so no matter how many songs you sing, I'll record them for you for free. As the saying goes, there is a cheap not to take advantage of it. And besides, Susie also understands Chendong's idea, which is not all about taking advantage of it, which is equal to a win-win situation. Plus the worries are gone. Nodding instantly, okay, then record it again. This statement was made. Not only was Chendong's face filled with anticipation, but Long Xiaoni and Su Min on the side were also filled with anticipation. Then he smiled and continued. Then let's record 2 more songs. Let's try to hurry. I'm actually getting a little hungry. Susie rubbed her stomach. People are iron rice as steel. A meal does not eat hungry panic. After all, last night until now, a mouthful of food are not landing. Or some empty. Yeah, no problem. Chendong was overjoyed. Signed a good contract. 3rd, 6th. Susie pointed at the 2 folders and said to Dongchen. Chendong quickly clicked on the 3rd one. And behind them, Long Xiaoni and Su Min came over, their eyes flashing at the song title. The Bottom of the Sea. Chen Dong read the title of the song, then looked down toward the lyric sheet music. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, lay down the scales of the sea. The more he looked at it, the more he frowned, until he had finished reading the whole song, and his brows had knitted into a ball. After lifting his head, he suppressed his inner emotions and said to Suzy, "This song." He wanted to say something. "What's wrong with the song? I think the lyrics are quite good." Long Xiaoni couldn't read it, but the lyrics looked pretty good and artistic anyway. So is Su Min. She hadn't learned the score either, so she could only judge whether it was good or not by the lyrics. Let's just say by intuition. Anyway, in the back of her mind, the one Suzy wrote must have been good, and it was very, very good. Suzy smiled and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Chen Dong who, after frowning tightly for a moment, sighed once again and looked at Suzy with a complicated look. "Brother Su, this circle is like this. It's been like this for many years." He said something that the crowd seemed to understand, and then, pointing to himself, "I was head over heels in, and I ended up not moving much for most of my life, and now I'm living with these things. Actually, well, it's good that you figured it out, isn't it?" Long Xiao and I still didn't understand what Chen Dong said, but it seemed like he was advising Suzy about something. She bristled. "Secretive. Just say it." Su Min did understand because she knew too much about Suzy, and it was obvious that Chen Dong was seeing something in the song and was comforting Suzy. Looking at Long Xiao and I making a scene, he immediately pinched her small hand and whispered, "I'll tell you about it later." Good. Long Xiaoni had originally mentioned it casually and didn't mean anything else, and just under Chen Dong's gaze, Suzy was smiling. "Brother Chen, don't worry, I walked out. And, speaking of which," he looked out the window. The sun was just right there and the breeze was warm. "The sea is wide open." This statement was made. A smile instantly appeared on Chen Dong's face. "That's good. That's good. Actually, it's true that you don't feel too much of this song just by reading the lyrics, but if you work with the sheet music and silently sing the song out in your mind, the unspeakable bitterness, the loneliness that no one can tell, the misanthropy that floods into the heart like suffocation at the bottom of the ocean. Depressing. Unbelievably depressing." He had checked on Suzy last night and naturally guessed what Suzy had gone through the minutiae. It was precisely for this reason that when he saw that it was Suzy who had come to record the song today, he was so nice to him again and again. This young man, deserves it. Chapter 16, Left hand depresses, right hand heals. Nowadays. Hearing Suzy's reply, Chen Dong also pressed back the worries in his heart and turned to continue looking at the music score. And the more he looked, the more shocked his heart became. If the main part of the song is a despairing murmur, the chorus is a complete cry and wail of someone who is pessimistic to the core. "No one knows me. No one understands me. No one cares about me. It's too late to live well. Too late to embrace tomorrow. Too late." It was like a thunderbolt. It made Chen Dong's heart ache fiercely. In the meantime, Su Min and Long Xiao and I, two women, although can not read the score, but with the lyrics to see more and more, but also gradually feel some of the heart is not a taste. A sadness rises in the heart. It's hard to breathe. Does it hurt to breathe? Seems to be. This song is so sad. Long Xiaoni mumbled as she covered her chest. Su Min, on the other hand, looked at Suzy, but Suzy was still looking out the window, and the sunlight sprinkled on the side of his face as if it was gilded with a layer of golden light. Beautiful, beyond compare. "This time, I will definitely protect you." Su Min clenched her fists and silently said inwardly, "Soon." With a song to watch, the three of them let out a big breath in unison and didn't speak for a long time, until a good long while later, Chen Dongkai pursed his lips and sighed deeply. "Good song. Absolutely good song. Not the least bit worse than that song Born to be Human. I'm afraid you'll be able to pick up a whole bunch of hardcore fans when this song comes out." After all, Chen Dong did not say the latter words because he felt that Suzy could understand. Actually, it is. Suzy understands. Whether in the previous life, or in this world, most of the songs are about love affairs, family and parents, but very few people write songs for special groups. The song Under the Sea, on the other hand, is a song for the depressed, not to cure, but to depress. This was also the reason why Chen Dong did not say it out loud. Because of this kind of song, it's easy to be attacked by other groups. After all, it's already desperate. And listening to this song again makes it easy for extreme things to happen. But looking back, depression, a distant but close-at-hand disease, in this fast-paced society, 99% of the people, more or less, have a little. Some are severe, some are relaxed, and the difference is in degree, not in presentation. Once this group of people heard this song, I'm afraid that the first thing they would do would be to push it up to the altar, and the amount of traffic that would be attracted would be horribly excessive. It's not too much of a stretch to call it a sensation. An analogy. That song, Born This Way, was only able to make it to the top of the charts with the help of a concert by Soo Ja, a diva. But this first undersea, as soon as it is released, in this era of extremely advanced internet, it only takes up to 3 days for it to resonate throughout the country. That, or a conservative estimate. Chen Dong was shocked by Susie's talent, but it was not good to make too many comments about the song. Check out the second song. Suze did not reply. Instead he smiled and signaled Chen Dong, opening the sixth folder. Chen Dong nodded. For the second song, he was even more excited than before. After all, first there is Born and Bred, then there is The Bottom of the Sea. Susie's song, the quality is ridiculously high. I wonder what the next song will be. A surprise. Just as he was thinking, saw the name of the folder. The Sea, The Bottom of the Sea? The whole thing was clueless. He even wiped his eyes as if he had misread it. But it's pretty sure that it's The Bottom of the Sea. It's the same name as the song just now. Exactly the same as The Bottom of the Sea. How come it's another underwater song? Next to her, Long Xiaoni couldn't help but say, open it up. Su Min urged instead, because she seemed to see a small flash of anticipation in Susie's smile. That's true. This ninny really knows her way around Susie. Susie, this will indeed smile and look at the three people. After all, who can remain calm in front of two completely different seabed? He, for one, was just dying to see the expressions on the faces of the three. Well, especially Shandong's. It's also a little bit of fun, I guess. Listening to Su Min's words, Chen Dong nodded and then clicked that folder open. Inside, as always, are two files, one documenting the lyrics and sheet music, the other the accompaniment. Chen Dong opened the sheet music, and upon entering his eyes, he froze again. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, lay down the scales of the sea. 3 verses as usual, and the score doesn't change much at a glance. It's not still The Bottom of the Sea. Long Xiaoan was the first to say in disbelief as she fluttered her large eyes, which were filled with doubt. Su Min was also confused, but just then, no, there's been a change. Chen Dong called out sharply. He pointed to the screen. Look here, at the lyrics below. The waves wet the white dress, trying to push you back. The waves sing lullabies. Delusions of grandeur warm you. Is there a difference? Long Xiaoni's memory wasn't great, and she said suspiciously. Su Min did remember a little, pointing to the line about the waves. If memory serves, the last one here wasn't singing a lullaby. Was it, like cleaning the blood? Chen Dong smiled faintly. That's right, the last song at the bottom of the sea. This place is indeed cleansed of blood. He seemed to understand something at this point, but wasn't sure, so he hurried on. And soon, the lyrics and sheet music just keep coming. You say people's return should be back to the sea. Corresponds to the previous song. You say people's ashes should be scattered into the sea. Although the meaning seems to be close, but change the words. The mood is completely different. Further back, always pulling a smile on a coolie. The people on the shore had nothing to do with it on their faces. A flash in the pan on earth. Everything scatters into smoke. Correspondence. Always pulling a smile on a coolie. People on the shore have nothing to do with it on their faces. There's nothing left of the earth. Everything scatters into smoke. The more he looked at it, the more Chen Dong was shocked, and the more he looked at it, the more excited he became. And even at the back, after reading all the lyrics of one more song, snap, there was a loud slap on the desk and his entire body swished to its feet. Yes, the words are written in such a way that I'm absolutely dead. This, 3 of these in a row. It was simply difficult to express the excitement in his heart at this moment. He turned his head and stared at Suze. The bottom of his eyes was as if he had seen a god. Seeing that this guy had the tendency to rush over and hug himself, Suze hastily took a step back while saying, "Don't look at me like that. I have a normal sexual orientation." This sentence, it didn't make Chen Dong's emotions ease much, but it did stop the movement of going over to hug Suze. Still staring at Suze with a flushed face, he praised one after another. "Suze, you are a genius, an absolute genius. I'm convinced, really convinced." 2 songs under the sea. The front one suffocates people to the point of not being able to breathe. The result of the back, just changed part of the tune and lyrics. Hold the grass, surprisingly stepping directly to my whole excitement. It's so healing. You're so awesome, so awesome. Chapter 17, I said age, I said boobs. Chen Dong's excitement was overflowing. Genius can't be blamed for being nonchalant, but he is a musician himself and has an innate sense of agency for good music. Blue Star's songwriting is again all over the place. Now suddenly encountered Suze these 2 seabed. Shake grass. How a shock. No exaggeration. At this moment, Suze was comparable to a godlike existence in his eyes. After a few words fell, as if he felt that it was not enough to express his inner feelings, he once again said to Suze, "Suze, no, Su God. From now on, you can just call me Dongzi. I'll call you Su God. You're my god. Quo, quo, quo. On the side, Long Xiaoni huffed, but before Suzy could say anything, Chen Dong was then the first to come forward and said, exaggerated? No, 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 it's not exaggerated at all. Little sister, I'm telling you, after you listen to Sushin sing these two songs later, you'll get it, completely. That good? I'll have to listen to that. Long Xiaoni still felt a bit pompous, although she also feels that Su Zhe is talented and handsome excessively, but she is a woman who has not behaved so bluntly. Chen Dong is a big man, as far as it is concerned. Su Min didn't comment. However, one could tell by looking at the adoring expression on her face that there was no doubt and absolute belief that every word Chen Dong said was true to its name. Alright, it's just a song, nothing to be surprised about. Let's record the song first. Suzy smiled blandly. Okay, record the song. Su Zhe had spoken, and Chen Dong, who was like a fanatic fan at this time, naturally agreed. A melody fantasized in your head is a fantasy after all. It's another, more immersive treat to actually have Suzy sing it. Suzy pushed open the recording booth and walked in, briefly clearing his throat before gesturing okay. Outside, Chen Dong put on his headphones, tap on the accompaniment, also reply with a gesture. Soon, Suzy's low voice sounded lazily in the headset. A few minutes later, the first depressing version of Undersea was recorded, still over and over again. Shandong is deeply invested within. He straightened his emotions and asked Suzy through the headset, need to lighten up? After all, the two songs are completely different in style, so surely Suzy had to be given a little time as a buffer. Singing, not just singing, it also has to be sung with feeling. It's just like acting, you have to get into it, understand the emotions, feel them, and become the hero of the song. After a depressing song, if you want to heal, you first have to be in a good mood too. Suzy nodded. Give me 10 minutes. The words fell, just bowed his head and closed his eyes. It seemed to be meditating on something. Outside the recording studio, the two girls, Su Min and Long Xiaoan, were curious and expectant, wanting to listen to the song at the first opportunity. However, looking at Chen Dong's committed expression, he still opened his mouth and finally did not say anything, just look at it dryly. It was rather pathetic. One can't help but feel pity. However, at this moment, Chen Dong half squinted his eyes and listened to the melody within his mind. The eyes did not squint. Suzy was meditating again. Naturally no one noticed these two beauties as I saw them. 10 minutes passed quickly. Suzy coughed softly when he was ready and gave Chen Dong the everything is ready gesture after he looked over. Soon, the second song begins. In fact, the second seabed is more suited to a male/female duet, so that the emotion is more intense, and at the same time the level of joy is a little stronger, but not in that condition, after all. Moreover, Suzy's voice is also good, although the whole is a male voice, but also still than the previous life's version of the legend, not the slightest inferior. Chen Dong was listening to a tearful and excited straight up singing. 2 songs finished. Chen Dong spent another 10 minutes or so processing the track audio. After getting some of the details out of the way, Fong looked at Suzy, who had already walked out of the recording studio, and said, put it on a USB flash drive for you directly, or transfer it to the cloud-based communication software? Suzy didn't say anything, but looked at Su Min. Su Min has long been curious, plus to hurry to upload to the music platform, naturally stepped forward. Brother Chen, I'll add you to WeChat. You WeChat send me. Chen Dong swept a glance and nodded. Alright, wait a moment. Soon, the processed audio was then sent to Su Min on WeChat. Looking at the 2 songs, without waiting for Long Xiaoni next to her to urge her on, Su Min couldn't wait to click on the first of them. Under the Sea, to Depression. Like a ghostly prelude to the sound, euphonious and low. The intro alone is a bit gripping, and subsequently, Suzy's vicissitude in low voice then rang out. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd. The scales of the sea, the waves are wetting the white dress, trying to push you back. The waves are washing the blood away. Delusions of grandeur warm you, a song to listen to. The space was quiet for a moment. The 2 women were slow to return to their senses. A few moments later, Su Min still had her eyes closed, and in her mind, through some video and picture clips, she fantasized about Su Zhe alone in the night, suffocating with difficulty. Her heart, then, seemed to be seized. Raw pain, for the words that Chen Dong said to Su Zhe when he looked at the score before, she had a clearer feeling. No wonder, he's, like, really heartbreaking. Long Xiaoan opened her eyes a little earlier, but this girl's eyes were also flickering with mist at the moment, covering her chest, her face complex as she looked at Su Zhe. Look at him with a smile on his face. It just felt like, underneath that warm smile, there was a cry in anguish from one unoccupied night. Women are more or less fraternal, special, for the good things, like cats and dogs, like handsome men. Suzy just happens to be the latter. This also led to the fact that although Long Xiaonie's previous understanding of Suzy was limited to just a few photos and Su Min's nagging, but here and now, it's also a little heartbreaking. Suzy, you're pathetic, she murmured. Stop it, I'm not pathetic, you're making it sound like I'm dying. Suzy laughed and joked. This statement was made. Pust. Long Xiaonie instantly broke into tears. She went up and patted Suzy's arm in an old-fashioned way. Well, she wanted to pat the shoulder, but she was not big enough. Said, anyway, I don't care. I'm heartbroken that you wrote this song. I'll cover you from now on. Oh, sis, are you big? Suzy asked straight back. Long Xiaonie subconsciously lowered her head, then surprisingly met Suzy's gaze and straightened her chest. Is this girl small? I said age. Suzy said emphatically. Cut. I'm talking about boobs. Long Xiaonie opened her mouth to speak of tigers and wolves, and it was also the sentence that made Su Min open her eyes from the sad atmosphere. What are you talking about? And she pouted, all blushing a little. This girl, there are still outsiders here. A strong dare to say anything. Okay. In her eyes Suzy wasn't considered an outsider. Shandong counts. Long Xiaonie spat out her tongue, hugged Su Min's arm tightly, and rushed Suzy. This girl is 18 alright, forever 18, that's smaller than me. Suzy was in a serious mood. In the midst of the duo's jostling, Su Min shook his head helplessly and clicked on the second song, Under the Sea, Cure. Soon, the sound flowed like a waterfall. A joyful and loud song was sung. Chapter 18, Eating, Weibo Hot Search. Unlike the sadness and despair of the previous song, this one's seabed, as soon as the chorus is rapped, surprisingly, has a feeling of rising towards death. It was as if desperate people had grabbed hold of the rope and looked up toward the sky, a radiant and warm sunrise spilling over the earth. Life has its ups and downs, but there is still more goodness waiting in the wings. Soon the booming song came to an end. Years and years on earth, who dares to say is smoke? Too late, you used to laugh and cry. It's too late, I'm going to sing to you, too. Spring rains and summer cicadas. It's a beautiful day tomorrow. Autumn winds are blowing and the snow is light. You can't see the seasons at the bottom of the sea. Obviously it's still too late, but the back and forth, the last song is saying that it's too late. It's all in the past. Just die. But now this one. But it is as if there is a voice that keeps on questioning. Years and years on earth, countless beauties. Which one dares to say that it is like smoke dispersing and not worth staying? Climb out, climb out. There are no good views at the bottom of the sea. It's a vast world out there. The song is more than 4 minutes long, but in the hearts of the crowd, now that the song is over, it is still a bit of a love affair. Follow the beat. Long Xiaonie's little hand was still waving with the remaining sound, a sweet smile on her little face, and her whole body seemed to be in high spirits. Su Min looked at Suzy with a happy face, and at some point, actually fantasized about the future. Chen Dong, who was re-listening for the 4th time, also could not help but shake his head and lamented inwardly. Several more seconds passed. How about it? Isn't it absolute? As if showing off, Chen Dong said to Long Xiaonie. Long Xiaonie narrowed her eyes and stared at Suzy with a strange look. It's possible. These two seabed genera are awesome. A divine level work. Chen Dong once again complimented. It's still got to be Suzy. Su Min likewise complimented. Suzy has always acted calmly. After all, these two songs in the previous life of the earth, that are the songs that were surprised by the whole network as a masterpiece, put in a world where entertainment is even more backward. That ironic king bomb. Which one of you who is listening is not trembling? Which one doesn't have a tingling scalp? Suddenly, coo-coo, a stomach-churning sound rang through the air. Long Xiaonie immediately covered her stomach in embarrassment, somewhat awkwardly facing the gazes swept over by the crowd. I didn't eat in the morning either. It's time to eat. Suzy spoke. Su Min nodded. I'm hungry too. I've got the song done anyway, so I'm just going to go eat, and I'll upload the song just in time while I wait. Good, Suzy said back. However, he turned his head to look at Chen Dong again. Brother Chen, want to come and eat together? Hearing Suzy still call himself Brother Chen, Chen Dong felt more and more favorable towards Suzy in his heart. He is not so hungry, and also want to follow Suzy in the chat, but look at Suzy's side of these two big beauty. After thinking for a moment, he still shook his head. I'll just forget about it. I'm not too hungry. You guys go ahead and eat. Good. Suzy sniffed and nodded. Getting everything done. Long Xiaonie also found a nearby restaurant on her phone with a decent Meituan rating. Before leaving, Chen Dong repeatedly instructed Suzy, next time you record a song, be sure to come. Suzy smiled and nodded. Definitely. Soon, the three left. Chen Dong was like a deep-rooted petite wife, watching the backs of the crowd fondly in front of the door until they disappeared into the corridor. That's when he slowly turned back. Showbiz is in for a treat, he murmured silently. Come to the restaurant. Inside the box, Long Xiaonie ordered the food on the side, while asking Suzy about his tastes. Soo Min, on the other hand, was buried in front of her laptop, uploading the audio of the song that was born and raised to the major music platforms. It's worth mentioning here, in this world, in addition to Kudu, NetCloud and QQ, there is a fourth newcomer, the music platform from the character jumping, Hwain, but because it's an upstart, more quality classic songs are still controlled by the other three giants of sound. Despite a lot of investment, take it out on its own. Hwaini's traffic is only about a third of what it is on other platforms, if not less, and the first platform that Soo Min uploaded was clearly Hwain. However, Suzy did not ask much. After all four platforms are ready to be uploaded. The order of precedence does not matter, and he did not think much about it. Soon, the food passed 3 rounds. Soo Min and Long Xiaoni leaned together, staring at the microblogging page on the computer and pointing one by one, and from time to time, they would also make a few condescending remarks. Well, mostly Lani said. Soo Min was in charge of being the coder, typing what Long Xiaoni said and sending it out. Suzy, out of boredom, also picked up his cell phone and opened Weibo to check it out. Soo Min's newly registered microblog had already been sent to him, and the fact that she was logged in on PC didn't prevent Suzy from logging in at the same time with her cell phone. This just opened up. A clanking sound was heard. Suzy hastily toned down his voice. At first glance, 999 plus messages in the background. Does it look hot? Suzy grinned. Newly registered microblogging nothing. The name is just Suzy. The profile is, born and bred. I'm sorry. As far as dynamics go, there's 2 of them so far. One is a simple introduction of yourself, explaining that you are a born and bred songwriter. One is a video, which is exactly in Soo Ja concert singing Born to be Human clear version. And with the words, see, a lot of fans are begging for a clear version. I look for the Queen of Heaven to ask for. She is very good to talk to. Oh, the dynamic content is moderate. On the surface it seems like a simple introduction, even for the benefit of the fans, but in reality, it avoids the point of wanting to be on fire and comes off as less utilitarian. This is the usual way many celebrities post their updates. But, Suzy didn't like it. If it were him, he'd have been in the first dynamic edit. Yes, the lucky one who was picked at the Diva's concert. I want to be on fire, can I? Article 2. The clear version is here. Being in possession of the Earth's song library, Suzy did not have a single thought in his heart to set up any modest persona, and even wanted to deliberately break that persona. Isn't singing for money? Isn't singing your own songs at a concert all about fire? Why hide what everyone knows? At this very moment, he already has a full 200,000 plus fans, up 200,000 overnight, and the song itself came out very strong, in addition to having the heat added to it. But Suzy was clear. That's a start. After all, the audio this has just gone live, and the traffic will only be maximized when the audio comes out. Preliminary estimates. 500,000 powder is still there. 2 dynamics. The first one had 250k likes, 8k comments and 3k retweets. Article 2. The number of likes has now reached 940,000, with more than 50,000 comments and a full 10,000 retweets. Feel free to click through the comments section. Suzy then saw the netizens talking about it. So he's Suzy. He's so handsome. Chapter 19, Soo Min's identity exposed. Suzy stunned. The song Born This Way is just so good. It just sings to my heart. A divine song. A proper divine song. Ugh, there's just no studio version. I'd love to single loop it all day. The line in the lyrics that says life can be lived without distinction. But some people are born to be called young masters. It's just too realistic, isn't it? Love this song. The positive reviews are almost 100%. Not a single bad review. However, Suzy is also clear that this is because of the beginning. After all, netizens face a new fire vegetarian. Tolerance is always great, but after that, not so much. No matter how powerful and talented you are, there will always be so many people who are looking for bones in their eggs. Well, that is what everyone often calls keyboard warriors, black people. Moreover, Suzy is even more clear. Now just one day has not completely fermented. Wait until the back of the big fire. I'm afraid he won't see as many positive reviews when the brilliant side reacts. But Suzy would be afraid? Let the gale blow. Let the raging storm come harder. The reviews are varied and complimentary, but occasionally there's that 1 or 2 tucked in there that don't say the same thing. For example, one of the comments that had 3k likes but 900 plus replies. It's rumored that Suzy once withdrew due to mental illness. Is he this well now? Bottom comment. Back off my ass. He was snowed in. Grip. There's Melon. Upstairs. Details? It's very simple. If you guys have heard his song Unbridled you'd know. Back then Suzy was at the top of his game right out of the gate. Then he exposed Song Lee and the second generation of splendid entertainment. Then he was snowed in. Grip. Really? Lying to you for what? You go online to look for it. There are all the screenshots from back then. If I hadn't changed my cell phone, I would have sent them directly to you. In that case, wouldn't this song, Born to be Human, be the heart of Susie? Suddenly I feel a little sorry for him. +1, plus 10,086. I hope this doesn't happen again this time. The songwriting world needs talented singers like this. I don't know what's been coming out all these years. That's right, singing, a bunch of fanatic fans blowing there. Even he yards the #1 ranking in Chinese. It's an English song. Alas. See this and the replies are over. And comments like this. Susie saw several more next, but among the many comments, it was so insignificant. There is concern, but not much. Come to think of it, Susie is, after all, someone who just caught fire, and his former fans have long since forgotten about him, and even if they do remember, not many people paid much attention back in the day, and needless to say, fans nowadays are simply stuck on this song, and unless Susie comes out with another hit next, there's not really much interest in exploring his own past. Read the tweets. Susie went back to Shakeology next, and it's even hotter on Jitterbug, with only one video, the Born This Way concert clear version, which is now at hashtag 25 on Hot 100, upwards of 8 million heaters. Tap on it. The number of likes is even as high as 800,000, with a full 40,000 comments and more than 30,000 retweets. I guess it won't take long to rush to the top of the Shake Shack Hot 100. Didn't bother with the countless messages in the background. Susie rubbed his chin in contemplation. It looks like posting the video is imminent. Posting the video at this point in time will maximize his personal exposure when traffic is maximized. Fan perception conversion will also be highest. Just as Susie was thinking, to the side, Su-min suddenly turned to him. Great God, how is your rest? Susie looked back. Long Xiaoning and Su-min were staring at themselves, their eyes glittering with intense anticipation. I'm almost there. Susie smiled. Good then, let's go to Minmin's company to shoot the segment now. Long Xiao and I said excitedly. Su-min adds, there's still a contract. Susie smiled and nodded. Good. Out the door. Check out. Drive. Half an hour later. Come under an office building. On the 23rd floor. An entire floor was empty, with only a door lock hanging outside. Also the sign is conspicuous. Shows an entertainment. Su-min took out the key and opened the door. It's a big footprint. A whole floor after all. Today, however, it is very empty inside, with nothing on display. Except for the office. Come to the office. It wasn't bad in here, with a boss chair behind a huge desk, a wraparound couch across from it, and a few shades of greenery in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and under the opposite wall. Look across the couch. There is also a painting hanging in the back. The overall feeling was pretty good. This is your company, not bad at all. Long Xiao and I said after taking a look around. Su-min spoke in embarrassment. I just got it down. Except for the office. Well, it's rather barren. It's okay. Take your time. Susie smiled. Su-min came to the desk and then took out a contract and handed it to Susie. Here's the contract. Read it, great spirit, and sign it if there's nothing wrong with it. Susie nodded slightly and didn't say anything, just took the contract and surveyed it. Just this after opening the cover and taking the first look towards the first page. The whole thing stood up. A frown creased his brow, for no other reason than the fact that the contract is surprisingly not a signing contract, but a share transfer? Susie glanced at Su-min and realized that she was currently staring nervously at herself, and when she was gazed at, she immediately lowered her head apprehensively, whispering, Is there a problem, great God? Susie's lips quirked, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Keep looking back, and then, there it was. He joined Zetian. Not only was he able to get 70 shares for free, but Su-min also promised that he would give him traffic support on Jitterbug, as well as, on the Huayin platform, within a year. At least 3 banner recommendations for the release of new songs. So much for shares. What the hell is this Jitterbug traffic support? With money? If this was okay, then the banner at the end of the Huayin platform recommending new songs made Susie's entire body freeze. Wahini is bad, but that's still the 4th largest platform behind the big 3. And him, a newcomer, or someone who offended the giant of the entertainment industry. Brilliant entertainment, and was even snowed in for 3 years. Banner recommendations for 3 new songs in a year? Seriously? A first-tier singer doesn't get this kind of treatment. Most of all, how is it that looking at the tone of the contract, it seems as if Su-min has a hand in both Shake and Huayin? There was no rush to judgment. After putting down the contract in his hand, Susie looked deeply at Su-min and spoke. Can I ask you a question? Be sure to tell me honestly. The moment. Su-min had been nervous. After all, this is a new company, and there is no resource conditions. Susie's talent is so high. She is very afraid that Susie can't see himself here. So at this moment, Suzy asked. Immediately, he nodded his little head. Great God, you say? Suzy took another breath and opened his mouth. You have a relationship with Shaky Voice and the Hawaiian platform? You have relatives working in it? Or is it a high level? Two questions in one breath. Face it, Su-min, however, was a bit squirmy. Sort of? Suzy frowned slightly. Just then, Long Xiaoni also walked over with a contract. After all, she was also quite interested in this contract, so she took a copy for herself to read. And nowadays, look at the duo look. At once, puffed out a laugh. Let me tell you, Minmin is a rich white beauty. Her father is the rotating director of the character, and the share ratio is ranked second. What? Suzy was stunned. Chapter 20 Future Plans, Long Xiaoni's involvement. That's a character jump. Characters that take up almost half of the summer people's entertainment time these days, not to mention the second largest shareholding. Just the mere fact that the rotating director is one is enough for an ordinary artist to look up to. And nowadays, this girl in front of her, who looked coy and even a bit humble, was the precious daughter of that kind of big shot? How could it not surprise Suzy? And looking at Suzy's surprised expression, Long Xiaoni winked wryly. She didn't mean to show off, but she remembered after seeing this contract that she had to make Suzy understand what Su-min was. Otherwise, this kind of contract? My God, her Minnie is so stupid. That's not a contract. That's selling yourself short and with your pants down. She knew Su-min's character and why she did what she did, so if she wanted to change, she could only start from Suzy. She's just so much smarter than Su-ja. But, Suzy, however, as if he didn't hear her words, froze in place for a few seconds before nodding slightly to Su-min, who was apprehensively trying to explain. Okay, I'll sign the contract. Yeah, Su-min was instantly excited. What? Long Xiaoni, however, was confused. Suzy lowered his head and began to sign, and seeing this, she directly pulled Su-min to the side, and then came to Suzy's side to inquire in a low voice. Do you know what it means for you to sign this contract? Aren't you afraid of settling scores? Offended by Brilliant Entertainment, just one of the oldest companies in the entertainment industry, can offend the character again. That would really be a complete bye-bye to the entertainment industry, and all doors can be locked. But, Suzy, however, easily wrote his name on the contract, and then easily glanced at Long Xiaoni. Settling accounts? Settle what accounts? You. Long Xiaoni froze. Suzy looked towards Su-min, who was pushed to the door by Long Xiaoni, smiled and said, she believes in her choice. I believe in my talent. A match made in heaven. So why worry about what happens in the fall? That's right. Although this matter appeared to outsiders, it was Suzy who confused Su-min and got such a great bargain. But what if Suzy really has heavenly abilities? What if Suzy is able to take this $20 million capitalized Zetian to become a future giant by himself? Now it was only the Earth Song Library that already allowed Suzy to overlook the entire Blue Planet. And then there was the Literature Library, Movie and Television Library, Dance Music Library, and so on. It doesn't seem to be that difficult to create a world-dominating entertainment company out of it, does it? It started that day. Still counting Suzy as taking advantage? Not really, naturally. At this very moment, listening to Suzy's confident words, as well as the flashes of sharpness in his eyes, Long Xiaoni did not continue to say anything more. Just a thumbs up. You're a cow. Alright, sign the contract. What comes next is much simpler. Make a video. With Xiaoni Long as a subpar blogger, it was almost easy to record the video. It's simple. She first had Suzy stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window while she held the camera from far away, pushed the door open, and came all the way next to Suzy. Then Suzy turns back, says hello to the screen, introduces herself, and the song that was born and bred, and the new song that's going to be released next, Under the Sea. Finally returning, the image fades away as So's hums out the chorus of Under the Sea. So much for that. The entire video is then recorded. The content is described in one sentence, summarizing on the hotspot, introducing himself to the crowd to highlight himself, then promoting his new song Under the Sea, and ending by pulling expectations. Although it was just a short video, after Long Xiaoni had adapted it like this, the effect that came out was much better than dry speech. One time, Su-min and Suzy both marveled. Get the video. Suzy talked to Su-min again about the next setup of the company, as well as its future development, and his life. The company. At Suzy's suggestion, there's no need to be drastic in the early stages. Just give him a whole music room first, and put up the usual musical instruments. The live room needs one too. As for the recording studio, Chendong there can be used first. There is no need to get their own again. Not to mention the value of a good recording studio. The company does not need to spend money. As for future developments, it's still Suzy speaking. After all, now that he was a major shareholder, there was no need to hide it. According to his idea, first through making videos, live streaming, and posting songs in 3 ways. Gather a sliver of fan out for him. When you have a fan base and bring in a lot of traffic on your own, the announcements will come. Advertisements and commercials don't come first. Only pick up variety. When the time comes, he will first pick some variety shows out that have better traffic and can showcase his songs, thus raising his own popularity up another notch. When that time comes, he's not a tier 1, but he's comparable to a tier 1 to a degree. After all, according to Suze's idea, in the process, he was prepared to take out 100 songs in one breath. That's right, 100 songs. Songs are worthless to him and only have value if they are replaced with actual traffic. As for you saying you've run out of talent, what happens when you run out of classics? There are hundreds of billions of songs on the planet. Tell me how we're going to run out? Getting to the front line. Then he started to work on the band, bringing out the same thing that Boss Young did with Fatty in his previous life. But he was relying on the song. Go on a variety show. Bring in one of your artists, and the artist will sing a few more songs. Fire out of the ring in minutes. One game. Isn't it just a second string? Suze's version of the map said here did not continue to say, but listening to Sumin and Long Xiaoanai, 2 girls that call a blood boiling. Long Xiaonie even exclaimed outright, "No, it sounds like it's especially cool. I'm going to be a makeup artist for Suzy." Sumin half joked, "Good, there's still a shortage of assistants. Why don't you become one too? I think it's okay." Long Xiaoanai pondered for a moment and surprisingly nodded. Sumin was a bit unresponsive, but after a long while, she didn't say anything more. Her original idea was that she had her assistant and agent in one hand, but Suzy had just said that one person wasn't enough for a lot of things, and the agent still had to be recruited. So, it's kind of like sharing for her. Besides, Long Xiaonie was her own good girlfriend, so she was relieved to have her work as an assistant for Suze. Finally, there's the life of Suzy. Now the fire, naturally, cannot continue to go to the kind of low-cost housing to live, and it just so happens that Long Xiaonie has a set of small house that has just been bought not long ago. It also seems a bit empty for her to live alone. At Long Xiaonie's suggestion, Suze was temporarily allowed to live there on the grounds of saving money. Well, so is Sumin. Sumin returned to China not long ago. His home is also in Kyoto. Mordor is now also living in a hotel. It is just that the 3 of them can first stay at Long Xiaonie, but in doing so, it was a bit too much for her heart. She hesitated for a moment and gave Long Xiaonie 5 points of her 20 shares. Long Xiaonie is not greedy, decisively took out 2 million to invest. This puts Suzy look as a blank stare. Inner sigh. Are rich women ah? Chapter 21, Ex-Girlfriend Songli. After fixing everything, it was getting late. After the 3 of them ate dinner, Long Xiaonie took a taxi back, while Sumin drove Suze back to the low-cost housing. He also instructed that he would come over to pick him up first thing in the morning, and go to Long Xiaonie's place to pack up his room first. Back to the kennel. Suzy sighed. I ended up roughing up the room, then sprayed air freshener and opened all the doors and windows before walking into the bathroom. As the warm water clattered down over his body, the exhaustion of the entire day came in like a tidal wave. Get out of the shower. Get into bed. Without thinking much about anything, in less than 5 or 6 minutes, Suzy fell into a deep sleep. And right now, Hundian Film and TV City, he lost his memory, theater set. Songli had just finished filming the main female role for the day, and had just returned to the dressing room to prepare to remove her makeup, when her agent, Zhang Yun, hurriedly ran in. What's the matter? Panic? Songli glanced at him and said nonchalantly. Zhang Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was out talking about announcements today, and drove all the way here after learning the news. Late rush hour, but it didn't heat him up enough. Lily, something's wrong. Songli frowned, and the makeup artist behind him seemed to realize something, and hurriedly said, I'll go out first, you get busy first, and yell at me when it's over. Then it was out the door in a hurry. Wait for the door to close again. Songli Fong looked at Zhang Yun. What is it? Zhang Yun took out his cell phone and handed it to Songli. Look at the 3rd one on the hot search. Songli took it and read it. Diva's concert surprises over-the-top artist, a song born to tear up the room? There are only a handful of divas in the singing world, so it's straightforward to determine who is in concert nowadays. Time in the last 2 days. Just the one. Su Jia. Still puzzled, Songli clicked on the hot search while saying, what does Su Jia's concert have to do with me? Zhang Yun sighed. Just read on. Songli sniffed and didn't continue to say anything, but instead scowled down towards her phone. Now after becoming a first line, Zhang Yun has been running outside the notice. The things around our assistant Xiao Tang is dealing with. Today hurry over, Iron must have something. Soon. The video just clicked on. The first, a blurry version of the video. The title makes no difference. She first saw Su Jiao randomly selecting a vegetarian on stage. Then the scene was edited. And the next moment, the vegetarian was selected to go on stage. Because this image is blurry, Songli just felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. but did not associate it with anyone. Upon taking the stage, the picture just gets blurrier and blurrier. Soon the voice came. It's a conversation between Su Jia and the vegetarian. When Su Jia said in surprise that it was you, and when Su Zhe was introduced later, flutter. Song Li's hand went limp and the phone fell straight down. Luckily, the floor was carpeted and not broken, and in the cell phone on the ground, the faintly melancholic melody soon sounded. The vocals, full of magnetism and storytelling, came out. The cigarettes I once said I wouldn't smoke. It's been in my lungs for years. Once upon a time, dreams were innocent. Then it was all about money. How is it him? This can't be. Song Li's face changed instantly, and she immediately shouted out in a cold voice. Zhang Yun carefully picked up his cell phone, then tapped on a clear version. Straight away, it scratched right at the beginning of the singing there. A continuation of the previous lyrics. They say that life can be lived without distinction, but some people are born to be called young masters. Some people can only look at the ground and look up all the dirty mouths, inspired to be at the forefront of society, but always defeated by the forces of, from the bottom of my heart. Sorry, the familiar voice, the heart-stopping lyrics, the feeling as if the year had resurfaced, made Song Li's entire body freeze. Lyrics to everything. Exactly the same experience as Suzy. This is what he had in mind. For a moment, 100 thoughts flashed through her mind, and her lips wriggled slightly, but she still didn't say anything. The song continues. Zhang Yun had already raised his cell phone in front of Song Li's eyes, and Suze's slightly vocified face on it was suddenly reflected in his eyes. I'd like to forget everything that's ever happened. To be a layman who asks no questions about anything. Starting today away from the crowds. To be a cunning fox. I folded my arms that day, looking at my wretched self in the mirror. I spent half my youth to think about what it means to be human. I'm sorry for my young self, traveling millions of miles, and don't forget the beginning. The sound lingered in the dressing room. It took a long time to dissipate. The video, on the other hand, had long since finished playing, and Zhang Yun had put away his cell phone, watching Song Li from where he was, until I don't know when. Song Li Kai narrowed her eyes and said, "What do you think the probability of Suze catching fire is?" Knowingly asked. This was the first thought that crossed Zhang Yun's mind. He nodded instantly. 100%. The single has been posted to the 4 major platforms this afternoon, and the play count is pulling up. It's already almost in the top 300. At this rate, it's estimated that in a week at most, being in the top 10 isn't out of the question. Song Li's red-painted nails tapped on the desktop as she suppressed a little bit of her inner shock, and some guilty thoughts that annoyed her. Has he signed? Ryori asked again. Zhang Yun shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's estimated that there is none. Both you and young Zhang had once let slip that no one in the circle would probably dare to sign. So, Song Li was only relieved inside. These days, you're not afraid of your strength, but of the capital behind you to hold you up. If Suzy didn't sign, that would mean that no one would hold him up and would offend themselves in splendor for him. On the basis of one song and one hot search alone, it would be a minor internet sensation at best. And also for him to realize that going to short videos sucks the flow. If not, but instead still thinking about waiting for announcements and appearing on variety shows as he did 3 years ago, then once this wave of heat is over, Suzy will still be the same passerby who is silently nobody. After all, what variety show would dare to want him? Perhaps feeling that Suze couldn't turn over too much of a storm, Song Li didn't have the same nonchalance she had at the beginning. She turned to speak. You go and contact, and say the matter of Zhang Xiao blocking Suze to the circle again. Zhang Yun nodded. Song Li's meaning was very simple. Bringing back the matter of Zhang Luos knowing Suze back then was to tell everyone that this person was sealed by Brilliant's young master. You guys better stay away from him. And as long as Suzy doesn't have an announcement, that one song, even if it's hot, is limited to the song, not the person. After this, Song Li stretched her arms and twisted her head to inquire. Anything else? Nope, nothing. Zhang Yun immediately excused himself. And when he's gone, Song Li Fong squinted her eyes and took out her own cell phone to open the song Born This Way on the music platform. Look at those 2 lines in the lyrics. I'd like to forget everything that's gone before. Be a layman who asks no questions about everything. I spent half my youth to think about being human. Couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Isn't it too late to realize that? That's right. Song Li felt that the lyrics was Suze admitting that he was afraid. He finally figured it out. But so what? The past cannot be repeated. She gave him a chance, but he didn't appreciate it. Thinking this way, the little deficit in Song Li's heart was also instantly swept away. A few sneers were left in the air in vain. Chapter 22, Sweet and Hot. The next day, although Suzy went to bed early last night after 6 o'clock, she still didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. Same as yesterday. When he opened his cell phone, Su Min had already sent so many messages, and even Long Xiaoni had sent several. Looking at the time of sending the message, Soo-min was still awake in the early hours of the morning, and had been watching the Born This Way leaderboards, as well as the messages from her Weibo and Shake fans, and so on. I guess it's 1 or 2 o'clock when I fall asleep, at just after 6 in the morning, and the ninny woke up again. After seeing that Born This Way had already broken into the top 20 of the monthly rankings, he instantly shared the news with Suzy. It's a shame though, Suzy slept heavily. As for Weibo and Jitterbug, the Weibo followers had already exceeded 500,000, and the Jitterbug fans had come to a full 800,000. This is because some of the two groups do not overlap. You could say that in 1 day and 2 nights, you've almost gained almost 1 million fans. Suzy was naturally in a good mood, and while getting up and brushing his teeth, he took his cell phone and briefly looked at the new video that was posted yesterday afternoon. That video. Today there are over 400,000 likes, over 30,000 comments and over 2,000 retweets. The bottom is also clear and favorable. Suzy is also too handsome. This is countless times more handsome than that video from the concert. The key thing is, it seems like the beauty face is not on, and the skin is so healthy. This face, this height, this temperament. Mom, I'm in love. Say no more. Screenshot already. Listening to Suzy means he's preparing to release a new song. Are those 2 lines he's humming a new song? It's so good. I feel good about it too. Looking forward to it. A product of the Zething God is a masterpiece. It's been a long time since there was a power singer in the entertainment industry. This time everyone must top it. We can't let him sink. No problem. Take me one. Punch punch punch. So far it seems, everything is moving in the best direction. Suzy was also more than satisfied. After brushing his teeth and briefly washing his face, he sent a message back to Soo-min, informing him that he was ready after. In about 40 minutes or so, Soo-min came over in a flurry of wind. In the upstairs window, one could see Soo-min's fiery red Porsche was exceptionally conspicuous, and at the moment, Long Xiaoni was also beside her, and the 2 women were looking forward to it. Suzy sent a message for them to come up and move their things. His rent here was not due for another half month, so he didn't take the initiative to go to the landlord. But after getting the message, Soo-min, however, replied straight away, "Great God, you bring the 2 sets of clothes from yesterday with you. Just come straight down. The living items are already prepared for you. Brand new. No need to bring them." Aha! Suzy raised an eyebrow and smiled. "That's sweet. With a new one." Suzy naturally had no interest in looking at these somewhat moldy mattresses and worn-out appliances, and slightly straightened his hair. Then he pushed the door of the room open with a big step. Before turning around, he gave a deep look towards the inside, and finally, left without looking back. A new future is about to begin. Long Xiaoni's little townhouse was a 2-story, with a basement kind of thing. There's a small yard outside, not big, but adequate. Moreover, this place was relatively remote without much noise, which was very suitable for Suzy to use to ease his spirit after overdrawing his mental power to search for songs. But it's a little farther to get to the office, about an hour away. If there is a traffic jam, the time is doubled. It was a good thing that the company was under renovation these days, so there wasn't much need to go. Not to mention that he wasn't 996, as the company's sole artist and shareholder. Late for work? Sprinkles. Stacks of clutter in the basement. 1 master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms on the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor there is a hall, a kitchen, and a dressing room. But Long Xiaoni couldn't cook. The kitchen had been empty, and the appliances inside were just for show. Almost brand new. Even the plastic wrap hadn't been torn off. The dressing room was also just roughly furnished with some makeup and clothes, and looked like a place where she would simply shoot segments on a regular basis. Some mess, but it has the lowly boudoir, that messy beauty. Long Xiaoni rightfully lived in the master bedroom, and the 2 secondary bedrooms were given to Suzy and Soo-min respectively, says the main sub. But in reality the space is the same. It's not much, barely enough to live in. Just compared to Suzy's previous low-cost housing, it was simply not too much better. When Suzy came, things were pretty much packed, and Soo-min and Suzy's rooms were all brand new. The mattress was new and all the toiletries were, quietly, in the outside bathroom. Here's what has to be said. There's only 1 bathroom. It was right around the corner on the 2nd floor, next to Long Xiaoni's room, so for the next 3 to bathe, they'll still have to take turns. Overall, Suzy was satisfied. Soo-min was also quite satisfied. After all, living with Suzy, this is simply something that the previous her did not dare to imagine. Sometimes, she even wondered if she should thank Songli. If it wasn't for that woman's poor vision, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to be so close to Suzy right now. She shook her head, shaking the random thoughts out of her mind. Because of that woman, it led Suzy to live a wretched life all these years. Naturally, unforgivable. It seems that I'm not needed. Suzy laughed somewhat awkwardly. With everything taken care of, he was instead more like a visitor. more or less embarrassed. Long Xiaoni waved her hand. Okay, I know that the great god you are busy. This is not. Minmin called you and did not get through, so she came directly to me. I didn't get much sleep then either. I'll tell you what, it's all Minmin's doing alone. Oh, it was fine if Long Xiao and I didn't say it, but once he did, Su Zhe's heart suddenly warmed up, and he immediately looked towards Su Min. Su Min lowered her head a little shyly. It's just a small thing. Long Xiaoni grunted and fought for her. Che, how come I haven't seen you give me a hand? See color and forget your friends. That came out. Su Min's face became more and more red. The cheeks were as if they were red apples dripping with water. Su Zhe thought about everything in the past 2 days, and his gaze lingered on Su Min for a long time. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't touched. This girl is just too heartbreaking. She could feel her heart herself. But looking back and thinking about her identity, Suzy could only suppress this emotion for the time being, and if it was possible in the future, he wanted to accept this love in name only. In name only. The air seemed to freeze in the moment. Su Min lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Zhe's burning to the core gaze, while Long Xiao and I, on the other hand, had an anti-smile on her face, her hands clasped in front of her chest, blinking her big eyes as she looked at the two of them. Snooze, snooze, snooze. After a while, though, it got a little too much for her. Hey, I say, you two still do not do business. The new song has to be uploaded today. Right, and I script to get it done. Big God, you promised me can not back out. Chapter 23, Top 10 in the charts. You call this a newcomer? The beautiful atmosphere was just ruined by Long Xiaoni. Su Min, who had recovered her mind, hastily took a step back and raised her pretty face to forcefully pretend to be calm. Yes, the seabed hasn't been released yet. We have to go register the copyright first. And my paragraph. Lonnie interjected. Don't worry, can't forget. Suzy was happy and said with a smile. Humph, that's more like it. Long Xiao and I was satisfied. The next full day, Long Xiao and I didn't continue to follow because she had to go to the store to arrange something since she was going to be Su Zhe's assistant next. The printed script was dropped on the desktop for Suzy to come back and take a look at. Then it went ahead. Su Min, on the other hand, first uploaded the 2 seabeds to the music platform, and then in Shake and Weibo, respectively, after posting a notification of the intro demo. Just drove Suzy to the offline copyright registration center in Magic City. She has acquaintances here, much faster than the online review. Originally, that person in charge was extremely surprised when he realized that Suzy was the author of Born This Way, but with the back of the room, Suzy took out an entire USB flash drive of songs. The whole group was confused. 80 songs. That's more than 80 songs, and it's estimated to be upwards of 100 songs if not for the fact that the rest of the arrangements aren't completely finished. One-time copyright registration. During the process he was more and more shocked. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Every song in it taken out is not in the least bit worse than this song Born and Bred. Even better. As he sat there was already a numbness in his entire being, and his insides were turning over even more. Is this still human? It's a ghostwriter, isn't it? It can be imagined that when this one song appears in front of the public, exactly what kind of shockwaves will erupt. This is no less than 100 nuclear bombs bombed into the singing world, which is changing the times. Changing the songwriting world on your own? Upgrading the song? In the past, if someone had told him this, he would have laughed that person to death. But now, he couldn't stop laughing. Finally, it took a whole day. Halfway are Su Min and Su Zhe eating noodles to spend. In the evening more than 5 o'clock, which will all and registration completed. Holding a large pile of copyrighted documents, Su Min prettily got into the car with Su Zhe. God, let's go home. Su Min gave a small wave of her hand, didn't hold back and spoke from the heart. Su Zhe's face was slightly stunned, but when he thought about it carefully, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Homecoming indeed. Su Min also reacted quickly, but as he looked at Su Zhe nodded with a slight smile. Okay, go home. The moment she did, her heart grew sweeter and sweeter. No words on the way. After returning home, Long Xiaoni was already lying down on the living room sofa. The flat panel music was turned on, and the very bottom of the sea was playing in it. The cell phone, on the other hand, was grasped in her hand, and she was excitedly cock-a-coating on it. Her expression was one of excitement, because they were too involved. They didn't even notice when Su Min and Su Zhe pushed the door in, until Su Min came to her. And what are you looking at? So happy. Long Xiao and I instantly shivered. After twisting his head and blankly glancing at Su Min, Fong breathed a sigh of relief, and then once again excitedly handed his cell phone to Su Min. Min, look, the netizens' comments laughed me to death. I'm taunting them, one person against a group of people. It's too much fun. Su Min looked down. Long Xiaoni hurriedly sent the edited sentence. Kids, I won't talk to you. Sent it out. Subsequently, Su-min then saw, that is Su-zae microblogging, this afternoon sent notification of that dynamic under the comments. Cry me a river. No, laugh me a river. I'm going to be a ing psycho. Suzy is the devil, isn't he? One song breaks my heart and another one sews it up. Mom, what kind of divine singer is this? These two songs really tear up. Suzy, come on out. I have to send you something good today. +1, plus 10,086. Unquestioned. Bombarded by two undersea songs, the netizens who went to listen to it were instantly tormented. The first song to listen to people die of depression. The result of the next song is as if playing chicken blood. The kind of not up and down the feeling. Directly to people hold broken defense. A large group of netizens trolled under the dynamic. And some even threatened to send Suzy something good. What's so great about it? Blades? Naturally. But Lonnie's reply was really funny too. Straight away. I'm sorry, you probably can't find the delivery address. So angry. What to do? Thus, a big battle is on the horizon. Now Long Xiaoni had already fought against that group of fans for more than 990 floors, and was about to run to the 1000th floor. Seeing this, Su-min couldn't help but withdraw her gaze and gently rubbed Long Xiaoni's head. Xiaoni, you're too bad. Can't you be a little bit unethical? People are in a difficult mood. Long Xiao and I also ran to make up for it. It is simply a goblin and a scourge. Most importantly, they still couldn't dislike Long Xiaoni. Long Xiaoni made a network of one click to cover the world. Anyway, you cannot find me. Finally scolded no more, but also exposed himself to be Su-zae's assistant. At that time, he suffered. Surely have to find back on the netizens. The words came out. It's tantamount to stabbing yourself in the back. The netizens are angry with their teeth, but they can't take Long Xiaoni, and they turn their heads to think that Long Xiaoni is so lacking in virtue, that it is good to be lacking in virtue together. And so, one by one, they twisted their heads and began to line up against the others. One Long Xiao and I, in the guise of thousands of Long Xiao and I, started pulling people into the pit and then taunting them. Actually, this is just a microcosm. In addition to Long Xiaoni, most people are also in the spirit of, anyway, he is difficult. Might as well let the good brother also difficult mentality. All kinds of to the big guy amenable. This also leads to, the song Under the Sea did not have much publicity. Only in Suzy hundreds of thousands of fans of microblogging dynamic push, as well as jittery video push. Surprisingly, the heat is not at all worse than that first Born and Bred, and even vaguely, the trend is even better. Just one day, already coming to the top 100 of the monthly charts. It is estimated that by tomorrow, or even in the early hours of the morning, it will be able to break through into the top 50, the top 20. Worth mentioning, at this moment, Birthright has also come to the 9th place, and this soaring speed is not stopping, still rising, and coincidentally, after the birth of a person to reach the top 10, a singer group in the singer group threatened his new song this time to be able to securely enter the top 10 of the first-line singer Li Ningfei, but the whole person is angry with the teeth. He just mobilized his fan base to break into the top 10, only to have just go up there for less than 10 minutes and fall back to 11? Find out for me. Whose song is this Born and Bred song anyway? No face at all? The agent next to him weakly said. Seems like it's a newcomer's, called Su-zae, who used to be a signed artist of Brilliant Entertainment. Newcomer? Li Ningfei froze. Then he said with some suspicion, the newcomer is so strong? Chapter 24 Li Ningfei's admiration. That's the song. The words fell. Although he said so under his breath, Li Ningfei still put away his contempt, took out his cell phone again, and opened the Penguin music chart. After seeing that first Born and Bred in the 9th place, it was seriously measured. The news that he had been squeezed out was from a singer in the group a while ago, and he hadn't listened to it exactly, so he wasn't really sure what was going on, and now it seemed like he had to find out. The song's message quickly came to mind. Born to be Human, sung by Suzy, lyrics by Suzy, composed by Suzy, a string of the same name. Soon, the piano intro with a hint of melancholy slowly sounded, and in its simplicity, as if a beating heart, it slowly substitutes one's emotions. This prelude alone made Li Ningfei's eyes light up and he couldn't help but murmur softly. It's a bit interesting. He is 30 years old and he is already a top-tier singer. And it's not that kind of idle packaging. Instead, he relies more on his real skills. 10 years since his debut. In addition to songs written for him by some of the senior songwriters, he has set fire to 4 or 5 of his own originals. And, not today's shouting, English, as well as rap and electro. His songs are somewhat similar to Suzy's, real music with emotion in the words and tunes that stand up to close scrutiny. It's considered a breath of fresh air in Chinese music. He usually has a jumpy personality, rather like a vestigial sense of Huang Zitao in his previous life. Of course, this also has something to do with his family lineage. As the only son of the chairman of the Donglan Group with a market value of $5 billion, Li Ningfei naturally has this bottom to wave, or else change someone else, not to mention talent or no talent. His personality, which is so out of place in today's entertainment industry, was straight out of the gate, right out of the gate, but also because of this, although he was arrogant and domineering on the surface, but that was also in the face of the present-day muddy, he did not look down on the circle in the slightest. Confronted with real talent, people who know music, he's still friendly. Take Suzy for example. At this moment, the intro ended and Suzy's magnetic voice sang in his ears. The cigarettes I once said I wouldn't smoke. It's been in my lungs for years. Once upon a time, dreams were innocent. Then it was all about the money. Just 4 sentences. Li Ningfei's body immediately straightened up, and his entire eyes were extremely eye-catching. The lyrics, awesome. That's music, and keep listening back. As the climactic chorus plays, the words that seem to see through the world and self-warn against forgetting their beginnings come out. Li Ningfei even slapped his legs. What's the song? That's the song. No profanity, no English, no lovey-dovey long, painful, disease-free screams. Every word, every phrase is written with the true thoughts and emotions of the public heart. Even the melody is extremely pleasant. No heavy electrics, no bombast, just a clean piano sound, lilting and melodic, that slowly sketches out this background. The song is over. Li Ningfei took a deep breath, and at that moment, the manager Su Long on the side also clenched his fists and quietly wiped away the tears that had already flowed out of the bottom of his eyes at some point. It was a song that he had heard a dozen times, but every time he heard it, he was a little unable to control his tears. Li Ningfei didn't notice his demeanor, but continued to stare at the lyrics, inquiring sharply at him. How much do you know about this, Suze? Ask about this. That agent Su Longfang said. Still, there's still some. Come on, Li Ningfei urged. He is now really curious. This Suze is simply like a soulmate. In today's entertainment industry where traffic is supreme, like him, it was like an oddity that made him sympathize from the bottom of his heart. Su Long coughed afterward. Actually, Suze isn't technically considered a newcomer who just debuted. Oh, Li Ningfei raised his eyebrows. Su Long continued. I've seriously checked. He was actually a trainee who was picked by Brilliant Entertainment 3 years ago, and made an early debut due to an original song, Unbridled. But Unbridled had just been released not more than a few months ago when he retired, and hasn't shown his face again until now. Li Ningfei frowned. Having been in the circle for so long, he was naturally able to hear unusual implications in Su Long's words. Besides, he'd actually heard that song Unbridled. It's just a shame that I happened to go on a concert trip abroad that year and forgot about it when I got back. Instantly, he asked again, why did you quit? Su Long was a bit hesitant to mention this, but he still said, at the time, it was Brilliant Entertainment that announced it, saying that Suze had to retire due to mental illness. Speaking of which, Li Ningfei had completely understood. Suddenly retiring from the industry 3 years ago and being psychotic? 3 years later, right around the time the newcomer's contract expired, that's when Suzy showed up again. Isn't this a proper snow job? Out of the feeling of the lyrics in the song, Li Ningfei's mouth soared out of the nationalist. Bull ***** mental illness. You tell the truth. I don't believe you don't know? This time, Su Long didn't speak directly. In fact, to do their line, about some of the circle that is clear. After all, always pay attention to these, is their duty. It's like the first time you notice that this first song is born as a human being. This matter, however, was a bit involved, and he was a bit hesitant for a while, not knowing if he should tell the truth to Li Ningfei. He had been following Li Ningfei for 5 years. He knew too well the character of this lord of his own house. If he really said it, something might go wrong. Looking at Su Long, he swallowed and hesitated. Li Ningfei had been listening to this song, recalled some bad things. Now is more heart a fire up. Said loudly, let you say. Su Long had no choice but to open his mouth and tell all the things that happened to Suze back then one by one. A few minutes later, and also as he expected, after listening to everything, Li Ningfei immediately slapped the table and stood up. Outrageous! This splendid entertainment. This Jean Luo is simply too deceitful. And this song well, what a... Li Ningfei's face turned blue. That would be him. Backed by the father of capital. The sky is the limit. If it were another equally top-tier singer. No, not even a diva. I guess I won't be so angry after hearing it. I will only shake my head and sigh with emotion, and then I won't pay any more attention to it. This kind of thing in the entertainment industry, in addition to a cry of pity, when you think about it, is still less too common. All immune. Of course, Li Ningfei wasn't all like that. He still knew how to advance and retreat on weekdays, but I don't know if it's the same kind of feeling that you get when you meet your soulmate in the mountains. At this moment, After listening to the song Born to be Human, which seems to be singing about Susie's own life, then listen to all that Susie has suffered. Can't help the fire inside. After hesitating for a long time, he picked up his cell phone and opened his Twitter feed directly and attached the Born This Way link, ready to post a dynamic. Su Long was quick to stop him. My young master, this cannot be allowed. Chapter 25, Me and My Idol Variety Show. Li Ningfei's men gave a beat. Su Long hurriedly said, Zhang Luo's father has acquired some of Splendor's shares over the past 2 years, and is now the first shareholder of Splendor Entertainment. If you're going to push a song for Susie, you're offending Zhang Luo. Do not mention this Zhang Luo, okay? Mention. Li Ningfei is even more angry. A disdainful cold snort. It's just a second-generation ancestor. If you're offended, you're offended. The words fell. Also ignoring Su Long's objections, he straightaway sent out the already edited dynamic. Hershey, a great song recommendation for you all born and raised. I'm sorry. It was followed by an etch-a-sketch of Susie. Side note, go brother. I'm rooting for you. Seeing that Li Ningfei had already sent it out, Su Long's face immediately fell. He lowered his head and muttered, It's over. It's over. You just picked up a variety show announcement under Brilliant. Isn't this going to be a disaster? What's the most common way to trip up the entertainment industry? It's not exposing black material, because this one is already a last resort. Generally, there are conflicts and trips that are made in front of the public to let their community die. Take for example the classic, someone's mouth stinks incident of Zhou in his previous life. This is something that back then caused that male celebrity who could have been a hit to be blown up by fans online for a while. Even more so, they were forced to retire from the pen and raise pigs in the back. It was not until more than a decade later when the old story was revisited that the general public realized that they had misunderstood someone from Chao. But everything, it's already too late. The star goes from bright to obliterated. It's just a line from a variety show. As for Li Ningfei, he was originally a maverick in the circle, but it was only because of the Donglan group behind him that he seemed to be at peace with himself for so many years. And offending Zhang Luo would be a different story. As the young master of the director of one of the 3 oldest companies in the entertainment industry, once he made a move, many artists are expected to no longer care about the Donglan behind Li Ningfei, which once something happens, Li Ningfei's star is difficult to protect. Yet here and now, Li Ningfei didn't care at all. He just casually said, well, it's just a big-ass thing, and by the way, what's the deal with that announcement you were talking about? Mention this. Su Longfang's face eased a bit, then spoke. Didn't you say the other day that you wanted to participate in an original music variety show? It just so happens that Splendid Entertainment and Mango Stage jointly launched an original competition variety show called Me and My Knowing Seniors. The variety show is roughly, each episode consists of 7 singing stars as idol artists, and offline they each pick a vegetarian partner to create an original song together for a competition, which is finally ranked by real-time audience voting. The program is expected to record a total of 10 installments, eliminating 1 in each installment and adding 1 in the next installment this way, until the 10th installment, to determine the final out of the Circle Idol group. Li Ningfei didn't have a good feeling about Splendid Entertainment in the first place, but listening to the content of this variety show, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Listening to it, it seems to be pretty good. Su Long sighed, but have you thought about it? The theme of the songs created in each episode is set by the program, and besides, you messed with the openings. Where will you find strong trainees? Su Long had no problem thinking, it's all unspoken rules. After all, it says it's original on the spot, but in reality it's all going to be translucent. But if you offend Zhang Luo, you also offend Brilliant Entertainment, and they will give you perspective questions? Secondly, Brilliant Entertainment, as one of the 3 biggest companies in the entertainment industry, once put out the word that they would not find talented trainees for Li Ningfei to work with. Then it's all a matter of who he picks. But, he forgot a little. Why do I need a trainee? Li Ningfei asked rhetorically. Su Long did not react for the first time. Instinctively said, you do not look for a trainee. Do you look for a needle in a haystack to find a vegetarian? Suddenly, before he could finish his words, he froze as he looked at Li Ningfei's smirking expression. Yeah, Suz, isn't he a vegetarian? It should count. Li Ningfei laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Right, I have Suzy. He can write about wantonness and being born as a human being. Isn't he stronger than those trainees? Listening to this, Su Long did not retort, but after a moment's hesitation, he said, but the penetrating question, I don't care. Li Ningfei coldly grunted. The space fell silent. Half a day later, Su Long could only sigh. That's the way it has to be. Brilliant Entertainment has always been very overbearing, and has gotten very high liquidated damages for every contract of any kind that they've signed, even for the first tier. But people are also strong. Naturally, no one will say anything more. This was also the reason why Li Ningfei still didn't think of putting off the announcement even though he knew that he had offended Brilliant and would be given a hard time by others. The big deal is that when the time comes, they'll be blackballed, which means something like Li Ningfei is a blown-up songwriter, and his abilities are just like that. He's already figured out how to PR it. It's a minor issue as long as you're not tearing your hair out. It was also this time that Li Ningfei, who had been looking at his cell phone with his head down, suddenly exclaimed with a happy face, "Hey, Suze even has a new song." Suddenly his face was happy and exclaimed, "Hey, Suze even has a new song." That's right. After he listened to Born and Raised, he clicked on the Suzy homepage to take a look at it. As it turned out, this look revealed 2 other songs at the bottom of the sea. It's like finding a treasure. Hurriedly click on it to check it out. Lots of good reviews. But, why is it weird? Li Ningfei looked at the screen. Given the quality of today's songwriting scene, it has become instinctive to listen to a song and read the reviews first. And right now, under the sea no one, under the song, in the comments section, highly recommended. Must listen to this one first. It's a great song. I'll tell you what, this song is guaranteed to make your soul fly after listening to it. Great song. It has to be great. Whoever doesn't listen to it will regret it. OMG. It's so good, right? Everyone come and listen to it. I personally suggest the order. Listen to No One first, then No 2. Li Ningfei came to be interested. Is it that good? How come the whole thing is like a water army? That song Born This Way, there are good reviews, but there are also a lot of emotions. Like tearful, realistic, melodic and all sorts of things. But this seabed is just weird. One just says it's good for everyone to listen to without saying it's good there. And when someone asks, the comments underneath are just a whole bunch of, don't you know it when you hear it? Highly recommended. Hurry up and listen bro. I must regret not listening. Wait for the comments. Enduring his curiosity, Li Ningfei clicked on the seabed. Still familiar. Lyrics by Suzy. Composed by Suzy. Arranged by Suzy. Mixed by Suzy. And soon, a slightly lighter piano sound is played. Li Ningfei smiled slightly. The rhythm is very brisk well. It seems to be a landscape song. Then, here comes the first sentence. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd. Lay down the scales of the sea. Pust. Li Ningfei had just taken a sip of water and directly sprayed it out. The face was oddly unusual. He, it seems, understands the comments section somewhat. And that, in a nutshell, is just the beginning. The song is like a sad, low and melodious, as if in the guise of a lonely whale, just an opening chirp, pulling the crowd into the bottom of a deep, bottomless sea. A feeling of suffocation, wrapped in pressure, came over him. Chapter 26, God, you're not masturbating, are you? Finally, the song is over. While listening to this song, Li Ningfei almost just changed his breath, and the whole time he couldn't catch his breath, that kind of suffocation, suffocating his whole face red. Until this moment, Fong took a big breath. He couldn't care less about his inner exhilaration. His eyes were glowing as he continued to click on the next song at the bottom of the sea. And soon, the exact same intro plays, the same choking, the same desperation. At the bottom of the sea, looking around, there is nothing worthwhile, as if everything should just die. But suddenly, the waves sing lullabies. Delusions of grandeur warm you. A voice exploded in his ears just like that. It turns out that the original waves are surprisingly gentle. And it turns out that, it is not that no one stays on their own. It sings lullabies and deludes itself into warming you. Geez, what a great word. The ambush of the twist is left behind. Though still at the bottom of the sea, still too desperate to breathe, there seemed to be, vaguely, so much light shining through, slowly, opening up this darkness. The song continues, until the rap came on. You like the salty scent of the sea air, treading on wet gravel. You said that people should go back to the sea where they belong. You asked me where I'd go if I missed it. There's no one who loves you. Can the world be no more? Ignite. Suddenly it flares up. It was as if a bell rang in the ears. A call exploded in the ears of those who were ready to slumber at the bottom of the sea. He's calling out to you with all his might, calling for your awakening. The earthly blip. Everything scatters into smoke. Our lonely hearts. Sometimes it's like the bottom of the ocean. Grief is not a trifle. I can empathize with you. Tears have no voice. But I want to hold you tight. You are an important being. It's somebody's star. When you're alone. When you say that being loved is just a fluke. Please don't forget. My son. There have been warm voices calling your name. You ask me where the road leads. The road leads to me waiting for you. The song ends again. This will be Li Ningfei. Exactly the same as those listeners who listened to the 2 seabed in order. The bottom of the heart complex mood. 7 up and 8 down. Should I cry? Or should I laugh? Clearly desperate. But how can you despair when you hear such uplifting cries? How can you dare to despair selfishly? Half a day later. Only then did Li Ningfei silently spit out 2 words. Demon. Next, he continued to play 2 more songs on a loop. What's the saying? It's hard to listen to it for a while. It's hard not to listen to it for a day. It's hard to listen to it all the time anyway. Only, in the course of the continuous cycle, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and after thinking about that next variety show, his whole heart was filled with anticipation. Back to the little townhouse. Soo-min ordered takeout for a few people to finish eating. Running around all day, Soo-zae went up to take the lead in the shower, and then went downstairs to the sofa, took the short video script given by Long Xiaoni and watched it. Long Xiaoni, as a Korean beauty blogger, has about the same number of Weibo followers and Shake fans, more than 2 million. She doesn't make money off of it though, and she doesn't do much live streaming on weekdays, so while it looks good, the fan effect isn't strong. It's also one of those existences where the video is on fire and the person isn't. But yes, is she a rich woman? Although she didn't know what rank, but after watching her lightly say that Soo-min was the daughter of the character director, Suzy still felt that even if it was poor, it was not expected to be poor, and it might even be more bullish. This was private, so Suzy naturally wouldn't pry much. It was just an inner guess. Back on topic. Long Xiaoni also responds to some fan messages on weekdays, posting some skits out with a bit of a storyline, some sci-fi, some urban, and some subgenre and ancient costumes. The style is versatile, but it's all free, purely as a hobby. It's not a great plot, but it's a good value and still a free benefit for fans. So every time one of these skits comes out, it still gets tons of likes and favorites. And now this script given to him by Long Xiaoni is a short play in the ancient style. The general content is pretty cheesy. Childhood friends from years ago are scattered by war, and by the time they are reunited, they turn out to be opposing forces, and don't know each other. It was only after the male lead, played by Soo-zae, killed the female lead, played by Long Xiaoni, and looked at the childhood token in her arms, that the party felt remorseful and painful. And next, it's a memoir on the heroine's side, probably about the heroine slowly becoming strong after being without the hero, forming forces in order to find him and helping him guard his home and so on. A wave of sensationalism pulls tears. In a previous life, this was a pretty trashy script, a collection of dog-eared cliches all rolled into one. But in today's world, not to mention, the comparison is still at the level of abortion. Wife-chasing crematoriums, bosses and other degrees of drama are considered a good book, not to mention just skits. Suzy looked at it for a while, put it down and then looked at Long Xiaoni who was playing with her cell phone. Did you write this? Long Xiaoni arrogantly raised her head. Who else could it be if not this girl? How is it? Good looking, right? Isn't it touched to death? Looking at Long Xiaoni's proud face, Soo-zae couldn't bear to hit her. Just the corner of his mouth twitched. Still, it's okay. Not bad? Long Xiaoni skimmed her mouth and said with a disinterested face. No vision. Soo-min, who washed the fruits on the side and brought them over, also said, I've read the script Xiaoan sent me. I feel it's very good. Not that she was helping. She genuinely felt good about this book. It was just too much of a tearjerker. Suzy shook her head slightly. No talking. Talk about a stream of misunderstandings. Which book than the former life of the treasure Lotus Lamp? Pauline lamp shooting is still conservative. If in accordance with the content of the people grow to hate the water long east to shoot, directly to you knife into a stupid dog, that's what I call a tearjerker. And, even if you've seen it once, you still can't help but shed a tear when you go back to it a second time. According to his memory. After that, almost all sorts of fairy storylines have had shades of that misunderstanding stream, with all sorts of inversions and melodrama, but no one has surpassed it. Thinking of this, Soo-zae was also secretly making plans to wait until he had completely established himself in this world's entertainment industry and had money. The first one will be a version of Pauline Lamp where people grow to hate each other. He was going to show the people of this world what it meant to be a knife. Xing perhaps fantasized about something. Soo-zae's face also cannot help but appear bad smile. Just then, great God, what are you miming about? With a bad smile on your face? Long Xiaoan suddenly glanced at Soo-zae. Originally her heart was unconvinced and wanted to defend herself, but then she saw this bad smile face, as if caught doing something bad. Suzy awoke with a start and shook his head in a hurry. No, nothing. Pervert. Long Xiaoni secretly spat. Chapter 27, Popularity. Enhancing skill levels. Don't you make false accusations. Soo-zae went numb and hurriedly said again. Long Xiaoni is not just saying that he is intent on the two of them, it is not destroying his image. Looking at Soo-zae's anxious face, Long Xiaoan came to be interested. Step by step she came closer to Soo-zae, and finally almost pressed the bridge of her nose to Soo-zae's face. Exhaling, he said, oh, no, so it's because Minmin and I aren't attractive? Or, you can't. Good inside and out. Long Xiaoan directly blocked Soo-zae's back way. If you don't admit it, you just can't. Admit it, it's just sick. Looking at Soo-zae frozen in place with a black line all over his head, Long Xiao and I burst out laughing. Inwardly, he grunted. I'll let you say my book doesn't work, little Susie. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Susie sighed. Would you believe me if I said I was thinking about the plot? What do you think, my dear God? Lonnie narrowed her eyes. Susie was helpless. At that moment, Su Min, who was on the side, opened her mouth to relieve herself. She smiled and looked at Long Xiaoni. Besides makeup, Xiaoni is also quite interested in scripts. She said her dream is to make a movie. Oh, hearing this, Susie raised an eyebrow, and Long Xiaoni beamed. What? I can't? I'll tell you. I'm filming segments just to gain experience. When I have enough experience, I'll make a movie that hangs the entire entertainment industry out. That time, hey, have to say, screenwriters, authors, such people are prone to fall into conjecture. And Long Xiaoni spoke as if she had become a great director herself, not angry at Susie either. A giggle. Don't tell me, it's possible. Susie summarized. From the heart, comparing the movie and television of these years, those segments made by that Long Xiaoni really call a good sentence. In this way, there is a real possibility of realizing her idea. Ivory is coming out of So's mouth. Long Xiaoni gave a fortunate you know what you're doing look, and beautifully took the mask Su Min handed over, then carefully pasted it on her face. Eyes narrowed. The fantasy continues. After a long time, his mouth opened and closed slightly. Deshana, the costumes will arrive tomorrow. You have to memorize the lines ha. Let's try to pass it once. No problem. Susie nodded her head, then asked again. Indoors and outdoors? Definitely indoor. Green screen is cheaper. Live action is too much trouble and it's not well chosen. Long Xiaoni muttered. Oh, good. Susie nodded. In this world, technology is still quite advanced. And nowadays green screen technology is extremely mature and is used in many short plays. Changing the real thing, on the contrary, is even more expensive. After all, what about having to wrap up the scene, disperse people, etc., instead of having a computer in post and then editing the scene using a program? By the way, great God, how about you give me a theme song or interlude for my short drama as well? Long Xiao and I came over and said sweetly. Susie spread his hands. Can I refuse? Long Xiaoni and Su Min looked at each other. Appears not to be able to. For a moment, the two women laughed. Good. Susie nodded in agreement. Evening. Back in the room. Lying on the bed, Suze felt this brand new space and relaxed after a long time. After closing his eyes for a long time, opened the system. Host, Susie. Enabled, song library, music library. Popularity, 380. 000. Skills, singing, master, acting, beginner, dance, beginner, piano, proficient. That's right. After a few days of accumulation, he had gained more than 380. 000 popularity. And in contrast, a second treasure trove opened up. Exactly the music library. Songs, naturally, are songs. Music, on the other hand, is something that is simply sheet music, such as piano sheet music, suona sheet music, violin sheet music, guzheng sheet music, and so on, and it's not even the kind that survives in modern times. Even some ancient lost scores, 10,000, 100,000, a million. When the popularity exceeds 1 million, you will be able to open the next treasure trove. And according to the system, this popularity is not for the work, but for the person. So, although it seemed far away, as long as Susie opened a live broadcast once, or went on a variety show once, he could break through almost in minutes. For the moment, though, there was a library of songs and a library of riffs, which was perfectly adequate for him. Instead of skills, Susie was going to use his popularity to improve his various skills first. For example, piano playing, guitar playing, etc. This is not only useful for him to sing, but also extremely useful in copying the sheet music over for arranging, which can be better recorded out. Secondly, he's got access to a library of music, and if he can't play his instrument, what's the difference between sitting on a mountain of treasure and just watching? However, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the popularity price for enhancing his skills. Is it that expensive? Skills are categorized into introductory, proficient, ascending, master, and exceeding, for a total of 5 levels. Generally speaking, in this world, for example, the singing ability, a first-line power singer, that is, the level of the denizens, and individual idol singers, it is only proficient level. As for the more vegetable ones, it goes without saying, a master, on the other hand, is a national singer, or a heavenly king level only. Today, Susie's vocals are masterful, so all things considered, it seems that the denizen level would be perfectly adequate, but therein lies the problem. Just now, Susie was thinking of elevating his piano playing to the level of dengue. As a result, The system informed that for the proficient level to be upgraded to the denizen level, 1 million popularity was needed. To raise it further up to master, it would require 10 million. Suzy had a total of just 380,000, which was naturally far from enough. There was no choice but to look at other skills. Dance, which costs 100,000 popularity to upgrade from introductory to proficient. Suzy gritted her teeth, then elevated. Acting, this is going to be used tomorrow, and Suzy is also big on boosting. Thinking that he still had to record an ancient style song, Suzy gritted his teeth again and spent 150,000 popularity to raise the level of playing the guzheng, guqin, and flute, the three musical instruments, to the proficient level as well. Introductory singing, roti, proficient, practicing student, introductory piano, roti, proficient, grade 10. All three instruments are a bit cheaper than the piano, but I guess it's not a factor of difficulty and ceiling. After all, Suzy also wanted to upgrade the suona, but the problem was that the suona was 50,000 popularity more expensive than the piano, and it would cost 150,000 just to get started to proficient. Can't afford it at all. After upgrading his skills in a single breath, feeling the large amount of information coming from his mind in a steady stream, Suzy was also in the midst of accepting the experience and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep, it came to 9:30 the following day. Wake up, lazy god. Clunk, clunk, clunk. It wasn't Suzy who woke up from her sleep, but pure Crush who was awakened in a daze by a crackling knock on the door, and shouting. Everybody's a little bit of a wake-up call, but nay, the knock on the door was the homeowner, Lori. Looking at her milky fierce expression, Suzy really couldn't be borne awe. Wearing his pajamas and struggling to get up, Suzy stretched and said, "Get up, stop knocking." Chapter 28, 6:30, Kunsite Crew? That's when the knocking on the door outside the room came to an abrupt end. Long Xiaonie's soft and playful voice came, "The crew is all ready, just waiting for you. I'll be right there." Suzy was once again helpless. Soon, he shook his somewhat foggy head and waited until he had dressed and washed up and pushed the door downstairs before sobering up a bit. Skill enhancement would incorporate a large amount of memorized experience, which was undoubtedly mentally taxing, and was the main reason why Suzy couldn't get his spirits up. Downstairs, there were a few buns and porridge on the table, still steaming hot from the top, but there wasn't much left, so it was obviously fresh from the microwave, not freshly bought. Su Min wasn't there, only Long Xiaonie was. Suzy wasn't polite either, picking up a bun and stuffing it in his mouth. "Where's Su Min?" he inquired. Long Xiaonie looked at Suzy's lazy appearance, skimmed her mouth before saying, Min got up early in the morning. There are a few people to be interviewed. This will probably be in the company. Oh, Suzy nodded. The setup of Zetian Entertainment is expected to be done in the next few days, and the staffing issues will have to start getting ready. After breakfast, go. Long Xiaonie waved her small hand. Suzy followed Long Xiaonie to her car. Unlike the general small rich woman, who drove a Porsche, Ferrari, such as this, but a black Big Ben, and it's still a SUV. The black steel skeleton was extremely large and stood there, looking somewhat out of place with Long Xiaonie, who was pulling open the car door. Beast in lorry? Two words welled up in Suzy's mind, but after getting into the car, he understood why Long Xiaonie drove this kind of car, because in the space in the back of the car, there's a whole lot of clutter. Some of them were already opened boxes containing a variety of clothes. Of course, there are cosmetics, cameras, and all sorts of other items. Seeing this scene, Suzy looked towards Long Xiaonie who was driving the car with an eager face. Are you busy during the week? Still, it's okay, why are you suddenly asking this? Long Xiaonie said without looking back. Suzy pointed to the back row. It's not busy, why everything is stuffed in the car. For convenience. Long Xiaonie said with a big grin. Make no secret of your laziness. Sometimes I'm too lazy to go to the office and I'll go straight from my house and then to the place where I'm shooting the segments, so it's a lot easier to have that ready. 6. Suzy nodded. It's a quick ride. After a string of 7 twists and turns under Long Xiaonie's driving, she stopped in front of a building. Come to the 7th floor. The first thing you see is a signboard. Kunsite Movie Studio. At the same time, under the call of Long Xiaonie's Bluetooth headset, an older man in a striped leisure suit also ran out, his forehead carrying a few threads of fine sweat. A glance sweeps by. After lingering a little on Long Xiaonie, he soon landed on Suzy who had a leisurely face, eyes glazed over slightly. This is Mr. So's, isn't it? Long Xiaonie laughed and came closer before knocking the middle-aged man with her elbow. How is it? Isn't it handsome? Handsome. Exceptionally handsome. And with a good temperament. The middle-aged man unabashedly praised. Then he extended his hand towards Suzy. Hello Mr. Su, I'm the boss of this Kunping film studio. By phone. Hello, Suzy. Suzy reached out in response, blandly. Baifeng smiled faintly and said as if he was feeling sentimental. When you're done filming, you have to sign an autograph for me. Your song Born to Be Human is simply too good. I've been listening to it on a loop for days. Yeah. Suzy raised an eyebrow and agreed readily. At this point, a cacophony of voices rang out. Once again several men and women carrying cameras came out of the building. And us, we want it too. They each had excitement on their faces, as if they had seen some kind of treasure. No doubt about it. This place is full of Suzy's fans. This was rather uncomfortable for Suzy. He smiled slightly and greeted the crowd. Yeah, no problem. Long Xiao and I gave Suzy a, how about that expression? And then walked in with her slim little short legs. With a smile on his face, Baifeng politely waved his hand at Suzy. The two were paired up. Soon, come to the recording hall. It's an indoor space similar to a factory, with a large portion of the space covered by a green cloth, and the other portion set up with lights, props, cameras, and so on. It was like an indoor recording studio, and it looks fully tooled. As Suzy entered, the group of men and women gathered around were also talking. Wow, that's Suzy. He looks even more handsome in real life than in the video. He's so classy. Not bad for a singer who can write about being born as a human being and treat people so calmly. It's really coming. We must take a picture together later. I heard he's also going to sing the theme song for Neisan's skit this time. Really? It's fantastic, isn't it? Long Xiao and I came close to Suzy's ear and muttered, they can all be your fans. Oh, if you don't perform well later, the filter will be broken. The corner of Suzy's mouth twitched. The words he was about to say were swallowed back. Well, this girl can't get ivory out of a dog's mouth. While he smiled and greeted the crowd, he said to Long Xiao and I, start at speed, and fight quickly. Poof, Long Xiaoni grunted. And filming, too, has officially kicked off. In the process, in addition to Suzy's acting skills that had surprised the crowd a bit, Suzy's knowledge of the place was also getting deeper and deeper. The Kundan Film Studio, a small private movie studio, a small crew made up of Baifeng, a hot-blooded middle-aged man, with a number of drag queens of all ages, as well as cameramen and props masters. I do all kinds of work on weekdays, such as segments, skits, modeling covers, etc. I'm not sure what I'm doing, mainly a recording, but they do their own segments on weekdays, a few minutes of sketches or something like that. It's rather like a sort of prototype of the 6.5 of a previous life. The reason I say fledgling is because they have the acting chops and are good filmmakers, but they lacked a good book and creativity, so they stayed lukewarm. The segments filmed are just a few 100,000 followers up and down. Before Suzy came, they had been shared Suzy's songs by Long Xiaoni in the group chat, and after listening to them, they naturally all became Suzy's fans, coupled with the fact that this girl, Long Xiaoni, couldn't keep her mouth shut, as some secrets were told. It caused the group to empathize even more. For a while, it actually became an Iron fan. This result was something Long Xiaoni herself could not have imagined. Now that the shooting was going well, during the break, Suzy was arranged by a group of people to recline on chairs, massaging and hammering their shoulders. Some people even went down there specifically to get an iced coke. In short, all sorts of boo-boos. This put Long Xiaoni look that called a mouth twitch. This is not her usual treatment. How Suzy came. No one care about her? At this point, a skinny boy came over. Why don't you, Neisan, take a break? A word of rest had not yet been uttered. Long Xiaoni then huffed. No need. I'll just sit on the floor. One time, the crowd laughed out loud. In fact, it was just an intentional joke. It wasn't really so bad that Suzy came and left Long Xiao and I hanging out to dry. Chapter 29, Can a Traverser Let You Bully Him? They knew Long Xiaoni's character well, so there was no real anger. Instead, it was the pleasant atmosphere of mingling that kept everyone energized. Well, that includes Suzy. As he watched the scene, his eyes glazed over slightly, and an idea that he had originally deferred was brought into close proximity. This time, the finished skit was a full 10 minutes, the longest video Long Xiaoni had ever made, and apart from the progress, a lot of things ran to the grade of a TV series. The way of clothing and chemistry, all of them are top-notch. During the filming, I thought Suzy would pull time because it was her first time acting, but I didn't realize that Suzy's acting was so good that it was almost better than even her. To know, she's got a year or two of filming experience, and Suzy is only on her first hey, because there is no delay in this part. The shoot went extremely well. What was expected to be a week's worth of filming was surprisingly given straight away in 3 days. The rest is just post-production, adding backgrounds to the sketches and so on. 3 days passed in a flash. Long Xiaoni's side of the skit was completely killed. Evening. Back at the villa. Su Min then hurried up and told Suzy the other two good news. Suzy, all of your songs are in the top 10 of the monthly charts, and 2 of your seabed songs are ranked number 1 and number 2. You're completely on fire. Su Min's eyes exuded a rich admiration, and at the same time, she was even more proud of her face. as if she had sung those two songs herself. Suzy nodded slightly. The look was bland. During the 3 days of filming the skit, he had some idea about the process of getting the two songs out of the ring. At first, it was the spread of the tune, but then I don't know which internet star started it and used the ocean floor as a BGM and incorporated it into some of the edited videos. So's then clicked on one to read it. The girl in a white dress with a forlorn face stood by the bulk rock where the waves pounded and stared off into the distance. The cool ocean breeze blowing under the night sky and the crowds of people on the beach seemed out of place for her. And subsequently, flutter. She jumped in completely. The sea gurgled. The white dress is wet. The entire person completely fell to the bottom of the sea. And Suzy's magnetic voice rang out. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd. The scales of the sea. The waves are wetting the white dress, trying to push you back. The lilting, muffled song, combined with the picturesque video, simply sets off that lush atmosphere to the max. In a short period of time, this type of video was completely on fire out of the circle, but also occupied the first position of the Shake Shack hot search list. To be clear, in general, a hot search list one are national events. Only individual particularly out of the circle of heat can occasionally top up, but this video is so great. It's almost like a video hangs over a TV show kind of thing. A few minutes of video, and each person can fantasize a different story based on the lyrics and the process. The comments each emanate imagination underneath. All kinds of brainstorming. For a while, the heat just exploded. And then after that, naturally, is the bottom of the C2 songs completely hot? Music platforms on the amount of play is rising. In a short period of time crossed into the ranks of the first. Although, there were no top artists releasing songs this month, the extent and speed of it was such that it moved the entire music scene for a while. The songwriter, Suzy, was also for the first time taken somewhat seriously in their eyes, and with deeper excavation. Just find out, there's more than just all this heat. Among them, that song was born to be a human being, and 2 other songs at the bottom of the sea, but also by the diva Su Jia, as well as a line of original singers Lee Ningfei strongly recommended. Nice guy, a diva, an original one-liner. It's as if the songs of those Netflix singers in the past life were already on fire in front of the public, and then later on, they were vigorously touted by a certain powerful singer. It was a direct fire to the singer's circle and the variety circle. Follow the general population. These singers will surely more or less add a friend or send someone to contact, to mix and invite a song. And those variety directors will also take advantage of the heat and invite Suzy to the variety show. But under serious research, found that Suzy was actually brilliantly snowed in. More recently, there is this news again after. Then no one contacted So's. A silent spectator. Even on Su Jia's side, and on Lee Ningfei's side, there were some close friends who called, asking if they didn't know about this. Su Jia's response was, there is? I don't know. Hey, to put it off. Lee Ningfei, on the other hand, was much more straightforward, with a direct line. I appreciate his talent. Given Lee Ningfei's character, his best friend naturally didn't say anything more. 3 days. The singing world is stupid. Back to the little townhouse. After finishing the news, the elation on Su Min's face slowly disappeared. But recently the circle is rumored that you had been snowed in, and it seems that someone else has let it be known that by inviting you, you are offending Zhang Luo. So, no one invited me to be on the variety show, right? Suzy said blandly. Su Min clenched his fists and finally put them down helplessly. Although it wasn't said, Suzy was already clear. But this was expected. He didn't think anything more about it. Instead he said, if that's the case, what about the side of brilliant entertainment? Did they send anyone over? Mention this. Su Min's eyes dodged a little, as if he had done something wrong. Afraid of Su Zhe's blame, he hesitantly said, they had contacted you, but I rejected them. Looking at Su Min's expression, Su Zhe was instantly happy, and aside Long Xiao and I interjected. Su Zhe, you can't be ungrateful. Min has planned so much for you, and you're still a Zetian shareholder. She refused to. Before Long Xiaoni could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Min. Stop it. This matter has to depend on Su Zhe's thoughts. This time it's me being selfish. Suzy was indifferent. Meaningfully, he looked at the 2 actors and finally grabbed a grape from the table and dropped it in his mouth. Well, don't act in front of me. Besides, they will come this thing I have already thought of it. Having been poked and prodded, Su Min was a little embarrassed. Long Xiaoni was indifferent and came closer. Great God, what do you say? Suzy faintly said, I don't need to think about it, but I know that Brilliant must have promised a very good price to let me go back to signing again, and at the same time warned me that if I didn't agree to it, I would not be able to mix. This statement was made. A flash of surprise surfaced on Long Xiaoni's face. And the truth, too. It's not as stupid as in some novels, where you clearly show strength and then end up not pulling your weight and continue to suppress it. Splendor will seem a lot of real. After all, in their view, the ability Suzy still have, just when the character is not group, now sharpened almost, as long as you can make money together, that there is nothing to go through. Of course, the prerequisite is to come under the banner of splendor, be controlled by them and make money together. Having already offended Suzy, letting him go to another company would never be possible. So, hit a stick and give a sweet date. I'm sure Suzy knows the ins and outs. However, they overlooked one issue. If it was the original Suzy, or anyone in this world, perhaps they would have accepted the offer to make money together. As an adult, it's normal to feel bad once in a while, so you have to learn to adapt. But, will Suzy? Are you kidding me? A traveler with his own system can be threatened by you, an indigenous company? Chapter 30, Exposure Variety Show delivered to the door. Returning to his senses, Suzy opened his mouth to inquire. I know about this matter, that's all. What about the other good news? He was not worried about not being able to pick up the variety show, as he had thought about it at the beginning. Breakthrough ideas are also available. Just follow the steps. Only, what other good news could there be at this time? Looking at Suzy's curious eyes, Sumin's complexion changed and a smile appeared on her face. Great God, have you ever heard of Li Ningfei? Li Ningfei? Suzy raised an eyebrow. After searching around in his brain memory, he nodded. Seems a bit impressive. A first-tier singer I think, and a bit of a jumpy personality. It's hard not to. Just when Suzy thought that this Li Ningfei was inviting him for a song, Su-min said something that made him quite incredulous. Li Ningfei participated in a variety show. The variety show is called Me and My Know-It-All Seniors, is a vegetarian plus idol group, original singing ring-type variety show. Su-min said word for word. So, he invited Big God and wants to be on this variety show with Big God. Sure enough, Suzy violently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Out of the corner of his eyes, he also couldn't help but reveal an extremely playful smile. Funny. At this time, next to Long Xiaoni came over and said, I heard this news or confused it. That Li Ningfei in the entertainment industry image can be not good at all. It is said to be very proud, and peer relations are very poor. Su-min nodded slightly and said, he has the qualifications to be proud. Being an original singer himself and having a capital father, he indeed doesn't need to be in the same boat. Hear this. Suzy couldn't help but nod her head as well. It seems that the world does not need him to fight alone. This is not a friendly army to come? At this time, Su-min continued. By the way, great God, I've checked out that variety show. It's said to be jointly organized by Brilliant Entertainment and Mango Channel. The minimum invited are first-tier singers, and there are several popularity idols. The heat is very high, and it's a fire before it's aired. Or is it brilliant? This news made Suzy flinch once again. Then he inquired, does Li Ningfei know about me and Splendor? Su-min hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. I'm not sure, but I think I should know, right? Suzy was silent for some moments. Do you promise? Not yet. Su-min shook her head decisively. They don't have your contact information. They just sent it through the back end of Weibo. I want to wait for you to say it yourself. Great God. By the way, Big God, he left contact info. Su-min said as she opened the notebook and then placed it in front of Suzy. Suzy narrowed his eyes, and finally picked up his cell phone and called that number straight away. Doodle doodle. The dialing sound rang out. There's no ringtone. About a few seconds later, a middle-aged man's voice rang out over there. Hello, this is Li Ningfei Studio. May I ask if you are? I'm So's. Suzy faintly said. Suzy? Over the phone. Li Ningfei's agent, Su Long, immediately changed his face, and then hurriedly turned back to look at Li Ningfei, who was lying on the sofa and swiping his cell phone. After temporarily muting the phone, hurriedly, he said to Li Ningfei, Young master, Suzy called you. Who? So's? Come on, give me the phone. Li Ningfei had been idly brushing his microblogging, but as soon as Su Long said this, he instantly bounced up from the sofa and reached out towards Su Long for his cell phone. Su Long turned on the mute and handed the phone over. It's been a long time. I'm Li Ningfei. Without letting Suzy wait for long, Li Ningfei's delighted smile soon came from over there. Suzy smiled and said, long time no see. Then there was nothing more. Li Ningfei also does not care. Straight to say, Suzy, I'm a little older than you. Do not mind if you call me brotherly on the line. Right, I give you to say things you consider how. Come not come a word. That said, Suzy froze. What kind of cooperation is that? However, Li Ningfei's straightforwardness made his heart feel a few more points of goodwill instead. Also do not circle around. Straight to say, brotherly, this kind of thing is willing to take me. I'm happy can not even wait. Which have any opinions. But that variety show seems to be brilliant, right? I am brilliant. Before Suzy could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Ningfei. His face grew happier. Waving his hand, he said, Splendor counts for nothing. I know about you. Don't worry about them, you're the one I invited. There's no way to just say no unless they eliminate us. Just say if you're coming or not. Li Ningfei's temper was indeed very straight and he spoke straight. It's rather like a gentleman's straight face. Suzy smiled faintly. In that case, then I won't be pretentious. I can come. Yeah. Hearing Suzy promise, Li Ningfei was immediately happy, patting the sofa and standing up. I'll tell you, I've heard all of your songs, no matter whether it's the tune or the lyrics. They're all absolute it's simply hanging on to the current music scene. Our brother and sister cooperate, absolutely all kinds of crushing along the way, and then take the champion of this period. Hey, brilliant face or black right. He was simply touting Suzy's abilities to the extreme, and was already fantasizing about the future at this moment. Suzy was extremely calm. Opening his mouth, he said, Brother Lee, can you give me a detailed account of the process of this variety show? Especially, the judgment of the competition. For Suzy, he must have the same purpose as Li Ningfei, to win the title and take away more traffic. But here's the thing, he is a person who has been brilliantly targeted. This kind of variety show is extremely prone to shady practices. If the process is the same as The Voice in the previous life, arranging for a few mentors to make decisions about the competition there, then there's no need to prepare. Just go to one issue. There's no next time anyway. Mention this. Li Ningfei laughed instead, and only after a long time did he say to Suzy, I knew you were going to ask this. Let's leave the front alone, just the back, and draw a theme for each installment, and then we'll all follow that theme together and be original for 7 days. Last to play. The judging of the competition is not quite the same as in the past either. This time the competition is live except for the song writing time in the front which is recorded and the competition in the back which is live. After all, as you know, the audience is getting more and more strict about this kind of variety show, and it's hard for anyone to come and watch it without live streaming and transparency. Of course, the most important thing in determining the outcome of the match will have to be determined by a pre-live audience vote, a timely sweep vote, so the fairness is arguably the best in history. Suzy nodded darkly. There could still be vote scrubbing, but it does seem so much fairer when it's done this way. Inside thoughts are all over the place. Li Ningfei's voice came out again. How about it? Are you sure about the title now? Suzy returned to his senses and smiled faintly. 50%. Low profile. Li Ningfei smiled. Chapter 31 Big Melon. Little Diva and Brilliant Breakup. With Suzy's promise, Li Ningfei's tone towards Suzy was getting calmer and calmer. It's almost like an identity reversal. Suzy became that idol, while Li Ningfei was his vegetarian fan. The duo talked a lot more afterward. After confirming that the recording time was in 4 days, Li Ningfei agreed to meet up with Suzy in Star City. He was still in the imperial capital nowadays, and there were still a few announcements to catch up with. So although he wanted to come to Suzy now, he could only postpone it. Changsha, also known as Star City, it is none other than Mango's home base. The phone hung up. The entire living room air fell away. A moment later, Sumin held her breath and said happily, Great God, really? Aha. Suzy nodded heavily. There was also a glint in his eyes. For him, it's okay that he didn't have that opportunity, but now he does. Let the whole world, then, bow down under his vast library of songs. As long as he can win the title this time, then he will be a complete hit, and his rise will never be stopped again. This statement was made. It seems the mood is contagious. Sumin and Long Xiaoni both cheered, and the warbling laughter soon spread throughout the living room. Suzy sat on the sofa, his eyes gazing slightly at the window, looking at the neon lights in the distance, and thinking deep inside. Until, by the way, big God, the fans left a message for you to live broadcast. It just so happens that there is nothing to do in the past 3 days. You see? Sumin inquired. Mentioning this, Suzy nodded after a slight thought. Tomorrow then. One live broadcast starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, I'll send out the circular. Sumin immediately said happily, with Suzy's 3 consecutive songs bursting into flames. His Jian and Weibo followers have now broken the million mark and have rushed to over 1.5 million. And that rate is still climbing. But after all, there's been no appearances, so fan cohesion isn't really high, and this time it needs an exposure to coalesce. The second thing was that Long Xiaoni was charging for this short drama, and he had agreed to write the theme song for Long Xiaoni's short drama. It's just the right time to give the song a go on this broadcast to draw a wave of traffic to the skit. The more important point, of course, is that while he doesn't have many fans, he won't be able to take up a large chunk of the vote in the upcoming matches. But a mosquito is still meat. So what if a miracle happens then? What should be nurtured, still must be nurtured. Having said that, Sumin told Suzy a few more things and let him make up his own mind, because the 3 songs were on fire. All 4 music platforms threw out olive branches, wanting to sign Suzy, a singer who had recently become very hot, to a separate contract. This is also today's, because the previous ones were more important. Su-min did not say at first. And she had a little selfishness in her heart. After all, she was the daughter of a character director, and Wine was their family's platform. Although compared to the other three major platforms, Wahine is lacking in substance. But after all, backed by the Shake Shine as a platform to attract traffic, the development of the Hwain over the years is also climbing. Just missing some town hall singers. Mention this. After Su-zae hesitated a bit, he gave Su-min an answer that she couldn't imagine in any way. There's no rush to sign. Wait until I'm done with this tournament. Right. Aren't you the character's little princess? Get in touch with Wine a bit more. And if you sign up later, give priority to Wine as well. Different levels of singers have different splits on music platforms. In this Blue Star today, copyright protection is extremely strong and the concept of payment is universal. So a singer's ongoing income is more about the airplay of the song. With the exception of some of the divas who are able to multi-platform, for the rest of the singers, platform choice is important. Nowadays, Suzy is not strong enough to sign the contract hastily. The share naturally won't be much, although it will be adjusted later. But who wants their money to be wasted? As for you saying now Suzy multi-platform hair, that is purely free in the release, equal to the non-commercial nature of the release of songs, and want to charge, you have to sign with the platform. It's not quite the same as the previous life. Sign up early and make money, but the follow-up earns less. Suzy's future is sure to be one of tons of songs to send out, so he had to get the signing negotiated before charging for it. Secondly, there is a more important point. Once signed, then within the terms of the contract, his songs can only be played on this platform, and once it appears. For example, Brilliant pressured the platform to take down Suzy's music, just like the last song Unbridled. Straight off the shelf for you, can't even post it anywhere else. This was something that Suzy had already experienced once and naturally had to guard against, no matter what Suzy thought. But after hearing him say that he prioritized Wine because of himself, Su-min's heart was touched for a moment. Wahine compared to the other three major platforms is definitely outmatched, and can only be said to be a little higher on the upward trend. But just listen, after all, the handicap is that big, and as fast as you rise, at some point you will stop. Does the combined comparison compare to the other three? For Su-zae to be able to give up three families and choose Wine was tantamount to telling Su-min, I chose Wine because of you. Thanks. Su-min blushed delicately and was touched. On the side, Long Xiaoni also secretly nodded her head and muttered with a skimpy mouth. Humph. Still has a bit of a conscience, despite the mouth. But inwardly, he also rose more than one notch in favor of Su-zae. Su-zae, this person, really the more contact, the more people like it. Minnie's choice, it seems, was the right one. He's worth it. Next, there was also a matter about Shake Shack. This Su-min didn't tell Su-zae, only saying that she was ready to go home in a couple of days. Specialize in it. It wasn't said outright, but Su-zae and Long Xiao and I both knew that this was going to pamper their old man. I'm guessing the contract given must have been extremely good. A night that passed quickly. Next day, 9 o'clock. Suzy is still in bed. So did Lan Xiao and I. Su-min seemed to be used to these two lazy bastards, and after getting up and washing up, she went downstairs to buy breakfast. Waiting for Su-zae and Long Xiao and I yawning down from upstairs, a glance at the breakfast placed on the table, as well as hot puffy buns, milk donuts, soybean milk and so on. All complete. The two looked at each other. Fries for me, buns for me. The former is Xiaoni Long, the latter is Suzy. The duo finished their assignments, each turning their heads, then grinning broadly as they made their way down the stairs. During breakfast, Suzy opened his cell phone and saw Su-min's message. Great God, the live room is ready for you. I'll be waiting for you at the company, so come over early after your lunch. Watching Su-min being so dedicated, Su-zae's heart once again sighed with emotion. This woman is really too good, and there are times when he wonders, can he really live up to people? What is he going to do? Whatever, eat first. Think for a moment. Suzy picked up the bun and nibbled on it, and just halfway through the meal, Long Xiaoni, who was eating with her head down while playing with her tablet, suddenly jerked her head up. Oh my God, there's this kind of melon? Suzy immediately looked over. Long Xiaoni had long since gotten acquainted with Suzy and naturally placed the tablet in front of him. Above it was a hot search, forced to drink by her manager. The Diva and Brilliant have broken up. Suzy's heart froze. It's still a big melon. Chapter 32, The Past of the Diva Tang Yuan. In the singing world, there aren't many who can be called divas, only 7, and 4 of them are semi-retired. After all, age 50 or 60, plus society is moving fast and some classics are no longer popular. 3 left. Ing 2, because a few years ago the talent show Summerlin Good Voice burst into flames. As a mentor of her traffic is not bad, counting the second spring of her career, but it hasn't had a great reputation in the past 2 years. I guess it won't be long before they retire as well. Also, it's Su Jia, who debuted a year earlier than Suze, and Tang Yuan, who debuted another year earlier. Su Jia naturally needs no introduction. Her voice is ethereal, similar to the Fey Diva in her previous life. Her strength and character are nothing to write home about, and she is at the peak of her popularity. The other, Tang Yuan, was an ordinary resident singer in a bar who debuted as a winner after participating in The Voice, a talent show that burst onto the scene that year. The face can only be described as mid-range. In recent years, he has been receiving frequent endorsements and appearing on a variety of variety shows. With constant exposure, the popularity is naturally no different. After briefly going over Tang Yuan's information in his mind, Suze once again looked at the hot search. The content is simple and powerful. It's a Donwin self-exposure. The cause was a business networking reception not too long ago, which is mostly a place for business mutual admiration between capitals, and gathering of contacts, and the lesser of the two. Just invite some stars. Tang Yuan was naturally one of the invitees, and just as the reception was coming to an end, the agent took her inside a drinking establishment under the pretext of making contacts for her. At the dinner table, we know what we're talking about. It's just a drink. It's not like this hasn't happened over the years. Lose a smiley face, try to avoid it, and it passes. And indeed the reception is followed by some investment. But the scene that made Tang Yuan collapse came, this time more than just accompanying. The agent even united those bosses forced, continuing to force the drink when she was already almost to the amount, while the group around her blushed with obvious flushes and excitement as well. Obviously, things are not right. Tang Yuan is not a cutie pie, although mixed in the entertainment industry is only a mere 4 years, but there are things she understands in her heart. In ordinary days, even if the agent is excessive, it is impossible to do this kind of thing against her will. She can tolerate accompanying alcohol, but she cannot tolerate accompanying the body. And today, the reason why, there's only one reason. Her contract is about to expire. There has been no finalization of the contract renewal. It's not that she doesn't want to, it's just that Brilliant gives too little, and for the past 3 years, she's held the Diva name in plain sight. But in reality, it's a newcomer's cut. Circulars run all over the place. All kinds of endorsements come and go, and all kinds of variety shows are good and bad. It's a little bit of income for being exhausted to the point of paralysis. Now that the contract is finally about to expire, it's time to change it anyways, right? But to her surprise, the change was made, but apart from doubling the split, the rest remained unchanged. That means she gets 6 from her old company, 2, 5 from her agent, and 1, 5 from her. To this day, she still only takes 30%, and the notice, 2, remains unchosen. The whole Splendor and agent, like a bloodsucker, hated to suck her whole. Not a drop, not wanting to let go. Generally speaking, to a diva, Splendor will naturally not be so offended. But the problem is that Tang Yuan her this diva has moisture. In addition to the original made at the time of the talent show, the songs sung over the years, including those that won awards, are all customized by the company for her. When I say tailored, it's really just chillwave, electro, rap, etc., which has exploded in popularity in the last 2 years. What fires, sings. It was also Tang Yuan who had a good voice, or else she wouldn't have been able to carry them so far. But in that case, a short period of time is fine. A long period of time, Tang Yuan itself is too busy to write songs. And what about the singing? There is no sign. The reason for the popularity is high, purely by being on various variety shows, the delightfulness of her persona, and the brilliant packaging of her resources. Once she breaks away from the company, her popularity is sure to drop by a large margin. Nowadays drag. It's the other companies she's negotiating with. But although the other companies are giving a little better than Splendor, they're still biting their nails on the issue of announcements. She was really tired. Really don't want to stay like this. So just drag it out. Drag it out. Dragging it out until Brilliant comes down dead. At the end of the reception, listening to a group of bosses taunting and threatening, and then looking at the agent who originally brought her into the entertainment industry, saying that she would grow up and work together. But instead, she has been pumping her own blood for 4 years. And then when I think back to the infinite mental oppression that I've brought upon myself over the years with one announcement after another, Donwin exploded. She couldn't stand it, so she just overturned the table and ran out. Then later that night, there was this scene on the hot seat. The blog post is long. It is even accompanied by various accompanying pictures. Tang Yuan's narration. Every word was true, and the crowd just looked at those words as if they were empathetic and hated them. There's a lot of that going on in the entertainment industry. But now that we are watching a diva being trampled on so badly, the fans can't stand it. One hard push, and it's on fire, and it's hot. After Suze and Long Xiao and I finished watching, the breakfast on the table had been swept away at some point. The duo withdrew their gaze afterward. Uncharacteristically, he let out a long breath. At the same time, eyes locked. Suzy saw complexity, and a certain kind of heartache in those eyes of Long Xiaoni. And what about Lan Xiao and I? Looking at Suze's flat eyes, his heart thumped even more. Originally, listening to Su Min said Suze experienced these 3 years. She also just listened. Not much feeling. After all, there is such a thing as empathy. And it's hard to empathize when you're not experiencing it firsthand, or in the same capacity. But nowadays, watching Tang Yuan, the strong girl she also liked, also break her defenses, that was a stabbing pain inside her. Thinking back to Susie's past days, it was a moment of clarity. The great God. Suddenly, the quiet air was filled with Long Xiaoni's rather small voice. Susie let out a soft The tone was flat, but the more bland it is, the more Long Xiaoni became hard inside. She seriously surveyed Susie's cheeks, and after a long time, I find you quite handsome. Yes? Susie was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled. I've always been handsome, haven't I? Che, narcissist. Long Xiaoni arrogantly twisted her head away, her insides thumping. A sense of guilt set in. God, what had just happened to her? That she had turned on her best friend's man. No, it must be a fake. Calm down. After twisting his head, he calmed down for a good half a day before he pushed down the unease in his heart. But by the time she turned her head again, Susie had already left her seat and was gingerly walking towards the trash can with the takeout box and plastic bag. Looking at that resolute back, Long Xiaoni raised her eyebrows slightly and murmured, Minmin you have a good eye, but who let me be your BFF? If I were someone else, I would definitely not let it go. And Susie, naturally, he was ignorant of all this. Chapter 33, Capitals Terrifying. Long Xiaoni confused. The words are split. At this moment, inside the office of the president of Brilliant Entertainment, Ping, the sound of a slamming cell phone heckled. Just behind the desk, a young man in a top-name brand looked furious, and in front of him stood a middle-aged man who was trembling. Just waste. What's the matter with you? You can't do such a little thing right, and you let a woman screw you over in turn. This matter has been on the hot search. There are 2 other major companies intervening behind it. It can't be withdrawn at all. The internet is now a scolding. You tell me, can you afford it? The middle-aged man trembled, his face bitter. General Manager Zhang, that woman is really too rigid. I have given her a clear explanation of the advantages and disadvantages. But she, how? By threats? If you weren't greedy, would you have created this situation today? Stupid. Zhang Luo was furious. Originally, Splendor was quite happy when he was placed in the position of president after his father kept acquiring shares and became a major shareholder. But, it's only been half a month. It's a slap in the face when something like this happens before his ass is even warmed up. The middle-aged man didn't dare to speak, and stood frozen in place with his head down. That's right, he is Tang Yuan's manager, Yellow Car. Originally, on the matter of Tang Yuan's contract renewal, the bottom line of the contract that Zhang Luo gave to Tang Yuan was 60%. That is, 4 for the company and 6 for Tang Yuan. According to the general Diva, 82 split. This split is naturally lower. Can is also the degree of the first line. But today's entertainment industry is not as fast-paced as it used to be, where traffic is king. So the major companies have reduced their contractual share for artists. Plus, Tang Yuan's own Diva has a watered-down reputation, which the crowd knows all too well. So there's really nothing wrong with that ratio. Really, therein lies the problem. A company is a company, while an artist and an agent go together. I.e., in addition to the share taken by the company, the remaining portion is split between the artist and the manager. If Yellow Car didn't get greedy and followed the industry rules of taking 10% normally and giving the rest to Tang Yuan, naturally it wouldn't have caused such a backlash. But Yellow Cars don't think about that. In his opinion, Tang Yuan was brought up by him, and he was the one who brought her to this position today from a sea of people. He should be thanked for it, for all intents and purposes. What's wrong with him taking half? Without him, Tang Yuan might still be singing in the corner of some bar. But he never thought about how many announcements he had arranged for Tang Yuan over the past 3 years. The other artists in the company hadn't done as much in 2 years as Tang Yuan had done in 1 year. Put in the same class, that's 4 or 5 times. Because of her gratitude, Tang Yuan suffers in her heart but doesn't say anything, just works silently and uses it to repay the favor. In the back of her mind, she thought that as soon as the contract expired, that would be a way to get over it, and the favor would be repaid. But who would have thought that Yellow Cars are so shameless? The appetite is surprisingly big. It's all Diva, and you're still thinking of treating it the same as you did back then. As soon as Tang Yuan resists, Yellow Car gets impatient, and since the top is turning a blind eye anyway, he's ready to use the reception to force the issue as soon as he's done with it, then record the evidence to use as a threat. Results: overturned. Zhang Luo's face was blue, staring at the Yellow Car with its head lowered. a fierce light gleaming under his eyes. This guy is also considered to be a direct line under him, and he was the one who arranged for him to be in the company back when he hadn't even gotten his hands on it yet. He had been quite satisfied with cultivating such a pot of gold as Tang Yuan. But now, you know what you're doing wrong? Suddenly, Zhang Luo lowered his voice and drank coldly. The yellow car was shaken. After hesitating for a moment, he lifted his face and carefully looked at Zhang Luo, trying to say, I shouldn't have such a big appetite and shouldn't ask for so much of a share, or I wouldn't have forced it. As a result, he was interrupted by Zhang Luo before he could finish his sentence. Wrong. Zhang Luo narrowed his eyes and sneered. You think you can hide those things you did from me? As long as you have the ability to be greedy, that's your skill. But this thing has evolved so far. Do you really think it's just a matter of you being greedy? This statement was made. The entire yellow car froze. As a dog's leg under Zhang Luo, he naturally knew Zhang Luo's way of dealing with people very well, so how he did it was actually just following the example. But it's done. But how nowadays? Just as he was still mulling it over, Zhang Luo said again, it's just a woman. I'm brilliant, there's no need for me to be fearful yet, but you're wrong in that your heart isn't ruthless enough. This statement was made. The yellow car was as if enlightened, and the whole person came to his senses. Yeah, if the person in question was Chang Luo, how would he have handled it? With this great young man's character, it would definitely be a case of just drugging and then sitting back and collecting the results. In this way, not only is Tang Yuan's matter a foregone conclusion, but the boss she's accompanying is also in a position to gain a great deal of favors. At the end of the day, it's just that he's not hard-hearted enough. After understanding this, he instantly straightened up and bent over to Zhang Luo. Mr. Zhang, I understand. I'll do it now. Now, it's already late. Zhang Luo once again said in a cold voice. He picked up the glass of wine on the table, then shook it as he made his way to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the foot. This time Tang Yuan not only offended us brilliant, that Mr. Lu will not let her go. You do not look at the two companies now behind the mix, but in the end, just boomerang. In the next second, another light sentence fell. This woman is ruined. The yellow car shuddered. Yes, waiting for the yellow car to leave. Several more brokers came in one after another from the Chamberlain's office, and wait until they get out. A bizarre scene took place on Twitter as surprisingly several artists belonging to Brilliant also spoke out. It's not a smear. Instead, they liked, retweeted, and commented on that tweet from Donwin. At the same time, he was praising Tang Yuan one by one for how serious she was and how hard she worked in the company on weekdays. The scene, instead, it left a lot of people on the internet with a confused look on their faces. What the hell? Splendor imploded? Only the people in charge behind the remaining two companies had their faces jerked viciously after seeing Brilliant's actions. Mud, that was fast. Come on, you guys move too. Soon, the rest of the two major entertainment companies have some lukewarm artists under their umbrellas, who also help retweet and tell how good and nice Tang Yuan is in private and on variety shows. With the arching fire of these men, the online cussing is getting worse, and the heat, it's growing. Many of the artists involved in it have more or less gained at least tens of thousands, if not more than 100,000, of increased fans. 12:30 p.m. The two of them, Long Xiaoni and Su Zhe, were stuck in a traffic jam on the way to the company. Out of boredom, Long Xiaoni continued to open Weibo and swipe, and the movements of those artists naturally fell into her eyes. For a moment, there were exclamations of surprise. What the hell? How come Brilliant's artists are also giving voice to Tang Yuan? I'm going to. A lot of people? What is this? Just as she wondered, Su Zhe, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, his voice came out faintly. Cultivate and kill. And by the way, share a wave of traffic. This trope is known without having to see it. Long Xiaoni was confused. Why Tang Yuan said so much, and there are so many people support. Brilliant, this does not wash it? Listen to this. Suzy was happy. He opened his eyes to glance at Long Xiaoni's small face in the rearview mirror and asked two questions. Does Tang Yuan have any proof? Did those artists who spoke up for her ever mention this incident, other than saying how she is on a regular basis? Long Xiaoni was naturally not stupid. With those two questions out of the way, she instantly looked horrified as a coolness hit her from behind. Chapter 34, Lucky to have met you. No evidence, naturally, means things can't be capped. Just because hope doesn't have proof doesn't mean splendor doesn't have proof. In the age of traffic supremacy, a hotspot explodes, but no one cares if it's real or not. Just one edited video can destroy a person overnight in addition to making them an overnight sensation. The collapsed house in a previous life goes without saying. After Su Zhe's words were analyzed, Long Xiaoni could also imagine that now it looked like Tang Yuan had cried a lot, and the netizens had been righteously indignant to condemn Brilliance. But in reality, with Brilliance artists not only not smearing, but also back to help, then these artists will naturally not become the target of attack by netizens, but will usher in a wave of rising fans. What does brilliance feed on? Naturally, it's the entertainer. The artists are working as usual, even better in popularity, so what can you say is lost? Their only loss would be Tang Yuan, a diva whose contract is about to expire. But what's done is done, and the loss is lost, and the exchange is not necessarily less than the possession. Not to mention, as Splendor's later efforts to produce some of the so-called evidence video, such as Tang Yuan and so-and-so Big Brother dinner video, such as the toast clip, and so on, as a high and cool diva, she suddenly exposed such a video. Brilliant again. Dongwon's contract is almost up. Not that he hasn't thought about renewing it, he just has too much of an appetite for it. Oh ho! Things can be bipolar. Long Xiaoanai has not experienced, but Su Zhe but remember clearly, in the previous life there is such a rely on cause a certain pesticide Gainshangwan one air roll famous netizen. This webcomic posted a claim that she was being squeezed by her boss to harvest a wave of sympathy, but how awesome it was then, and how lousy it was later when the court decision came to light. Tang Yuan is different from that webcam. One is pretense and the other is passive. But what difference does the result make? So, whether it's public opinion, or court decisions, or all sorts of things, Brilliant has 10,000 ways to screw over Tang Yuan, and how supportive these netizens are of Tang Yuan today and how much of a pain in the ass they'll be later. Got it? Suddenly, Suzy smiled. Long Xiaoni took a deep breath, nodded her little head, and said in an old-fashioned manner, "This is capital." Suzy was just about to speak. Results. Luckily, so are we. Long Xiaoni's voice screeched out. Air. Suzy directly swallowed his words back. That said, it's true. Damn capital. As the saying goes, it's not about the matter. After all, it didn't happen to them. Long Xiao and I just chatted for a few moments and didn't say anything more. And Su Zhe also closed his eyes and rested his mind. About a moment later, the front is unclogged. It's a daily mealtime traffic jam though. But this was not the center of the Magic City after all. Instead it was a bit more remote. So naturally they didn't have to wait long. Another half hour. The black jumbo pulled up under the building. Great God. You go first. I'll park the car. Long Xiao and I turned back to Su Zhe. She is now Susie's assistant. So naturally she has to serve her better. Whether it's genuine or for the next theme song. Though, I don't know. Susie nodded. Good. Soon, Susie came inside Zetian Entertainment. As the days progressed, the inside was pretty much decorated and there was some footage of people. There are makeup artists digging around at Coney Long. There's a photographer turned up at the kunai. The first two count as part-time. As for the latter, they are the ones who are family. The Broken Guitar Band, introduced from Chendong's side, had once served first-tier singers, and their strength was still very good. About a dozen people. As for the rest, what with the promotional department people, the PR people, the front office, and so on, got a couple of those too. More are continuing to be recruited. Of course, the most important of them had to be the position of agent, but according to Su Min, because the ones who came for interviews didn't have much experience, and Susie doesn't have any announcements or anything like that at the moment, so she can handle it nowadays, so it's not confirmed until now. Prepare to wait a little longer. This was not unlike Susie's thoughts. An agent, while it may sound like an artist's nanny, it's not. A good agent can take the hassle out of an artist. Simply, pick up a variety of announcements every day. Choose the ones that will benefit the artist from the announcements, and then negotiate, etc. This would not be an easy job, not to mention the need to rationalize the artist's schedule, secure various resources for the artist, and so on. It's complexity, not for the faint of heart. This is how the company has been doing lately. Take a look at it. Great God, do you need anything else? I'll go recruit again if there's not enough. After Su Min finished his report, he said respectfully to Su Zhe in front of him, looking at Su Min completely substituting herself as a subordinate, while she seemed to be the boss. Su Zhe's heart was slightly unnatural. He was feeling that he deserved to be treated that way. But, he eyed the beautiful person in front of him and sighed. I have one request. This statement was made. Su Min's complexion was suddenly aghast. Told you, how can you be that good? But just as she was washing her ears, Susie's words filled with tenderness came. You're my friend, not a tool. I want you to pay more attention to your health, rest more, and don't work so hard on the company. Su Min immediately looked up, instinctively about to retort, but was stopped by Susie. Thanks, I'm lucky to have you, he said seriously. At this moment, Su Min's eyes reddened for a split second, and a kind of aggrieved and touched emotion arose. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her teeth clenched as she tried to say something, but then she couldn't get a word out as if she had choked on it. It's really hard work, let's take it slow, Susie softly said again. All hearts are made of flesh. How could Susie not see how good Su Min was to him? These past few days he had noticed that every day the light in Su-min's room went out in the wee hours of the morning, and every day he got up early in the morning. The company went from strength to strength. Everything is full. It's only been a week of change. He had seen all the hard work Su-min had put in behind the scenes. I don't want to talk about future rewards, but at this moment, I can only give my deepest thanks. Ryoko. As soon as Su-min twisted her head away, as if wiping tears from her eyes, she said, "Okay, I know. I'm already on the right track. I'll relax next." "That's good." Suzy sighed, although his heart also wanted to take revenge and hit his face. But if he hurt Su-min, who was silently helping him, because he was too eager to seek this, then he'll have to die of guilt. At this moment, just as the atmosphere in the space gradually became somewhat charming, the door of the office was pushed open, and a beautiful silhouette walked in. "I say this company's changing." The words were not finished. The little face suddenly went cold. "Good you Suzy, how dare you secretly bully Minmin?" Chapter 35. One word for Loli. Spoil it, huh? Suzy froze. "I didn't," he said honestly. "Comforting. Can't be considered bullying, can it?" "Not yet." Minnie is crying. Long Xiao and I rushed over at once, and after looking down to make sure Su-min had tears on her face, she directly struck a sparring starting stance at Suzy. "You're done. You're finished. You dare to bully my Minmin. You must turn into a pig's head today." The Great Spirit doesn't shout. It's a straight-up mouthful of you. Suzy was flabbergasted. He stared at Long Xiao's furious look, and then recalled what Su-min had mentioned earlier, that this ninny was a city-level sparring champion. There was a momentary pang of scalp. If he really gets a beating, it's not a big deal to lose face. He might even turn into a pig's head. And looking at Suzy's hands and feet, suddenly, Su-min, who was originally going pear-shaped, finally couldn't help herself and laughed all of a sudden. At once, silver bell-like laughter rang out in the space. "Alright, don't tease the Great Spirit." Suzy looked towards Long Xiao and I, and as expected, as Su-min's words fell, this ninny skimmed her mouth, revealing a bereft little expression. No energy. It's true that when you have a man, you forget your best friend. You don't poke at it. He believes it. Lonnie was disappointed. Parking a car won't waste too long. She has long been at the door to pick her ears. Just now Suzy's words she naturally also heard. But hearing is hearing. Thinking that my own bosom friend is working so hard because of the stinky guy. And this guy didn't even show any expression. Just comforting a few words alone? Yuck. Scumbag. She was a little upset. It was natural to think about teaching a lesson. However, it was punctured by Su-min's words. "What's that feeling called?" Yeah. That word is called backstabbing." Whoops. Who gets it? Getting backstabbed by your own BFF. Ignoring Long Xiao's bottom of the heart thoughts, Suzy was the one who suddenly realized. "Good he said how this girl does not speak of martial arts. Do not give the opportunity to explain to be shot, together with the hold this out." However, when he turned his head to look at Su-min, he realized that with Long Xiao and I making such a mess, this would also be much happier, and was wiping her tears clean. The whole person was like a blooming rose. In the company, she was wearing a small suit that brought out her perfect figure, her delicate face was wearing gold glasses, and her red lips were slightly open and closed. With an air of a strong woman, she looked gorgeous beyond compare. The two locked eyes, just 2 or 3 seconds. Su-min then dodged straight away, a blush welling up in her cheeks as she hurriedly stood up. "It's getting late. Great God, why don't you go to the live room first? Familiarize yourself with some of the equipment." With such a crop, the emotions in Suzy's heart also washed away for a few moments, after inwardly saying that the coming days would be long. Then he glanced down at his watch. "Well, there's still 20 minutes to go until the hour." Then he nodded to Su-min. "Let's go. Go check it out first." The announcement that Su-min had been asked to send last night was that the live broadcast would begin at 1 o'clock noon today, and now there were still 20 minutes before the appointed time. It does have to be prepared. The two went out and passed the doorway. Suzy looked at Long Xiao and I, who was sulking, smiled faintly and said, "Alright, be happy. Are you going or not?" Poof. Long Xiao and I twisted her head and didn't talk. "It's kinda arrogant." "Nay." Su-min's words just left his mouth. Long Xiaoni then skimmed her mouth and said, "Adulterers and adulteresses. You guys just go and show your love by yourselves. More me. Just a redundant." Suzy's mind was puzzled. They say women are fickle. And it's true. He also did not mess with this Nisa. On the contrary, just now it was she who scared herself. It was just a joke. How was Su-min poked and prodded? Instead, "You're sulking on your own?" Su-min wanted to continue saying something, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Long Xiaoni's small hand, and her little thumb was swinging back and forth. At once, she understood in seconds. Immediately, he stopped talking. Suzy naturally didn't notice this scene, and when he saw it, he wouldn't understand it. After all, He didn't have the tacit understanding between other people's girlfriends. A gesture means something. However, he was clear about something else. And Long Xiao and I get along with so many days. For Long Xiao's temperament he more or less understand a little bit. Big grin. How can really angry? So yeah, after thinking about it, Suzy couldn't help but say, I'm going to sing that theme song of yours live today. Are you sure you don't want to come and listen? Ah, the theme song. Long Xiao's eyes lit up all of a sudden. But then, turning his head away, poof, I'm sure it is. After determining that this girl was pretending, looking at this little expression, Suzy was also happy. Instantly, he said, well, you tell me, what can I do to make up for your broken little heart? You. Suddenly, Long Xiao was in a hurry, pointing at Suzy a hard you. Why are you stealing my words? But since Suzy had said so, she was naturally nonchalant. Forget it, not with you. The words fell, revealing a small expression of triumph. His eyes cunningly said, I brushed Jane today and saw a rather interesting story that I want to make into a microfilm. Stop. Suzy directly extended his hand. Are you kidding me? You don't need to hear the back end of this to know it's for him to be the male lead, right? The skit was even. It's a movie. It's a microfilm. But it's going to take a lot of time. He's just getting started now. Where does he find the time to do that? Besides, if it was his script, it would be fine if he came to shoot it. After all, those movies and TV dramas in his previous life, just any one of them hangs in the air now. But Xiaoni Long, forget it. She's talented and gifted, but just also there. And the span is too big to be that simple. Min. Once Long Xiao and I heard this, she immediately began to pout at Su Min, trying to get Su Min to help talk about it. Normally, Su Min would help herself, but in this kind of matter, the last time she made the decision to reject Brilliant herself, she was already apologizing. Of course she wouldn't help Long Xiaoni. Looking at Su Min does not help. Long Xiao and I can only look at Su Zhe again. Chu Chu Pity said, God, you just help me. That story is really good. Please, really, I can't. I'll pay for you, can't I? Just read that story first. Long Xiaoni was sincere. Suzy looked on. Didn't get my hopes up much though. He sighed slightly. Well, go ahead and go live. I'll check it out later, but forget about the starring role. I can help with the theme song. Interludes, whatever. Really? Long Xiaoni was instantly delighted. Of course, Suzy was just about to agree. Suddenly feeling that Long Xiaoni's expression was not right, she couldn't help but say, yes, have you been waiting for me here for a long time? Long Xiaoni rubbed her hands in embarrassment. Hey, the great god found out. So's, you're excellent. What else could he say? Landlord Lori, in a word, spoiled. Chapter 36, Traitor. Suzy's black fan group leader. Step into the live room. The 100 square meter space is divided into two parts by soundproof glass, one for back-end traffic monitoring and one for the live broadcasting room. At Suzy's suggestion, the side he was on was more concise. In addition to the large screen at the forefront of the live broadcast projection, there were several green potted plants placed around, and a chair was quietly placed in the center. On the left side is a piano, and on the right wall are guitars, flutes, and a few other instruments. It looks full of art. Generally, celebrities don't take live streaming seriously, and only occasionally engage in daily live interactions. But Suzy is different. He was clear that as his popularity grew next, brilliant blows would surely follow, and the only way out for him was to broadcast live. Come and sit down in the chair. The time has come to 12:57 minutes. There's still the last 3 minutes. Go for it. With a wave of her arm, Su Min stepped back into a side corner to keep herself out of the way of the cameras. So did Lan Xiao and I. Soon, 1 o'clock arrived. Same moment, the cameras began to run, and the live room named after Suzy's real name appeared on the big screen. Also in that moment, all over the summer country, all the fans who had followed Su Zhe, a notification appeared in their cell phones at the same time. Su Zhe, the anchor you've been following, has started broadcasting. Is it finally on? Looking forward to it. Sushin is on. Go and mail the knife. That's all. In just 1 minute, there were already more than 500 people online in the live broadcast room, and this speed was still climbing faster and faster. Hello everyone, Suzy greeted with a smile. He was in no hurry to sing. Generally speaking, an anchor with 1 million followers would have to have 5,000 people to start, and an anchor with 5 million followers would have to have 10,000 people to start. Maximum, it won't break 50,000. Suzy only has over 2.5 million followers today, which is in the position of not being on top, but according to backstage employee estimates, it should also reach about 7,000 people within half an hour. Don't think this is a small percentage. After all, attention is attention. It doesn't mean that people will come to see the live broadcast if you are on. Many viewers of Jitterbug who are mainly swiping videos, may feel like it and follow it. Only a portion of it will be watched live. But a scene that was unexpected to the backstage happened. As time passed, just less than 5 minutes had passed, the live broadcast room had actually reached 5,000 people. That's right, 5 minutes. It's enough to see how, well, attractive Suzy really is to viewers. What's the situation? Is the boss so hot? We didn't drop a robot. Across the way in the testing room, a couple of staff members looked confused and surprised. Listening to the report coming from her headset, Soo-min lowered her voice. Don't worry about it, keep monitoring. Yes. Several staff members nodded immediately. Looking at the number of people who had come to over 6,000, Suzy moved a little closer with interest and looked at the screen. It was densely populated with pop-ups. It's not like a live room with 5,000 people. Rather, it's no worse than those with 100,000 people. So that's So's singing that Born This Way song? He's so handsome. I don't think I have beauty on, but I like this skin so much. That's the man. So's who sings about the bottom of the sea, right? Brothers, are you ready? This guy has to be made to look good today. Suzy, is that assistant of yours around? Tell her to come out. We have something good to show her. That's it, get the assistant out. The pop-ups were a mess. The screen is big enough though. Suzy was able to see what they were saying. Some were complimenting, some were asking, and some were actually asking themselves to call out Long Xiaoni. Involuntarily, Suzy looked back. Next to it, Long Xiaoni naturally saw these pop-ups and immediately skimmed her lips. You can't beat me online. So what? You're going to attack offline. This girl is not stupid. Suzy revealed a dazed look. No wonder. And at this time, Soo-min, who was on the side, suddenly said, Great God, there are already 10,000 people. You can sing now. Suzy nodded. Getting up and grabbing the guitar on the wall behind him, he quickly resumed his chair. Looking to the screen, he smiled slightly. There are goodie bags for everyone in the upper left corner. They're all no threshold. So let's all go get them together. Well, I'm going to start by singing Born This Way to everyone. The words fell. Suzy closed his eyes and ran his fingers across the strings. Although this was a piano accompaniment, switching to guitar was actually similar. Soon after, the crisp sound rang out. The equipment in the live broadcast room was top-notch, and these pleasant sounds, with almost no loss, passed through the equipment and into the ears of every viewer. Listen to the familiar melody. Everyone stopped what they were doing. What are they doing here? Listening to songs? Naturally, the live room quieted down a bit, although there were still some people brushing for Long Xiaoni to come out, or saying that they would not sing and come to chat in cloud. But after all, it's only a small percentage. A magnetic voice sang, the cigarettes I once said I wouldn't smoke. It's been in my lungs for years. Once upon a time, dreams were innocent. Then it was all about the money. A song. The entire broadcast was silent for a long time, until several seconds later, various pop-ups only sprung up again. That's nice. Worthy of Suzy. I never tire of hearing it. Born and bred. I'm sorry. One more song. Sing it again. This time, the pop-ups were neat. Suzy was impassive. After putting the guitar aside, came and sat down in front of the piano. It's a happy day. So instead of the depressing version, I'll sing the healing version. Yes, it's still you. Sing it, Grandma. I just pulled my buddy in and you're this hole. Me too. Alas, the pit can't be reached. Soon, the song started again over a lilting, melodic piano piece. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd. Lay down the scales of the sea. The song was sung again. The live feed went quiet again and again and again. Originally, they were going to screw Suzy, but once the two songs came out, the audience once again forgot about the mission. No sound is better than sound at this time. Half a day later, it's over. Someone quit the group. What? No way. That's mutiny? But, it's really nice to listen to. Such a nice Suzy. I just can't afford to bully. But he bullied you. Then let him bully. 6. That's right. Originally, the two undersea songs led to a large number of like-minded fans connecting and forming groups just waiting to mess with Suzy. Then Suzy's live announcement came out. They'd already figured out that when the time came, as long as Suzy sang, they'd boo. Suzy didn't let them feel good, and they let Suzy feel bad. Oh yes, and that darn assistant. But today, that's a quick defection, isn't it? What the group leader did not think about was that after the first time of the birth of the song, he was also the one who praised, or took the lead in praising. Damn Suzy. The group's leader looked at the live screen, typed in exasperation, and then, what? A new song? That line immediately became, Go Suzy forever God, go for it, we want to hear it. Where's the face when someone at Suzy Blackpink, groupie? The group leader's face is not red. Is the face as important as the new song? Chapter 37, A New Genre of Theater. It looks like Doesn't. Ignoring the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Suze took a deep breath and looked at the live broadcast room and said, I just looked at the pop-ups. You guys seem to really like my assistant. The pop-ups were all over the place. No, how can that be? Sushin is what we want to see. It's just that the new song is important. The assistant is not. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. And a gentleman who listens to a song must be present. Sing. Susie smiled faintly at his words. The song is going to be sung. But before we sing it, don't you all want to know where this song came from? For once, a fan was puzzled. Origin? Is it hard not to be original? Susie, don't around. It's not going to be a jungle, is it? We want to hear a song that's on a level with the bottom of the sea. +1, +10,086. Suze signaled to Long Xiao and I, who was sitting on the side, and Long Xiao and I, who received the look, immediately smiled and came to the camera with a big grin. Well, I can't believe you guys don't like me. Soft voice. With that Lolita outfit, large eyes, a small, delicate nose, an exquisite face, and a sweet scent that seemed to smell as if she were a princess. The moment the pop-up stopped for one grip, Lori, Susie's assistant, is actually a loli? No way. This is too good looking. In love. Shock. Unparalleled shock. During the online pairing, netizens hated this assistant with a passion and fantasized about what this assistant should look like. But the only thing that didn't occur to me, surprisingly, it's a loli. Still such a soft and cuddly loli. Long Xiao and I squinted her eyes, seemingly for a threat, staring at the live broadcast, but with this face of hers, it was more and more cute and explosive. Milk is fierce. I did see that you guys were getting ready to deliver something to me. Ha, as the saying goes, face value is justice. The original anger again. At the moment in the face of this a porcelain doll-like face, who still want to be angry. Spoiled are too late. Immediately the pop-ups changed neatly. Ha ha ha, which turtle grandson said that just now? Catch him out and beat him up. That's right, him. How dare he bully our assistant sister? It's an unpardonable offense. I don't know what to call the little low. Yuck. Assistant sister. Call me sister. Long Xiaoni said arrogantly. After all, Long Xiaoni is a million fans blogger, although not much live, but live is also familiar. A few casual pick the audience's heartstrings, both men and women. All of them cut down the horses. Watching the pop-ups go up in flames, Susie couldn't help but secretly nod his head. It is said that the imperial sister beheads both men and women. In fact, that is too many clamps. And how many people can hold on to them when they meet a real loli? It's like right now, with Long Xiaoni's shining appearance, together with the contrast between her previous online appearance and nowadays, she directly gave all netizens an explosive surprise. It made them flinch. For a short time, all forgot about the fact that Susie was going to sing a new song. It was good that Long Xiao and I quickly brought the topic back after chatting for a while. Well, it's the Great Spirit's home turf today, so let's talk about the song first. Guess why the Great Spirit called me out? It'll be hard work. A fan who already knows Lani explained who Lani is, so it's clear to fans that she's a beauty cos blogger. So much for this moment. Is it hard to believe that Susie is going to shoot a segment with an eye? I'll be damned. The groom and the girl. Looking forward to it. I have to say, according to Ni's past segment style, if she cooperates with Susie, it's really unusual. Kind of want to see it. +1. Watch the audience guess it. Long Xiaoni hammed and hawed. Wrong. It's not going to be filmed. But it's already been filmed and it's a 10-minute skit this time. The words fell out of her mouth and she stepped back, and Susie went along with the flow and picked up a theme song, Jun Diao, for you all. You can't see that Blue Star was formerly known as Cyanide. However, Susie changed the name to June to fit the theme of the skit. It's not really the right song for him to sing, but there's no rush on this one. His original idea was to sing it himself first, after attracting traffic, put out the girl's version again. Soon, under the expectant gaze of the audience, Susie pulled his chair in the final corner, and right in the center, Long Xiaoni was posing for a dance. Heck, it's classical dance. The guitar strummed slightly, and a unique accent suddenly came out of Susie's mouth. Don't you see the concubine rise and dance? You don't see the concubine drumming and weeping. Quiet. Pin drop quiet. Every viewer who was in front of their cell phones, in front of their tablets, staring at the live feed, their eyes were wide and their mouths were open. It's been a long time. Finally someone pranced to their feet. This is actually a theater accent. My goodness, theater can sing? The scalp is numb. This is too good. At this very moment, the pop-up seemed like a blistering storm that swept through the entire live broadcast in an instant. Countless subtitles are densely packed. As for Long Xiao and I, she was originally twisting her body, but as a result, her body trembled violently, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Her eyes widened as she stared at Suze. The voice sounded that moment. She was confused too. I only knew that Suzy had written her a song, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of song. Ah, my god. The moment the song started, it was like dreaming back to the episode, giving you goosebumps. At this moment, he looked at Suzy. The man in question swept the pop-ups in his afterglow and continued to sing deeply without a ripple. It was as if it had been expected. No shaming you, Long Xiaoni murmured silently in her heart. Shocked? Seems so. Although this world is technologically advanced, the entertainment is really bad. At least look at the ones that are popular in the singing world right now. Chill, electro, rap, shoutouts, as well as English. Not to mention the opera cadences. There wasn't even a single national style song. At this moment, when the opera voice came out, the crowd realized with a jolt that the original song of the summer country could still be sung in this way. If you can't understand it, just think back to a past life, when Mr. Lee sang for the first time in the Spring Festival. Love and hate are just a moment away. That moment. The nation. Again. What a shock. In the previous world, there were at least gods fighting, but nowadays this world doesn't even have gods. So, don't look at the first green silk as average, but in today's world, it's still something comparable to a nuclear bomb. Just in shock. Suzy's song still continues. Don't you see my concubine smiling sweetly and intoxicatingly? Don't you see my concubine's green color fading away? Don't you see me sobbing? Can't you see a strand of green silk sighing for a lifetime? The world is intoxicated. The view from the window changes with your mind. The lights are flashing, inviting the moon to raise a glass. Words once upon a time. Finally, a song. And I don't know how long it's been. The quiet live broadcast room erupted violently, and countless pop-ups came out in a flash. Seal the gods, seal the gods, seal the gods. Oh, operatic song. The first of its kind in ancient times. This is too good. Mamma mia. I was dumbfounded just now. I never thought opera singing would be so good. I used to hate opera in particular. Me too. Absolute. Ah, Suzy is too powerful. Is this considered to be creating a genre? It definitely counts. Before this, could you have imagined that songs could be sung this way? Chapter 38, a good start. A song of Jun Diao caused the entire live broadcast to completely explode in popularity. Many people who were recommended by their friends, or just happened to pass by, have clicked in. In the meantime, the staff member who detected the traffic also reported the number of people online today to zoom in. Mr. Su, the traffic has risen more than 10 times the expected rate. The staff member's voice was a little shaky, and he didn't know whether he was stunned by the rise or by the opera cadence running through his ears. But anyway, it all points to one thing. This live broadcast by Suzy was a success. For the number of people online in the live room, although Suzy here cannot see the specific, but the general can still be. That 50,000 plus in the upper right corner is certainly clear. Suzy was still satisfied with this result. It's just a song, after all. Even if it does catch fire in this world, it takes time to spread, and singing a song only takes 3 or 4 minutes, so how can it spread to fire in such a short period of time? So, 50,000 is pretty good, like the kind in the previous generation of entertainment novels. What live broadcast a song? Suddenly the popularity of 1 million or something, like that is simply a joke. Don't say a song. In the case of Suzy, who is just now making a comeback, singing 100 songs may not be possible. Of course, there are no absolutes. If a different heavenly king comes in at this time, with traffic added to the song itself, then sing 100 songs, maybe a few million people can. Now a song is sung. Suzy also didn't continue to sing, but interacted with the audience in the live broadcast. After all, the main purpose of this broadcast was to let the audience get to know them, to solidify their existing popularity a bit, and to turn them into real fans. So, one song is enough. Singing again, while it boosts it to 100,000. The benefit isn't that great. When he and Li Ningfei were on Variety, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble and would have so much popularity by just starting a random broadcast. Time, then, fades in and out of interaction. Talk about anything and everything, but it's mostly fans asking and Suzy answering. For example, is Long Xiaoni Suzy's girlfriend? Suzy's answer was, no, it was an assistant. And then, for example, if Suze has signed with a company now, Suzy's answer was that an announcement would be made sometime later. Of course, fans are more concerned about whether Suzy will continue to release new songs next, whether he will be on a variety show, and when that short drama will air. A gentleman's song, shocking people in all directions. After hearing such a beautiful song, the crowd was eagerly awaiting the skit. Suzy replied one by one. Variety was invited. Definitely will be on. Announced in a few days. Oh, as for the new song, 2 words, high yield, short drama words. Suze twisted his head to look at Long Xiaoni. Long Xiao and I understood and stepped forward and said, the short drama nai he, is now in post-production. Oh, probably the night after tomorrow we'll be able to meet with you all. Hear this. The audience also laughed heartily. This time live. Suzy reaped the rewards. The fans were not to be outdone. Not only did he finally meet Suzy, the asshole, but he also heard a song like Jun Diao, which is good enough to shock the entire singing world. Next, after dinner talk, no doubt some more. In addition to the interaction, Suzy sang the 3 songs again. For the second time, the audience was still listening to the song. And after the song, the screen was full of pop-ups for another song. But look at the time. It's already 4 in the afternoon. In a flash, 3 hours passed. Even if he had a drink of water in the middle of the day, Suzy still felt his mouth was dry and his throat was burning, so he could only shake his head in apology. That's it for today's live broadcast. We'll see you next time. Off the air? At this moment, the number of people online has been 100,000 plus. Many viewers are behind to come. Have not listened to the song. This time you give me say off the air? Naturally not. So the pop-ups went straight to hell. Swipe the gift for the gift. Screen swipes for screen swipes. In short, it's not allowed to go down. And so, at their insistence, click, the screen went black suddenly. A line of yellow prompting words suggesting that the anchor was offline and telling the viewer to move over, then floated out. One time, everyone was confused. This is down? Gripes, didn't react. What a situation. This kid has drifted. How dare he give us this? Upstairs, it seems to write about the bottom of the ocean, doesn't it? Still true. Old 6. The fans were roaring. Back in the live room, with Suzy dryly off the air. Sumin was also a bit dazed, stood up and came next to Suzy, asked somewhat nervously, "Great God, do this." Sumin wanted to say, "Would this seem like playing big shots? After all, it's the first time you've ever broadcast live, and there's always a delay in getting off the air to give your fans a little face." But, Suzy stretched his back and faintly said, "No, air." Sumin's expression stiffened. Suzy smiled. This persona thing is troublesome. Cultivate it now and let them get used to it. It was something he'd been thinking about for a long time. Creating a humble and perfect persona might be a good thing for the rest of the world. Take for example the traffic stars of the previous generation. A good persona can attract a lot of roadkill in the early stages. But there are problems. Once the house collapses, that's a big problem. The most classic comparison. In a previous life, a certain front did what most men do once: shop the building, then just collapse the room. And what about certain bigots in the previous life? For example, a certain dragon, a certain sang, etc. These are known to be flings, some even hugging in public. But so what? Still no problems. It's a difference in persona. And Suzy doesn't need the persona thing to circle fans. His face value and strength are enough. So, naturally, he had to follow the example of a certain king young man in his previous life. And from the very beginning, he planted some impressions on the public, so as not to roll over in the future. Oh, so, Sumin was thoughtful. Of course, it's the expression that's wistful. The heart is, I don't understand it, but what the great God says must have his reasoning, so it's right to support it. Only Long Xiaoni snorted. Enough tugging a little old brother. I didn't think I still underestimated you. She stared at Suzaku. Underestimate? No, you have to look high. The corner of Suzy's mouth lifted. Long Xiaoni twisted her head. There's one to say. The more she looks at Suzy, the more she really likes him. He can act, has a snappy personality, and he can even write her theme song. Alas, the matter of digging up the wall is very unethical. But really, cannot help it. It's so good for you there. Hold back, Long Xiaoni said silently. Suzy and Long Xiaoni went out of the live room, while Sumin stayed behind. She still had to listen to the monitor's report. It's almost dinner time. When Minmin comes out later, let's go to Panglai restaurant. My treat. Suddenly, Long Xiaoni said to Suzy. Suzy raised an eyebrow. Of course, no problem. Who'd turn down a free ride? Chapter 39 Diva Sujia's invitation. 30% shares? About 10 minutes later, Sumin walked out with a smile clearly on her face. The live stream was a success. Before finally going off the air, the number of people online even reached 130,000, which was undoubtedly a terrifying number. Thinking about the phone call from her own sister during the live broadcast just now, her mood was also getting happier. The news was given to Suzy as a complaint, but Suzy was calm and nodded, and it was gone. After, when Suzy said that Long Xiaoni was going to treat her, Sumin's eyes lit up and she immediately packed her things. About an hour later, Pompeii Restaurant, one of the most luxurious Chinese restaurants in the Magic City. The minimum spending is 3,000 to start with, and all the people coming and going are successful people in suits. However, it was obvious that Long Xiaoni knew this place lightly, and just as she parked her car and came to the door, A porter took the initiative to come up. Miss, you're here. Is the box done? Long Xiaoanai faintly inquired. All right, the manager is waiting for you in the lobby. The porter hurriedly said respectfully. That's fine. Long Xiaoanai nodded in satisfaction. The three headed inside. Suzy laughed and joked. Didn't see it. You're quite a model outside. Indeed. Long Xiaoani was in front of him and Su Min, greatly grinning, but in front of this door boy. It was looking rather like a famous lady. Long Xiaoani arrogantly turned her head away. Who are you underestimating? Su Min laughed and said. Xiaoanai was originally a big lady. She used to be quite easygoing, but then something happened and after being taught a lesson by Uncle Long, she learned all this. So it is. Su Zhe said thoughtfully. It was indeed a bit difficult for Long Xiaoani's character to pretend to be such a big person, not without being taught a lesson. I guess not so much, but think about it differently too. There are always people who think that they are all human beings, so why do those big families' sons and daughters always seem to be distant when they are confronted by the lower classes? But in reality, it's still a difference in status. If he's worth $100 billion and then has a tiny, cute daughter who mingles with company security, how big a hassle would that be for the company's personnel management? And, in addition to the company's business, he is not assured that his daughter is so no sense of boundaries. In case she meets people with bad intentions, how to do? Just thinking about it. The three quickly walked inside. Just walked in the door. A middle-aged man in a suit then greeted him with a warm face. Miss Min. It was the manager of this Pancho restaurant. Moreover, he seemed to recognize Su Min as well, and after a brief hesitation, he gestured a nod at Su Min as well. Aha! Su Min nodded. Alright, quick, take us there. I'm starving to death. Long Xiaoanai hurriedly urged. The manager smiled slightly. Please follow me. The Pontiac restaurant, which has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby, the second floor is the private rooms, and the third floor is the elegant rooms. And what Long Xiaoani chose, naturally, was the elegant room on the third floor. After entering one of the elegant rooms, named Mirror Flower Water Moon, the scene inside really made Su Zhe somewhat surprised. Nominally it is called Inter, but practically no less than a small yard. Inside, there is an emerald green bamboo forest, a pool with golden scales, and overhead windows that open freely. If at night, the mirrors live up to their name. Although it is widely rumored on the internet that Pundle restaurant is very expensive, most of them are pictures and consumption of the lobby and the second floor booths. No one really knows much about the third floor. But take a look today. This is not expensive. This is definitely swallowing gold. Here, it's not cheap. Suzy raised an eyebrow and said, not bad. Long Xiaoani nudged her mouth and held out her hand before the manager acting as a waiter handed over the electronic tablet menu. Long Xiaoani looked down to check. Suzy and Su Min sat on the chairs next to the pool. Su Min explained to Su Zhe, Pang Lai is the property of Xiaoani's family. She doesn't pay for her meals. Well, not bad for a little rich girl. Suzy sighed, seemingly hearing Su Zhe's sentiments. Long Xiaoani said as if she was joking, then is the great god interested in being adopted by me, a little rich woman? This statement was made. Su Min is used to it. The manager next to him seemed to do the same, except that he turned his head calmly. Only Suzy. What a word for a tiger and a wolf. This girl is so outspoken. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Long Xiaoani skimmed her lips. Nah, I don't know what you like to eat. Help yourself. She handed over the tablet. Suzy inwardly sighed in relief. It wasn't much of a surprise to look down and order. After all, the environment has been seen. And naturally, the price of the food does not need to be mentioned. Suzy wasn't polite. After ordering a few of his usual favorites, he passed the tablet towards Su Min. No need, and I should have ordered it for me. Su Min smiled. Oh, that's good. Suzy gave the tablet to that manager, waiting for the manager to go out. Only then did Long Xiaoani move her chair towards Su Zhe's side, a pair of eyes glowing. Great God, how is it? Did you consider what I just said? Suzy's head was full of black lines. Speak human. Long Xiaoani hemmed and hawed. Fong said, Great God, what I said is true. There really is someone who is ready to adopt you. I just want to try it. Suzy froze, turning his head towards Su Min next to him. The person was not there. Turn your head again. It turned out that this nymphette had come to the door of the elegant room at some point, and click, accompanied by the door opening, a silhouette walked out. Well, it's a little familiar. Queen Su Tian? Suzy let out a soft cry. He now understands. No wonder Long Xiaoanai this girl suddenly come to such an expensive place to treat, together with the big man Tua. Sister Jia Jia. Long Xiaoani twisted her head and pounced, burying his little head in front of Su Jia. Su Jia dotingly touched Long Xiaoani's head, then met Su Zhe's gaze and nodded. Soon, take your seat. I didn't expect the heavenly empress to come. Su Zhe swept over Long Xiaoanai and Su Min's expressions and seemed to say with emotion, Sujia's expression did not change, but her eyes were surveying Suze's body, and the color of satisfaction in them was getting stronger. Inward praise, not bad for a talent who can write such epical songs as Junebug. Every time we meet, all of them can be shocked by their temperament and face value. After she smiled slightly, she said to Suze, with your talent, I'm afraid it's not just me. Many people will come to make acquaintances. You are too kind. I am just a small character, Suze said lightly. Watching Suze remain cloudy under his own aura, Sujia became more and more satisfied. And next, the food was also served one by one. After chatting with each other for a while, Sujia formally stated the reason for her visit. I'd like to acquire Sky Choice. Make me an offer. Long Xiao and I and Sumin knew about this when Suze was live streaming, so naturally they weren't much surprised, especially Sumin. On his own, after all, what he could help Suzy was limited, but it was different when his sister came. With her there was so much that could be done to help Suzy. She was still very much hoping that Sky Choice would be bought out. But, Suze was very calm. After swallowing a mouthful of food, only then did he say to Sujia, Heavenly Empress has lifted your love, right? Tianzai is just a small company that has just entered the industry. How can it enter your eyes? Sujia didn't mind either, and said after a soft laugh, I'm here for you. To be precise, how about joining my studio? Join my studio. I can give you 30% of the shares for free. And I promise that I won't leave you short of all the various resources I can have. Looking at Sujia's thorough explanation of her intentions, and directly 30% of the shares, this kind of big move, Sumin was also growing more and more expectant. Great God, he should say yes, right? On the side, Long Xiao and I was also staring at Suze, but unlike her expression, her heart was a little clenched. She didn't quite want Suze to agree. After all, Suzy promised, then she will have to separate. Just as the crowd was having mixed thoughts. If it's anything else, fine. For this, sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the diva. Susie's voice rang faintly. Chapter 40. Come on, let's drink to the future star. What? He turned it down? Long Xiao and I opened her mouth wide, her small face filled with incredulity, although she inwardly didn't want Suzy to say yes, and even because of this, she had just tentatively inquired about the possibility of adopting. But nowadays, Suzy's refusal was too dry, wasn't it? This is an opening of 30%. So there may not be no room for bargaining, but Suze refused so dryly, so it was obvious that he didn't agree no matter what. The moment. Not only was Long Xiaoni surprised, the same goes for Su Min. She stared blankly at Suzy, her fingers gripping slightly harder on her skirt as all sorts of thoughts welled up inside her. This matter, no matter how you look at it, has only benefits and no disadvantages for Suze, but why would he reject it so dryly? Is it hard to believe that it's because of yourself? Just as this thought flashed through Su Min's mind, Su Jia spoke up. A slight frown creased her cool cheeks, but it quickly unfurled. Staring into Suzy's eyes, he said, Can you tell me the reason? Seeing that Su Jia did not continue to insist, Suze smiled faintly before moving his gaze on Su Min, and soon after, swept over Long Xiao and I who was on the side. It's simple. Select Entertainment is just starting out, but it's good to have them around. I think. I'm lazy and don't like to change places around. So, the latter words were not continued, but apparently the negative was communicated again. Sure enough, two dark murmurs rang out. At this moment, whether it was Su Min or Long Xiaoni at the side, a touching feeling welled up in their hearts. In the face of great interest and friendship, without even hesitating, Suzy chose friendship. This decisiveness, how can anyone not be moved? Upon hearing this, Su Jia also nodded and didn't continue to say anything, only picking up the wineglass and taking a shallow sip, her brows entwining complex colors. She had been sending people to keep an eye on Suzy since that concert. Starting from the birth of a human being, and then 2 consecutive seabed fire all over the internet, there is no doubt that it is not confirming that this Suzy is a genius. There are 2 ways to face an unrisen genius, befriend, or collect, but Suzy was different. He's offended by brilliance. Whether you make friends or take them under your wing, there is a price, and not just any price. Previously, Su Jia had been hesitant, but it wasn't until today afternoon live that the song June came out of nowhere. This song is so great, a landmark work. Before this song, no one had ever thought that it would be possible to take opera, which had been fading away, and blend it with a pop song, and even less people thought about it. The original national style can also write songs, starting a new genre. That's something that can only be thought of by the general public online, as well as some regular people in the entertainment industry. For her level, and the mountain of capital that is her back character, she knows some secret things far better than normal people. Nowadays, Xia is facing a serious cultural invasion. and the country has been supporting ancient cultures such as opera and calligraphy, but apparently without success. But the song came out. A new genre? No. That's giving the country a hope as when the peace bomb was developed. The country. It needs such a man. As for your comment about seniority, although Suzy is still just starting out, but with no choice, Suzy is that only one who can carry the banner. So, with the help of the state, it's brilliant, and the district is just an entertainment company, so what can it turn over? This was also the reason why she hurriedly called her sister halfway through the live broadcast, wanting to poach Suzy to her studio. She was ready when she arrived. 30%, the minimum. Her bottom line is 50%. That's right, a full 50%. A horrifying news that, when spoken, shakes the entire entertainment industry to its core. But today, rejected? Or is it such a dry rejection? Listening to Suzy, it was clear that he knew he would give him more, but he still refuses. The reason, moreover, is excessively simple. Because of Su Min, because of Xiaoni Long, because of friendship, hinged on a man for the first time since birth. Perhaps it was also Suzy's seemingly irrational words, but they made her a little envious of her own sister's words. It made her look hesitant to calm down. This sister of his own has a real eye for people. She was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. The space was somewhat quiet. The three men bowed their heads as they each pondered. Until I don't know when, Long Xiao and I suddenly spoke out. She stood up and looked at Suzy's handsome silhouette and said bluntly, Suzy, I appreciate your affection. Suzy raised an eyebrow. I don't know what this ninny wants. Soon, Long Xiao and I seemed to have made up her mind about something and looked at Suzy, revealing her small tiger teeth and grinning. In fact, I can also take a stake in Sister Jiajia's studio. Her studio can be worth a few $100 million. You can have it with a nod of your head. Want to think about it? What Lan Sanan wanted was simple. Throw in the towel. Suzy didn't leave her behind, and she naturally wouldn't become a drag on Suzy. So after hesitating for a long time, she still said this idea out. But she was also clear. To put it nicely, it wasn't difficult to take a stake in Zetian. It was child's play. But a stake in Su Jia's studio? It was actually difficult for her to do so without utilizing her family's capital. That's also when Sumin similarly looked at Suzy, her eyes soft as water. Great God, my sister has more resources, and she said that she would replace Zetian's shares with her studios. So, compared to Long Xiaoni, Su Min is needless to say. After being moved, she still has no choice but to work for Suzy's future development. Only, this time, Suzy interrupted directly. He knew the two women meant well, but maybe I didn't make myself clear. Suzy squinted his eyes. A gleam of essence flashed inside. The corner of his mouth hung up in a confident smile. What about me? I'm more greedy. So, I feel like there's more value to be gained by staying in Zetsubu. That's one of the reasons for the refusal. At this very moment, he exuded a strong confidence. His eyes were as bright as stars, and his temperament, which was like a pearl, gave people the power of conviction. Quiet, very quiet. Su Min shimmered with tears. Small fists hatefully swung high, giving Suzy a loud cheer. On the side, Long Xiaoni was also dumbfounded, with a look of adoration in her eyes. So manly. Confident men are undoubtedly handsome. Confident and talented handsome man. That is simply in the eyes of the women of the Nanju not married choice. It's like a bright pearl. That appealed to the heart of a young girl. Yes, gutsy. Su Jia gulped lightly. The complex color of the clear and cold face was swept away, rehanging a smile, but also a point of bravado, raising the wineglass to Suzy. In that case, I won't force myself. So here's to the future big star. That's right. She gave up. No matter what. Anyway, the other two people in Zetian. One was her own sister, and the other was Long Xiao and I, the girl she had watched grow up. Even she has a stake in it. In reason, even if the acquisition cannot be, and then face the future outlook. That is worth celebrating. Thanks for understanding. Suzy smiled slightly, holding the cup and clashing it. Crisp sounds rang out. The two of them simultaneously drained their cups. Laughter ensued. Chapter 41, A Song of Red Beans, singing all the love thoughts of ancient and modern times. The moment. Apparently it didn't end unhappily, but rather with mutual relief. That's not a bad thing. Su Min inwardly sighed in relief. Although the matter did not come to fruition, but the sister still thinks highly of Suzy, and she is also considered a shareholder of Zetian, so maybe she will give some resources next. It just doesn't give as much as joining a studio. As for Long Xiaoni, there was even less to say. It's a good thing you didn't join. Then she could have stayed the way she was before, and that would have been a bit more comfortable instead, without too many constraints. She looked at Suzy with her bright eyes wide open, thinking, he doesn't want to be tied down, right? Good strong confidence though. And next, indeed the state of affairs is as Su Min thought. Although the acquisition had failed, Su Jia still praised Su Zhe without reservation. From her personality, to her work, and her talent, almost every part of it seemed perfect to her. Face it, Su Zhe naturally returned it with a modest smile. Speaking of which, I'm also a member of our Zetian, so if I ask our boss for a song, I shouldn't refuse, right? After a long time, Su Jia spoke. Hearing this, Su Zhe smiled faintly. Of course, but I wonder what type of song the diva wants. During this half-day chat, he and Su Jia also gradually became familiar with each other, and also discovered that this diva was, in private, actually quite good at talking, not as cold as the temperament. Briefly, cold on the outside, hot on the inside, imperious. As for Su Min, Suzy seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but glance towards her beside him. This niece is perhaps happy. This will also drink a lot of wine. The whole face red, looks shy and lovely. Seemingly noticing Susie's gaze, even though she was drunk, she was still very timid and shyly avoided the gaze. Susie's heart was happy. Su Min belonged to the type that could be imperial or sweet, more like a lady of the house, with a generous demeanor and a chirpy touch. These sisters, each has their own style, not to mention Susie's inner thoughts. Upon hearing that inquiry of his, Su Jia's face couldn't help but stare. What type? Is it hard to believe that there are many more of your songs? Susie froze slightly, like accidentally telling the truth? But on second thought, there's really nothing to hide. He was going to portray a high production label anyway, but just as he opened his mouth, Su Min, who was on the side, suddenly interjected. This nymphet's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly said, "Sister, you don't know. Big God, he's awesome. He has a flash drive of songs." A flash drive? Su Jia's expression froze once again. An incredible idea was born, and just the right amount of patching up by Lon Sunny, only to see her lightly open her mouth. Yeah, the great God is indeed bullish in this regard. That day when he went to the recording studio to record a song, he took out a USB flash drive with hundreds of songs on it. I remember it well. People's recording teachers asked for backing tracks, and the gods downplayed the first one, the fourth one, and the sixth one. The nice guy video teacher was stunned. Just as Long Xiaoni was explaining the scene of that day with her hands and eyebrows flying, Su Jia's heart was flooded with huge waves. If it was Su Min alone, it might have been a lie, but Long Xiaoni said the same thing. In particular, Chen Dong, a person she also knew, that was an old codger, not really powerful, would never let him be so enthusiastic. That's highly likely. So's really has so many songs on his flash drive. Hundreds of songs. Su Jia was completely confused. Su Min's voice said weakly from the side, "It's not exactly hundreds. The other day when I went to register the copyright, I only registered more than 80 songs, and the rest of the gods said that they hadn't produced a complete set yet." Hearing it in Su Jia's ears, nothing less than another thunderbolt. At the moment, she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, so it turned out that there was an advantage to not knowing what to do. These two ninnies don't know the value of that hundreds of songs, can she not? But on second thought, Suzy was able to be in front of them, unreservedly taking out his crushing songs. That was also giving them enough trust. So it seems. Well, more envy. Su Jialiangjia did not open his mouth for a long time, but Su Zhe was faint. Let's do it this way. I happen to have a song here that is suitable for a diva. Why don't we take a look at it first? This statement was made. Su Jia froze again, but this time, she reacted quickly and didn't rush to say this. Instead, she said to Su Zhe, "What diva or not, it's all family. If you don't mind, in the future, you can still call me Sister Su, or like Xiao and I. Sister Jia Jia is also fine." Good. Suzy smiled slightly. "Sister Su," he said politely. Su Jia instantly laughed. Listening to it like this, it's much more pleasing to the ear. The wine is over. I'm guessing I'm going to get drunk if I drink anymore. And it just so happens that the song was mentioned. And there's a stereo in here, too. Su Zhe took the USB flash drive out, because today to live broadcast, so has been carrying it with him. At the moment just do not need to go back to get it again. He plugged the USB flash drive into his computer, and after a brief search, he quickly picked out a song called Red Bean. After adding Su Jia's WeChat friend, he sent over the score and lyrics. Red Beans? Looking at the song title, Su Jia's eyes lit up. As usual, it's a different style than the pompous name-taking of the current songwriting scene. Just listen to the song title. It just seems to be gentle. She grew up widely reading poetry and books, naturally knowing that the word red beans in ancient times is a woman to express love for each other. It's like a love song? Hesitating for a moment, she asked tentatively at Suzy. Suze slightly nodded his head, at the same time softly while chanting, "Red beans are born in the southern country. In the spring a few branches wish you to pick more. This thing is the most lovesick. It is indeed a love song. Sister Tian." Su, deserves to be known in the singing world as a talented woman after Sai 1. Post-text. A famous female poet in the ancient times of this world, with about the same status as Li Qingzhao in the previous life, but a queen. Good poem. Su Jia's eyes lit up, but, hearing Su Zai's compliments behind her, she hastily waved her hand. It's just a matter of lifting up her love. I'm clear of my own affairs. The words fell. Suzy didn't say anything more, just clicked the small sample of his recorded clean singing to play. Su Jia looked down at the lyrics of the song. Beside her were the two girls Su Min and Long Xiao and I who had gathered around. Soon, inside the stereo, uniquely belonging to Suzy, that magnetic voice, then rang out. Haven't felt it properly yet. Snowflakes blooming in the climate. We'll understand better if we tremble together. What is tenderness? What does it mean to have a crisp opening? This side is up. Just a simple 4 sentences, with an extremely gentle tone. The emotions of regret and lamentation wrapped up and spread in the hearts of the 3 women. A song. If you don't respond to it, but just find it catchy, it's a mouthful. But if, on first listen, it's average until the chorus drives the mood, then it can be a year-long hit. But there's another one. That is, as soon as he opens his mouth, he is able to make people enter the scene described in the song, and that kind of light sadness comes to his face. It's a classic, undoubtedly. This song is the Red Bean. Su Jia was already full of surprises, and the song continues. Sometimes, I will believe that there is an end to everything. We all get together and leave sometimes. Nothing will last forever. The chorus rises to the occasion. The cold wind is bitter. The window people coiled silk hope head. The pain of love suffering to the extreme, but stubbornly prayed that everything will eventually end. There will be a day of goodbye and a day of always being together. She was so sensible. And it's so constant again. On the wives and children of merchants in ancient times. On the recent resistance wives and daughters. The same goes for the countless women who live in low-cost housing under today's steel cities. In the countryside, waiting for their husbands to return from work and construction sites. Chapter 42, Creating a Customized Album for a Diva. Good song. The aftermath. The small sample was simply sung once, but Su Jia was a long time before she came back to her senses. Her eyes staring at the word score trembled slightly. Her red lips opened and closed, and she couldn't help but feel emotion again and again. If she hadn't known that Suzy had written it long ago, she would have even felt that it was tailor-made for her, both emotionally, or the singing, even the tones needed for the song. Almost all of them fit perfectly. It's good that Sister Su likes it. Suzy breezed and smiled. Not bad for a great god. Su Min's eyes were full of peach blossoms. Yeah, this Suzy guy is really good at songs. Long Xiaoni was also unabashedly complimentary. Su Jia retracted her gaze on the lyric sheet rather reluctantly, then turned her head to look at Suzy. That's the song. Say, how much? Her tone was more or less agitated. However, Suzy shook his head. Talking about money is tacky. I have a favor that I need Sister Su to do. If it's feasible, I can put together an album based on this song. Album? Hearing the last 2 words, Su Jia directly ignored the ones before them and shuddered inwardly. The corners of his eyes also twitched for no apparent reason. Normally, she would have turned her head and walked away, but considering that she had just glanced at the flash drive, there were indeed hundreds of folders on that flash drive. Su Jia took a deep breath to calm herself, then gazed closely at Suzy. All songs of this caliber? This time, So's didn't bite. Instead, with a slight smile, he switched to, anyway, it's good enough to hang on to today's singing gold. Su Jia was silent for a moment. This guy is really not humble at all. No, it's not right. It's the face-to-face song aspect that seems to make this guy so arrogant all the time. But yeah, people have the talent to be arrogant. Thinking about if a whole album can be comparable to this song Red Beans? Su Jia inner burst of fire. But, think about what Suzy just said. She still kept a bit of her sanity. Staring at Suzy's face, a faint smile spread across that handsome face, which seemed rather sunny. It's heartwarming, but it shouldn't be a small thing to make you pay such a big price. So let's hear it first, and I'll definitely agree to anything I can do. Speech drips. Not bad for a diva. Suzy couldn't help but glance at the 2 women next to Su Min and Long Xiao and I. So a comparison. The gap is not generally big. Without hesitation, he once again said, I'll get all the songs for the album done within a week, and the quality can be assured by Sister Su. Su Jia smiled on the surface, but on the inside, she was forcibly suppressing the urge and half-jokingly said, You'd better say what's up first. The more you say it, how come I'm more and more scared? The 2 pull at the limit. On the side of the Long Xiao and I is an acute person. Cannot help but say, God, you just say it. Make me curious. You do not worry. Jia's sister is very good. You give her to fix the album. She will certainly help you. Su Jia meowed at Long Xiaoni. Eyelids fluttered. Well, How many days has this girl known Suze? She's gone rogue? On the surface, she's urging Suzy, but in her words, she's all about helping. Meeting Su Jia's gaze, Long Xiaoni spat out her tongue and ran over to Su Min's side to pull her arm, as if that gave her more confidence. Su Jia shook her head helplessly, but scanning down over the lyric sheet on his phone, he sighed darkly and inwardly made up his mind. After looking at Suze again, he said, "Say it, what do you want me to do for you? As long as it's justified, there's no harm in accompanying you to make a scene once." The words came out. Suze also couldn't help but look at her one more time. This woman's vigor was a bit big. As long as it's reasonable to do so, we'll play along with him. He is now ostracized by Brilliant and everyone knows it. Isn't accompanying him to make a mess with him to refute Brilliant once with him? Just refute the face once though, but it has been extremely difficult. However, Su Jia here, Suze wasn't really prepared to let her stand on the same side as himself. At least for now, it wasn't the right time. The backing of a popular diva, left at a critical moment, is definitely too much better than using it now. Thinking of this, he guffawed and then said the prepared remarks. Sister Su doesn't have to think too much. I just want this album to be released in just half a month. In half a month? Su Jia looked stunned. Making an album in half a month is a bit of a rush. Not to mention the fact that the songs aren't even complete these days. But that's not the point. The point is, just this? Susie's asked her to help with something so trivial? Looking at Su Jia in disbelief, Suze smiled once again. Actually, there is a love song or two for the duet, and I hope that person is also me. Listen to this. Instead, Su Jia breathed a sigh of relief. There are times when you are not afraid of the other party asking for a price, but rather you are afraid of giving you a whole bunch of favors and not receiving a penny in return. She didn't hesitate too much. Straight away, he nodded his head in agreement. Alright, then this is settled. But before she finished, Susie spoke up again. By the way, Sister Su, are you signed to a multi-platform or crossed over a few days ago? So Susie hadn't really studied all this, and just by using his mind's memory, he could only remember the entertainment industry in general. But this one is more important again. No, I signed Wahini separately. Oh, in that case, that's good. Susie smiled faintly and nodded. Business is done. The next few people chatted with each other about some of their daily routines, but after all, there were many women, so Suze was mostly in charge of listening while Su Min's three were in charge of talking. One way or another, time passes quickly. The wine was full and the rest was almost complete. Su Jia then got up to say goodbye. She still had a tour to organize. 7 days in Mordor was almost enough, and then she had to go to Young City, Star City, Shidu and other places. Add to that the fact that he also promised Susie that he'd get the album out halfway through the month, and there's a whole lot of trouble to be had. Slow down. Susie stood up and greeted with a smile. Sister, take care. Su Min would be very well behaved. Sister Jia Jia, I'll come find you to play with me after a while. Long Xiao and Su Jia stuck together and raised her head to look at her face and said. Su Jia rubbed her little head and gave Su Min another blank look before turning to Suze. I'm looking forward to the other songs. I'm well prepared on my side, so don't drop the ball. No problem. Naturally, Susie said cheerfully. It was already dark when he sent Su Jia away. All three of them had been drinking as well, and the manager ended up arranging a chauffeur to take a few of them back to the small townhouse. Line up one by one to finish your shower. It had come to 8 o'clock. The night is tantalizing. The two girls were still downstairs skincare and brushing up on their dramas, while Suze came upstairs early and laid down. At the same time, checked out the system. Popularity is already over 1 million, and the third gear unlocked is the dance library. 1 million was kept for emergencies, and the remaining 0 was used by him to upgrade other skills, and let the system hang on to automatically upgrade his skills whenever popularity appeared in the future. There's no such thing as too much skill anyway. With everything taken care of, Susie soon fell into a deep sleep as the memories of his experience came flooding back. Chapter 43, Master of the Troupe, singing like a god in the opera. Nightfall, not to mention the city's red lights. In that one night market stalls, it is even more noisy and boisterous. Occasionally a cool breeze blows through. Many people couldn't help but stretch cozily, as if the day's fatigue was a few points less. A barbecue stand. Several teenage girls with water stains still in their hair were sitting around, but each of them had a numb expression and carried a sense of disheveledness without a trace of teenage spirit. One of the youngest teenagers said, Sister Chang, why don't we forget about it? It won't work. This statement was made. The rest of them did not say anything more, but their gazes were directed towards the young girl at the head of the group. The girl was about 20 or so years old, with English eyebrows and cheeks that favored melting, a kind of classical beauty, yet she seemed rather brash in her demeanor, like one of those ancient chivalrous women. She was ruffling her sleeves and preparing to open her drink when she heard the teenager's words. Open the bottle's hand a slight beat, but finally did not say anything. only to hear the bang sound. The bottle cap was pried up, the wine spewed out. Clunk! She set the bottle down on the table as soon as she could. The beautiful eyes swept over the face of each teenager, looking at someone with a sad face, have lowered their heads under the confrontation. That's what spoke. If you open the stage, you have to finish the song. It's an old ancestral rule. By the way, how are things over at the Prosperity Hotel? Going or not? Someone returned. Can't go. People hired a bar's resident band, rumored to have a rap. So festive. Then we are here. The words were interrupted by the girl before she could speak. Okay, that's it. Drinks first. The words fell. Not caring what the crowd did, he took the lead and picked up a bottle of wine and bam, he blew into it. Gazing through the bottle at the stars, his eyes were full of sorrow and sadness. Grandpa is gone. Her father had an accident, leaving the theater troupe with only her daughter body to support it. If not for this group of companions around her, it might have fallen apart a long time ago. But even so, still cannot compare to the change of the times. Today's people, regardless of the white and red events, or normal business performances, both no longer like opera. In their eyes, it's just old-fashioned. Nothing compared to the kind of really cool rap that not many people listen to anymore. Except for older people, the masses do. Not to mention the survival of their group of theatergoers, with an up order and no down order. Maybe once every few months, 18 or 19 was fine. But now that a few years have passed and the oldest of everyone is 25 or 26, the family has been pushing for a marriage. But, singing opera, what's the blind date for? With what? But Chungyu is just not willing. She is not convinced. She vaguely remembers, in her childhood New Year's Eve, the big theater stage on the flickering shadows of the people, the scene of the stage shouting endlessly. Obviously, that's hilarious. At that moment, the phone rang for the boy who had spoken to her earlier, and he glanced at it, hesitated, and still didn't answer it. Changyu noticed inside. Answer it, Sister Chang. The boy seemed to want to explain. Chungyu once again picked up a bottle of wine and gulped down a big mouthful. If you're told to pick it up, you pick it up. What's the point of wasting words? The boy said no more at the sight and shakily picked up his cell phone. Hands free, Chungyu exclaimed. The boy hesitated again, finally biting his tongue and clicking answer, turning on the speakerphone. Soon, there came the boy's mother's voice. Xiaotian, your things packed up. Your uncle Lua has asked you well. 5,000 a month Lu. The factory is not far from home. You see you can come back the day after tomorrow? The boy who was called Xiao Tian instantly looked up at Chungyu, but at this moment, Chungyu obviously did not react and just lowered her head, placing her beautiful face in the shadows. The boy was at a loss for words for a moment. The telephone side of the delay and waiting for the sound, cannot help but hasten to inquire a few times. Tiny Tin? TN? Are you there? Mommy's talking to you. This kid. Goten became more and more hesitant, but right at this moment, Chenya suddenly stood up and took the cell phone in Xiao Tian's hand, forcing a smile on her face. He said to the other end of the phone, Auntie, don't worry, Xiao Tian will be back tomorrow. He'll be thinking about seeing you tomorrow. He's drunk. Oh, so, you're that girl you. Right, your voice is still so good. You say you, what's the point of singing? If you want me to say just go and sing, you'll surely become a big star. Xiao Tian's mother obviously talked a lot, but Process Moon had never minded, hanging on to her smile and patiently chatting with her one way or the other. After a long time, the phone party hung up. After taking down the cell phone that was handed over to him, Xiao Tian revealed a guilty look. Sister Chang, Chang, you didn't say anything, just sweeping over each one. Finally smiled. Why? What's the big deal? Singing doesn't make money, and it's not like I can hold you guys back out of selfishness. Come on, drink up. We'll all go our separate ways tomorrow, and the team will be disbanded, but keep in touch later, right? The crowd could see it clearly. Although Chang Yu was smiling, it was full of bitterness, that forced. How much of its heart and soul has been poured into this class is evident to each and every one of them. She's a girl, obviously. He was the class master, but he ran around for announcements, took the lowest money, sang the most, and practiced all the time when he was idle during the weekdays. The strength is great, the talent is amazing, but born in the wrong era. What are you waiting for? A group of big men twisting and turning. If you continue to do so, go out and don't say that you are under my Chang Yu's hand. Chang Yu deliberately provoked the crowd. After a long time, a clink of glasses rang out. With the drink going through the gut, the people could no longer hold back their tears, and they wet their clothes without realizing it. That's all. What was supposed to be a celebration of today's successful outing has morphed into a breakup session. But all of this, it seems, is doomed. This drinking went on until after 11 o'clock. You guys go ahead, I'll blow off some steam. The crowd naturally knew that this class master was not feeling well, but at this moment, they could only let her walk on her own to relieve herself. After nodding, each go home. The moon hangs in the west, bright white moonlight irradiation in down. The street seems to have been sprinkled with a layer of white fog. Hazy, hazy, in the vision obscured by tears, Chang Yu was like a lost soul, walking like a zombie, until, passed by a milk tea store without thinking. Don't you see the concubine rise and dance? Can't you see my drums are still going strong? Don't you see the concubine's intoxicating smile? Don't you see my concubine's green color fading away? Don't you see me sobbing? Can't you see a strand of green silk sighing for a lifetime? The moment that opera voice opened its mouth, Chang Yu was as if he had seen a god. A kind of trembling from the depths of his soul spread throughout his body. Scalp numbing, senses exploding. Her steps came to an abrupt halt. In a voice filled with incredulity, he looked to that stereo in the milk tea store. This is a theater accent? The song, still floating, but her heart was born from death. Really, it's a theater accent. What a familiar and unmistakable theater accent. Do you enjoy listening to this song? She asked the waitress dementedly. The waitress, presumably a nearby work-study student younger than her, had a smile on her face at the question, proudly saying, "That's true. This song is simply divine. It was written by my idol. You idolize. So's," the young girl adored. Chapter 44, the class master says I'm going to see Susie. Susie? Chang Yu searched her mind for the name, but after thinking around, she still didn't have any impression. Shouldn't be a famous singer. However, this song, just as Chang Yu was in a trance, that young girl seemed to have noticed Chang Yu's state as well, and couldn't help but laugh. Sounds good, doesn't it? Aha. Chang Yu looked back and nodded heavily, then seemed a bit hesitant. Looking at the already sparse foot traffic near the milk tea store, she couldn't help but say again, "Are you ready to close?" "No, I'm here 24 hours a day. I'm on the night shift for a while, and one of my co-workers will be here later." The girl's eyes brightened. "Give me a vanilla." Hearing that it was not closed, Chang Yu ordered a cup of milk tea and sat down in the store. The girl also saw that Chang Yu was trying to listen to a song, and after making her milk tea and bringing it over, she sat next to her as well. "Sister, did you just get off work?" Chang Yu was not very old, but because of her frequent appearances on stage, her skin was much worse than that of girls of her age due to the corrosion of the ink, plus bad gas. It looked even more haggard. Chang Yu nodded slightly, a touch of bitterness flashing under her eyes. "Count, sort of. It's pretty hard," the girl whispered. "Can you tell me about this Suze?" Chang Yu sucked in a mouthful of piping hot milk tea and spoke again. At these words, the girl's eyes lit up and she said joyfully, "Of course, there are more and less romances in this world, at least in a quiet downtown at night. Suddenly meeting someone with similar interests is undoubtedly a kind of romance." She began to speak eloquently, starting with Susie's song at the Sujia concert, where she sang and cried for her housemates. It caught her attention. Then again, the two undersea songs have sparked netizens to pit their brothers and girlfriends against each other online, as well as today's live opera singing. Listening to these fun things, Chang Yu didn't know when, but a faint smile appeared on her face as well. About Suze, this man who has never met. In the bottom of his heart there is also gradually a layer of moonlight outline. He is bright white as the moon. He is the one who can light up the dark road ahead. The girl is also a chatterbox. Once opened cannot be collected. The back is out of the phone to point Suze's jittery voice in microblogging. One by one, Chang Yu was allowed to watch the comments from himself and the netizens above. Of course, Chang Yu's eyes kept glancing at Suze's video. Until, that is, I saw a person saying that Susie was once snowed in on this. In that moment, an even more moving image came to mind, though not actually witnessed, just through a tiny screen. But watch the concert, the silhouette hiding in the shadow of the piano, and the vicissitudes of the raspy voice, and the lyrics that travel millions of miles and don't forget the beginning. Tears flowed down her cheeks at some point, and Chang Yu, the originally extremely strong Chang bandmaster, cried her eyes out in this small milk tea store. The time of empathy. Emotions could no longer be suppressed. An indescribable feeling sprang up in the bottom of her heart. It was hope for the future of opera, and a kind of heartache. One is still worrying about the rough and tumble of the 3 daily meals, but can't see a bit of the human suffering, which is perhaps common to every sentimental person. Deep down, he must be a very, very good person, right? Chang Yu drawled. The girl was very understanding of Chang Yu as she thoughtfully handed over tissues and looked at the shadows of the steel city outside the store and softly said, "Yeah, that's why I like him so much, in a super-like kind of way." Speaking of this, she had some puffing. "It's just that he's too cheap, saying that he's off the air and not leaving a schedule, and not saying when he's going to broadcast live next time." Put. Listening to the girl's complaints, Chang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her eyes brightened slightly. "Actually not necessarily, I think he has his own planning. It shouldn't take long. Besides, he didn't say he had a short drama with his assistant." Well, the short drama Manhwa. It's made by Sister and I. I've seen all the short videos she's made before. They're quite good. And this time when she cooperates with Suzy, she definitely won't let us down. I believe so. Chang Yu nodded. The time passed in happy chit-chat, and around 12:30 another male waiter from the store arrived. Chun Yu did not continue to stay, and after adding WeChat to each other with the girl, she turned around and left the store. This time, she was noticeably lighter on her feet. She's going to find So's, although he didn't know where Suzy was, his assistant. The store with the screen name of NI was available online, just in time, right here in the Magic City. The night is appalling. A scene like this discussing Suzy is just a drop in the ocean. There are born and bred, two seabeds in front of each other. There's this amazing song again, the Junebug crossover. Without realizing it, Suzy was gradually being mentioned by more people. If he was awake at this time, then he would have realized that his microblog followers had already broken 2 million, and were still rising at an extremely fast rate. Shakeology is even scarier, because the group audience is wider. At this moment the concerned fans have come to a full 2,700,000, and the age of the fan base, but also from the beginning of the single 20 to 30, to now all age groups have occupied. Add new fans, 40 to 60 mostly. It's an existence that no other traffic star in this world can do in any way. The next day, the sun is just right. It was 12 o'clock at noon and Suzy was still in bed. This will even Long Xiaoni woke up. After knocking on the door several times to no avail, she could only go out to get takeout by herself indignantly. Then, it was eaten in the living room. What a coincidence. She was just halfway through eating. Suzy washed up and went downstairs. He'd been woken up by the last knock on the door by Long Xiaoni then, but still lazed around for a few minutes before getting up leisurely. Suzy went downstairs and swept the living room. Seeing Su Min absent as always, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Then he looked at the takeout in front of Long Xiaoni. Fondue? You're having fondue in the morning? Long Xiao and I didn't have the heart to say. It's hot food alright. No difference. Suzy bristled. You're not afraid of acne? This girl was born beautiful. Long Xiaoni proudly said. Pimple-free body, oh. Awesome. Suzy gave a thumbs up. Long Xiaoni's share is relatively small. Next to the unopened, wrapped in insulation film, Suzy went over to open lightly. Then he picked up the donut next to him and ate it while he was there. Not to mention, it tastes good. After an early lunch, Long Xiaoni unprecedentedly took the initiative to clean up the garbage, and in Suzy's astonished gaze, hummed a little song. Great God, I guess you're the only one at home today. I have to go to the company. Suzy laid down on the sofa and raised an eyebrow. Long Xiaoni had a happy smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. In the morning, Brother Bai called me and said that the post-production of our Nayat went smoother than predicted, and that it was estimated that it would be finished tonight, so I'm going to go over and take a look. This way. Suzy nodded, but suddenly something came to mind and his body went all the way. I'll go too. I almost forgot about the theme song. That's right. He wasn't going to sing the theme song himself. It didn't matter if it was a male or female song when the song was released separately, but put in a short play, with the final memory snippet of the heroine, it's definitely more vicarious for a girl to sing, with a sense of whispering. Today, he went over just to see if there was anyone in the kunai who could sing. The last time they met he remembered it vividly. The group was good at other talents besides acting. If he can't, he can record it again with a female voice. Chapter 45, Going out on a limb and recruiting a female general? Yeah, Long Xiaoni said happily. However, he turned his head and was a bit puzzled. Great God, you shouldn't go to the recording studio to make the theme song. Why did you go to Kunpeng? Because this song? I didn't plan on singing it myself. Suzy spoke bluntly. Ha? Long Xiaoni froze. Big Eyes blinked for a few moments before frowning. But big God if you don't sing. She was about to say. I'm not much of a singer either. Not to mention that I've never heard this kind of theater accent before. So naturally I'm even less good at it. But Suzy said lightly. The opera accent is not that difficult. And secondly the song is not for me. Instead if a girl sings it will fit better. Lonnie wasn't stupid. She'd been listening to the song on a loop last night as well. And the more she listened to it, the more she liked it. But something just didn't feel right. But now that Suzy said this, she immediately understood. The singing perspective of this song is actually a woman. Suzy sang it out although it is also good to listen to, but put it in the short drama. It is a little bit not quite fitting. Her eyes lit up in a flash at the thought. I didn't realize that Suzy didn't care about her skit on the surface, but inwardly he was seriously thinking about her. A sweet smile appeared on his face and he walked over and pulled Suzy's arm. Great God, it's still you. Stop. You pitched the theme song for the next drama. Don't pull anything else. Suzy had a wary look on his face. This ninny never has good intentions whenever she compliments herself. Upon hearing this, Long Xiao and I arrogantly skimmed her mouth, but that's as far as it goes on the surface. Inside, I'm still happy. The two of them went downstairs and quickly got into Long Xiaonie's car. About an hour later, in front of Long Xiaonie's store, the car was parked on the side of the road. Suze waited on it, while Long Xiao and I went to the office to get some things, and in the meantime, dealt with the matters of the past few days. However, just as Long Xiaonie reached the door of the building, she was stopped in her tracks by a girl. Susie happens to be bored and watching as well. The girl wasn't very old. She looked to be around 21 or 22, with a high ponytail tied behind her head, soft features, and a slightly heroic brow. The height of 1.17 m out of the head, then Long Xiaonie foot higher than a head more than a point. A white sportswear, but still appear to have a concave and convex body. Susie raised an eyebrow, watched quietly, and at the moment, being stopped in her way, Long Xiao and I looked up, and then when she saw that it was a pretty young lady, the hint of displeasure on her brow disappeared. Replace it with doubt. You are Sister and I, right? My name is Cheng Yu. I'm an opera singer. Chang Yu's demeanor was restrained. As for why you call out to your sister, she's been running the troupe's announcements for years, and she's long since lost the pride a girl her age should have, so she's familiar with this aspect of the human world. Looking at Missy being so polite, Long Xiaonie couldn't help but feel good. She thought for a moment and smiled. You're a fan of the Great Spirit, aren't you? Why do you ask? Naturally, the three words are theater people. He didn't know this young lady in front of him, and she was so formal in her attitude towards him, and Susie had sung an opera-accented song yesterday, June, so it's not hard to come up with that guess. Fruity. Chang Yu immediately nodded. Well then, I especially like Suze. May I ask if you are his assistant? Sure. Long Xiaonie nodded. Cheng Yu hesitated for a moment and said the reason for her visit. It's like the sister Xiao and I especially like the song June Deng by great god Suze. Talking about talking. Perhaps too nervous and a little unsure of how to speak. Long Xiaonie kindly pulled her hand and said sweetly, although I don't listen to much opera, I like Yu Ji and farewell my concubine very much. Don't be in a hurry. Miss Sister, speak slowly, and just call me Nay. Cheng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Try to calm yourself down. Only after a long time did she say, it's like the sister and I would like to meet Suze. Do you think it's okay? Said and hastened to add, don't worry, I'm not one of those rabid fans. I actually really like this song in particular, the fusion of theater and song. It's really awesome. I was okay with it, but then I explained it and got nervous again and again and again. Cheng Yu was stuck, and for a moment, she was so anxious that it seemed as if she was about to cry. Her mouth was open, but she couldn't make any sound. Long Xiaonie glanced back at the car on the side of the road, as if she noticed Susie through the window. This then pulled up Cheng Yu's hand. Sister, you right? Come, don't be in a hurry. Come with me. The words fell. Then he pulled Cheng Yu towards the car. The moment. Cheng Yu didn't know what to do either. It seems that Lan Xiao and I is not angry. Thus, she, a tall 1.7 m, was very confused and was dragged to the front of the Mercedes SUV by Long Xiaonie, a 1.5 m girl. Cheng Yu just wanted to say something, only to see the car window then slowly fell down. Sitting in the passenger seat, a handsome face emerged in a flash. Susie. Cheng Yu was momentarily excited and instinctively covered her mouth. Seeing her like this, Long Xiao and I playfully winked and introduced herself to Suze. No, great god, your fan. Oh, by the way, this pretty sister is an opera singer, and she likes your song, June. Hi, I'm Susie. Susie smiled and nodded to Cheng Yu. It's too far away to really see. Being close at hand at the moment, he naturally looked Cheng Yu through from top to bottom. This girl's figure was extremely good, and her face value was also a high score of over 80, but the beauty of it would be her large dark circles under her eyes, and slightly dry skin. Instead of that watery spirit of this age, there is more of the vicissitudes of age. Opera man? Susie muttered. Soon, though, the eyes lit up. What's missing is what's coming. People who can sing opera. General voice conditions cannot be bad. The opera cavity is not to mention, and he was just short of a vocalist. What luck! Just as Susie was thinking, Cheng Yu also finally came back to her senses and hurriedly bowed to Suze. Hello great god, my name is Cheng Yu, I'm your fan. Perhaps it was because the title great god was smooth and fitting, and as Long Xiaonie opened her mouth a few times, she also blurted it out naturally. She was still a little nervous. After saying that, he looked at Susie with wide eyes, not knowing what to continue saying for a while. So, is this what it feels like to see an idol? Blazing, terrified, excited, various emotions mixed together, and the heart thumped like a deer. And he's so handsome, obviously plain face. Temperament is more handsome and more stylish than in the video. Elegant and easygoing, just smiling and looking at herself. Let her like a spring breeze. Just then, do you want to sing the song Junebug? Chang Yu, frozen, The eyes looked at Suzy incredulously. Long Xiaoni also froze for a moment. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly said to Chunyu, "Yes, Miss Sister, you know how to sing opera, so you should be able to sing that song June show, right?" This statement was made. Chunyu became more and more confused, until after a long time, in the eyes of Long Xiaoni's encouragement and expectation, he said to Suzy, "The big god is wanting me to sing that song June show? Well, you can come and try if you have a free word, as long as you can. This song will be sung by you as the theme song of the short drama Nihao." Suzy said word for word. Chapter 46 Top Stream Fresh Meat PK Leaning Fei. I'm willing to give it a try. Bang, bang, bang. The heart was beating uncontrollably. Changyu gathered her courage and nodded. Seeing this, Suzy and Long Xiaoni glanced at each other and laughed. "Come on, get in the car." Suzy raised her hand in greeting. Oh. Chunyu was dumbfounded and froze for a moment before rushing to get into the car. But Suzy was in the passenger side, so she could only sit in the back row. Long Xiaoni also got into the car. After launching, he glanced towards the rearview mirror at Chunyu, and then turned his head to look at Suzy in a beautiful way. "Great God, still going to Kunpeng? No, just go straight to the recording studio at Chen's place." "Good." Long Xiaoni nodded with a smile. Hundian Film City. He has amnesia. Crew, kill. With a command from the director. With a joyful shout, everyone rushed up and surrounded the female lead Song Li and male lead Xiao Peng, who were located in the center position. Song Li goes without saying. A line of actresses. The popularity of these years is steady, although the acting skills are slightly insufficient, but people have someone behind them, backed by the big mountain of splendor. Career is going well, and this Xiao Peng is even more remarkable. Debut not long, but is the cold countryside of the trainee. Singing and dancing can be called all round. It was a hit right out of the gate, become the favorite of countless girls. He's so popular that even though he has no acting skills and can only read off numbers for his lines, he's still the one the director went through a lot of trouble to hire. The final scene is of the hero, whose memory has returned, coming to the front of the building and picking the heroine up in a hug, then strutting into the office. Just entered the building today. This is the end of the episode for good. Killed it. Mr. Song and Mr. Xiao worked hard. It's too well acted. They seem like a couple of real lovers, the groom and the daughter. Yeah. A bunch of people were up in arms. Song Li's face surfaced at just the right amount of blush, glanced at the side of Xiao Peng after saying, "But do not talk nonsense. People so handsome, which can look at me Xiao Peng inwardly did not think so, but on the surface, he still smiled. "Sister Song is modest. You are a small flower in the circle. I'm just a newcomer. I can't compare. It's still you who has a sweet mouth," Song Li said in a petulant manner. "It's the truth, don't you think so?" Xiao Peng kindly said to the crowd. "Right." A group of people immediately agreed. There was more than a little laughter. The director, Jiang De, looked over the final footage to make sure there were no problems, and then instructed the assistant director to pack up his things before standing up with the help of his staff. He came over and laughed. "Don't be modest. You too. You acted well. I wish we can have a big explosion this time. With Jiang exporting horses, how can the box office be low?" Song Li smiled and asked a rhetorical question. Ha, that's also due to you guys. 1,000 wears 1,000, but a horse's ass doesn't wear out. Being complimented, Jiang De was also full of smiles. Then he looked at Xiao Peng on the side and walked over to pat his shoulder. "If it really explodes this time, then our Xiao Peng will definitely get the most credit. That popularity of his, it scares people when they look at him. It's just a matter of everyone's love." Director Jiang is overpraising. Xiao Peng was inwardly pleased, but his face pretended to be modest. A few pleasantries. Jiang De set up a celebration banquet and told the crowd to come back after a break. Then he turned and left. Makeup removal chamber. Because of the kill, so naturally there is not much to worry about, and people do not have one of each for the sake of quickness, and there is no such thing as one of each. Xiao Peng's side of the dressing room gave way and was alone with Song Li. The two of them had a conversation, and from time to time they would burst out laughing, and just then, Song Li's manager, Zhang Yun, suddenly walked in. He first nodded politely at Xiao Peng before he came over to Song Li's ear and said something. Can be seen with the naked eye. Song Li's face visibly changed after hearing the words, but she seemed to notice someone, which returned to normal and became expressionless. But anyone with a discerning eye could see a flash of cold color in those eyes with pupils. Zhang Yun finished. Just pull out the tablet and play it in front of Song Li. And the picture. Heck, it's the song charts, as well as live recorded screen clips of Suzy. The left side already has upwards of 5 million likes and even 50,000 comments plus. The song charts are okay, but as soon as the live clip was played, all of a sudden that amazing theater accent rang out. Don't you see the concubine rise and dance? Can't you see my drums are still going strong? Don't you see the concubine's intoxicating face with a sweet smile? Just as the song was just played, the operatic accent appeared instantly, making Xiao Pang, who was also removing his makeup at the side, instantly froze and said in surprise, "What kind of song is this?" Song Li didn't say anything, just a hard frown. Zhang Long politely replied, "The song is called Jun Diao. It's a song sung by an Edison." Netflix? As soon as Xiao Peng heard that it was an Edison, his inner interest was reduced by a few points, but as the song sounded again behind him, his heart rippled again. He couldn't help but ask again, "What's this webcomic's name? Is this his original?" Zhang Yun glanced at Song Li, who didn't say anything, and then explained impatiently to Xiao Peng, "His name is Su Zhe. He is the artist we signed before in Brilliant. The contract expired not long ago. This song should be his original." So, hearing that it was brilliantly signed, Xiao Peng didn't say anything more, but it was at this moment that the agent next to him said, "Su Zhe? Is that the kid who was hidden by Brilliant?" Zhang Yun nodded. "Yes, it's him, who didn't know the heights of heaven and angered Luo Xiao, and was snowed in for 3 years. Broker Xiao Peng nodded and said nothing more. On the contrary, it was Zhang Yun who, after seeing Song Li listening, slid the screen again, and the next interfaces, surprisingly, was a string of chat messages. The names of the two people Song Li are very familiar. One is their brilliant famous variety director, Chao Guomao. The other is the Circle famous second-generation singer, Li Ningfei. The conversation was briefly scanned and understood in general, and Song Li's face changed once again, and she couldn't help but coldly utter, "He's so bold." On the sidelines Xiao Peng and his agent seemed to be. "Ignore it." Zhang Yun sighed and said to Song Li, "I've only just learned about this. The list was finalized this morning. What did Director Chao say?" Song Li thought for a moment and inquired in a cold voice. At this point, Zhang Yun did not continue, but instead scratched the tablet screen, bringing the next page to the surface. It was Chao Guomao's chat with him. The content is simple. Chao Guomao informed this matter, and then assured to that although he couldn't explicitly reject Li Ningfei, as long as he dared to bring that blocked brat, he would surely make them no good. Then a string of introductions to the program's rules was posted. The meaning of this is self-evident. Seeing this, Song Li still wasn't relieved, and between furrowed brows and thought, she saw a name in the list of names in the first installment of the program. Hurrah! It was none other than Xiao Peng in front of her. Until this, she only then her eyes lit up, seemingly remembering something in general. Lifting her head to Xiao Peng is to open her mouth. "Xiao Peng, do you have a notice that is on Director Chao's program? Eat melon on yourself." Xiao Peng froze slightly, then turned his head to look at the agent beside him. The agent hastened to say, "There is one, which starts recording in 3 days. Called me and my knowing seniors." Xiao Peng nodded as he listened. Then he took the initiative to look at Song Li. "Sister Song, you are." Song Li smiled slightly. "Just now Su Zhe, that thing you also know. Although it is said that the family ugly, but," Song Li sighed. "You know, Li Ningfei, originally this Su Zhe didn't have any variety resources, but that guy even brought Su Zhe to this variety show. Li Ningfei? If it's anyone else, Xiao Peng is just entitled to listen to it as a pleasure." But he couldn't help but frown at the mention of the name. He and Li Ningfei have an unusual conflict, having feuded when he first started out, and his new English song was cursed by the guy. The latter is even spraying him one after the other. Although he could only respond humbly on the surface due to his persona, the grudge was taken. Whenever there is an offline event, if he goes, Li Ningfei must not. This is already an unspoken rule in the circle, and since his popularity has exploded in the past 2 years, everyone is happy to cast him, and Li Ningfei has a lot fewer resources as a result. Didn't expect this one. Just then, the agent suddenly lowered his head and explained, "Pong Peng, this time it was deliberately arranged by the company. This program is an original competition where fans vote to determine the winner." So, the agent didn't finish his sentence, but Xiao Peng already understood. Chapter 47, Splendid Young Master's Anger. The storm is coming. If it was a veteran mentor critiquing, or if he went as a mentor, naturally he would be spared a lot of lip service. In the end, he was forced to do nothing because of Li Ningfei's background. But not this time. It's a popularity contest. Fan voting doesn't care who you are as a male, they only have their idol in their eyes. If he wins over Li Ningfei with a crushing number of votes by then, or even eliminates him outright, oh, I'm sure that Li's face will be very ugly, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Peng took a deep breath, suppressed his inner thoughts, and looked at Song Li without changing his face. What does Sister Song mean? Seeing Xiao Peng react, Song Li sighed in relief. A cold smile appeared on her face, and she said without any concealment, "We brilliantly target Su Zhe. You target Li Ningfei. This time we can work together. One party is the top stream of the show's guests, and one party is the biggest director on the show. The two work together. It is a win-win situation. Okay, I promise. Have fun working together. Xiaopeng held out his hand. Song Li smiled likewise and reached out for a handshake. She narrowed her eyes and sneered inwardly. Even if you are talented, even if you have climbed up to the second generation of rich people, 3 years ago, you can step on your feet. 3 years later, you can still want to turn over a new leaf? In another life. Fixing the cooperation, she then turned to Zhang Yun and said, go and tell Luo Xiao about this matter as well. He'll know how to handle it. Good. Zhang Yun nodded. In the meantime, the other side. Brilliant Entertainment Headquarters Building. President's office. Not long after, Zhang Luo, who was lying on a chair doing exercises, received a call from Zhang Yun. After listening to the whole process, the whole thing was a relief. Get out. Zhang Luo waved at the female artist who was helping him pick up pens from the ground. However, just as the female artist had just walked to the door, he spoke out again. Right, call Chao Guomao over. I have something to ask him. Yes, brother-in-law. The female artiste blushed and wiped the corners of her mouth before smiling seductively. But the next moment, snap, an object was immediately flung over. The very pen that had just fallen on the ground. The female artist who turned around was thrown raw, and hastily picked up the pen on the floor. Just before she tried to walk over, a cold shout rang out. Call me Mr. Zhen. I don't know you that well. Mind your own business. This time, the female artist was directly stunned. No longer has the delicate look just now. Tears surrounded her eyes, and she hurriedly stammered and nodded her head. Yes, General Manager Zhang. I don't dare to do it again. Get lost. Zhang Luo waved his hand impatiently. The female entertainer ran out in a hurry. Zhang Luo stared at the figure that fled through the door and let out a cold snort of disdain. Subsequently, then he once again looked down at the message that had been sent to him from his computer. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. Unconsciously a hint of anger colored his brow. How dare a fool resist splendor? That's right. About Suzy he had noticed, but it was just that Su Jia concert, and after it was over, he sent someone to reach out to Suzy to re-sign the guy. Listen to the debriefing later. Said Suzy wanted to drag it out for a few days. He didn't think much of it. In his opinion, Suzy couldn't run away, and was just being a smartass and trying to get benefits for himself. For such a small favor, he didn't care. Suzy was a bit talented, and the benefits to the company must be higher, and it didn't matter much for the next few days. But, how could he not have imagined that after so many days had passed, that kid hadn't moved at all, but instead was quietly preparing to appear on the variety show? Who gave him the nerve? Just as Zhang Luo squinted his eyes and thought, knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Zhang Luo shouted impatiently. Soon a man walked in. Manager Money? Looking at the visitor, Zhang Luo frowned. Didn't he ask someone to call out Chao Guomao? Why is the manager of the finance department here? Manager Qian looked at Zhang Luo's obviously wrong expression and hurriedly lowered his head and programmed a statement up. Mr. Zhang, this is this half-month's report. A watchword has yet to be uttered. The knock came again. Enter. Zhang Luo glanced coldly at Manager Qian and said in a deep voice. The man outside soon walked in. It was a man probably in his 50s, Mediterranean, pot-bellied, wearing a cadet shirt and pants. Although he was dressed in a quaint manner, there were a few glints in his eyes, and he looked extremely sophisticated. It was Chao Guomao. Director Chao, come, sit, Zhang Luo greeted. Chao Guomao is the brilliant old man who has made some hot variety shows over the years and is a cash cow, and he is smooth and mellow, doing watertight, very much cultivated by his father. Now that he's come to run the company, he still has to save face with this kind of full-blooded veteran, no matter how he is in private. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You go ahead and I'll wait here, just to rest and relax. Chao Guomao waved his hand, and with a smile on his face, he walked in and sat down on the sofa once more. Zhang Luo nodded. Tap at the desktop button. Soon a female assistant ran in. Go, make tea for Director Chao. No need, coffee will do. Chao Guomao was polite on the surface, but when his assistant walked to the door, he ordered, add more sugar. People are getting old. Their bodies are failing. They often commit hypoglycemia. Director Chao still needs to take care of his health after work. Zhang Luo was once again polite. Definitely, definitely. Chao Guomao laughed. The courtesy is over. Zhang Luo turned his head to look at Manager Chen in front of him, his face becoming neither sad nor happy, narrowing his eyes as he inquired. The statements are all made once a month. I wonder what Manager Qian is here to do now. Brilliantly great. Although the Chamberlain's father acquired a large number of stocks, it is not considered a single hand, at least the financial aspect. It's just been managed on a rotating basis by a couple of people the directors trust, but after all, it's the pulse of the company. And Zhang Luo has been trying to do his best in this area since he became the executive president. And the man in front of him was the target he was eager to move down. The money manager touched the cold sweat on his forehead, and he was so bitter inside. He knew his identity, so he could only walk farther away from Zhang Luo. But there is a saying, the county officials are not as good as the current ones, more or less. Yet again, he had to make a good relationship with Zhang Luo so that the position would be done securely. In this, however, the difficulty is not normal. He sighed inwardly. The surface is said, is this way? You look at yesterday's statement. The company booked a 6 million debt entry. The source is, former artist of our company, Su Zhe. The front is okay. As soon as the two words Su Zhe came out in the back, Zhang Luo's eyes clearly froze, followed by a cold light gleam. You mean he paid off his debts? Yes, it's all been paid off. The finance manager nodded. This time, Zhang Luo didn't say anything, just narrowed his eyes fiercely, and his fists involuntarily clenched. After a long time, he pressed his throat. I'm aware of this. Then he looked at the assistant who walked in. Go, pour a cup for Manager Qian. Without waiting for Zhang Luo to inquire, this finance department's Qian manager immediately shook his head. No need. I still have some things to do, so I won't bother Mr. Zhang. You are busy. The words fell, and he turned to leave. Until the door closes, feel the somewhat condensed air. Chao Guomao knew how to speak first. General Manager Zhang, you're looking for me because of the Su Zhe, right? Zhang Luo nodded. He was seething with rage inside. I thought to participate in that variety show even. After all, there is Li Ningfei invitation. A small Su Zhe naturally did not dare to refuse, but I didn't expect the debt to be paid off as well. It didn't take his brain to figure out what the meaning behind this was. It's a grand gesture to confront him. Thinking of this, he looked at Chao Guomao, omitting all of his originally prepared remarks and turning them into just one sentence. Director Chao, this Li Ningfei and Suzy. The words were not finished. It was then interrupted by Chao Guomao. Where do I come from? Mr. Zhang's business is my business. This brat provoked our splendor. He must be taught a lesson. Hearing this, Zhang Luo nodded his head in satisfaction. Alright then, that's it. And the matter with Chinny's side will be handed over to Director Chao together. Definitely. Chao Guomao nodded his head in a hurry. Thousand Yi, a veteran company alongside Splendor, and Xiao Peng, is Thousand Yi's artist. The fight against Suzy is a small matter, and it can be done casually. The main cooperation is still on this variety show, and the artist's resources are reasonably matched. That's what Zhang Luo handed over to Chao Guomao. Chapter 48 Chung Yu's Sonic Sense Talent. Out the door. Chao Guomao then began to instruct his assistant to liaise with Qian Yi's side. Secondly, about the theme of the first season of all the songs written, but also the first time to the other 6 groups in addition to Li Ningfei, Suzy combination of penetration, me and my know-it-all seniors. The guests were all on the spot after 3 days, but that was just a meet and greet. Get the details of the program, and frankly, it was just a blooper reel. Recording officially began the next day. The crew announces the theme of the track composition and lets the groups work on that theme. The entire creative process, which lasted 7 days. For 7 days all combinations are free to move around, either staying in their rooms or finding their groove in the music room. And of course, there are no restrictions on going out. A videographer will need to follow along though. After 7 days, there will be a day off while the show is compiling creative footage of each group and releasing it in the evening. It's just a diversionary purpose. The next afternoon, it's only now that the live streaming of the game has officially begun. That said, the competition is 11 days away, which means that in the first installment, the other combinations will have almost half the time to create more than the Li Ningfei Suzy group. And what about the second installment? And the third installment? Creating your own work? Sure, time makes no difference. But who in their right mind creates their own work? Don't they just throw it to the company and let them take care of it? With the resources behind them, the later the installments, the more time is left for the other artist combinations, and the greater the likelihood that they'll come up with good music. Naturally, after all, to create a great song, time is missing in addition to inspiration. Chao Guomao is a veteran of the talent show variety show, and is simply familiar with the inner workings of such programs. It's just screwing a new guy. Neither bothered to get anything obviously shady. A penetrating question, and it's done. Secondly, he's not doing this all for Jangro. After all, variety is his own. Me and my know-it-all predecessor. But he didn't know how much hair he'd gleaned before he came up with the idea. Nowadays, the popularity of the live broadcast trend, interactivity has obviously become the winning formula of the major variety shows. A program but where live interaction, that traffic is not less. This variety show of his, although it is not a full live broadcast, in fact, it is not much different. Still, generation is very strong. As you can see in the previews of the show these days, there's a lot of talk about the variety show online. Not only was the format of the show complemented, but even the content of the competition was greatly improved. Shady looking too much. Check out the live stream and fan vote. It was so much smaller and fresher. To date, the show has reached 3 million booked viewers. And this is just the beginning. With the release of all the artist combinations by the show before the first day of taping, the number of bookings will increase geometrically. Looking at the trend, I'm guessing 100+ million bookings are there. The population of the Summerland is close to 5 billion and the territory is much larger. That's if you give those groups a little more time to come up with a few hot songs. The heat will still be on? Variety is on fire. Can he make less money? The words are divided into two sides. Right here, while Chao Guoma was preparing for the program in a frenzy, Su Zhe, on the other side, had already been in the recording studio with Changyu for quite some time. At first, Su Zhe explained his intention to Chen Dong, listening to him to give the song to an opera man. Chen Dong's first reaction was that he could not be ruined. Singing, after all, is not the same as opera. You're blending theater styles, but a song is still a song after all, and that's not theater. But turn your head. What's he, an outsider, interfering with? You can only let Chengyu go in and try. That's when there was a little hiccup. 2. Chengyu couldn't read the score. Su Zhe was also stunned, but quickly reacted. He really took it for granted. The song sheet. This thing is not difficult for a slightly musical foundation, but Ne Chengyu is not to sing an opera, you don't need a score. Good, Chengyu explained. I listened to a night. Probably have to tune. No. Should be able to try. Then try it. Suzy went straight to a decision. Thus, in the midst of Chen Dong shaking his head, and Su Zhe's expectant gaze, Chengyu opened her voice. Don't you see the concubine rising and dancing? Just one sentence. Just one person wearing a headset each. Chen Dong and Su Zhe's eyes lit up fiercely. Have to say, when an opera singer sings an opera accent, it's like Guangdong playing with a rusty sword and showing off. Soon a whole song was sung. Su Zhe was greatly impressed. Chengyu, this is a voice that God rewarded. Not only sings well, the rhythm is accurately grasped. Strong sense of tone. It is more of a voice with a different kind of raspy, more impact than the average smoke voice. Just one opening. That rhymes. The results are naturally excellent. Chengyu was also surprised. And I don't know if the lyrics fit a little better with her own experience, but when she sang the climax, she vaguely couldn't help but add a little vibrato. The trembling in the opera is not the same as in the song, and this, straight away, seems to elevate the whole song, and the difficulty rises straight up. If anything, Suzy is the popular version. That Chengyu this song, it's the pro version. Non-ordinary people can't learn a sentence, maintaining an attitude of excellence. Suzy asked Chengyu, who was a bit apprehensive because she had played herself, to go back and sing it again, and let her loose to sing. Roar how you feel comfortable and how you like. With a flurry of encouragement from Suzy, Chengyu gathered her courage and let herself go. Then it's, one shot is out of hand. Absolute. Chen Dong clapped his hands. His eyes were red, looking at Changyu's expression like eating people, but only he himself knows clearly. This is the redness of the eyes only when they are sour. Summerland culture is amazing. Special theater stuff. It doesn't matter how much you didn't like listening to it before. You'll love it as you get older. Shandong is no exception. As Chengyu finished her song, all kinds of heartache came to her heart, and she had a lot of bad feelings. Being sung empathy. You're welcome. I'm not much of a singer. Maybe it's the theater accent. Chengyu, although the world is not bad, but it is also the first time to contact such a high-end and upscale industry. For a moment, hastily modestly said. On the side, Su Zhe grinned, looking at Chengyu with a slight twinkle in his eyes, like an old fox looking at a white rabbit. Any thoughts on signing to an entertainment company and debuting as a singer? This. Chengyu was confused. The excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden though. It was an instinctive leap of faith. Seeing this, Chen Dong on the side, although he wasn't sure why Su Zhe had brought singing and hadn't signed yet, he struck while the iron was hot. Suzy's song super a lot of but also particularly good to listen to. Follow him absolutely will not suffer. There is some ambiguity in the words, but a few people didn't care. And so, under Su Zhe's gaze, Chengyu nodded excitedly. I'm willing. Congratulations. Chen Dong hastily congratulated him. Su Zhe nodded slightly. Good. We will go to the company to sign later. But before that, come, let me try how many pounds you have. Chapter 49, the first ancient-style singing and dancing artist under the flag of the company. Chengyu's voice pleased him. One could even say it was a surprise. This kind of smoke voice is extremely popular, because singing than others will have more texture, more mellow, as if the old wine in general, as soon as the bottle can be opened to let people smell the scanty aroma, to put it bluntly, easily drives the audience's emotions. As for Suzy's try a pound, it's just a test to see how wide her range is and the type of genre it fits. In the process, naturally, I had to come up with a couple of originals. A little more playful and youthful. Red Zhaowan. Softer. I have a friend who's a Taoist nun. As well as the uncharacteristically high-pitched Hirahama. Because there was a small sample in place and only needed to sing the climax part. In front of the highly talented Chung, you said it wasn't a matter. She listened for not a moment, then nodded her head and said she could do it. Soon, towards the recording room, Cheng Yu cleared her throat. Make the OK sign. Soon, loud and light singing began. First, there was the Red Zhaowan. Then again, I have a friend who was a Taoist nun. Finally, we came to the Canton Palace. The first two songs were well performed, and with an excellent voice, and a talent that God rewarded. They were sung almost perfectly, aside from the emotional element, and a few tricky places where opera and song differ. There are few omissions that could be considered flaws. But this last song, Guanghan Palace? To be honest, adding this song is just Su Zay's inspired idea. Thinking that the general tone of opera is very high, Chang Yu should be able to sing a few lines. Nor did I think about how well I could sing, or that I could sing perfectly well in one breath. Just testing. But soon, the song comes to the humming part. Buzz. A burst of ear-piercing sharp sound came from the earphone, and the ear was as if it had been stuffed with countless needle tips, raw and painful. Instinctive reaction. The duo jerked off their headphones. The microphone blew up. At this very moment, quiet, unparalleled quiet. Chen Dong froze, eyes full of disbelief, and Su Zay is also pleasantly surprised. This is a wide cold palace, and it is still the wide cold palace of the tune of Mr. Wu. He just wanted to test the range. Results. My blew up? It's almost comparable to his heavenly voice, isn't it? Guess that's about as good as he's going to get in person. In this aspect of the sound range, Cheng Yu had once again surprised him. At this moment, the two outside were still frozen, and Cheng Yu inside, who was not wearing an ear return because it was just a test, had not yet realized what was happening. Still into the singing. It wasn't until long after the last line was sung that he carefully trotted out of the studio. Then he saw the still frozen Chen Dong and the two of them. Su Zay, who did not say a word, and a heart lifted up. Is bad? She inquired apprehensively. Next, pang, the table was slapped hard, and Chen Dong stared at her with fiery eyes, as if he had seen a treasure. The folds of skin all over his face suddenly unfolded, revealing a surprised smile. Whoever said that, well, it simply couldn't have been better to listen to. You're unbeatable with that voice. I bet you can't find three like you in the entire music industry. And with the exception of the nationals, the current crop of stars, he was going to say none of them, but then something seemed to come to mind, and still no words came out of his mouth. He whipped his head around to look at Suzy. The song was written by this guy and recorded a small sample. Although Cheng Yu listened to the song wearing headphones, he could not hear, but certainly sang out, wouldn't that mean that? Brother Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Su Zay was given an unnatural pang by Chen Dong's rolling and somewhat expectant gaze. Chen Dong took a deep breath and asked, Su Shen, that small sample you gave her, did it have a descending tone? Meet the gaze. Suzy nodded naturally. No, it's a little difficult, but it's okay. Chen Dong froze. It's a different feeling to have a guess in your mind, and to get the real answer. The former is possible. The latter is. Ryoko, you're awesome. Chen Dong gave a thumbs up. Then he looked at the dumbfounded Cheng Yu inside with emotion. They are all demons, because Su Zay had other things on his mind. And then with the fact that he hadn't signed the contract yet, he didn't continue to stay here much longer after trying Cheng Yu's range. Payment to Dong Chen for the production of that song. June. Shandon didn't take it. In the end, it was Suzy who was so persuasive that she was able to charge $1,000 for the production. Speaking of money, Su Zay himself naturally didn't have any money, but after entering Zetian, Su Min transferred $100,000 to his private account as an early dividend for private consumption. Suzy naturally didn't refuse. Off topic. Anyway, after taking care of Chen Dong's side, he took a taxi again in a hurry and brought Cheng Yu all the way to his own company. This is, Su Min was dealing with things in her office, and hearing the sound of the door being pushed, she caught a glimpse of Cheng Yu, who was located behind Su Zay with a somewhat anxious demeanor. Couldn't help but inquire softly. Her expression didn't fluctuate much, unlike the usual revulsion a woman feels when she sees a female around a man. Instead she fell back. She had complete trust in Suzy. Next, it's not like she's Suzy or anything. This was true 3 years ago and it is true today. She carries it well. Her name is Cheng Yu, an opera singer. I fan, but not after that, but our company's artist. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Cheng Yu. He had been introduced by Su Zay on the way, so he hurriedly bowed at this moment. Entertainer? Hearing this, Su Min re-examined Cheng Yu. Attire, face, body. The face can score 80, which is considered excellent. The body is not bad, can score 90 high, but I'm afraid this won't catch Suzy's eye. will it? The more she came into contact with Suzy, the more she could feel the kind of pride that lurked within him, and his vision wasn't bad. Fruity. Suzy quickly answered her doubts. Suzy sat down on the sofa to one side, and similarly gestured for Changyu to sit down, before saying, she has a very good voice condition. My positioning is a singing and dancing singer. However, it's the ancient style kind. Old-fashioned singing and dancing? Undoubtedly, this is a new term. Sumin blinked. Although there was disbelief, he did not ask in front of outsiders, but just smiled and nodded. It's good that you've made up your mind. Looking at Sumin trusting himself so much, Suzy sighed inwardly, and there was no need to say that he was touched. Just spoke again. Give her the top of the industry if the contract. I'm confident that she'll be deceptively worthy of the position within a year, even exceed. Good. Sumin still didn't question it and nodded straight away. As he spoke, he waved his hand and pressed a button, and the assistant outside got the message and immediately walked in. Also a little girl, wearing professional OL attire. It looks youthful and beautiful, although his eyes flickered slightly as they swept over Suzy, seeming to be extremely surprised in general. He didn't stay much longer, and soon came to Sumin's side, saying sweetly, Mr. Su. Chapter 50 later. Rush hour. Next stop Diva. Sumin pointed to Changyu. She is Changyu, the artist that our Mr. Su brought over. Go and bring her to sign the, well, S-class contract. Yes. What? The young assistant nodded. As a result, the next second, the whole thing was confused. S-class? That's a Diva's contract? Assistant Huang Zi looked at Changyu. Her face value was okay, her figure was good, but how could this look like a silent newcomer, right? Offering a Diva-level contract right off the bat? Just when she was still in a daze, Suzy, who was sitting on the side, coughed gently. Take Changyu if there's nothing else. Oh, yes, Mr. Su, just now stressed. Fortunately there is Suzy to relieve the situation. Reacted Huangzi hastily nodded his head gratefully, and then quickly walked to Changyu's body. After a slight smile, he said, please follow me. Changyu turned back towards Suzy. She had been in the clouds for half a day, although in the car Suzy had communicated with her and established some of her ideas. But, that's a bit too efficient, isn't it? With some uncertainty, she cast a pleading look at Suzy. Suzy also smiled slightly at the sight and nodded affirmatively. It's as if to say, no problem, go ahead. Seeing this, Changyu did not hesitate any longer and followed behind her assistant Huang Zi. Soon, it was time for another office. The process of signing the contract was not cumbersome. She didn't have her ID with her. This could be made up later, and nowadays it was just a matter of reading as well as signing. And with the contract taken out and flipped through, as she looked over that one clause, the more she looked at it inwardly, the more alarmed she became. S-class. That's a lot to give, isn't it? Sister Moon. Congratulations. After signing the contract, the assistant Huang Zi immediately revealed a smile and gave Changyu a burst of congratulations. Changyu was still confused, but her years of experience still made her rush back. We'll be a company from now on. We still need assistant Huang to give us more support. Ha ha, I'm just a small assistant. Sister Yu, this is an S-class contract for you, so I'm afraid it won't be long before you're flying high. Huang Zi couldn't hide his envy between his words. Changyu listened in her ears and moved her heart. That's also due to General Manager Su. That's not true. I'm also here for Mr. Su. I'm telling you, he's awesome. Two girls, it was soon whispered, and inside the president's office, Sumin briefly talked about the company's business today, as well as about the operation of short videos, and microblogging maintenance and so on. Suzy nodded throughout. Sumin then asked a personal question. By the way Dishin, that album of my sister's. Speaking of this, she hastened to say, in fact, you cannot be so anxious. Slowly on the line, the body is important. Listening to this girl's concerned words, Suzy's heart warmed up and said, it's fine, they're all previous songs, I'll get them done this afternoon and send them over. That's okay. Sumin was relieved to hear that it was from before. The time Suzy had given herself was too short, and she was really afraid that Suzy would be too stressed out by this. Having said that, Sumin mentioned another thing. There's another thing. Li Ningfei's side has already submitted the list to Jin Variety, and didn't back down, so I guess it's solid. But, looking at Sumin's brows slightly knit, Suzy knew that she was worried again, and immediately said, well, it's fine, some pressure is just a little bit. Anyway, go and do not suffer. Nowadays this situation, you also know. Sumin glanced at Suzy one more time and nodded, not continuing to make a sound. Inside, though, she was still pondering ways to do it. And today she'd already talked to her sister about it. If the album could be, she'll give the Great Spirit a hand. That way, the outcome of the match shouldn't be too bad, right? As for how the album is, she had 100% trust in Suzy. came to the company, but also to deal with Soo-ja promised album. Suze also did not go back to the small foreign building, got up and came to Soo-min, gave him a special formation of the music room. It's full of all kinds of instruments. There are even recording devices. It's the perfect study for a creative person. Suzy sat in his chair quietly thinking. Although he had written out quite a few songs, there were only 2 that really suited Soo-ja, and the rest still needed to be sifted out from the song library. For this album, he's still more than a little high on the list. It's about where he's going next. At this point in time, he faces many crises, the most intuitive of which is the brilliant suppression. And one of the formats, naturally, is the variety show knowing. Once this debut was lost, the next thing you can imagine is that Brilliant must have taken the opportunity to make all sorts of big deal out of it, and just blackballed him as a non-celebrity. But why did Suzy choose to go again? The reason is simple. It is a crisis and an opportunity. On the flip side, if he can withstand this suppression and bring out his abilities, then in time, whether it's a huge surge in popularity or the resources in the ring will leak open an opening, it's all a chance for him to punch his way out of the cage and fly high. Splendor can't do it with one hand. Knowles is an original, and in terms of songs, Translucent doesn't have to guess there, but he still crushes it, there's no doubt about that. But here's the thing, the song is not good enough to give the feedback it deserves in the first place. There are many factors involved. Most bluntly, it's popularity. Even if he sings well, he can't beat those NC fans, can he? The NC fans of those traffic stars in the past life. Even Jo Dong dared to call the shots, and even took advantage in some places, not to mention the little man he was. So, popularity is also important. But how do you boost popularity? 2 words, send a song. But with his current foundation, even releasing 100 songs in one breath wouldn't be able to bridge the gap between himself and those people, because it all takes time to percolate. What to do? The foundation of the breakthrough lies in Soo-ja. His low popularity doesn't mean Soo-ja's popularity is low. Why did he ask Soo-ja to release a song within a week? Why did he ask Soo-ja to release a song within a week? He was just rushing to take advantage of Soo-ja's popularity before the first phase of the program to drive himself. So this first album for Soo-ja, at any other point in time, he could have just slipped in a few songs and it would have been a fire anyway. But today, no. He had to pick 7 songs, the kind that would instantly burst into flames. Suzy pondered silently. Red Beans? Counted as one song. Legend? Counts as a song. These are songs that can instantly burst into flames. And in that world, they are also Wang Fei's representative songs. But after all, it's for his own popularity. So male-female duets are rare. Then come the words of the 5 songs. Because of Love? Feasible. Counts as one song. It's almost time for high school. And well, Rush Hour could be a duet and count as one song. Oh yeah. And there's JJ's Dimple, which is also an open-ended duet song. 3 duets up. Then think of 2 more singles next. Well, suddenly, Suzy remembered another song. Later, the original of this song is not really good in Suzy's opinion, because the kind of memories in this song are light and airy, like a dream. Dreams, unlike narratives, Lu Tianho's voice can naturally, but it lacks the ethereal spirit that belongs to a dream and the hard feeling that it is obviously close at hand, but how to grasp it cannot be grasped. And Soo-ja is different. Soo-ja's voice is not at all worse than Wang Fei's, or even better, and if he sings this song, he will probably have to explode. As for the last song, Next Stop Diva then, rub it in that she just won an award. Without realizing it, Suzy had finished all 7 songs. Chapter 51, Suzy's Fantasy Management Talent. This process took about 3 hours or so. Suzy stretched out, looked at the 5 folders that were coded out on the computer, and sighed silently. Next, it's up to you. 1 album, 7 gold hits, and they're all songs that, taken individually, would have dominated the charts for a year in a previous life, much less in today's Blue Star. A crushing cultural invasion. Send it. Suzy pondered for a moment, framed the document, and then sent it to Soo-ja via WeChat on the PC. After that was done, he added, Sister Sue, the 7 songs are already in place. You look at picking the time and record them within 3 days. If he could. Suzy didn't want to be in such a hurry, but there was no way. Time waited for no one. There were still 3 days left, and it was the opening of the recording period of Jiin. Suzy took a short break. I thought it would take a long time to get a reply, but I didn't expect a message from Soo-ja's side after only 2 minutes. Okay, I'm in Star City now. Why don't you come over in the morning? I've got 3 days. I'm opening my second tour in 3 days. What a coincidence. Suzy froze. A smile ensued at the corners of his mouth. Typed, good. Looking at the time in the lower right corner, it was already more than 8 o'clock. Suzy then glanced at the window as an afterthought, and sure enough the sun was setting outside. Shut down and go out. The whole company was quiet. Only Soo-min's office was still lit. Suze was just about to walk over when he heard another burst of footsteps ringing behind him. Turn your head. It was Changyu. Mr. Su, are you done? Changyu said playfully. Suzy meowed behind her, where there was a chair that had been pulled out of the desk alone. Without saying much, he nodded. Well, it just got done. Why aren't you back yet? I just came to the company. A lot of things don't know, so I exchanged more with my co-workers to learn a little bit, and then there is the thought of waiting for you to get off work. With that said, she took a step backward and bowed right at Suzy. After lifting his head, his face was full of gratitude, and with a hint of urgency, Mr. Su, I'm very thankful that you want me, but I really don't have enough strength, and there's still a lot I have to learn. That contract, she gritted her teeth. I just need the rookie contract on the line. S-class. Su, I really don't deserve it. Changyu had an uneasy look on her face. I didn't understand it when I first came here and looked at the contract and was just moved because it was simply too generous. But as I chatted with those co-workers and learned more, that kind of emotion, on the contrary, slowly turned into a kind of fear. That's right, fear. What can she do? Just an ordinary vegetarian who just joined the company and signed a Diva contract? She thought to herself that she was only okay at singing and her voice was okay, but she definitely didn't have the kind of talent that would earn her an S-rank contract all of a sudden. It's been a long time breaking and entering over the years. Even though she was young, she knew what it meant to be content. So this is it? Suzy sniffed happily. Changyu's demeanor he saw in his eyes. Nervous, apprehensive, uneasy, facing him, as if he was going to eat her. Hands pinched the edges of his shirt in front of his body in an urgent manner. Feeling stressed? Suzy didn't answer positively. Instead he smiled and inquired. Changyu's breath caught. But still, he answered good-naturedly. It's big, like a big mountain. It's good to be stressed. I do have a problem with the contract thing. I didn't think about the pressure I put on you. I'll tell you what. I'll say one thing tomorrow. Drop down to A. What's the difference between an A and an S? Changyu was instantly anxious. But she wanted to say something else, but it was interrupted by Suze waving his hand. Alright, that's it for this matter. If you feel pressurized and your virtue is not worthy of the position, then work a little harder next and strive to deserve that contract sooner. After saying that, Suzy was ready to leave, but once again the footsteps stopped. Turning back, your next task is to learn how to sing. The voice teacher will be here tomorrow and you'll try to master it quickly. In addition to that song, June, there are a couple of other songs coming up that you'll have to sing as well, and I'd like to see results within a week. The words fell, and he left straight away. Watching Suze push open Su-min's door, Changyu, who still wanted to chase after him, could only stop. She took a deep breath, while Suze's instructions in the bottom of the heart replayed over and over again, and finally, waved his clenched fist at the door. You can rest assured, I will definitely cheer. Inside the office, Suze just pushed open the door and saw Su-min sitting on the sofa pouring tea. She poured 2 cups. It looks like it's all known out there. After Su-min handed over a cup of tea, she smiled and said, Great God, I suddenly realized that you seem to be better suited to managing a company than I am. Yes? Suzy raised an eyebrow. According to him, he is suitable for managing a company by casually disbursing salaries indiscriminately? Sure. Su-min nodded affirmatively. Then, it was time to tell her some of the hearings that the assistant had reported to her today. I see. After Changyu signed the contract today, because Suze didn't arrange anything else, Su-min didn't dare to make any arrangements, so she let her stay in the hall all the time. Since she was the second artist in the company and had signed an S-rank contract, there had been people from other departments who knew her. At first, Changyu was answering one by one, just saying how to listen to the song, how to think about coming to see Suze, and then being discovered. Later, after looking at the envious expressions of more and more people, as well as learning what the concept of an S-rank contract was, her entire body was a bit confused. The first thing that came to Huang Zi, trying to get her to take herself to Susie's place and withdraw this matter back? I'm sure Huang Zi can't do this. Just keep putting it off. And next, everyone was still climbing with Changyu, listening to the crowd's mouthful of future what achievements are. She was clearly stressed. In the afternoon near the end of that meeting, she was a little unable to bear it, gathered courage, and took the initiative to come to Su-min. Then, again, he was talked out of it by Su-min. Her behavior was not only seen by Su-min, including everyone, plus everyone could feel Changyu's modesty and affinity as they climbed into conversation with her. One of the funniest. It should be that the crowd coaxed to let the treat. She looked embarrassed, and finally bluntly said that she had no money, and when she made money, she would surely this small matter. It's almost too real, and so it goes, one way or another. An inspirational image of a resilient, mediocre person who finally turned over a new leaf because he met Suzy was deeply planted in the bottom of everyone's heart, and because of the presence of such an artist as Changyu. The departmental staff who were not familiar with each other have also familiarized themselves with each other as they walk around. What's the most important thing about a company? Naturally, it's corporate culture. This is at the heart of a healthy business. If instead of thriving and working with purpose within the company, everyone is swinging for the fences, pushing each other away, and being jealous of each other, that future, too, will eventually collapse into internal conflict. Soo Min was ultimately a person. She didn't have the means to control everyone's hearts and minds, or a lot of things she didn't consider so comprehensively, and even after considering them, there was no way to change anything. But today, it is different. Because of the presence of Changyu, everyone understood one thing. In Chosen, as long as you work hard, even if you have a low status, there will be a day when you can make a name for yourself. And if you take a step back, a promotion and a pay rise are entirely possible. Is Changyu a relation? No. Is she pretty? Compared to Soo Min and Long Xiaoanai, even comparing it to assistant Huang Zi, it's not even as good. It's also just a little bit more in shape. Soo Min could feel that before leaving work today. All the employees seemed more combative than usual, and it was a spontaneous enthusiasm for work. Chapter 52 Demon Handsome, shocking Barry's sister, and she immediately announced that everyone would work hard, and when Suze came back from the variety show this time, everyone's pay would be adjusted upwards by 50%. This pie, it's big and round, but the crowd really ate it up. Soo Min would squint her eyes and grin like a little fox. How about it? Do you feel talented now? This matter of talent. It seems like I've always been very confident. Suze laughed. It's worthy of my family's great god. What? Susie's heart fluttered. Soo Min hastily twisted her head. No, it's nothing. She sidetracked. By the way, Ukami, are you hungry? Let's go have dinner. Good. Susie nodded. He naturally heard it, but he could only pretend not to hear it. The corners of his mouth quirked up in a quiet smile. Where's Lonnie Long? She went home that afternoon, so I guess she'll be brushing up on her drama this time. Soo Min casually returned. Alright then, let's go eat first. Susie nodded. Soo Min drove the car, and the two of them casually found a roadside stall. And during the mealtime Suze talked about going to record the song. Soo Min originally off the mouth also want to go, but thinking of the company just started, many things without her can only stammer to let Long Xiaoni accompanied. Variety recording takes a long time. It's been a couple months this go around. I think, after finishing this matter, Suze could obviously feel that Soo Min's interest was smaller, and her expression was sullen. Inwardly, I know it, but I can only sigh in secret. Had dinner, got home and took a shower. He went to bed early as always. Searching for songs without a goal was exhausting, and as soon as this head hit the bed, he fell asleep. The next day, stimulated by several alarm clocks, Susie dragged his slightly groggy head out of bed, and after washing up, but he still slept slowly. So did Lan Xiaoanai, yawning with a reluctant look on his face. But then I thought about the Chinese version of the song I listened to last night, and gritted my teeth again to cheer up. Let's go, lazy god. Get in the car. Opening the car door for Susie, he pulled out the driver's seat himself and got in. Susie shook her head and got into the car. When closing the car door, his eyes happened to meet Soo Min, who was looking at the courtyard door, with tenderness and a sense of dismay. Susie flashed a smile, waving his hand. Take care of your health. Don't work so long every day, and wait for my good news. Slightly shaky, Soo Min immediately looked away. She was afraid to cry out. It had been 3 years. It was hard to meet with Suze after 3 years, but it hadn't even been long before she had to separate again, which caused a twinge in her heart. Bump! Suze was afraid that his heart would go soft, so he hurriedly closed the car door, and somewhat sullenly said to Long Xiaoanai, drive. It's getting late. Oh, Long Xiaoanai pulled a long note, and soon the car started, and with a puff of exhaust, disappeared down the lane in a flash. Looking at the shadow of the car, Soo Min was disappointed, and in the end, there was only a face full of tears, and a soft murmur. Go for it, great God. The car drove a long way. Long Xiaoanai swept a glance at Suze, who had his eyes closed next to him and seemed to be catching up on his sleep in the car, but the sight of his arms, clutched to his chest and somewhat bruised, curled the corners of his mouth into a smirk. Don't pretend. I know you haven't slept. You. Susie's breathing stopped. The eyes opened helplessly. The eyes shone with an unknown luster. This was the first time he was disliked by Long Xiaoanai to the point of having no words. Well, the first time. Is it good to be a big star? Long Xiaoanai spoke again, but do not wait for Suze to reply. Then once again said, in fact, I feel quite tired. Jiajia's sister used to be very happy every day when she was with us. Now well, Majesty has, smile lost. I really don't know what you people think. Doesn't it smell good to lay it out? Susie let out a breath. Doesn't it smell good? Definitely fragrant. But swinging is predicated on capital. and without capital swinging, what's going to sustain it? What's more, the blood is not cold. Some revenge must be avenged, or else the whole life is not smooth, and there is. Maybe, I want to live a little. The world is so boring, let me change it for the better. Ha ha ha. A string of silvery bells of laughter rang out. Long Xiaonie was straight up happy. It's still you. Great God. I come. I see. I change. Good to know. Suzy felt a little better. Turning around, he added, don't talk about me? Aren't you the same? Doesn't it smell good to brush up on your dramas? You keep running to the recording studio. Long Xiaonie skimmed her mouth. Parental fights all the way to the airport. Long Xiaonie suddenly came. Great God, you like Minmin, right? Suzy froze, but there was no hesitation. Yes, but you have to keep it a secret. I knew it. Long Xiaonie laughed. What Suzy didn't notice, however, was that after she turned her head, her mouth was muttering, I envy you, Minmin. Suzy is really perfect. Talent, looks, character. There wasn't a single thing that wasn't to her liking, but just such a perfect man, obviously in front of their eyes, but cannot move a heart. Really too difficult. Who understands? Family. Long Xiaonie puts on a big show inside. The plane is at 7 a.m. It was certainly a miracle for the two guys who managed to sleep until noon. Got on the plane and fell fast asleep. Wake up. Just get to the place already. 11 o'clock. Suzy sent a message to Su Jia, and the opposite side quickly returned with the coordinates of a recording studio. The two took a cab. Straight ahead. When they arrived at the place, they were greeted by a middle-aged woman. Plain looking, wearing a professional suit and looking extremely competent. Long Xiaonie recognized the visitor at once and greeted her with a smile. Sister Berry, long time no see. Ha ha, it's M.I. Well, it's pretty again. The woman addressed as Sister Berry revealed a smile. Long Xiao and I introduced Suzy. This is Sister Berry, Sister Jia Jia's manager. Suzy nodded, extended his hand. Hello. The two of them shared a handshake. You're Suzy, aren't you? Berry looked up and down. Unlike what he had seen at the concert that day, now after changing his attire and fixing his hair, Suzy's face value was simply astounding. Up close and personal, almost deathlessly handsome, with sharp angles and deep eyes, it was as if a domineering president from a novel had appeared. Although this world made a lot of bully dramas, this bully was not a bully. This was the perfect persona she could fantasize inside when she read the book. After so many years in the entertainment industry, Sister Berry has seen a lot of handsome men, but compared to Suzy, it's the difference between a firefly and a white moon. He came like a painting. Suddenly, Berry remembered a word. But this is also normal. Usually Suzy is a vegetarian face, already handsome, today because of the rush to produce the album, recording songs, shooting MV. Therefore, Long Xiaonie had specially designed makeup for him, and in conjunction with his originally excellent foundation, he was indeed handsome beyond words. This was also one of the reasons why Long Xiaonie had been flooded with nymphomania inside the car. Chapter 53, Saltable and Sweet Long Xiaonie. So cool. After a long time of returning to her senses, Berry couldn't help but gasp out in awe. I'm flattered. Suzy smiled bashfully, then looking inside. Sister Su should already be here. Let's record the song first. Yeah, record a song. Sister Berry also realized that she was a bit out of line and hurriedly said. Soon after Berry led the way in. At the same time, she opened her mouth while introducing. This is a large recording studio with a lot of recording studios in it, but all 3 days have been chartered by Ms. Jia. She knew the identities of Su Jia and Su Min, so whenever she addressed the duo, she used the second word of their names, with Miss in addition. Suzy nodded slightly. Come to the door of a recording studio. Outside at the moment, there were several people sitting at tables with listening devices on them, while across the transparent recording room, Su Jiating stood. The microphone was not far from his mouth, and he wore wraparound earphones, clearly immersed in the song. Suzy didn't bother, and Long Xiao and I each found a seat and sat down. This is the Red Bean recorded this morning. Listen to it. Sister Berry handed over a tablet, and at the same time gave Suzy the headphones as well. Suzy nodded at his words, put on his headphones, and clicked on the already prepared file. A light piano intro plays, with a soothing rhythm, like the tinkling of spring water. Come to the node. The violin played languidly, and the mood seemed to have thickened a bit, and just within that melody, a gentle voice slowly sounded from the headset. Haven't felt it properly yet. Snowflakes blooming in the climate. We'll understand better if we tremble together. What is tenderness? The song is melodious. Rhythm control is almost flawless. The sentiment is also extremely strong. A feeling of regret came over me. Just a prelude. Still let Suzy listen to the mesmerized. A long time later, a song finally ended. Suzy only then afterward took off the headphones. Well, Berry had an expectant look on her face. Sujia's voice is naturally nothing to write home about, and so are her vocals, but Suzy is, after all, the songwriter, and his opinions are, to a certain extent, more intuitive than the others. Great. Perfect. Suzy generously complimented. It's really good. Although Sujia has a good voice, the songs still contain a lot of things, such as feelings, and some nuances in them. Different people have different interpretations of a song. Sujia has clearly put in the work, humming at the end of a couple of details to make that little girl's kink overflow. However, these professional, Suzy did not explain more to the Berry sister. Praise good, has been enough. That'll do. Ms. Ja has put off all her work for the past 2 days to work on this song, especially last night, when you sent her the other songs. Oh my god, it was the first time I've ever seen her that happy. Berry was overwhelmed with emotion. Sujia has also sung a lot of songs over the years. Her family has money, so naturally the people she hired weren't bad. They were all gold medal songwriters and composers in the singing world. But even so, it didn't excite Sujia that much. Once the rest of Suzy's 6 songs arrived yesterday, Sujia was simply as mesmerized as she was, holding the tablet there all the time and humming out from time to time, until 12 o'clock at night. If she hadn't gone to report on the progress of the concert herself, she'd probably still be in the suite's living room studying it. But there's one thing to be said for it. She was truly impressed with Suzy. Songs that she can't understand, but the sound, she heard it. Sujia merely hummed in a jumbled manner, each sentence that was like immortal music, refreshing, and even occasionally a sentence or two that made her heart flutter and empathize. At least for so many years, she hadn't really heard many songs like that, just a handful. As for the compliments, Suzy took them lightly. Just kidding. Can he not be clear about how trashy the songs in this world are? In his previous life, if he took just any song, it would hang. Not to mention that in his previous life, these songs would have hung for a whole year. Listened to the song and chatted a bit. Sujia also happened to walk out of the recording studio, with a wave of excitement under her eyes, and before she even got to her body, she waved at Suzy. Suzy, this. It was the first time I had seen Sujia so girly. Suzy was slightly stunned, but also stood up. Sister Sue, you're finally here, and I'll tell you what, I still have a couple of things I haven't figured out. These songs are just great. I'm so impressed. Sujia was gushing. Suzy was a little unnatural. Talking royal lady? It did seem to shock her. The two don't make a difference. Without being polite, Sujia came up and asked about the points she didn't understand in the song, and Suzy gave answers to each of them. Songs always have a background. Just look at the lyrics. There are places where it just doesn't make sense, but once you say it, it's immediately clear. From time to time, Sujia showed an expression of dawning realization. On the side, Long Xiaoni had acted like an outsider from the moment she entered the door, and Sujia had only greeted her, and had been talking business with Suze. She looked a little bored. Coincidentally, at that moment, a person walked in outside and said something in Barry's ear. What? Not coming? Barry's voice drew steeply up a few notches. The man grimaced. I had agreed, but because of a sudden cold, this is in the hospital. I guess I can't come until tomorrow. This. Barry frowned, glancing towards Suzy's side. He finally said, no, time is limited and there's no way to displace the venue. It has to be filmed today. Do you have a backup candidate? The man shook his head. I wouldn't have come to you if I had. This, just as Barry pondered the approach. Long Xiaoni, who was listening to the duo's conversation, her eyes lit up and she came up. Sister Barry, is it the shooting of the MV? Barry looked back. At first glance, there was still anxiety in his eyes, but the second look, it just lit up. What's the point of looking for someone? It's not readily available. A smile appeared on his cheeks. Yes, does MS. And I have an idea? Just lack of a person. A short time is not good to find. To labor. Not waiting for her to finish. Long Xiaoni nodded her head straight. No problem. I happen to have nothing to do. I'll take this job. Good. Barry smiled back. What a relief. But just at this time, that director is a bit hesitant. Toward Sujia's side after a glance. Cannot help but say, Barry's sister. This image will not. He gazed at Long Xiaoni. Double ponytail, Lolita. This doesn't go with Sujia's singing voice. Wouldn't it be anticlimactic if it was filmed? Who knows that Sister Barry is laughing? It's fine. Just go and change Miss Nee's makeup. You guys listen to her orders. If other people don't know it well, she can't know it well. Long Xiaoni has filmed a lot of segments. The standard is certainly more than enough to compare the MV. And Long Xiaoni just liked to dress like this on weekdays. In front of the camera, not only has a lowly cute side, more valiant side, with specific reference to the half-baked girl, Can Wong, and MV only, the height can be completely pulled up with a good shipping mirror. In young people's terms, yes, it can be sweet or salty. Chapter 54, Legendary Openings. fatalities pulled full circle. That's fine. The director wanted to say something else, but finally swallowed back. Except for the 3 songs with male and female duets, the remaining 4 MVs are single female lead. It's still largely a song content limitation. Red Bean, Legend, Next Station Diva, and Later, are all sung from a girl's point of view, and as an expression of the mood of the song, the MV naturally only needs a girl. This head of the dragon Shawnee left. After listening to Susie's explanation, Suja also delved into the recording studio once again and began to sing the second song of the legend. This song is a different kind of melancholy than Reddit, a song with a fatalistic pull. Fate is thin and insipid. Need a ride is already grateful, but if you can be with the white head, is a living legend. A synthesized sound in the opening, with the guzheng and guitar, as well as the piano embellishment, as if the wind chimes played with the bustling sea of people, you and I, but still clearly audible. Just for one more look at you in the crowd. I never forgot your face again. Dreaming of the chance to meet again someday. I've been alone with my thoughts ever since. The first few times, perhaps because he hadn't been able to understand the meaning of the songs, Sujia always felt that something was missing when he sang them, and although ethereal, he had nothing to fall back on. But this time is different. With the opening song after, there's an extra sprinkling of love in the song, and a trust in fate. Meeting is a good sign, but I believe in fate, and sooner or later you and I will meet again, and next time, it's for life. With obstinacy comes movement. The song rises as soon as the destiny is out of the way. Climax. More than that, it pulls the trust in fate full circle. Thinking of you when you're in the sky. When I think of you, you're in front of me. Thinking about you when you're in your head. Thinking of you when you're in the heartland. I'd like to believe that we had an appointment in a past life. The love story of this life will never be the same. I'd rather spend my life waiting for you to find out. I've been there for you. It never goes far. Sweet love, destiny, you'll always be mine. Can't escape, can't walk away. It could be seen from the fact that before she sang, Su Jia used all her strength, and this time, she was obviously much lighter, and the corners of her mouth were even hung with a sweet smile. She's enlightened. A few minutes later, the song ended. Yes, it's so good. Predestination. So it's predestination. Several of the vocal teachers, as well as the teacher in charge of monitoring the practice, were touched by the mood within the song, and one by one, they voiced out their approval. The older you get, the deeper your feelings become. Su Jia apparently also felt that she played well, slowly stepped out and then looked at Suze, her eyes bright. How was it? Suze smiled faintly. Once upon a time the car was slow, the horse was slow, a lifetime is only enough to love one person. Sister Su sang very well, this time there is no problem. Listening to the sentence from Suze's mouth, Su Jia's eyes brightened up more and more, and she couldn't help but secretly sigh. It's your talent that's shocking. Overrated. Suzy said blandly. Perhaps it was because Su Jia's own strength was good, plus there was Suze, a great god guiding the next stop Diva. Later on, it's almost always 2 or 3 passes. This was as fast as a rocket ride for the recording of the album. Fantastic. Later is regret. Diva is relieved. Su Jia scored a perfect score on both songs. Later. I've finally learned how to love. It's a shame you're long gone, disappearing into the sea of people. Later. Finally, in the midst of tears, I realized that some people are not there once you miss them. Simple chords, each one like a breath, strike at the heart of every listener. There is a saying. In fact, what really killed me was never the moment she left, but a moment of calm when I suddenly thought of bits and pieces of memories related to her that were lynching. Regret, but never to return. The title of the song is Later. Remembering is once upon a time. People can't get mad at Soap Bubbles. Sa even if he does a solo show someday, and who shall sing he shall not be present. It still seems like a wasted life. Not being in love teaches me how to sing. Gil, how many love songs for me to sing? Or how barely the front of the stage shines. Hard to give a favorite a whisper. Sing low and softly. Piano in the key of C, guitar in the key of G. Deep within the slightly lighter and more exciting score lies every collision of life and love. Su Jia sings the song with a little bit of a smoky voice technique at Susie's suggestion, but it's that little bit that gives it a sense of age instead. Looking back years later, I'm a diva, peak popularity, and you're long gone. Susie was listening to the song and thinking about things, and his mind was probably on a passage like this. If there is a very favorite person with a great memory, after a long time apart or release or forget the minutiae of what once was, in the midst of the crowded streets, in the warmth of the holiday season, in the midst of the joys of life many years later, remembering that he can't be there for me, there's a sweetness in the heart and a hurt in the warmth. So, release, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After recording the 4 singles, it was also time for dinner, and in order to hurry, neither Su Jia nor Suze chose to go out to eat, but ordered takeout. A few hurried bites, then it started recording again. in the afternoon. However, there was a small problem. The reason for this is that the first song recorded was the song Dimple. It's a sweet, sweet love song, which is by definition the easiest. So it's also arranged by Suzy at the beginning. But here's the problem. Soo-ja maybe in the morning regrets singing more. The afternoon is how to not find that sweet feeling. Every time I'm opening, happiness begins to have its portents. Karma keeps us slowly close together. Hard by the way she sang the kind of thing where happiness is foretold and we leaned back to back. Sometimes having a spacey voice isn't a good thing, as is being too emotionally involved. In desperation, Suzy could only let Soo-ja slow down first, and tell her some short stories. For example, there's no wine in your dimples and I'm drunk as a dog. Then there's, when I was a kid, I worked up the courage to confess my love to you, and you ended up laughing at me in front of all my elementary school classmates. I was still making fun of me for it every now and then in middle school, and high school, and college, to the point where it still used to mock me at dinner now. And, one time a good-looking female classmate said to me, my parents are urging me to bring a boyfriend. Can you help me out by pretending to be my boyfriend and paying you afterwards? So I accompanied her to their house. Her parents are nice to me and want me to sleep with her at night. We were both lying on the bed, and she shyly said to me, why don't you really be my boyfriend? So, splat, I slapped her in the face. So you can not pay? There is a lack of civic entertainment in this world, and naturally there isn't much for such jokes. So when Suzy spoke out, even Soo-ja, an imperial lady, didn't hold back from being amused and covered her mouth and laughed. A silvery voice rang out, crisp, moving. Then there was Suzy's voice, okay, well get started. Chapter 55, still young looking because of love. The laughter came to an abrupt end. Soo-ja's small face was bitter, and she raised her willow eyebrows at Suzy, as if she was being pampered. I now understand Shawnese words. Suzy wondered. Damn capitalist, teasing you to keep you working too. You think he's resting on his laurels. This. Suzy was speechless, however, looking at this Soo-ja, but could not help but feel a heartbeat. Did not expect that the cold and icy diva, but also has such a young girl as side. It's pretty good. It's comfortable to be together. So's, I'm still looking. A lean and a hug. Who prays for me and worries for me, getting mad at me for making a scene for me. Soo-ja. Happiness begins to have its portents. Fate has brought us slowly closer together, and then the loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes conversation and change. The song is melodious, filled with sweet joy. The smell of love is pink, going round and round in every corner, finally landing in the heart of whoever it is. It's like this. So, dimples and long lashes. It's your best mark. I can't sleep a day without missing your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With your life intact just right. The two looked deep into each other's eyes. Soo-ja's eyes were like autumn water, as if they were rippling with beauty. Suzy's eyes were gentle. The corners of his mouth were smiling, and his magnetic voice was a confession. The duo stood in the studio and sang more and more, but the crowd outside was listening more and more. Why do I get the feeling that something's not right with those two? I feel it too. No way. Barry frowned similarly. She knew very well how Soo-ja's character was. On the outside she looked ice cold, but in reality, she was still a little girl inside. It was just that her status was different and her contact was different. That's why she always appeared to be high and mighty, but privately, also often brushed the microblogging like ordinary people. Also like ordinary people brush Jane, and from time to time will use a small number to comment a few sentences. The girl is full of. It will be hilarious and fun. Just all of this, all in private only. She remembers very clearly that once after watching a movie, Soo-ja actually broke the ice and told her, if only I could meet a boy like that, I'd marry straight away. Barry was flabbergasted. Unfortunately no, Soo-ja said regretfully. Actually, she didn't have much contact with Soo-min. Otherwise she would have definitely found out that these two sisters are both the bold kind. And if she really let Soo-ja meet a favorite, the peak of popularity to announce a romance, do you believe it? Not to mention, it's quite possible. But nowadays, the entertainment industry is so mixed up that naturally, no one is in Soo-ja's eyes. But Suzy is different. To be talented is to have talent, to have a face. Thinking about it, Barry suddenly had a cold sweat behind her back. She subconsciously winced, before looking at the duo in the recording studio who were looking at each other with smiles at the corners of their mouths. Murmured, that is your brother-in-law, cannot. This girl, the end has to be said. She began to think about how to warn Suka. Time just ticked by. Finished singing Dimple, almost all over again, but because of some delays, after taking care of some arranging and stuff, it was after 4 p.m. Hesitation. Suzy and Soo-ja sang the second song, Because of Love. Rush is a song of regret, just now also sweet it, then again regret. Light adjustment of the mood, but also can give the whole depression. So Because Love happens to be however, There are some regrets, but all in all it will be much better than rush hour. Spent another half hour adjusting my mood. This time, to avoid making mistakes, Suze is preparing Suja in advance. Well, as always, he is telling stories. Suja also seemed to be addicted to listening to the story. As soon as he saw Suze telling the story, he immediately sat on the small bench and sat straight, like a good boy who listened carefully to the lesson, and watched the scene. Oh, heart of berry, plucked, that's your brother-in-law, she mentally repeated. But fortunately, there was comfort. Although Sujia's eyes were clearly staring at Suzy, Lak still controlled the distance of the body just right, for the sake of admiration. That's fine, Berry relieved herself. Soon after, Suzy's story came. When Grandpa was in a coma, Grandma said, what if someone bullies me when you're gone? Then Grandpa suddenly woke up and said with all his strength, whoever dares, I will fight with him. Grandpa left the next day, and Grandma was as mad as a hatter, repeating only the words, you liar. A lot of people get married just to find someone to watch a movie with, not someone who can share the experience of watching a movie. If I don't want to get married in order to just have a companion, I'm able to go to the movies all by myself. It's more important to get married to someone who will make each other's lives happier than to simply find someone you can live with. How can you cry when you watch a news broadcast? What kind of person cries when they watch a news broadcast? The day of the earthquake. At some point, the song came on in the studio. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to our love then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. Love in those days. It's really because of love. It's not about material things. It's not about the wind and the moon. It's just about you. So's, because love doesn't grieve easily. So everything is what happiness looks like. Su-jia, because love simply grows. Still ready to go crazy for you. Su-jia, because of love how can there be vicissitudes? So's, so we're still young looking. Chorus, because of the love in that place, there are still people wandering around. People come and go. Rush Hour will have to be sung tomorrow, as it was followed up with a couple more recordings of the song because of love. After some disqualifications, the time had come to evening. Sunset. Long Xiaoni panted, pushed open the door and then came to Su Jia. Oh, so tired. I'm all tanned. Sister Jia Jia, you have to pay me a salary. A lot. Send it. It must be sent. Su Jia was in a good mood, full of smiles like flowers. Long Xiaoni's eyes gurgled and saw Suze again, who was looking down and flipping through the lyric sheet. Coming over, he said, Great God, how was your singing today? Did you get crushed by Sister Jia Jia? She can sing well. No. Suzy raised his head and smiled. I don't believe it. Long Xiaoni said arrogantly. Su Jia interjected. Suze's singing skills are better than mine, and so is his emotional understanding. Thanks to him today, or else I really wouldn't have been able to finish recording these songs in 3 days. I just said it. How can a big god be bad? Right, big god. Long Xiaoni flipped her face faster than a book. However, Suzy knows that this niece has no good words. Then take the initiative to speak. Okay, know you what you want. Don't worry. You script I read. It's still coming together. The theme song recorded after the album has the opportunity to give you to get out. Hooray! Long Xiaoni was instantly happy. Chapter 56, Pure Love Scripts. Poignant debut. Speaking of scripts, Suzy also took the time to watch it. Surprisingly enough, in fact, because it was really good. Something along the lines of, the boy and the girl are both sophomores in college, and the boy has a female best friend he gets along with. The boy would love to be in a sweet relationship, but because of the police academy, girls are naturally scarce. One day, the girl's best friend asked the boy to go to the playground, and from a distance, he saw the girl's best friend playing badminton with a girl wearing a pink sweater. The boy pulled over his best friend and inquired in a whisper, What's the girl's name? The BFF whipped her head right around and hollered, Why? He's trying to chase you. The playground was crowded. Super duper. The girl ducked shyly. The moment the community died, it was also the beginning of love. After the boy went back, the girl's figure was always in his mind, so he asked toward his girlfriends, Can you give a contact information and so on? Female best friend, No, she can't see you, don't even think about it. It's solid. But the boy didn't give up. Follow your girlfriends around every day in a dead heat, and talk with the girls when you find the right moment to do so, one way or another. Just get familiar with it. The duo took time out of their day to walk together and play badminton, and it seemed to come to a point. The boy couldn't help but tweet the girl that day and ask her, Can we be together? The girl did not say anything, only let him look at his own circle of friends. As it turns out, the girl had already made an official announcement. It's a picture of the duo leaning on each other and taking a walk. Later, the boy plays ball and the girl sits quietly and waits, then hands him water. The boy trains, the girl waits likewise. Every day, just 2 hours, drabones, etc. There is such a girlfriend. The boy's roommates and classmates can be envied to death. The boy is happy, the inner girl more and more love. Until, junior year break. Because it was a tense period of universal confinement, it was impossible to meet, even if they were not far apart. So, across the cold screen, with no body heat, no love in his eyes, there was fight after fight. The boy hears someone say that there's been a guy looking for a girl, and at first he doesn't believe it, but there's been more fighting and someone has posted pictures. He finally couldn't resist asking. The girl returned a question mark. So is he. He said, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. The girl returned a period. Later, it was separated. See you at school again. She's got an instructor for a boyfriend. Avoiding each other, the boy lost his smile and spent his days fuming and playing dead. Like a mess. The boy couldn't resist looking for her again. The girl said, don't bother. Go back and don't go. I'm going to get married after graduation. It's a moment that really can't be taken back. The story ends with a memory. The period of universal interdiction. Cannot go out, but a car. The boy spit girls. Sister, you know how difficult to get a certificate of access. I'm running, my legs are broken. Running to meet people in the winter. Love brain, oh, you're hopeless. The girl was not happy. What do you care? Just drive your car. The car was parked not far from the boy's house. Sis, I'll take a nap. The girl got out of the car. It's cold, cold outside. She was shivering, wearing the pink sweater she'd worn when they met the other day, but there was no jacket. She was just trying to look nice. The girl picked up her cell phone and got a message from the boy. Why don't you answer my question? The girl is cold. Huffed. Look out the window. Every word. Wasted effort. But she withdrew it. Instead, send a message. What are you doing? The boy's message came back quickly. You haven't answered my question. The girl shuddered again and sent a paragraph. After hesitating, I don't know what to say. Boy, no. Is it hard to say what you have? Say what you think. I'm really speechless, you know. You always do. Don't just stop talking when you're angry. Consider my feelings, can you? Didn't we agree before? No matter what, we have to communicate. What do you want me to do? There's a guy who comes to you every day, right? Then, there is the very first image. Girl, boys, girl, what do you mean? Boys, don't want to talk about it. In the snow, the girl's brother pushed open the door and shouted, sis, what are you crying for? Why don't you go up? It's so cold. You said you. Get up there. The girl, crying, come on, let's go. The girl got married. The boy remembers it to this day. End of story. Returning to his senses, Suzy sighed. He somewhat underestimated this guy Long Shawnee. Based on the true story of the netizen, is really good. All to him to see here is not the taste. Love, that's what it is. Especially adolescent love. One misunderstanding, no explanation. Never see again. Never. Return. Originally, Suzy only thought of a random song to perfume this niece, but after watching it, he made up his mind. He was going to sing a song alone. Pointedly, the lyrics are extremely attached to the mood of the song. The golden hits, coupled with this episode, definitely add up to a 1-2 punch. Dinner, luxury dinner. After all, there is Soo Jia, this big rich woman in the presence of, and she is obviously very happy today. A big wave of hand to treat everyone to dinner. It's hilarious to mix it up. On the table, Soo Jia couldn't help but open her mouth again to ask what kind of feelings were in rush hour. But in fact, to put it bluntly, she wanted Suzy to tell a story. Suzy looked helpless. He didn't tell a story, though, but rather recapitulated Long Shawnee script. Those who hear it weep. After a long time, the mood slowed back down. This script, it seems to be very suitable for rush hour. Soo Jia couldn't help but look at Long Shawnee. Long Shawnee's heart froze, then a joy. Doesn't that mean, just when she thought she could get a song sung by Soo Jia, a diva, as the theme song, she was interrupted by Suzy. No, wouldn't it be, and it doesn't say, so get over it. Ah, Long Shawnee's little face instantly pulled down. Unhappy. I don't. I want it. Jia Jia's sister. Soo Jia looked at Suzy with a spoiled face. I think it's quite suitable, and this script is really good. I cried listening to it. Poof. Long Shawnee arrogantly looked at Suzy. Suzy sighed and said to Long Shawnee in a good-natured manner, I prepared a separate song for you. It must be more powerful than this one, but if you want to use rush hour, I won't stop you. More than this song? Long Shawnee's eyes lit up. She's not stupid. Soo Jia is also the same. Cannot help but look at Suzy. Hurried that year, how absolute she knows. Melody a beginning. Regret pull full. More powerful than this one? How desperate would that have to be? Suzy didn't reply, but continued to smile. Which one to choose? This time, Long Shawnee didn't hesitate. Hey, I won't bother Sister Jia Jia. Let's pick this one alone. You girl, that can be really considerate. Su Jia laughed and scolded. Ha ha. Long Xiaoni buried her head in embarrassment. A moment later, Su Jia couldn't help but open her mouth. Suzy, then what is this song? Can I sing? For words almost came out of my mouth. Good to stop in time. Su Zhe was indifferent, shrugged his shoulders. I guess not. This song has to be sung by boys. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow if you have time. You'll take the time to record it together. Speaking of which, look to Long Xiaoni. So, you need to get up early. Say it like you got up early. Long Xiaoni skimmed her mouth and added, Big lazy god. Chapter 57, Dramatic Hot Stuff. Fathers take a shot at it. A flash of disappointment flashed under Su Jia's eyes, but soon, they became expectant again. Can't sing though, but it's nice to be able to listen to it first. A song that could be more absolute than even Rush Hour. She'd like to hear what it was like. Had dinner. Under Su Jia's arrangement, Su Zhe's duo stayed in the same hotel building as her. The suite is gone. Good thing there's the next best thing to a view. Su Zhe is not picky, but very satisfied. After all, do not think he lived before that or what? Low-cost housing. Hey. This, in turn, made Barry look a few points higher again. Character, viewed in detail. The next day, under the bombardment of the alarm clock, Suzy once again got up early, scanned the phone. It was a message from Su Min. It was probably some words of concern such as asking Suzy to take care of himself, as well as working matters regarding his platform account and data such as fans. June is on fire, and in a short period of time it has exploded all over the internet. As the first ancient-style opera cadence that appeared in this world, the bombardment of people's ears is simply comparable to the nuclear bomb level. Just open your mouth for the first sentence. Countless people then fell to their knees. And most importantly, the song kills not just the current audience, but bombards a group of people who are barely exposed to jittery microtones. As well, it's only been a few days. Several major platforms, the number of registrations have risen by millions and the trend is still on the rise. Can't you see the concubine dancing? Jitterbug, Weibo, the 4 major sound flats. The comments section skyrockets like crazy day after day. Open your mouth and kneel. Really open your mouth and kneel. Never thought songs could be sung like this. I'm dreaming back to ancient times. The ancient summer culture is profound. The first time I played a song in the house without getting yelled at, my parents liked it and my grandparents liked it. So do I. Grandparents, everyone is clear. Do not brush the short video, but these 2 days must I give people to sign up for the jitterbug. I taught him for a long time how to use. The results of people came to align. Teach me how to look at this child on the line. So do I. Born and bred, the bottom of the sea, and this precedent-setting June. My God, Suzy is a treasure. The daily 3 questions. Are you guys paying attention? Liked it? Signed up for moms and dads yet? God twist. Shouldn't that be a retweet? But still, I'd like to say the same. Want to cry and laugh. Good want to let Suzy open live. This guy is also too abusive powder. This is a few songs burst into flames. The result is a live broadcast. No news. That's right. Other people read or hurry to open the live broadcast. On the variety show, strive to quickly turn the flow of cash. He's good. Not on the variety show even if. The result is even the live broadcast is not open. This guy outrageous. Is it possible that he's trying to write music? Is that so? I'm crying my eyes out. A creator like that is way too dedicated. Are there really people like that in the entire entertainment industry? Don't you see it now? It's still true. Here I come. Daily Hyping Live. I'm here, too, for the Daily Hype Live. +1, +100,860. Brothers rush up. Not only do I want to see it, my family wants to see it. Every platform puts the hypes up. I don't believe this guy Suzy pretends not to see it. I'll do the same. Charge. And so, the comment of urging Suzy to start broadcasting, under the enthusiastic efforts of countless netizens, actually hung on the top 50 of the Hot Search real-time rising list this morning. And it's still going up? It's only 50, though, but after all, it's still a hot search. But if you look upwards, 5th place, Juniper came out of nowhere and is suspected of creating a new genre. In 19th place, countless netizens cried that their fathers actually forced them to download Shakeology just to listen to June. One hit for one song even. With this one June Schwan came out. The hit hangs a full 3, which is a bit scary. However, when Suzy opened his various platforms, he was relieved as the jam ended. Jitterbug followers, 6.8 million. Twitter followers, 5.01 million. A few songs with major platform airplay. Junior, $810 million. Seabed, depressing $320 million. Seabed, Cure $320 million. Born Human, $290 million. The entire population of Xia is just 5.8 billion playback. Although it does not exclude people listening to it repeatedly, but just look at the paper data. it is also an extremely horrible percentage of ah. Besides, how many days has it been? It seems that the heat is higher than one thought. Suze couldn't help but murmur secretly. At the same time, he scanned the rest of Su Min's messages. That hyped-up hot search had to be taken care of. And now it's time for a second live broadcast. A lot of things, just to take advantage of the live broadcast to announce. But none of this is urgent. Let the storm brew for a little while longer. The main task of the day is still recording the album. Rush Hour was lucky to get it done in an hour or two, and the rest of the time was spent on the MV for the 3 duet singles, which had to be changed into costumes, makeup, and so on. It is estimated that it will take a short time. Let's try to get it done in one day too. Thinking of this, Susie's gaze slightly condensed while pulling the chat page to the bottom. Su Min, great God, Li Ningfei called you but didn't get through. He called the company again. I said I'd let you wake up and call again. I guess it's about the variety show. It starts the day after tomorrow. Last time the two agreed to meet in Star City in 4 days. And the day after they met was the time of the Knowles recording. Today is only the 4th day. Is it hard to believe that he came early? Susie thought about it, but returned a call. Fruity, as he had guessed, Li Ningfei had indeed rushed to Star City, presumably a little impatient, and had pushed in notice before running here. Dude, are you ready? I faxed the contract. If you don't have a problem with it, you sign it. I'll take care of it on my end today. And there's the meeting tomorrow. I've booked a hotel, so just come straight over then. I know you genius. You girl is also too demonic. Right, this June not see in the end how to come up with. Hold grass. My father have given me this song. Theater cavity. Stunning ah. 2 cow. How about a nice drink tomorrow when you're here? The phone just picked up. Suze then greeted him and then kept listening to Li Ningfei blah blah blah. He shook his head helplessly. But instead, he didn't interrupt. The excitement will pass. After roughly several minutes of talking, it seemed that the words held in his stomach had finally been said about as much as they could be. And only then did Li Ningfei take a long breath. Well bro, you damn well answer back. In. It's not listening to you. I'm already in Star City, but I've been particularly busy the past 2 days. I'll see you tomorrow, Susie explained. You're damn. Li Ningfei laughed and cursed, then said, okay, then see you tomorrow. I just happened to be resting. Hang on. The phone hung up. Susie breathed a sigh of relief. Chatterbox this is. Chapter 58 Album Kills. Beating worker Long Xiaoni. Wash up and go out. Grabbing Long Xiaoni. The ninny yawned and followed with a reluctant look on her face. Su Jia rubbed her head and comforted her with a smile. Alright, today's task is heavy. We'll be able to rest tomorrow after we're done. Hang in there. Got it. Long Xiao and I pouted. Ooh, another yawn. Heads drooped. Be as cute as you want. She was wearing a white dress today. Her white calves were visible. Her hair was in a single ponytail, which was more than a bit refreshing. And she was a bit more small and youthful than usual. Pavilion. Like a little lotus flower fairy. But that's what Susie seems to be. Su Jia door clear. This niece so dressed up. Must be lazy toss. Casually get. After all, just put the hair up and tied behind the head. How simple Well, dresses are easy to wear. A man can never guess about women. Had breakfast on the first floor of the hotel. 8 o'clock. Arrive at the studio on time. Greeting the crowd that was eating breakfast, the three quickly parted ways. Long Xiaoni went to shoot at MV. Su Jia and Su Zhe, on the other hand, got into the recording studio to open their voices and familiarize themselves with Rush Hour, so that the official recording would go much smoother later. A man and a woman. At each other. But it was a professional skill, and the duo didn't feel too embarrassed. About a few minutes later, the vocal teacher and monitor who were out for breakfast took care of that and the recording officially began. The first time, Suze and Su Jia stared at each other as a light piano sound rang out within their earphones. It's well known, the simpler the melody of a love song, the more difficult it is to interpret the feelings of the song. But in turn, once it is sung well, it is a classic. The piano, in the key of ascending C, begins with a slight rush, as if it were a mountain stream flowing with the turbulence of a river. It was also as if it seemed like something was fading away, and the people behind them tried their best to grab it, but they were still only too tired to run and catch a bit of it. Su Min was the first to speak. Rush us. How many times has it been said? Delay after goodbye. Unfortunately for anyone who hasn't, it's not a love affair. Eloquence above the 7 emotions. Susie followed up. Rush us. In a moment of haste. Unbearable promises. Only wait for someone else to cash in. Like water years. Hurry to come. Hurry to go. When you really want to grasp it, but found that it is already a period of memories that can only be remembered. That year of simplicity. That year was a rush. That year we promised each other that we would last forever. That year we embraced each other to grow old. It is so white that there is no dust. yet it was also empty to the point that it could easily be blown away with just a gust of wind. Years later, we realized, it turns out that there is money and salt in life. If goodbye can't be red-eyed, is it still possible to be red-faced and, like that year in a hurry, carved forever together? That beautiful rumor. If the past is worth remembering, don't be too quick to put an end to it. Who wants to be like that? There is nothing to hang on to or to hold on to each other. This song is the theme song of the movie Rush Hour in the previous life, and the heroine in it, Fong Hui, said this: all boys swear when they really feel sure they will not betray their promises, and when they go back on their promises, they really feel that they can't do it. So something like a vow cannot measure steadfastness or judge right or wrong, it only proves that, at the moment it was said, one another were once sincere. There is no right or wrong. It's just eloquence on the seven senses. Irrelevant. Just miss it, please don't regret it. Suzy still remembers that year's favorite program to listen to, Dongqing, Harmony, in which she said such a paragraph to outline youthful love. No matter how rusty we end up, what was once good to you is true. Even if we eventually break up, don't let the encounter down. I hope you don't regret knowing me, and that you were really happy to live up to the encounter, as is also the case. The song is over. Su Jia was in great shape, and naturally, Su Zhe didn't need to say anything. Under the system's enhancement, it was steady as a horse. After continuing the recording 2 more times and fixing some flawed areas, the song recording was completely finished. Without waiting for the duo to celebrate, Barry led them back into the car to a nearby chartered recording location for the MV. Su Jia is rich and powerful. There are 2 in the crew. Long Xiaoни's place and Su Zhe's site started at the same time, and the efficiency was surprisingly fast. And I have to mention here that because popularity broke 10 million last night, Suzy not only unlocked a new library of novels, but also automatically upgraded a number of skills. What with the oboe, the guitar, the dancing, and the acting, several have reached the level of denizenship. Introductory, proficient, mastery, exaltation. Using the piano as a standard, proficiency corresponds to grade 10, and denizenship corresponds to performance grade. Taking acting skills as the standard, proficiency corresponds to a wordy dragon set. Dingji corresponds to a supporting role, master corresponds to a first-line protagonist, and out of the blue is a movie star. However, in this world where traffic stars are rampant, those who are the main characters, not to mention masters, are at best proficient in their level, and some of them are even just getting started. Anyway, there are stunt doubles, teleprompters, and you can even read digital post-dubbing. Is acting required or anything? No, you just need to brush your face. Back to the main topic. Su Zhe's acting skills had reached a level of sophistication, and filming just one MV was naturally easy plus easy. As for Su Jia, she has also been studying acting, and she is preparing for a future dual career in film and television. One way or another, shooting is naturally extremely fast. In just one morning, excluding the 2 hours spent recording Rush Hour, the first MV was done in the remaining 2 hours, 12 noon. In a rush to stay more late, the duo ate takeout and proceeded to hoof it to the venue. Changed locations, keep shooting, time just rushes by, until 6 in the afternoon. Kill, with a command from the director. The run that lasted all day was finally over. Su Jia and Su Zhe glanced at each other, slackening their bodies and smiling at each other. Barry handed over clothes to put on. Although it's summer, there are swimming scenes, and after sweating come up and be blown by the wind, it would be easy to catch a cold and catch a flu, and it wasn't a good day. Su Zhe is indifferent. He has been taking out, singing and selling, for years, and he literally counts several jobs every day. In addition to his brown skin, his physical quality is nothing to speak of, but when people give it, they naturally have to fly. Back to the locker room. Change your clothes. Su Jia gave Long Xiaoni a call, and heard Long Xiaoni crying that it was still early, and it was estimated that it would take another hour to get it done. You guys go ahead and eat. Get an early night. You all have work tomorrow, Barry suggested. Suzy and Su Jia looked at each other and each nodded. It's okay. Go. Soon, it was time to get into the nanny car. Chapter 59 Tin House Intentions. Social Nyo Xiaoni. Dinner, Chinese restaurant, big thousands of dishes. When you follow a rich woman, your mouth and stomach are top-notch enjoyment. You're participating in knowing voice. Counting the time it will start the day after tomorrow. How about it? Are you sure? Su Jia took small bites of green vegetables and asked out loud, meaning abusing them? Suzy half-joked. Ha ha, you are confident. After a pause, Su Jia added again, but you have the capital to be confident. If I were half as talented as you, I'd be even more arrogant than you. Wen Xiu Ben Tiancheng. A wonderful hand is just a coincidence. It's all luck. Su Zhe snorted. You, absolutely. Listening to Su Zhe casually deliver another golden sentence, Su Jia could only shake her head with emotion. Then he swallowed the food in his mouth before looking up with a straight face. You've been there before. It's not that simple. And the seniors who are taking part in this one aren't very popular. The word senior. Su Jia bit down on the accent, but his eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. It's fine. The big deal is to come back to the live broadcast as a netizen. He can still block my live broadcast as well. Susie shrugged her shoulders. Not to mention the company that, in front of the eyes of this is the real Miss Jitterbug. Do not climb the relationship. Just based on their own show a drop in the ocean of talent, but also enough to make those who are not in the right mind to step back. That's true. Su Jia nodded. Soon, dinner was finished. Before leaving, Su Jia called out to Suze, Sister Su, just as Susie inquired. Suka blinked. Don't panic, maybe there will be a surprise? Susie scrutinized up and down. Yes? That's hard to say. Su Jia said meaningfully. I hope. Susie didn't say much. The two separated and went upstairs. After returning to the suite, Sister Berry came over to Su Jia's side. Miss, it's taken care of. She laughed. Although the list has been finalized, but that Chao Guomao immediately switched as soon as he heard that it was the young lady who was going to go, and the breach of contract fee didn't need to be paid by us. Su Jia narrowed her eyes and said nonchalantly, count on him to know what he's doing. Sister Berry said, although Chao Guomao is only a variety director, he is still doing well and brilliant, mainly because, before she could finish her sentence, Su Jia bristled, wallflower, blowing that way and falling that way. Sister Berry nodded, then lamented, but that's the kind of people who mix well in the entertainment industry. Su Jia didn't continue this topic, but instead asked Sister Berry, do you think it's worth it for me to put in so much effort this time? Berry didn't squeak for a moment. Su Jia added to herself, say it's not worth it. Suze, this kid is truly flooded with talent. Not only can he help me stabilize my position, he might also be able to give Wayne a chance. But you say it's worth it. He has clearly stated last time that he wants to go it alone. His character seems to be elegant, but in reality he is rigid. It's hard for others to pull back what he has recognized, and maybe he will make a big mess in the future. Brilliant one even. There are people from other major companies coming to this show, so if we offend them again, it won't be easy to handle. Su Jia's perception of her own ability is very clear, although she is a diva, but also just a small member of the entertainment industry, facing those old entertainment companies in the circle, movie and TV bicoastal. A huge public outcry can crush it, not to mention the resources and such. The only thing that supports her is Hua Yin and Shake, but there is no absolute. These two are companies after all, subject to profitability. If rashly offended other entertainment companies, to put it bluntly, once the other companies blocked the songs, Wahini is nothing. Traffic is ultimately limited with just Shakeology. Sister Berry was also clear about this, but she had already prepared measures, and immediately unhurriedly said, Miss can first help out and see. If things get too big, then she can only apologize to Miss Min. I believe she will understand. Su Jia laughed a little. Actually, this is just the worst inference. Suzy hasn't grown to that point yet, at least for now. He's just a newcomer under the eyes of the others. His true strength is only known to us. Indeed. Berry nodded heavily as she thought of the flash drive of hundreds of songs and the 4 songs that had recently butchered the charts. The moment. The other side. Returning to his room, Suzy hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth as he stripped off his clothes towards preparing for a bath. Surprise? What else could be a surprise? She may not have guessed about the album, and the only one who could help me would be the commenting tutor. So the surprise is just about destined. Thinking of this, Suzy also couldn't help but shake his head. Sometimes being too smart was seen as a good thing. The feeling of surprise was gone. It's hard. In Versailles. What time did Long Xiaoni come back? Suze did not know. Anyway, he washed up and fell asleep in bed. Oh yeah. Ghosted Su Min before bed and sent her a good night with instructions to rest early and not get too tired. You don't know if you're listening or not. Too tired. Good night to you too. Hesitate for a long time. Su Min, who was far away inside the small foreign building in Magic City, typed these words with a flushed face, warm and fuzzy inside. Words of concern had been heard more than once, but good night was a first. Ah, and for a moment his eyes were watery, and points of stars fell into them as he stared at the ceiling. Memories of someone's face. The next day, without a job, Suzy gets up and returns to normal. The sun poured in through the curtains, and sleepy eyes stretched out their arms under the air-conditioned covers, reaching for their cell phones to see that it was 12 o'clock. Message notifications are folded into thin strips. Su Min's daily work report. Jitterbug followers, 7 million. Twitter followers, 8 million. Airplay, tops out at 1 billion. Xiaoni Long's, 11:30 last night. Humph, where's the promised theme song for me? I asked Sister Jia Jia and you didn't sing it at all. 9:30 this morning. Wake up big lazybones. The sun is on your ass. Get up. Get up. Ah. I want the theme song. Omit 1,000 words. Anyway, one every 5 or 6 minutes. The content is pretty much the same. Until 11:08. Big lazy bastard. Min Min called and said that Li Ningfei is looking for you. Your phone can't be reached again and again and again. I told him to go and find a recording studio. He's already gone. I'm going over there now as well. Let's meet at the recording studio. See this. Susie couldn't help but laugh. This girl, rushing ducks on the shelf beforehand to do before talking to yourself. Seems like a real desire to hear the theme song. Blooming Swamp. Hey, Susie hummed a couple lines. But one thing is for sure. It's not that I didn't sing yesterday. It's that I really didn't have enough time. Plus Long Xiaoni wasn't around either. So I got busy and forgot about it. Just as well. Li Ningfei is here anyway. So let's get it together today. This girl, though, is quite self-effacing. Scroll back up. 3 minutes ago, Long Xiaoni sent pictures, and it was her, and Li Ningfei at the dining table. I can't believe I went to rub it in. Susie is impressed. Chapter 60 opening song Bleak Ground, Blooming Swamp. Hey, washed up, had lunch, went out. About half an hour later, finally meet you. The door to the studio. Suze had just finished making a phone call to ask if this was the place when he looked up and saw Li Ningfei walking out. A plaid shirt, jeans, and hair with side bangs, proper creamy. However, at this moment it was the eyes that were blazing with excitement, like a fan who had seen his idol. Long time no see. Susie smiled and reached out. Li Ningfei was also sizing up Susie, inwardly muttering, "It's real handsome, waiting for the stars and the moon. It's not easy to wait for you. You'll have to give me your autograph later." "No problem. It's just that mine isn't worth much. If you don't mind, you're a potential stock." Li Ningfei raised an eyebrow and said, "It'll float." Susie joked. The two were chatting. Behind her, Mo Xiaoni came over. A goofy grin. "Great God, you're finally here. I missed you too." "Stop." Susie waved his hand to stop the approach, and said in a nonchalant manner, "It's about wanting to sing." "Same. It's all yours anyway." Long Xiaoni cheaply heatedly smiled. Just the two of them, Li Ningfei and Long Xiaoni, after a few more polite words to each other. "No more talking. Let's go. Go in first and listen to you sing." Li Ningfei wrapped his arm around Suze in a self-conscious manner and walked inside. Susie moved slightly inwardly. This Li Ningfei is interesting. Like the straight man, on the side, mentioning the recording of songs. Long Xiaoni that cannot wait with a brisk pace, humming a small song hastily followed. Soon, enter the door and turn a few corners. Go into shed number 4. This was actually still the same recording studio that Su Jia had chartered, only that Long Xiaoni had only booked this one. The personnel inside was ready, and Susie didn't delay, taking out the USB flash drive and handing it over. "I heard from an eye that your song is awesome. Is it still ancient style? The theater accent kind?" Li Ningfei asked curiously. "Neither. Pop tunes," Susie said lightly. "You sure don't have a bad song. I'll have to learn it." As the words fell, Li Ningfei walked in the direction of the recording stage, picking up a headset and putting it on. The program took care of it. Susie also walked inside the studio. Outside, Long Xiaoni stared at Suze in the recording room with her headphones on. Her small face hung with anticipation. Li Ningfei pieced in front of the recording engineer, and in his eyes was the lyric sheet of the song Suze was singing. Pointedly, he muttered, "It seems like another sad song, but it's such a nice, literary title. Well, it's worth learning." While thinking, his eyes drifted towards the lyric sheet. In the meantime, the accompaniment played at a leisurely pace. Susie spoke up similarly. "Once I was restless river water. I walked through the forest and into your heart. I didn't plan on camping, but I'm putting it on hold. Once you go, you don't come back." Li Ningfei slowly savored it. The melodic blend of piano and guitar is great as always, and there are a couple of jamming drum beats in the simplicity for an extra groove. Only the lyrics at the beginning of this, "Uneasy river, misplaced in your mind, camping without a plan, leaving right and wrong behind, me, isn't that a ing scumbag? No way, no way, this kid wrote a song for a scumbag? This is going to be called out as a rhythm." For a moment, Li Ningfei's face was filled with astonishment as he looked up at the recording studio. Suze's eyes were deep, clearly gazing ahead, but it was as if he had penetrated through time, and it was filled with memories of the past. His song continues, "Now I'm a dreamer. It's a disappointment to have to go back. When the tide comes in, I'll be able to remember the way you look." With these lyrics down, Li Ningfei still did not see what the seed, "good to listen to" is good to listen to, compared to his previous song. That's some kind of emotional touch. Here seems to be missing something. Moreover, this second paragraph does not express the same meaning as the first paragraph. The first paragraph was scum, and this second paragraph, how come it's staying in love again? Is it hard to be a scumbag in remembrance? What the hell? Li Ningfei was confused, but just then, Suzy suddenly took a step backward. The eyes became firm, grabbing the microphone with both hands empty. I haven't seen it. Flat hills, how to touch, flowering swamps. Hey, rumble, fried, unrivaled fried. At this very moment when this blossoming swamp fell, that one hey, directly lifted Li Ningfei's scalp almost off the ground. A tremor from the soul appeared all around the body. That's resonance, genetic resonance, unrestrained and unable to. Wait till I find you. Test your eyes, holding each other without distraction. That's the only tenderness I have and that's why I love you. In this bleak land, the climax is over. Enter the chord transition. But at this moment, all of those present stood up, all of them staring wide-eyed at Suzy in the recording room. The moment. All hearts are different, but they are all two words. Sealed God, invincible, explosive fire, hey, as if the soul flew straight to the ninth heaven, a line of wait until I find you, test your eyes, falsetto singing, let the soul once again fall into the 18 hells, a fly, a fall, the feeling is unspeakable, good, great, this song, even Long Xiaoni, an amateur, was dumbfounded and swooned, this sentence blossoming swamp is divine, divine, Li Ningfei sighed in amazement, saying one after another, if only I could write it, it's so awesome, no shame, no shame. Suzy saw the expressions of the people outside in his eyes, but did not say anything more. The effect of the studio, more than watching the video alone to come more intense. The song did not burst into flames in the previous life, but that was not discovered, not publicized. But when someone actually hears the song, even if they watch the video, they get goosebumps and want to stand up and hiss out. Not to mention it's a recording studio these days, that vicarious feeling, deeper, poignantly is a godly song, average at first listen, crescendoing to seal the deal, evocative, and never boring on repeated listens 1,000 times, as soon as it rings the moment, regrettable debut, struggle charge, after a long time, the song ended, Suzy opened the recording studio and walked out, the people outside stared at him in silence, until several seconds had passed, yes, absolutely, snap, driven by Li Ningfei, a social cow, everyone applauded, and the applause was intense for a while, countless people blushed and stared at Suzy. It was worship and admiration. It's awesome, it's my theme song, oh, God, I love you so much. Long Xiaoni was so excited that she wanted to pounce. Stop. Suzy reached out a hand and fixed her head, like a hand against a heifer that wanted to charge. Poof. Long Xiaoni grunted after her fruitless attempts, but raised her head, still looking at Suzy with a small, excited face. Great God, is this song really the theme song for me? She was so afraid afraid Suzy suddenly came to a sentence. No, it is something else, not yet sung. Good for, yes, that's the poignant one. Is it satisfactory? Long Xiaoni's head was like pounding garlic. Satisfied, simply too satisfied. Chapter 61 Joining forces for live broadcast. Fans completely skyrocketed. She was so shocked that her head was about to fly. How could she not be satisfied? The song. Her connoisseurship was lacking, but she could hear that it was an absolute divine song, even more powerful than those songs before. At least, none of the previous songs had sent shivers down her spine as poignantly as this one. Awesome, so awesome. Li Ningfei gave a thumbs up. The excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden, though he still doesn't understand the song to this day. The line Blossom Swamp Hey alone is enough to make him, well, fall in love with poignantly. And, even though Suzy had finished singing now, those few lines of the melody were still rolling around in his head, and he couldn't wait to hear them again. This has never been done before. He paused. Suzy, are you sure you don't want to release an album with this song? Your previous songs were awesome, but this one. Suzy understood what he meant. Undoubtedly, this poignantly absolutely hangs over the previous songs. After all, whether it's the ballad Born This Way, or the Two Under the Sea, or the Green Silk Gentleman, that's not exactly gold. Let's just say it's a song that could have caught fire for a while in a previous life. And this song poignantly, but it's one of the songs that has been capped by the internet. The status is naturally different. But, even better, it's just one of those things, isn't it? For Suzy, the least of which is the song. There is no need to maximize the benefits, but instead how to pull popularity in a short period of time is his purpose. I get what you're saying, but I promised this song to Nay. There's no rush on the album. I should have something better than this one. Semi-questionable though, yet it was said as if it were a declarative sentence. Li Ningfei was speechless for a long time after hearing this, and finally sighed. You are really, but soon. His eyes brightened up again. Tomorrow was when Jean started recording. Suzy was his partner. The stronger Suzy is, doesn't it mean that the two of them will be more powerful? And when the time comes, the two of them will unite and sweep everything. Little traffic stars, ridiculous. Finished recording the song. It didn't take long. Suze had wanted to go out and have a cup of coffee with Li Ningfei to talk about the matter about the Jian variety show, and then go back to the meeting live earlier. The live broadcast announcement, he had already sent a message to Su Min to get it, and the time was set for 7 in the afternoon. It will be just in time. But as soon as his words to leave left his mouth, he was interrupted by Long Xiao and I. Great God, you can start a live broadcast here. Li Ningfei and I originally had the idea of starting a live broadcast for you here as well. I got all the equipment, by the way. While saying that, Long Xiaoni waved her hand. A couple of cameramen who had been staying in the corner came over carrying cameras. Suzy froze, looked to Li Ningfei. Li Ningfei hemmed and hawed. Don't go, just broadcast it here. We're going to be on Jian tomorrow. It's just the right time to give the fans a word. Together? Suzy questioned. No? Li Ningfei raised an eyebrow. Sure, how can Suzy not agree? Li Ningfei in his live room. This is a free diversion tool. With him, may also be able to rise a large wave of powder. Thanks. Returning to his senses, he thanked him. It's just a small thing. Li Ningfei was full of it. He came here to listen to Suzy's songs. Isn't it nice to be able to listen to them close at hand? As for diversion and such, it's just a small matter. Besides, it's really time to give Suzy a chance to pull a wave of fans. And fan votes are important on knowing, in addition to whether the songs are good or bad, even if Suzy doesn't have many fans. But a mosquito is still meat. If you can get one more bite, count it. The recording studio, with many of its tools just about complete, and the half-day's worth of Long Xiaoni's package, was available to them here all afternoon. Plus the duo had said that Suzy didn't care that the time was set for the afternoon. Soon, it was ready, straight off the air. With a flash of the screen, the figures of Suzy and Li Ningfei in the live broadcast room were revealed. Not a single one. Neither of the two cared. Suzy notified on his own microblogging. As for the jitterbugs, the attention will be prompted by itself. Next to him, Li Ningfei also notified on Weibo and posted Suzy's live broadcast. P.S. Didn't everyone want to know who the mystery man was that I went to see? Well, now you know. Suzy looked at it curiously. Before that blog post, surprisingly, there is also a blog post, the content of which is probably that Li Ningfei is going to meet the mysterious person. A very powerful person for everyone to guess who it is, and there are prizes for guessing correctly. It's very broad. Fully 30 units of IP thin book. With so much spent, naturally, there is a lot of discussion about the mystic, and now that Li Ningfei was going to announce the answer, a large number of fans flocked towards Suzy's live broadcast. In the meantime, Suzy's own fans couldn't help themselves. I was waiting for the live broadcast, and now I go, not only opened the broadcast, but also invited to Li Ningfei? It's holding back a lot. The number of people in the live broadcast room at once soared, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 minutes ago, the number of people already broke 300,000. That's right, $300,000. The number of people who are usually on Shakeology, hundreds of millions of followers of bloggers, and who start broadcasting to reach. How many fans does Suzy have? 700. Nope. Just now, Suzy took a look at it. Just one lunch and singing effort. It was already more than $8 million, and it was still rising. What the hell? He was a little confused for a moment. However, just at this moment, Long Xiaoni, who was similarly holding a cell phone on the side, was flushed. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3, a full 7 zeros. Over 10 million views. Her breathing stopped. She's a paid skit. The first 3 minutes are free and you have to pay for everything after that. But the number of paid viewers in the background today is a full 10 million. She just posted it this morning. It's only been one morning, but she didn't think about how much heat June didn't see and was topping the hot searches, and she naturally got a lot of attention for this skit. A group of fans can't guard Suzy to start the broadcast, so they squat the short drama. Just one release. It's just lifted by them under the comments on the Hot 100, or under the songs on the major music platforms, with the huge share, and the episode being fairly new. Lonnie charges an inexpensive $1 for a nearly half-hour skit. Naturally, the number of viewers rubbed off. This, too, is why Suzy's fans have skyrocketed. There are times, the songs are good, but the show isn't bad either. Then 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Classic example, the previous generation of Zhang Jie's Listen, released in not fire, but in the wildly driven, direct fire, but also the explosion of fans. A truth. Secondly, Suzy actually has a large potential fanbase. After all, the song's highest single play is close to 1 billion plus. But why have the fans never gotten on board? It's still mostly time. He looks busy every day since the concert, working constantly and releasing songs, but it's only 8 days. Today is the 9th day. In 9 days, there were many songs that Suzy had heard and even more that he liked, but not necessarily all of them had been followed. Wasn't Wah hot in his previous life? Fans must be several hundred million, right? But his jittery voice, just a mere 20 million or so followers, and this is still after a hot movie at the time to add support. Back to the main topic. Long Xiaonie's movements were naturally seen by Suze. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What are you doing? Your body is twitching? Fire. Long Xiaonie froze, spinning around in surprise. He shouted. Chapter 62, Laughing Fans. Number breaks 10 million. Fire? Suzy froze. Looking down, he saw the background in her phone and realized what had happened. At the same time, he also knew why his attention had skyrocketed. Rubbing Long Xiaonie's small head, he smiled and said, well, it's just a beginning. When your micro-movie is made, it will definitely be hotter than this. Aha, I believe so. Long Xiaonie heaved her head. Suze returned to the camera. At this moment the number of people in the live broadcast room has risen to a full 500,000, and it continues to rise. But the speed was slowing down quite a bit. With so many people, it's definitely not possible to just chat anymore. Suze looked at Li Ningfei. Why don't you talk to everyone first, and I'll go get ready to sing? No problem, leave it to me. What's Li Ning flying in for? We're just here to listen to a song. Suzy can prepare. That means there is a lot to sing, so I can have a good time today. A smile grew on his face at the thought, and he greeted the camera. Hello, it's your dear comrade Fei Fei. Have you missed me? Because there's no one to control it. The pop-ups are dazzling, but it's good to see some of it. Stop it, haha, just one day of not seeing each other. Goddamn long time. Shameless as always. Cheeky, it's still you. Mud Zokai. We came here today to hear Suzy sing. That's just it. The fans had already come in for a while, and when they realized that the mysterious person Li Ningfei was going to meet was actually Suze, they were simply happy to explode. And Suzy's own fans. The moment I saw Suzy, tears ran down my face. Finally, I'm glad I didn't give up on you. Probably the common sentiment of the crowd. Looking at the pop-up screen, Li Ningfei's smile froze, and in the next second, he blocked the camera with a slap. Count down 3 counts, and say that brother Fei I miss you to death, or else you guys definitely won't see Suzy today. This one is going to blow up with fans. Good guy, I call good guy straight away. 3 days gone, Fei D dares to go up to the house. Threaten us? Holy, he threatened us. It seems that the last time we gave him a bad brush lesson wasn't enough. Come on, it just so happens that we've saved a batch of blades for Suzy. We have to arrange it today. Upstairs, together. Damn, itchy skin, it, tiny Fei D. Ridiculous. Various pop-ups were swiped, sweeping past in Li Ningfei's expectant eyes. One shouted that he was not handsome. Ready to send razor blades is a whole lot. I will really thank you guys. Sentence held between his teeth. You're welcome, please call me Thunderwind. What are you thanking me for? Who asked you to be my love bean? Right, Fly brother, take it away. All of it. Unlike others, Li Ningfei jumps around in the circle and often likes to open a live broadcast to dislike fans on weekdays. One way or another, people got used to it and enjoyed it instead. If you don't dislike it for a day, you won't be able to do anything about it. I'm telling you, it's not too late for you to suck up to me, or else. Li Ningfei's eyes rolled back and he threatened the fans. Oh, threatening us? It really is itchy skin. Open up, brother Fly. The arms are open for you. Brother will love you. Unsuccessful threats? Poof. Li Ningfei sneered and said again. Suze is a good buddy too. If you guys don't call me handsome, I will definitely not let him sing later. And oh, I did get 100 autographs from him. If you guys. This statement was made. The pop-ups came to a screeching halt. Holy, this pussy brat even has Suzy's signature. He even used his signature to make me bend over? Brother Fei is good. Brother Fei is too handsome today. Right, what a handsome Fei D. Brother, see if your brother looks good with this blade. Throw it in the garbage. Say it wrong. Li Ningfei smiled openly. The fans were furious, but there was nothing they could do to help him. Who made it So's signature? If it does, it's one of the first on the net. Just then, an autograph? What the hell? When did I promise? Suzy walked over holding his guitar. This. Li Ningfei's smile stopped. Squeeze. Your eyes don't feel good? Suzy stifled a laugh and asked again. Li Ningfei hurriedly squeezed his eyebrows again while his mouth moved to signal the camera. Ow, I get it. You're lying to the fans so I don't expose you. Thank you. Li Ningfei couldn't hold back any longer and burst out. The audience burst out laughing for a moment. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. I knew this guy was cheating. We don't know what he looks like. Upstairs, I remember you shouting brother just now too. Ahem, better to be wrong than wrong. Suzy finished his joke and walked in front of the camera again. Okay, just kidding. Ningfei did get you guys 100 autographs. Oh, Li Ningfei face slowed down. Just wanted to say, enough. Results. So I'm going to add another 900 to your list so I don't say I don't spoil my fans. Pop-ups into a piece. Look at Fei D's eyes. He's going to eat someone. Hey, 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 is that demon spirit? There's a pervert here trying to kill my idol. Who is my idol? Nonsense. Definitely Suzy. Upstairs. Open your eyes and talk nonsense. Right, that's my idol. You Top Fly Brothers nameplate. You come with me to rob the idol? Next. Triple X gives away a fanlight sign. It is now. The effect of the program was undoubtedly very good. Li Ningfei did not expect that the first time he and Suzy played with each other was so smooth. He could not help but appreciate it more and more in his heart. You kid. Your temper is really to my liking. Li Ningfei shook his head with emotion. Don't. You'd better change your flavor. I'm not interested in men. Suzy hastily backed away, as if he had encountered a pervert. Once again, the pop-ups cracked up laughing. Pity the Fly Brother for a minute. 1 minute. Okay, now don't be pathetic because I can't hold it in anymore. Ha 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 ha. A group of wolves perish. At least Fei Brother has begged us for a signature benefit, is not it? You. Ha 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 ha. To laugh louder. I'm afraid he can't hear. Solid. Li Ningfei scanned the pop-up screen and sadly covered his chest. It's okay, you'll be sadder when I'm done singing. Suzy smiled faintly, then looked at the screen. An undersea depressing version. For everyone. The words fell. Accompaniment on. A low song clicked in. Scattered moonbeams through the clouds, hiding from the crowd. Lay down the scales of the sea. A song for the bottom of the sea. A song for being born. Sang another song at the request of a fan. June. Li Ningfei indicated that he would like to try the same, and sang the same monarchical. The guy's out of tune, but the vocals are still there, and it's quite something. I still think Suzy's version sounds good. I'm not like you. I listen to Chung Yu's version better. Yes, 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 yes. At the end of the special skit, watching the heroine reminisce there, the moment June exits, it's just perfect. Fans have commented, 2 hours past turnaround time. The number of people on the live stream completely broke the 10 million mark. Chapter 63, $5 billion in default. Capital out of the blue. Of course, it was mostly Li Ningfei fans, but as long as they came in, almost 99% of them were retained by Suzy and converted into common fans. His attention, too, was drawn, now at over 11 million. The upward trend has not slowed and is still growing. Finally, a new song poignantly for everyone. It's also the theme song, but it's the theme song for Ni's next microfilm. I hope everyone will be there to support us. Suzy's words fell. The accompaniment played at a leisurely pace. Once I was restless river water. I walked through the forest and into your heart. I didn't plan on camping, but I'm putting it on hold. Once you go, you don't come back. I haven't seen it. Flat hills, how to touch, flowering swamps. Hey, when I find you, test your eyes. In this bleak land, the pop-up stopped at some point, as if time had been pressed to pause. Only Suzy's slightly hoarse voice continued to sing, over and over and over, until the song is over. The pop-up remained quiet. At some point, someone snapped, "Cry me a river, the key is still lost on me." The pop-ups were completely boiling. It's good. It's so good. Ooh-hoo, I cried too. I didn't understand what was being sung, but I just cried. Blossom Swamp, but why am I thinking about the person I used to be? I want to chase. I can't. Aha. It's too much. Highly recommended. Again, undoubtedly, it's blowing up, but Suzy didn't squeak as if he understood them well. Instead, after a while, the accompaniment came back on. This time, Suzy slowly said before starting the song, "There is a bleak land in everyone's heart that can only be remembered, not touched, where there may be the one who wants to meet, I guess. Once I was restless river water." The song started again. The pop-up stopped again. Poignantly, it's as if the song has a magical quality. Those who have heard it for the first time will never understand what it's singing, but it's just can't help but tremble all over. Just can't help it. Want to sing out. And yet I don't know what to sing. It's as if you're holding your breath. It's gripping. It's numbing. It's hard. That's how Suzy listened to this song in his previous life. Just once. And fell in love with it. Going back and listening to it over and over and over again. Different scenes, different times of day, or mornings, or sunsets, all have different interpretations. But that hard feeling of not being able to touch it can only be expressed by listening to the song. Maybe it's not going to sing. Perhaps it is that what is lost can only be recovered from the sidelines. Ever heard the saying, memory, always the third view? Is that weird? I don't know when the song is finished. Suzy uttered such a passage. Countless people woke up in a dream. The pop-ups began to fly. The live broadcast didn't end until 7:30. And at the end Suzy kept his promise and took advantage of Li Ningfei's efforts to help with the singing to get 1,000 signatures written. It was a postcard from Long Xiaoni's takeout order. Each one was different, but what was common was that it had Suzy's signature. Beyond that, the matter of going on the Xi'an variety show was also announced through the live broadcast. and on Weibo their Suzy also uploaded an announcement. The Shake Shack video announcement, on the other hand, is a live recording. Lazy people have lazy ways. Anyway, the meaning is the same. Originality is my buddy's strong point. Everyone must come and support. Oh, don't let us go in the first round, Li Ningfei said with a straight face. Fans are naturally also a big deal. What? Don't worry about it. Leave it to us. I'll let the whole dormitory vote. My whole company is mobilized clouds. 8 o'clock sharp. Tired? Li Ningfei took a look at Suzy. This guy was a bit out of shape since the end of the live broadcast. Suzy stared at her phone and shook her head. Fine. Something's on my mind. Great God. What's the matter? Long Xiaoni came over. Li Ningfei was also a bit curious and came over at the same time. Suzy didn't stop him, so he simply flattened his cell phone so that both of them could see it. The duo was initially unthinking, but after seeing the content, Li Ningfei was silent. Long Xiaoni, on the other hand, exclaimed, 5 billion. Brilliant madness, right? The content is heck of an airborne hot topic. Number 1. Diva Tang Yuan is sued in court for breach of contract up to $5 billion. See this. Long Xiaoni hastily picked up her cell phone and flipped up the microblog, and with a slight search, there were a ton of blog posts about the original cause of the hot search. It was probably the artist under Splendid's banner, singing Diva Tang Yuan, who had some of the truth of the matter unearthed after the revelation of Wine Submarine Gate. 1. Wine Dive Gate was not an agent dragging her there, but a serious talk about endorsement partnerships. Tang Yuan herself wanted to be on top and was rejected as a result. Those few Mr. Li originally thought that the little girl does not understand. Just a little material. There is no need to cut off the future. Let it go. As a result, Tang Yuan speculated on her own, trying to use public opinion to get a few of the old bosses to give in. These topics, naturally, suffer from a mob of fans all over the internet. After all, they're so fake. But here's the thing. There is evidence. A couple tracks were put up. There is indeed a conversation between Don Juan and those old bosses. I have this product. Mr. Li. Say what product? You just drink. Do I toast you don't even like to drink? Tang Yuan. We are here to talk about cooperation. You make it very difficult for me to do. Little girl. You are still young. I advise you to be careful. Mr. Lu. Drinking. All in the wine. Your hands. Tang Yuan. What's wrong? Mr. Li. It's fine. It's fine. I accidentally bumped into Mr. Lu. Tang Yuan. I advise you to think clearly, little girl. We are a serious cooperation endorsement. The advertising fee is already quite a lot. Mr. Li. In keeping with the previous words, once these recordings came out, Don Juan instantly ran out of wash. Almost everyone can fantasize about what the drinking table looks like, and Don Juan wants to trade bodies, but the two bosses disagree in council. As a result, the entire netizens who had been helping Tang Yuan were instantly disgusted, and the publicity reversed in an instant. 2. It's the breach of contract event. 1. Tang Yuan was talking about the endorsement matter, which is a normal business cooperation, but instead of conducting business negotiations for the company, she conducted sex transactions and exposed the business secrets. 2. Slandering others, resulting in damage to the interests of the companies under the two bosses. 3. Tang Yuan's publicity problems have caused her previous endorsement brands to break off their cooperation, take down their endorsements, and demand that Tang Yuan compensate for commercial losses. 4. And a few others that are not convenient for the editor to reveal. In total, the compensation amounted to a whopping $5 billion. Causes and consequences are understood. The entire restaurant box was quiet. Ryoko. Long Xiaoni slapped the table fiercely. Slander. That's slander. The content of this recording is absolutely synthesized. 100%. Li Ningfei didn't say anything and just looked at Suzy. He was also angry, but not much, because I've seen it so much over the years that I've gotten used to it, even if my heart is still hot. He was a little curious that Suzy was even looking at this thing, looking mesmerized and thinking about things. Could it be that he was still holding a grudge against Brilliant? It's not synthetic. It's real. Suddenly, Suzy spoke up. He lowered his head and took a bite of the dish, put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Fong said again. The previous blog post stole the plot. The audio was edited, not synthesized. The same passage, in different contexts, means different things. Can you imagine if it's possible that those two old guys were threatening at the time? And Tang Yuan, embarrassed, was refusing? This. Long Xiaoni froze, but the next second, Suzy said something that made both her and Li Ningfei completely dumbfounded. I'm going to help her. Chapter 64, Showdown. I actually have tens of thousands of songs. Space was suddenly quiet. Only the sound of breathing was faintly audible. Li Ningfei and Long Xiaoni stared at Suzy, with puzzlement, shock, and incredulity in their eyes. Half a day later, It seemed to react. Before Li Ningfei had time to speak, Long Xiaoni jumped up at once. Great God, are you crazy? She's second generation alright. Character punch is also correct, but it doesn't mean she's stupid. 5 billion. That's a whole $5 billion in breach of contract. Not to mention where to get the money. But now Tang Yuan's popularity has gone completely sideways. Where are they going to find evidence to clear their name? If they don't wash it, even if the sky is falling and they are allowed to help Tang Yuan through this crisis, what's the point of exchanging such a mushy chai? Figure of passion? Hot-blooded she is, but it's so blatantly thankless that who would do it? Long Xiaoni said what Li Ningfei wanted to say. Indeed, he couldn't look away either. But that's about it. It's already a great merit to speak up and help out a few times. And maybe you'll even bring yourself into it and get a bad rap from the netizens. Even loss of endorsements. Help? How can I help? The world is full of this kind of thing, and it has never stopped since the beginning of time. This is the nature of the world. It is also human nature. Suzy didn't say anything, just lowered her head and ate quietly. The atmosphere became more and more subdued. Li Ningfei couldn't help but interject. Suzy, good buddy. Although this is really hard to look past, but think about it, we really can't. You're going to get yourself completely hitched if you do this, and no one is going to be left in the lurch when the time comes. You have talent. Your future shouldn't fall on something like this again. His words were earnest, and it was obvious that he really took Suzy as a friend, and what he said was genuine. Suzy moved slightly. This time, he looked up. His eyes swept over Li Ningfei and Long Xiaoni with a faint smile. Won't I be targeted by splendor if I don't help her? It's already started, and there's no way I'm going to let it grow on me after refusing their pull. You guys don't have to talk me down. Quiet again. Long Xiaoni, who usually talked a lot, would not know what to say this time. Suzy's behavior was handsome, very much in line with what she thought a man should look like. But, reality is reality. Not thinking about the consequences has hurt more than just him. What Long Xiaoni was not convenient to say, Li Ningfei said. After taking a deep breath, he gazed into Suzy's eyes and said, Suzy, I truly consider you as a friend, but think about it, if you intervene in this matter, the hope of success will be slim not to mention. Have you thought about the outcome? I know about you and Zetsubu. I know about you writing an album for Hyojia, and to put it mildly, you're about to be on Variety with me now too. Did you think about us once this came up? He's still speaking cryptically, but can Suzy not understand? It's simple. Donwin was confused. There's almost no way to save it. Must be forced to fish. Will certainly take Suzy himself? If before the brilliant not necessarily give Suzy a dead hand, then this thing out. Iron surely dead hand. Secondly, there are the online reviews. Suzy is not alone. There are a bunch of ties behind him. He fires and rises. Everyone profits together. And he loses? Everyone struggles. He had rushed to others to help him, only to have him take them into the ditch as well for the sake of an outsider who was not one of the 8. That's a classic case of returning a favor with a grudge. So, Suzy put down his chopsticks. Standing up, he bowed at Li Ningfei. I'm sorry, I might not be able to participate in this variety show. I'm sorry. In exchange for compensation, I'll give you a song to release under your name. Is that okay with you? The words fell, nor did he speak, just waiting for Li Ningfei's answer. To be honest, Li Ningfei is a really good person, taking the pressure to bring him to the variety show, helping him to attract traffic to the live broadcast, and even willing to play match. In this situation, instead of parting ways and questioning at the first opportunity, he bitterly told himself the pros and cons, and Suzy was grateful. A golden oldie. He returns the favor. As for the rest, as long as Variety doesn't have him, and a Weibo announcement comes out next on Li Ningfei's side, he won't have much of an impact on Li Ningfei. Enough to get even. Quiet. Again. Li Ningfei didn't say anything and just stared at Suzy for a second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Obviously just a few seconds. It should be like days and years. His mind drifted through many considerations. Give a reply. Suzy suddenly spoke out again. He said it with a smile, with a point of relief. Li Ningfei pursed his lips. Give me a reason to help him. After saying that, he looked at Long Xiaoni again, staring back at Suzy, adding again, I want real reasons. You guys are stubborn, but I know all the movements in this time. I don't believe you are so reckless. Give me a reason. Suzy was a little dazed for a moment. He never expected Li Ningfei to say that. If it's something you really want to get out of the way, Li Ningfei must have promised. Won't say much else. But he asked himself rhetorically for reasons. So there was only one possibility that he had actually made up his mind. Not to rip it off, but to endorse it. He had trouble understanding. It's hard to fathom that this is something a veteran of constant entertainment can say, and do. But, the moving is unparalleled. Okay, I'll tell you. He sat down leisurely, sweeping a glance at Long Xiaoanai next to her. This ninny also had a nervous face as well as a dash of anticipation. Li Ningfei asked what was in her heart. She's the same. She didn't believe that Su Zhe was so stupid. And even more so, she didn't believe that Su Zhe would hurt Su Min, who was helping him, for the sake of his own bloodlust. As the two of them watched, Su Zhe calmly spat out his first words. Would you believe me if I told you that I've written tens of thousands of songs over the years? Put. Long Xiaoni instantly laughed. Great God. Say yours properly and don't tease me. Li Ningfei also sighed and looked at Su Zhe without any goodwill. He's got his heart in his throat, and you say that? But the next second. I'm serious. Over 10,000. Su Zhe repeated with a calm face. This time, the two froze. Long Xiaoni opened her mouth and said nothing. Li Ningfei is to suck a mouthful of cold air. Cannot help but open the mouth. Brother, we talked to have a degree. More than 10. 000. 3 years barely more than 1. 000 days. UING 10 more than a day? Yeah, it's still because I've been so busy with work or there would be more. I've actually been writing a lot lately, probably about 20 songs a day. Li Ningfei, Little Miss Long, great God, do you think I'm stupid? Even though I don't know music, 20 songs a day? Bah, almost fooled by you, just 1 song a day. If you can really write it, you're not human. Li Ningfei was astonished, while concurring, yes, it's not a human being, it would have to be a god. Chapter 65, then let's pretend I'm a god. A 3-way bet. No one is going to believe Susie's bull asterisk. Or rather, as long as it's a human being, that won't believe it. 10,000 songs? 10 songs a day? I've been idle for the past few days. 20 songs a day. If you had that kind of skill, would you have been snowed in 3 years ago? Would have waited until 3 years ago to debut? To put it bluntly, not to mention all that, the duo also pressed on with the possibility, asking rhetorically, and just telling Susie to stop talking nonsense, then consider me a god. Meeting the gazes of the two of them, Su Zhe said indifferently, Li Ningfei, Little Miss Long, silence, silence again. Su Zhe didn't fall silent, but smiled slightly and said, speaking of which, didn't I just say that I was thinking about something, but I was actually memorizing a melody. Well, the moment I saw the tweet, a song came out of my head that happened to be about it. He raised an eyebrow. Why don't we sing it for you? Look at Susie being so headstrong. Li Ningfei didn't stop and flung his big hand. Come, sing. Not relieved, he continued to add, if you can really sing a song that fits this thing, I'll go out on a limb and follow you today. Seeing that the two said so, Long Xiaoni naturally will not fall. She likewise clapped the board. That is, if you can really sing it out. In line with this, and also good to listen to, Long Xiaoni, in the future to give you this guy as a cow as a horse, serving tea and water, absolutely no second thoughts. She can stay careful. It fits, and it has to sound good. Hell. I don't know if Susie will actually sing it, but it's good to hear, but it's stuck. Even if it did work, she could say it was patchy and not that great. Thinking of this, Long Xiaoni couldn't help but give a nod to her own clever head. This girl is quite smart. Li Ningfei obviously also heard it, and immediately turned to Su Zhe once again. Xiao and I paid so much. I also paid. You also have to pay. Oh, say it. Susie laughed easily. Li Ningfei looked at Long Xiao and I, and then spoke. If you sing out the song conforms, and is good, and gets the approval of me and Xiao and I'll come to Zetian, and do it for you. But if it doesn't work, then you'll drop this whole thing and come to my studio and I'll give you shares too. Still? Long Xiaoni's eyes lit up when she heard that. Immediately, he also added, yes, I'm the same. If you lose, great God, you'll have to work for me as well, and in the future, you'll cover my theme song. Well, you'll cover the male lead as well. Having said that, she then smiled prettily. So is Li Ningfei. Just now also annoyed it. Now well, as long as Su Zhe promised, still annoyed. This surprise okay, but thank you so much. Don 1. The two looked at each other, and inwardly shared a common word. The two sang in unison. Susie naturally heard it. Then he blushed oddly. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Buy one, get one free? He's got images in his head. Okay, a lowly maid, serving herself with poured water, and a rich hitman, hardworking, seriously working for himself. What? I really have to thank Don 1 for that. Thinking this way, he became even more determined to fish out the matter of Tang Yuan. Meeting the duo's expectant gaze, he opened his mouth. Okay, but you have to record a video as evidence. Otherwise I'm afraid I'm going to back out. Right, well, just record it. I'll forget if you don't tell me. Ha ha ha, come on. Li Ningfei, that excited directly took out his cell phone and began to fiddle. Hand speed to fly. Susie uttered the latter words. I was afraid that some little girl would play tricks on me. Put. Li Ningfei was happy. Long Xiao and I skimmed her mouth. According to usual, she would definitely dislike a few sentences, but she didn't have the time at the moment. Recorded evidence matters. In this way, that evidence was recorded in the minds of the three men. In the video, the three people said the conditions of winning and losing one by one, except Su Zhe's face was calm, not able to see the joy and sorrow. Li Ningfei and Long Xiaoni that was one laughing happily. It's done. The moment the video was sent to the three men's cell phones and each saved it, the same two words rang in the back of their minds. The video was recorded. Long Xiaoni and Li Ningfei were in no hurry. Here, nay, have some tea. You drink too. The two of them poured tea for each other, and their hearts were so beautiful. Drink your tea, listen to the song, and then review it for a godly working man. That's a relief. So I sing? Suzy inquired. Sing it. Li Ningfei held the tea to his mouth and waved with his other hand. That's right. Sing. Long Xiaoni followed Li Ningfei's example. Okay. Suzy nodded. Then, just as the two of them watched unawares, the song, called Period, not really for me to sing, but I was going to give it to Hope Tang. The words fell. The official opening of the voice. It is a pity that we have finally come to a period. The hummingbird that won't fly outside the window. Morning, too. The city will never hear. We argue. Li Ningfei raised an eyebrow. It was really written, but it can only be said that it came together. Say it fits and it fits. Long Xiaoni didn't have any idea. She just thought, it's just like that. It's good to listen to, but compared to the previous one, it's still not as interesting as it should be. Can't you just say something bad about yourself? The Suzy song continues. Would you have been less troubled by that? Go back 4 years and the memories are just around the corner. You're wearing a hat and I look coy. But the first time we met and you said you had foresight. I've been trained to have a piece of heaven. And I've been trained to have a piece of heaven. And I've been trained to have a piece of heaven. I was naive and uninformed. Unlike adults, who are capable of recognizing. I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it for my future. I wish I had written songs with better chord voices in them. The moment Li Ningfei's complexion finally changed, he frowned, put the teacup down. Tea was bitter in his mouth as he quietly savored the words, which ing fit, didn't they? And the melody, it's already comparable to being born. Holy, just as he was in disbelief. Long Xiaoni, however, was mesmerized by what she heard. Listening to the song, I can't help but think of that image in my mind. First meeting. The manager complimented Tang Yuan on her good voice and that she was a natural singer. But Tang Yuan was young and excited, and because she was young, she couldn't tell the difference between good and bad intentions. Just think of it as payback. The clock hand ticks. Do you remember that? Speaking from the heart, do you still miss it? Put. Two false voices in one. Li Ningfei couldn't hold back any longer, and the tea in his mouth that he hadn't yet swallowed spewed out. Luckily, it just landed on the table. At the moment, he only had one sentence inside. It's over. It's going to flip. This kid really wrote it. Or such a top song. Grip. How can that be? It's hard to come up with a song that fits so well in such a short time. The song, still going on. Chapter 66, Positive Gaming Capital. Terrifying layout. The first time you release a record, you're in the lead. From now on I won't be standing on the sidelines in the big game. I'm really grateful for admiring your eye. How to think of finishing with you is with a sting. You said I was a commodity and that I couldn't do it without you. These twisted truths nearly destroyed my self-confidence. Now that I've awakened, now that I've stopped crying, and then not be afraid to stick up for yourself and make decisions you didn't make right. You know what, all my life except for my dad, you were the man I trusted the most, weren't you? But a blank doll always grows up. I'm sorry I can't be your obedient fool forever. Let me be sincere. Finish the song and start over. The clock is ticking. Do you remember that? Speaking from the heart, do you still miss it? Finish singing. Long Xiaoni had burst into tears at some point, holding her cell phone in both hands, and on it was clearly Tang Yuan's picture, and the lining fly. Again the eyes reddened and a tear spilled. Convinced, completely convinced. This song is more than a match. It's like a customized God song for Tang Yuan. The desperation, struggle, and regret in the lyrics are almost like the voice of Tang Yuan's heart. And most importantly, the song, the tone is bright. It's especially suited to Tang Yuan's unique voice. Once her penetrating voice is allowed to sing, what listener wouldn't be heartbroken? If before, it was because of a passion, as well as fancying Su Zhe as a person, that he thought of coming down to help out, then this moment, he was really trying to help, half succumbing to talent, half obeying the heart. He went soft. The song literally sang to his heart. He'd seen so many similar things, and once there had been such a little girl who, like Tang Yuan, had a sweet singing voice and had been tapped by her manager. As a result, only just promoted to the third line, all sorts of bloodsucking, daily circulars run through the legs, and finally not too much. and then let the girl to sleep with. The girl had approached many people to help her at the time, even herself. As a result, he had just ventured out and disliked the company only a few times when he received a call from his own father saying that the owner of the company had called and that they were all acquaintances, telling him to stop. Then he was confined. When it comes out, the girl kills herself. That incident, too, had become a knot he could never sever in all those years. It was because of this that although he remained jumpy afterward, he no longer had the same fervor as he did back then under his own father's hammering. Later, broke away from the company and started his own studio. Sprinkle and touch the fish every day. Anyway, there are resources. Occasionally sing a song. The major platforms will push. He has maintained a first-tier level, cannot go up, and cannot fall down. That company, which happens to be Tianyi. He did nothing to Tianyi though on the surface. Privately, those traffic kids haven't been spit on by him much over the years. The process is not light and itchy since, although Tianyi is not happy, but also not guilty of going against him. Suzy finished singing. Looking at the delayed duo, he couldn't help but grin. What? Thinking of a reason to spit? Humph. Ruining the mood. Long Xiao and I wiped her eyes and hummed lightly, but then I look back and think, yeah, what should I spit at myself? I've heard it cry. Can I say it's not good? Turn your head. Good guy. Li Ningfei, that guy is no better. Red eyes and rutting calves like. Since you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default and the deal is struck. Geez, come on. Nay, my shoulders aren't. A little sore. Long Xiaoni blinked her eyes and whined. Great God. Shouting is useless. Suzy showed no mercy. This time Long Xiao and I had no choice but to droop her head and run behind Suzy, ruthlessly letting out a breath, then stretched out her small hand and squeezed it. Ouch. You're softer. Long Xiao and I is after all a sparring expert. Hand strength is still quite large. Deliberately, Suzy instantly pain straight shiver. Okay, got it. Long Xiao and I skimmed her lips, and her hands did become gentle, but the reluctance on her little face couldn't be hidden. At this point, Li Ningfei raised his head, his gaze fixed on Suzy, and gritted his teeth. Admit the bet and accept the loss. I'll give an account of my work tonight, and from now on, I'll be an artiste of heaven's choice. An honor. Suzy held out her hand. Li Ningfei shook it helplessly. A somewhat lustful expression followed. Suzy said again, I know what you want to ask, including you. He looked back at Long Xiao and I. After spreading his hands, he said, it's really quite simple. There's been absolutely no symbiosis between Brilliant and I since that incident came up 3 years ago. Even if it wants to, I don't. Why care about time when you're going to run into each other sooner or later, right? I have songs, a lot of them, and I can't sing them all in one sitting by myself. And a lot of the melodies in there don't really lend themselves to me. And, to put it bluntly, my sights aren't just limited to the Chinese music scene, either. Film and television, foreign countries, are all things I'm going to be doing in the future. Speaking of which, Li Ningfei obviously reacted as well. You mean you want to find artists to train? Suzy nodded. True, but why cultivate your own when you have already made one? At least a diva. Now she's being blackballed all over the internet. But that's hot. If we go and pull her into Zetian at this time, at least we don't need to worry about the publicity, right? The fire is brilliantly lit. They can't put it out themselves, and I can borrow this fire. Li Ningfei was just jumpy and unsteady, but after all, he was a top-tier rich second generation, and he had also been in the circle for so long, with an ear to the ground. Some things are quickly analyzed. He nodded his head in realization. I can probably understand your plan. You're trying to enlist people through Tang Yuan. In that case, no matter if it's successful or not, there will definitely be people to defect next. After all, they were already having a hard time before, and even if they come to you and can't get up, that's going to be a lot better than before. Suzy smiled. Yeah, and what if this Tang Yuan thing comes to fruition? With a successful flop, how many people do you think will stick with the front that Brilliant has established? People are profit-seeking. This is an unchanging truth from ancient times. As long as this strike hits, then splendor is a stepping stone, and I can save a lot of time. And most importantly, the last thing I need is a song. People say talent can't overcome capital. That's only because it's not enough. And what's not to capitalize on enough talent? Suzy's tone was flat. It's as if it's casual small talk. But listening to Li Ningfei's heart, it was like thunder. And then look at Suzy. The guy is chipper. Think again before. Every song has exploded all over the internet, and it's only been a mere 9 days since they left their glory. If what was said was his real layout, then this bureau is a little too big. Big enough to panic, but relatively speaking, once successful, it will certainly shock everyone. This is shaking the foundation of the entertainment industry. A head-to-head game between one man and old capital. Will he make it? Just as Li Ningfei asked rhetorically. Once again, the melody of the period in Suzy's 2 words rang in his head. I have over 10. 000 songs. Consider me a god. Chapter 67 Pointing and stirring up the words. Are there really that many songs? If before, he couldn't even think about it. Now, he really kind of believed it. Nothing else. Just now, just by looking at a hot search, he created such an extremely fitting and tear-jerking song in a short period of time. 20 songs a day doesn't seem too hard? If it's supercharged, wouldn't it be possible to have 3 or 4 capitals an hour a day? Ridiculous, very ridiculous. But wasn't that just ridiculous? Li Ningfei shook his head vigorously to keep himself from getting into this bullseye. Anyway, Su Zhe was indeed talented. In the past he was a genius. Then now, he called it a demonic phrase. Such a person might really be able to succeed. And even if he couldn't, he could at least cause a storm in the entire land of Xia. It's all worth passing on. As for him, since he was born, he has never been worried about food or clothing. How much money can he earn by singing by himself? It's not even as much as going home to inherit the family fortune. So whatever he wants to do, he doesn't even have to think about making money as a problem. Then the money trail is not even considered. Still care about showbiz bashing? Of course not. Besides, he'd had the idea of taking on this sick circle before, even all these years, but he just couldn't afford it, so he kept it to himself. But today, competent people show up, standing right in front of himself. Join? No? There is no longer a need to name a choice. Asterisk 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 it. After Li Ningfei figured it all out, he directly clapped his hands and stood up, his eyes becoming fiery, as if he had already guessed it. Suzy similarly stood up and extended his hand. Then, happy cooperation. Must be pleasant. Li Ningfei held Suzy's hand tightly. The two of them laughed at each other. Hey, 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 there's me. Long Xiao and I made an effort to stand beside the two, her small hand resting on Suzy's arm. Yes, together. Suzy was happy and laughed. Next, eating continues. However, after this incident, Li Ningfei and Su Zhe were completely comrades on the same boat. So naturally, there was no rustiness, and they spoke straightforwardly. Although I say that, but hold off on Tang Yuan for a while. Let's do it in a week. When the first installment comes out, we'll go back to her, Suzy said after thinking about it. Li Ningfei nodded. Okay, listen to you. You're the boss anyway. Ha ha ha. Suzy shook her head and smiled. Right, do you want to see the list of the other players tomorrow? Li Ningfei suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to inquire. No need. Suzy decisively refused. All right. Li Ningfei didn't say anything more. I watched it and knew in advance which ones they were, but figured they must all be on the same side as brilliant, and it's impossible to throw such a hot variety show to outsiders. So there's no point in familiarizing yourself with people or anything like that. You'll find out naturally when you go there tomorrow, but there's something that needs to be said in advance. Suzy voiced. Li Ningfei raised an eyebrow. Su Zhe pointed to his cell phone. Even though we're not contacting Tang Yuan now, we have to give her a precaution in advance, lest something happens later. Li Ningfei reacted, and immediately his face became solemn. Yes, Tang Yuan is more rigid in nature, or she wouldn't have done such a thing. Leave this to me. I'll call her tonight to talk about it. Line. Suzy murmured. Don't say anything about you joining Zetian beforehand, and wait for everything to progress later. Okay. Li Ningfei nodded. After dinner, the crowd all went back satisfied. On the way, Long Xiao and I hadn't said anything, which made Su Zhe feel a little weird. This girl doesn't dislike him. He's not really used to it, but it's good. I had a lot on my mind today, and I didn't have the time to tease her. However, what Su Zhe didn't know was that although Long Xiao and I didn't say anything along the way, her gaze had been intentionally or unintentionally glancing at him, twinkling little stars of adoration. Reasoning. Lost a bet serving Suzy. Put in the usual day will definitely be unconvinced, and then play tricks. But today, Suzy is too handsome. Whether it's the bloodlust that a boy should have, or the way he points and talks so eloquently, it's all simply awesome. She secretly recorded it anyway. Today when I go back, I must let Minmin also see how handsome this guy Suzy is. Handsome, naturally, is a girl's criterion for choosing a spouse, but again, handsome in the mouth of girls does not only mean face value, it includes a lot more. Security, intelligence, sleight of hand, force, etc. It's all about what they think is handsome. One of the most important things to feel secure about is actually a cumulative tally of these things, and there's quite a bit of difference between that and what guys think of as security. First of all, Suzy is willing to fight for a girl. What is this? That's kindness. Wouldn't you be a warrior in ancient times? What woman wouldn't like that? Secondly, Suzy pointed out that he wasn't blindly helping, but had thought carefully about it and planned for everything. Continue with the ancient metaphor. Isn't this the brother of the emperor who was both a man of letters and a man of arms? This kind of man, girls will love it like crazy. Finally, there is talent. A full stop. hearing her in tears, and in such a short period of time. Still ancient, but he's the right man for the job. Cluelessly handsome. Long Xiaoni shook her head with emotion. Before I knew it, I was at the hotel. In the midst of the fond gaze, Susie's face flashed with a flash of disbelief. Do I have flowers on my face? No, but you look better than a flower. Lonnie blurted out. Well, it seems like such a good idea. Susie rubbed his chin. Then, but don't you dare try to trick me with fancy words. He waved his cell phone. The evidence is all there. Unintelligible. Long Xiaoni skimmed her lips, then pulled the door open and clanged it shut. Susie shook her head and similarly went into her room. Take a shower and lie down on the bed. Fall asleep quickly. And at this moment, far away inside a certain luxury hotel in Magic City, a handsome man with fair skin was sitting on a sofa, and across from him, a middle-aged woman. Pang, tomorrow we have to go to Star City to record the program. Are you sure you want to? Tonight? The woman said with a worried look on her face. Yes, the man is none other than the traffic star, Xiao Pang. He waved his hand. It's fine, anyway, just go through a process, and it won't take much time. Besides, those curries are all lower than me. Going a little later won't do. Okay. The woman nodded helplessly. Hesitatingly, he added, your song is already produced. She hadn't finished. It was directly interrupted by Xiao Pang. Alright, I'll go see it tomorrow. You'd better go arrange that newcomer when you have time, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but spit out. I don't know what the company was thinking, pairing me up with a sissy. That's all he's saying here. Put it in the outside world. Buttercup, I think that's his label, right? Okay. The woman had nothing to say and finally stood up and went out the door. And soon, as she went out, two bouncers at the door, heck, just dragged a slightly drunk girl in. The girl was sweet looking, but then her cheeks were red, her eyes were slack, and her body was limp, obviously drunk. Chapter 68, Practitioner's Dilemma. Xin Shun. Not much later, there was a sound of movement. The female agent went back to her room and picked up her cell phone to dial. Soon, the call was answered. A soft voice came from over there, similar to that of a child in general, a bit androgynous, but uniquely good. Sister Wan, are you still awake? The man was very polite. Yang Wan, the name of the female agent. Perhaps affected by the opposite boy's voice, Yang Wan's tightly wrinkled brow slightly loosened up a little bit, and opened her mouth to say, still dealing with things, by the way, how are you preparing for this? You're going to go to Star City tomorrow. So soon? I'm ready and things are organized. In that case I'll book the machine now. The boy looked a little excited. The words have not finished was interrupted by Yang Wan. No need. The air ticket company has been booked. You tomorrow 10 o'clock at 10 o'clock to the door of the Viking Hotel. I will give you the air ticket. Good. The boy nodded heavily. Although he joined the company for a long time, he had been a trainee. His guaranteed salary was not much, barely making ends meet, and he could save money on airfare. In fact, as a general rule, the artist's trip is paid for by the company, except for unappreciated newcomers. Even if the company does this, they have to put up with it for the sake of their future, fantasizing about getting ahead someday and never having to live such a hard life again. There's one more thing. I just sent you the song on the way. It's just a rough one, but you have to make a note of it. Cooperate with Pang when recording the day after tomorrow, and don't let anything go wrong with the shoot. Yang Wan once again instructed. Okay, I'll memorize it tonight. The boy rushed back. Sometimes, there is no harm without comparison. Hearing the boy so obedient, Yang Wan was finally relieved and her face gradually eased. She could not help but speak out. Xiao Shana, you are a newcomer. Some things you know should endure. This is the last January of your contract. The company gives you this opportunity you have to cherish. As long as the cooperation with the Pang, give him the harmony to sing a good mix of face, that the future resources will not be able to do without you. Thank you. I'll be sure to take care of that. The boy thanked again. Okay then, go ahead and memorize the song. I'm going to take a break. Okay, good night Wan. The boy said sweetly. The phone hung up. Brilliant entertainment. Inside the staff quarters, the 6 teenagers instantly surrounding the boy who had just answered the phone in the center, each face filled with envy and fawning. How about what one said? Is it true that you're going to be in a variety show? Xin Shin, you're going to be on fire. You can't forget your brothers when you're on fire. You have to bring us along. That's just it. Who says girls are the only ones who chatter? Boys talk, and that's no less important. But the difference is, the former for gossip, the latter for horse's ass. The former wind and snow, the latter just trainee. As a trainee, although it sounds cool, but in reality limited by the company. In addition to the weekday training, it's a way to get offline commercials, to train for the stage, to dance for famous artists, or to harmonize behind the scenes. Exposure, almost zero. Ordinary people can at least broadcast live, while they, no, must conduct their activities on a corporate schedule. So if you want to be on fire, you have to listen to the company and do whatever the company tells them to do. Once the company selects someone, then the trainees' dormitory mates, or those who usually play well together, will have a high possibility of being taken out by the trainee to be exposed to the real stage. This is one of the few opportunities. After all, the market is so big. Xiao Pang as a trainee just hit it big. Before his ability to absorb money fell, the company will certainly not make great efforts to cultivate other trainees. That would not be worth the loss. In this way, it's also harder to get out. Xin Shin just turned 18 this year, signed at 15. Now having practiced for 3 years, his dancing is only average, but he was born with a unique voice, and when he sings some choruses, he is comparable to a team by himself, with a soft and airy vocal line. To put it bluntly, until you tap into other abilities, this is a natural supporting role that sets the others' songs off. This time he was chosen to be on stage at the same time as Xiao Pang because of this ability of his. After Qinshin put down the phone, the smile on his face turned bitter, sighed and said, "Fire what ah? You know, this voice of mine was born to play a supporting role. This time is running to set off Xiao Pang." At that, the group of boys sighed in the same way. But it remains the same way. Anyway, it's much better than us. At least you're still on stage. I've been practicing for 3 years in the same book as you. Quite a few commercials. 0 stage. Yes, and I've heard that Jiin is particularly hot. The exposure is still very high. You strive to rub more footage. Maybe you'll suck up some fans. When there's traffic, won't it get up? The crowd gave advice, whether envious or jealous. Only when Qinshin took off would they have a chance to be taken away. So they had to be of one mind at this point. Qinshin's eyes lit up at the words, but soon, he shook his head again. Forget it, rubbing the camera will be scolded. Didn't Bai Lele from the female dormitory side go to rub it last time, and was scolded by Xiao Pang? Ugh, the crowd sighed. Is other people okay? Xiao Pang the scumbag is a hypocrite. They're on fire, but not to mention the previous friends, but also one by one all kinds of stomping to show his superiority. A boy's temper exploded a bit and he cursed. Shu, keep your voice down, just talk about it here. You watch out for a tattletale. That's right, we can't afford to offend. A few people chatted with each other. Don't worry, if I do get to take off, I promise I'll take you guys with me. Qinshin spoke heavily. A few people froze. The hand rested on Qinshin's shoulder. Good buddy, we believe you. Ha ha, we don't know who you are. Come on. Yeah, come on. Try to fire over that Shaw guy. A few people looked at each other and smiled. The others went to rest. Qinshin, on the other hand, lowered his head and came to the desktop, opened the computer. WeChat received a file, clicked on it, looked at the rap track on it, and could not help but sigh again. If it's anything else it's fine. For rapping, I guess he doesn't have a single word left, just harmonies. But in any case, it's important to memorize all of it so that when you create it during the recording, it will go much smoother and won't be exposed. But this word, looking at this melody, Qinshin was how he felt a bit awkward. That's a bad comparison to Sugod's song. Why don't they ask Sugod to write it? Sputtering. A few lyrics drifted through my head. Heck, it's the bottom of the ocean. Qinshin is actually a Suze fan, and still an Iron fan. As long as he has time, he is listening to Suze's songs, every day since the concert. His admiration for Suzy was comparable to a torrential river. Chapter 69 Jiin Variety Show recording begins. Iowa Entertainment. And he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He always had a feeling that if he wanted to come out, the opportunity was in Suzy's body instead. This illusion appeared the night of the Suzy concert. Singing Born This Way, and subsequently, 2 songs Under the Sea as soon as they come out, and he got more and more determined. Because, the song Before This World, he cannot sing how to feel, but this seabed is different. The moment he sang, not just himself, even the other trainees were stunned. It feels like the singing isn't any worse than Suzy's, and even a little better than the chiaroscuro version in a way. Before, he planned to break away from Tanny to go to Suze when his contract expired. And now, since he has a chance to be on the stage, he will try to cherish it. Having become slightly more popular himself, it might be easier to approach the idol at this point. Think of it this way. Qinshin became more and more energized, enduring his impatience to give the entire lyric sheet of the song, which had not yet been polished, a line-by-line notation, all the while, mentally composing the creative process. Well, the song's creative process, the more I thought about it, the more I disdained it. Compare that to Suzy. There's really no comparison. Dawn, because he was going to participate in the program. Suzy set an alarm clock and crawled out from under the covers around 8 o'clock and got up to clean himself up. Then it was downstairs with the equally sleepy Long Xiaoni. Did not eat in the first floor lobby. Instead, they came straight outside. A nanny van was parked there, and in front of the door, there was Li Ningfei leaning on it, wearing sunglasses and a mask. Let's go. Take Mr. Chen to a dry meal. Li Ningfei hemmed and hawed. Suzy yawned. Right, what time are we going today? Long Xiaoni also looked over. Li Ningfei looked at the two of them. Listless appearance cannot help but raise eyebrows. 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock too. Go to say hello, let a shot, and then go to lunch. More in the outside to stay, and so go back to almost. People are also complete. But didn't you two sleep? Why are you still so sleepy? Suzy and Long Xiao and I glanced at each other, and both of them were a bit embarrassed. Sleeping is definitely sleeping, but is it hard to tell Li Ningfei that they are typically lazy and usually wake up at noon? It's so degrading to the boss and the beauty queen, so it was tacit. Suzy, writing a song. This is not staying up all night writing it, thinking of writing more. Anyway, the variety recording is long. Let's take the opportunity to add some more traffic. Long Xiaoni raised her small hand. I'm serving tea. The great god can be serious. He's so good. One song in half an hour. This niece, you don't blush when you tell a lie? Suzy couldn't help but look at Long Xiao and I. Long Xiaoni raised her eyebrows, as if to say, look, am I cooperating well? Praise me. So's, Li Ningfei was really bluffed, looking at the face of the two sleepy look, and then listened to the confession in unison. It's not collusion. That's a fact. Hard work. Hard work. I'll be sure to take the two of you to a great meal today. Li Ningfei was so impressed that he was ready to go to a high-end Chinese restaurant with a wave of his hand. But he was stopped by Suzy. It's good to eat light in the morning. Long Xiaoni concurred. Right or wrong. Otherwise it's easy to catch fire and get acne. Well, that's fine. Deal with it in the morning and we'll go back at noon. Li Ningfei mused. Breakfast was indeed light, and considering that the duo hadn't woken up, they found a random breakfast place and ate some buns and drank some silver ear kanji. Then Li Ningfei stood guard downstairs, and the two of them retreated to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. This is not far from the recording location. The drive is only 5 or 6 minutes, even if the traffic jam is only half an hour. It's not even 9 o'clock yet after breakfast, so I can sleep for an hour or so. Suzy fell back to sleep. Although writing the song was fake, searching for the song was real, only it wasn't after going back. But on the way, time passes quietly. 11.5 minutes. The three of them came to the hotel that was chartered by the Knowles program group. Although the environment was not too good, but after all, it was chartered for a whole, and they also had to consider the financial problem. At the moment, banners were set up in front of the hall doors, a whole bunch of cameras were placed all around, and there were roaming cameramen switching viewpoints. In the morning, not many people would come, but there were two combinations that did come. In addition to Suzy and Li Ningfei, the other group is top singer Hiyuchi and her vegetarian partner Zhu Zhu. Hiyuchi was slightly older, already 38 years old, and was dressed rather plainly because it wasn't a stage. A striped coffee-colored body shirt and a short skirt of the same color underneath looked sensible and generous. 8 points for body and 8 points under face makeup. Vegan estimate is 7 o'clock or so. Zhu Zhu looks much better as a newcomer. After all, it's the age of the face, and the company certainly won't push an average face over. Looks barely 20. His height is measured at 6'9", dressed in a JK with little white shoes. Her mullet wolftail hairstyle made her more lively, and her white calves were exposed and wobbly. Youthful, beautiful. Hello Director Chow. Li Ningfei came in and first shook hands with Jean's director, Chow Guamao, and greeted him before heading towards Hiyuchi, who was sitting on the sofa to the side. Simultaneous whispered introductions. Hiyuchi is also a first line, but she's from the big three, but from Iowa Entertainment. Iowa is quite famous in Kyoto, and it's said that there's a military background behind her. Suzy nodded. He still had a history of knowing what entertainment companies to watch out for in this world. Under the big three, there are 7 or 8 other medium-sized entertainment companies, although they are not as strong as the big three and can cross the triad, but all have their own backers behind them. Ayuka, for example, the artists in it can often be seen in some official programs, the Spring Festival being one of them, so the singers and dancers are well known. It is still mainly in the singing world, as well as some official dance and piano events. After walking over, Li Ningfei took the lead in greeting Hiyuchi with a smile on his face. Sister it's been a long time, you're getting prettier and prettier. Oh. Hiyuchi didn't have the good sense to blankly glance, but also stood up and shook. You kid unexpectedly also came. How do you say? This time again ready to drum up what ghost ideas? How could I? I'm not that good. But, Li Ningfei's words turned, twisting his head to look at Suzy beside him. He's different. He can. Oh. Hiyuchi instantly became interested, couldn't help but glance more towards Suzy, and at the first glance over, the first feeling is definitely handsome. How in the world can there be a man with such a top face value? The second eye is the temperament. Suze stood there calmly. His face seemed to be wearing a faint smile and as if it was expressionless, giving off an elegant air of refusing to be seen. It's very anticlimactic, yet it blends in, like the ancient kind of elegant gentleman. What made Suze somewhat unexpected was that the next moment, Hiyuchi actually stretched out her hand. I do know you owe, Su-shin said, with a wink. Overrated. It's all just fan chants. It's time to be humble, Suzy hurriedly said. Chapter 70, the combination comes together. Super first-tier traffic star Xiaopeng. Hiyuchi laughed and didn't say anything more. On the contrary, Zhu, who was on the side, also went up and greeted Suze. Hello, Su-shin. I'm Zhu. Hello. Suzy reached out and shook it. The hands were separated by a touch. It has to be clarified here because Long Xiaoni often lines up with her fans on Weibo with a mouthful of great god, which also leads to many fans addressing Suze with a mouthful of Sushin as well. After a brief acquaintance, both parties sat on the couch and waited. Because Long Xiaoni was an assistant, she could not stay here at the moment, and could only find the area dedicated to assistants and brokers from afar and sit down. Pick up your phone and swipe through the jitterbugs. This way, after exchanging greetings, Hiyuchi didn't continue to climb into a conversation with Suze, but instead chatted with Li Ningfei one way or the other. The two should know each other. However, the occasion was inappropriate, and Li Ningfei didn't say much to Suze. Zhu was a newcomer like Suze, but Suze's fame was there. She tried to climb into conversation with Suzy several times, but she was politely returned by Suzy in a few words, looking humble but somewhat rejecting people. After that, Zhu then didn't move either. That's all. It was until 12 noon. Other than these two combinations, none of the rest came, and director Chao Guomao didn't say much even though he was upset. It's time for lunch. He continued to keep the assistant director on guard while he made his way over towards the guests' table. First, he swept a glance at Hiyuchi's two daughters, and then intentionally or unintentionally gazed at Suze who was looking down at his cell phone. It's almost lunchtime. Will you two go out together? He invited warmly, his surface unmoving and unreadable. No need. I've already reserved the box. Zhu and I will go over later. Hiyuchi shook her head and refused. Anyone could hear that Chao Guomao was just being polite. Alright then, I'll be off then. Let me know if you guys need anything and I'll take care of it first thing. Chao Guomao finished his courtesy and turned to leave. Hiyuchi looked at Li Ningfei and Suze. Want to go together? The box I booked is bigger, and it just so happens that it's been a long time. Li Ningfei instinctively looked towards Suze, but quickly twisted his head. No need. We still have some personal matters. Yes, they are still ready to wave outside. If this is with Hiyuchi, it shall not come back early. Sitting here dry waiting, can be bored to death. It's okay. Hiyuchi was about to leave with Zhu. On the contrary, Zhu got up and waved her hand at Suze. Su-shin, see you this afternoon. Oh, aha. Suzy nodded. After the duo left, Li Ningfei and Suze also walked towards Long Xiaoni, and the three of them paired up and left the door together. Just a short walk. Long Xiaoni then stared back at Suze, her face full of smiles sorrowful. Su-shin, see you this afternoon. Oh, this. Suzy was momentarily dumbfounded, full of embarrassment. Long Xiaoni hummed. I know that the great god is popular, but I didn't expect it to be so popular. Are people pretty? Not as pretty as you and Su-min, Suze immediately said. Full of. Long Xiaoni didn't turn her head, but her face was still quite happy. Li Ningfei smiled without saying anything. Just internal secret. Still have to be you. Even drop god. The three of them ate, and then they just kept waving outside until they got back to the recording hall just after 4 in the afternoon. The moment. The crowd was almost complete, with only the last group left to arrive. However, other than Hiyuchi, the others only greeted Li Ningfei in a polite manner, and then didn't move half as much. For Suzy, it was directly ignored. Listen, naturally. But so what? A newcomer in the limelight is worth climbing on board with. But what if you add to that, being targeted by the current president of Splendor? Then it is natural to avoid it as far as you can. Li Ningfei stayed in the corner with Suzy while introducing Suzy to the circle. Hiyuchi and Zhu, the Iron Blood soft heart duo from Iowa Entertainment, will not be introduced. Yang Hu and Meng Zimei, the Iron Tree Blossoms duo, from Brilliant Entertainment. Yang Hu is a first-rate actor and singer, and Meng Zimei is an internet celebrity under their media branch. Jetta Zhang and Guan Jian, the blow-up McRing duo, from Sky Entertainment. Zhang Jetta was last year's trainee variety show runner-up, a first-tier flow singer. Guan Jian has never heard of him. He should be a new trainee. Lu Xiao and Chang Xiang, the Gentleman Scrolls duo, from Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Xiao is a veteran heavenly king, and Chang Xiang is said to be his close disciple, a newcomer that Splendor is preparing to promote this year. Snow May and Xiat Saiha, the 4 seasons as a flower duo. From Snow Sound Entertainment, Yukine is also one of the big 3, and that Yukine is the daughter of Yukine's chairman. Shuemei is a first-tier biracial star, who studied under national composer Li Lao at the age of 13, and is highly original. Xiat Saiha is the school flower of Beijing dance, and just won the national dance championship this year. Her singing skills are unknown, but since she's able to come up here, I guess she's not bad. Suzy nodded secretly, also looked up the past songs of these groups on their cell phones, but put them down after just 10 minutes or so. It's hard to say, the overall level is just that, even if these are of high showbiz caliber. So what? But think about it. This world, despite the early industrial revolution and a larger territory, was too fast, resulting in a lot of culture not being passed down, with absolutized cuts. This has also led to a serious lack of substance, and naturally, the standard of recreation and culture has not risen. Just as the crowd was chatting with each other, approaching 6 o'clock, the last gear combination squared came in. A young man with dyed white hair, dressed in a gorgeous white suit, followed by an ordinary boy who looked like an assistant, unobtrusive in the crowd, a perfect accompaniment. The youth's aura was small, but his compulsion was full. With just entering the door, the entire hall was instantly quiet. Director Chao Guomao held back a smile to welcome him. Meanwhile, on the guest seats, other than Shui Mei of the 4 Seasons Like Flowers group, and Heavenly King Lu of the Gentleman's Scroll group, others also stood up. Of course, Suzy and Li Ningfei were also excluded. As soon as the man came in, the smile on Li Ningfei's face disappeared, and he snorted disdainfully. Not much ability, but a good handful of big cards. Suzy's gaze froze. Xiao Pang, super tier 1 traffic star, the kind that fires out of the country. The English mixed with Chinese rap that went to number 1 on the Mandarin charts is also his work. Moreover, Li Ningfei had a grudge against it. This he also knew. Pang is here. Ah, hard work. Obviously coming the latest. Chao Guomao extended his hand without blushing, saying hard work one after another. Xiao Peng's face hung a smile. No unexpected overbearing, but more humble bowed his head. Where? Work is indeed too busy. Let everyone wait a long time. Chapter 71. The first creative theme. Pure love. We've only been here for a short while, but I guess you've just finished your announcement. It's hard work. One man greeted them with his partner behind him. Suzy fixed his eyes on it. None other than Yang Hu from Brilliant. Li Ningfei coldly grunted, close to 40 years old, licking an old face to say hello, and don't mind the burn. Suzy shook her head and smiled. With Yang Hu at the beginning, some other people also went up to greet each other. Xiao Peng likewise replied one by one, appearing polite and not pressing people with his curiosity. However, the more he was like this, the more bored Li Ningfei became, and lowered his voice. Suzy, don't be fooled by this guy's surface. This is a typical hypocrite. Now it's in front of the camera. When the camera is withdrawn, you can look at the corners of his mouth again. It's clear as day. Suzy nodded and didn't say much. In fact, as long as more or less a bit of experience can be seen, although Xiao Peng's surface face modest, but every time they greeted, are intentionally or unintentionally towards them this side, the eyes of the gaze is obviously not goodwill. Secondly, to be truly humble, he couldn't have waited for others to bow and bend first before he nodded his head. But that's the way it is in the entertainment industry. Not many of those who make it to the top are easy pickings, regardless of the backstory. On the surface, that's definitely the perfect persona for fans. Humble, polite and hardworking. But, I don't know if it is Suzy's illusion. He always feels that the boy behind Xiao Peng has been staring at him. And the eyes. Seems to be a bit of a cult? What's the situation? Good day Sky King. Xiao Peng walked towards the guest seats and greeted Lu Xiao, who was still sitting in his seat. Aha. Lu Xiao nodded. Looking at Lu Xiao so disrespectful, Xiao Peng's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, but he quickly hid it and smiled faintly. Submissively, she looked at Shui Mei to the side once again. Sister Shui, haven't seen you in a few days. You're pretty again. Aha. Snow Mei obviously didn't treat him well either. Again just nodding and simply turning her head away. To do so was even more excessive than Lu Xiao. Xiao Peng's face visibly stiffened. At this time, Xiao Saiha beside Shui Mei stood up and stretched out her white hand. Brother Xiao Peng, can you give me an autograph? My girlfriends are all your fans. So am I. Xiao Peng reappeared with a smile. Of course. With that, he reached his hand behind him and the boy took a pen and card out of his pocket and handed it over. Swish swish swish. A single stroke hooked into a string of ghostly drawings, then handed the piece of paper to Xiao Saiha. You're also very good. Oh, I've been watching your dance. Go for it. Aha. Xiao Saiha, who got the signature, looked excited and nodded her head in a hurry. After that, Xiao Peng walked directly towards the empty seats, not even glancing at Li Ningfei and Suzy. Ignorance is well known. This one couldn't help but make the crowd speculate. Does brother Xiaopeng have a grudge against Li Ningfei and the others? Why are you deliberately pretending to be invisible? Xiaocaiha inquired in a low voice. Xu Ma coldly grunted. There is, but not so serious. Either the program group intentionally created the conflict, or it is brilliant. She didn't continue with the latter words. Oh, Xiaocaiha nodded thoughtfully. But soon, looking at the photo in his hand, he was happy. The autographs are here. This is another big profit. Xu Ma did not have a good temper. As for you, if not, I know that you use the signature is to make money, but also thought that you deliberately do not give me face it. Sister Snow, you're the best. I have to save up. I'm going to buy a house. Every penny. Xiaocaiha pouted. You. Snowmei shook her head. The duo's conversation. Suzy watched, although he didn't know what was being said, but he could probably guess. It was also just Xiaopeng who was pleased. As a matter of fact, Xiaocaiha not only asked for his autograph, everyone present had asked for it, even his. Thinking of this, Suzy couldn't help but look a little odd. This woman is a bit interesting. Li Ningfei smiled, meaning it. Suzy similarly shook her head and smiled, not saying much, for being isolated. Rather, it didn't feel like much. Get ready anyway. As for the others, they'll more or less glance at it and talk about it, I guess. Neither of the two cared. At this time, Chao Guomao came to the center of the hall, and with a gentle cough into the microphone, all eyes suddenly looked over. Since everyone is here, I won't delay much. Now let's announce the rules of the match. The words fell. Behind him, the assistant pulls out one sign after another. The above is the rules that Li Ningfei introduced to Suzy at the beginning, but here is a little more detailed, such as, the theme of each period of creation is based on the guests present to draw out. Only the first installment is drawn by a random person, while the later, by the last person, i.e., the one eliminated. A lecture was given. The crowd there gave applause. Then, in a flurry of pushing and shoving, Xiaopeng was given this task of extracting the theme. He came to the box, which was filled with white pieces of paper of varying colors, each with a different theme, supposedly, a theme drawn from fan opinions. Xiaopeng, with apprehension on his face, did not draw the first time, but instead looked at the whole room. I'm a little nervous. I don't know what I'll draw, but since everyone asked me to draw, don't blame me if it comes out bad. This statement was made. The crowd on stage knows the door. Can you not know what the first topic is when you've been through it for a long time? However, their gazes all looked towards the duo of Suzy and Li Ningfei intentionally or unintentionally. According to the director, these two are unaware of this. Amidst the urging of smoke it, I don't blame you, Xiaopeng seemed to have made up his mind and reached inside the transparent glass case. Soon a piece of paper came out, slightly trembling, tearing off the top sticker while nervously saying, "It's coming out. It's coming out. Let's see it. Wow, I can't believe this." The sticker was torn off. He sold it again. The crowd on stage had different expressions. Some had faces of anticipation, others had nothing to do and seemed unperturbed. Only Li Ningfei, disdainfully, said, "There's so much drama. Fake or not." Xiaopeng heatedly smiled. This theme is not simple. I guess there's something to write about this time. Well, I'm now announcing the theme of this first issue of creation. Pure love. The moment. There was a gasp from the stage. I can't believe it's pure love. That's not easy to write. Yeah, it's a little youthful. The crush angle could be. The difficulty is really great. One by one, Suzy swept over the ones who had spoken. Yang Hu, Meng Zime, Zhang Jieda. Two splendors, one sky. It's a bit difficult, but I believe in everyone's strength. So now I'm announcing that the recording has officially begun. So let's all go back to our rooms and rest. The follow-up cameraman will be up first thing in the morning. So be ready. With Chao Guomao's order, today's mission was officially completed. And soon, the crowd also dispersed. Chapter 72, Intentions for the next 8 days. The entire floor of the hotel was chartered, and according to the arranged rooms, the people went upstairs. Suzy and Li Ningfei and the others were ready to go last, but as he prepared to go upstairs, he was stopped in his tracks by two men. It's none other than the Four Seasons as a flower duo of Snow Rose and Summer Caixin. Xiaocaiha was behind Xu Ma, sizing up Suzy with interest. Xu Ma smiled slightly and spoke. How was it? Was the theme difficult this time? The duo greeted Suzy and the others when they came in. Especially for Suzy, Xu Ma also expressed her appreciation, and several songs were heard. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be a problem. You'll have to ask our main man. Li Ningfei let out a light laugh and twisted his head to look at Suzy. Well, generally. Suzy smiled slightly. Come on. I'm looking forward to your performance, Yukini said meaningfully. As the words fell, he quickly left with Xiaocaiha. Li Ningfei and Suzy glanced at each other without saying anything more, waiting for Long Xiaoni to grind her way over before going upstairs together. 9 layers. The 3 rooms are connected. There was a room empty on each side, presumably for the cameraman or to separate the guests. The 3 of them didn't go straight to their rooms, but swarmed into Susie's room. Just got in. The door slammed. Li Ningfei then couldn't wait to look at Susie. How's it going? How's it going? Does our Su God have any ideas? Susie froze. What's the idea? Of course. Li Ningfei nudged his mouth, signaling upstairs. There's a big head. Long Xiaoni quit and yelled at once. We're here to compete, okay? And you, don't bring down my god. Li Ningfei spread his hands. People are obviously interested in Suze? Okay, I'm just saying it. Gee whiz, if you say so. Long Xiaoni skimmed her lips. However, the gaze was directed to Susie. Susie sighed. Okay, I'm not interested. Let's get down to business. What are you guys going to do these days? Aha, Li Ningfei subconsciously wanted to say. Of course, is to write songs but then he looked at Susie again. No way? You, have a thought? Susie nodded lightly. I'll sing it for you? The air was slightly quieter. A few moments later, sure enough, it's my great god, the boss is here. Please take my knee. Come on, show. Li Ningfei bowed gracefully, signaling Susie to begin. Susie looked at Long Xiaoni. Long Xiaoni's eyes brightened. I want it too. I want to hear it too. Perhaps with the last period. Now for Suze's songwriting speed, the duo has been immune. Surprised a lot less. Only a strong surprise. Okay. Susie doesn't drag his feet either. After clearing his throat, he took the lead in singing. I'm an advocate of stopping what you can't stop and letting what you can't stop. This battle between desire and despair. Afterglow, but she likes to go through the door. Before we leave, and turn off the lights as you go along. Li Ningfei and Long Xiaoni closed their eyes and listened carefully. The lyrics and the speed of the words, as if they were hot tongues, make this prelude less clear to listen to. The rhythm, though, is palpable. Very fast vocals, but a bit depressing. Extraordinarily contradictory. Long Xiaoni is okay, can't understand anyway, just think Suze's voice is really good. How to sing is good. Li Ningfei, however, frowned. It doesn't seem to be working out too well. Just as the words fell, the climax came unexpectedly. So funny. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. It's so funny. Ya aya I. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. It's so funny. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. The humming of the onomatopoeia instantly elevates the entire song in this moment. No accompaniment though, but just this section is extremely appealing, with a wonderful melody that tickles the heart and clearly has no vocabulary, but makes one's mood rise and fall. That's all. The song is over. The two were still awake from their immersion in the song. Susie instead went to make up the bed early, simply pulling off the top, almost on the line. Turn back. It's still you. I have a feeling that this song is nothing less than born this way. Well, right. Li Ningfei savored half a day and gave this reply. Long Xiaoni was more straightforward. 2 words, good to hear. Susie shook her head and lost her smile. This song purely clear singing can only be said to be average. The most absolute is the song and accompaniment. You'll just have to wait and see. Having said that, Suze once again inquired. So next, how will these 8 days be arranged? Have you guys thought about it? Live is day 9. The creation period is 7 days. Now that Susie had already created the song, then naturally they didn't have much to do next. But, Li Ningfei raised an eyebrow. If you said that we should rest, you shouldn't have asked that, right? Say it. What exactly are the plans? Right. What intention? Long Xiaoni asked after holding her tongue. She had thought about how to wave for 7 days, but then Li Ningfei came with such a sentence. Instantly confused, so she had to follow his words. The intention is naturally there, but it requires the cooperation of the cameraman. Well, and you guys? Susie said nonchalantly. The two were instantly curious. What's it going to be? Long Xiaoni inquired. Live. Susie spat out 2 words, at the same time glancing meaningfully out of the window. It's a full 8 days. That's quite a stretch of time. Certainly not to be spared. Live? You mean, writing songs live? Li Ningfei kind of got it, but on second thought, that's not right. If you write songs live, wouldn't that be revealing the topic? What about the program? And it's not much fun, is it? The cameraman wouldn't necessarily agree. It's a program highlight. The show is, after all, highlighted by creativity. And while these 7 days give them freedom, this creative period, too, is part of what the show is about. Susie, if it's live, isn't that the part that was leaked? Long Xiao and I also reacted, but just as she was about to ask, Susie spoke up. That's why I need you guys, and the cameraman. 1. I write songs live, but not songs for the show, but hanging out, listening to passers-by tell stories, and I write for them. 2. After all, This process does violate the agreement somewhat, so it'll be up to you, Ning Fei, to communicate with the director's side. You can rest assured that as long as you tell them that you and I are going to be traveling outside for inspiration, preparing to live stream and interact with our fans, and cutting to make sure that we don't reveal anything about the first installment, then they'll definitely agree. 3. And one last thing, the cost at the videographer's place is estimated to not include airfare or a cab, so, this is something you'll need to take care of. In fact, it's best to just let him broadcast it live, so the cameraman's money is saved, and he'll have the full blooper reel there, so you guys make it clear to him, and no one will say no. Big deal. A bribe. Chapter 73 Rebellion. Being lifted off the quilt live. The two were dumbfounded by what they heard. After a long time, Li Ningfei gave a thumbs up, bitterly smiling. He shook his head. You're really holding them to death. But seriously, live broadcasting to write songs for fans, it's just you. You can't find the second one in all of Xia. Hearing this, Suze shook his head and smiled without much explanation. Who says it isn't? That is, he has a system. Otherwise a person who is as talented as he is can't write for his fans live. Think about it. How long does a live broadcast take? Even one song a day. How many of them made it in a previous life? No one. But who told Suzy to sing a lot? Where? Pretend what fit is not reasonable. Anyway, how to maximize the popularity of the rise. Just how to come good. So this thing, Suzy mused. Li Ningfei patted his chest and swept a glance at the still confused Long Xiaoni. Don't worry, leave it to us. Good. Suzy nodded, showing a smile. Command finished. It was getting late, so the group went to their rooms and cleaned up, then went out for dinner. Afterwards, come back to bed. The enjoyable day ended quickly. Next day, 10 o'clock, Suzy climbed up from the quilt, but the result was that just as soon as he opened his eyes, grip it, just saw a dark camera pointed at him, and within the eye, behind the camera, a very small man. Age doesn't seem to be a big deal. For some reason, though, he had a feeling that something was strange, and so on. What are you doing? Suzy inquired sharply. Mud howl. I tie Mud's camera wire. Line called Adef, for voices. The man first bowed seriously, then grinned with a mouthful of white teeth and said to Suzy in broken Mandarin. Daf? What a hell of a name. That's also Wen. Next to Long Xiaoni, who had been sitting on the corner chair stretched and yawned. He is from Sakura province. Named himself Along. The dialect over there isn't quite the same as ours. It's awkward to speak. Oh who? Suzy breathed a sigh of relief. But just when I wanted to get up, I remembered something. No. How did you guys come in? ING. Speaking of this, Long Xiao and I came to be interested. Her aggressive eyes swept over Suze's upper body. He. The great god's body is really good. Suzy hastily pulled the covers tight. Come on. A deaf anxious. Not tied. Lying is pouring salt shouted. He and medicine wash. Suzy was speechless. That's also when. Ka-ching. The crisp sound of the door turning rang out. Then, he saw Li Ningfei humming a little song and leisurely walking in with his head down, carrying some takeout bags in his hand. Look up. Yo, we got to wake up Sushin. Quick. Just in time to eat while it's hot. As he said that, he picked up the bag and placed it on the table, sitting himself directly on the other chair. Fortunately, Li Ningfei also explained to him, probably that he was idle in the morning and had nothing to do when he got up, so he was going to come and look for Suze. Then, it meets the duo's fellow cameraman, Aaron. Just right. Just went back to Chao Guomao to solve the matter of the live broadcast. Originally listened to the live broadcast, also disagreed, but said that outdoor tourism, do not disclose. Chao Guomao hesitated and agreed, and then after that, just go into Susie's room. The ghost knew that Suze was sleeping especially well, and he was too embarrassed to shout, and it was no fun to sit dry, so he went to knock on the door again and shouted Long Xiaoni up. Then, that's it. Talent. Suzy was speechless to the core. You wouldn't wait for me to get up. Let him shoot you first. Suzy pointed at Aaron. Aaron looked innocent. Li Ningfei heatedly smiled. Shoot me what is interesting. The audience are tired of watching. Shoot you especially interesting. Oh, and, a side note. With a swish, he placed the live broadcast connected to the camera in front of Suzy. Look, your fangirls are licking the screen. Hey, it's already 5 million. 5 million people waiting for you to get up. TSK, are you touched? Suzy was dumbfounded. Is it even ING live? 5 million. I'm afraid to move. Not at all. Suzy silently shrunk back. Oops, you're wrong to think that way, guys. It doesn't matter if you show a little, right? Long Xiaoni interjected at the right time. At the same time, a pair of eyes were dripping and staring at Suzy's upper body, vaguely, and moving downwards. Ha, a carnival lifting the covers? No way. That's my family and friends, hand and foot brothers. Li Ningfei read the pop-up with a righteous face. Then, got to add money. At this very moment, there was a flurry of gifs on the screen. Rebellion, Susie hissed. Then, 1,000 words are omitted here. 11 o'clock. The foursome went out in pairs. Long Xiaoni walked at the front with her head held high and a bad smile on her face. Li Ningfei followed. Susie third. Long whispered to Suze, "Sir, our summer pot has a gu hua, June straight revenge. 4 years is not too late. So what? Will you help me lift Li Ningfei's quilt tomorrow?" Suze's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "No, that would be villainous." Aaron hurriedly shook his head. "Then you're talking." Susie gave a blank look. "I don't know if it's a genetic thing or not, but even though this Aaron is okay, I never felt too good about him." Noteworthy. In this world, there is only Sakura province. However, due to some institutional problems, there are still some dialects in cherry blossom languages. Okay, don't be angry. Not just look at your body, boys only, and did not see the light. You are not wearing pajama pants. Long Xiaoni coaxed. That's also my innocence. Suze didn't have the good sense to say, boys have a load of innocence. Long Xiaoni bristled. Li Ningfei has nothing to do with it. Okay, he's afraid of getting punched. After all, he was the one who lifted the quilt. Long Xiaoni did it. He's also an accomplice. This will naturally hide away. In this way, the few people bickered all the way and soon walked out a short distance. After 11, close to lunch, there are still more people on the road. And the camera is so big. Li Ningfei is wearing a mask. Suze and Long Xiaoni, one is handsome and the other is beautiful. Naturally, it drew a lot of attention, but that's all they look at. Didn't come forward to interrupt. Until, ouch. Suddenly, a boy crashed into Susie. Susie was caught off guard and almost fell. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The boy realized that he had bumped into someone and hurriedly came back to his senses, apologizing to Susie one by one. After all, this row, not your average person at first glance, but the word goes on and on. You are Sushin? Susie frowned. Fans? I've heard your songs and I especially like the one about the bottom of the sea. LOL. The boy was a little incoherent. Everyone could see, though, that the boy seemed a little social and shy. Chapter 74 Writing Songs for Fans? It's too spoiled for the fans. It's okay. Seeing this, Suze also reacted. The heartless is not guilty, and moreover, it is also his own fans. Shoulder hastily waved his hand to show that he did not care. Thank you, Sajin. The boy was quick to thank him. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he added, well, can I get an autograph? Sure. Susie grinned. Long Xiaoni cooperated and took out a signature pen and sticker from her bag and handed it over. Susie didn't learn any artistic style, but instead, with one stroke, he wrote his name in block letters. After handing it to the boy was thanked again. Then it was time to leave. Suze didn't care, and the three of them, Li Ningfei, prepared to continue walking. And just then, great God, why do I see that he's not in the right state? Long Xiaoni suddenly spoke up. Susie didn't understand the meaning. When he twisted his head to look back, he found the boy looking despondently at the road not far away, and then down at the cell phone in his hand. Yes? Susie looks as if he's normal. There is indeed something wrong. It feels like a trance. He didn't walk fast just now. Li Ningfei interjected at the right time. Like this? Susie nodded thoughtfully. It was about other people's private matters. He actually didn't want to get involved. Shaking his head, he was ready to continue walking. And just then, suddenly, as if he had made up his mind about something, the boy gathered his courage and came back to Susie's side. Shin, anything else? Although Suze was puzzled, he still asked calmly. The boy squirmed for a moment, then continued. Say it. Susie smiled slightly. The boy took a deep breath and looked at the camera. Can I just say something on the air? I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? This time Li Ningfei also came to be interested. Who are you looking for? It wasn't unheard of to find someone live, but it was a real first in his case. The boy's next comment, however, made everyone smile. I don't know what her name is. I met her this morning and I like her. Gather your courage, said the last 4 words. The boy was relieved, and slowly his tone lightened, a smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. I think I should have fallen in love at first sight. I took the day off work and searched for her all morning, but I couldn't find her. But I'm not willing to give it a try, even though I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if you guys can understand it. Suddenly I saw it and it moved inside and it just felt like she was the one I was meant to be with. Ha ha. The boy laughed to himself as he said it, but it was a little bitter. I've never been in a relationship. I'm probably a bit of a nerd, but I'm really just kind of. The moment Li Ningfei was quiet. Through the boy's demeanor and mannerisms, he could be sure that the boy shouldn't be the type to rub it in, but really could be. But, so outrageous, but courageous. In the sea of people in a chance glimpse, you find that person is the one you want to accompany. But chase, just one turn in the crowd and you can't find it, obviously just by chance, and yet it's hard to be incredibly sorry. A little touchy-feely. Long Xiaoni blinked, coming over to look at Suzy. Great God, why don't you help him? Suzy didn't say anything, just staring at the boy without looking away. Half a day later, can you tell me your name? The boy froze and said hastily, Sang Red. What occupation? Webmaster. Seemingly a little unsure of his identity, the boy's voice got lower and lower. Suzy didn't inquire further. It just swept over Long Xiaoni and Li Ningfei, then looked back to the sea of people in the distance, eyes deep. The incident reminded him of the online manhunt in his previous life. Coordinates. So-and-so station. Boy, girl dressed in so-and-so clothes, how big they were. A whole bunch of comments at the bottom. I'm single. Now I'm going to find you a needle in a haystack? Look at the rush for the kid. It's kind of romantic. In the meantime, inside the live broadcast at this moment, during Suzy's time of silence, the pop-ups were also various. Do you guys think Sushin will say yes? I don't know. I don't think so. After all, even if it's promised, it's still up to us to find it. How can we find it? It's such a big star city. Indeed. It would have been nice if that girl was also a Sushin fan. How can it be? Didn't hear that boy say he met it on the road. He was at work. He didn't even watch the live broadcast. Also but this boy is so cute. I feel like he's so sincere. Taking time off work and not working just to find the amazing one. Let's just say that, true to form, online authors are still romantics at heart, even if they're sociopaths. Expecting Sushin to say yes, just in time to be idle. Is it okay to solicit for fans? Just as everyone was discussing it, Suzy spoke up. He smiled at Zhang Reed. I'm not good at finding people, and there aren't many people in the live room, so I guess it's hard to find. At these words, Zhang Reed immediately lowered his head, and with such a statement, the odds were that it was a polite rejection. But yeah, he was impulsive. It's already nice for people to give autographs. How can? But just then. But, a single word but made Zhang Xie freeze, and the audience in the live broadcast room also froze. I could write a song for you, and if it catches fire, it might be heard by that girl you met. Oh, the moment. The air was a little quiet. The onlookers froze. The fans on the air froze. Only Long Xiaonai and Li Ningfei, because they had already known Suzy's intention to go out this time. Their expressions were okay. However, their hearts were wonderful and abnormal. Suzy looked to the live broadcast. These days live is the intention to write songs for fans. I think this matter may be fate. Everyone has a story you can also tell. Oh, if I can impress me, I will also write songs for you. This statement was made. The entire live broadcast completely exploded. They heard something. Fans telling stories and writing songs for fans? Geez, this isn't a dream, is it? Surprisingly, writing for fans. One moment. All kinds of pop-ups were flying in the live stream. No way. No way. Is there really such an idol in the world? For crying out loud. I can't believe he's thinking of writing songs for his fans. That's got to be a lot of love for the fans. He spoils us so much. I just came in and for the first time, I heard about an idol who writes songs for his fans, and I followed it decisively. Me too. Of course, amidst the compliments, there were some bad noises mixed in. For example, writing for fans? It can't be perfunctory, can it? Isn't he recording a variety show and has this time? Yeah, Sushin wouldn't be lying to us. Anyway, won't it be interesting to see how he writes for this Zhang Reed? That's right, wait and see. Chapter 75 Lover Missed. Fated Love. At this very moment, Zhang Reed's entire body was dumbfounded, as if a huge surprise had hit his head. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Mouths dropped open, eyes as wide as brass bells. May I? Use your experience and sing a song? Suzy inquired again. This time, Zhang Yu finally reacted and nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic. Agreed. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Reed thanked him profusely. Suzy waved her hand, then looked at Long Xiaoni. Long Xiaoni, with the same anticipation in her eyes, handed over the guitar she was carrying behind her back. Suzy took the guitar and stood in place and tried a few strokes. And see this scene. Zhang Reed was once again confused. Live pop-ups too. Grip. What the hell? He's not going to write it right here, is he? Wait, I think Sajin said he was going to sing? No way? That fast? This is a script, right? If I could really write it, I'd just fan him for life. Suzy's actions shocked the crowd, but the bigger shocker was yet to come. Long Xiaoni and Li Ningfei exchanged a glance and each walked to the side, clasping their hands in front of their chests ready to enjoy it. And Suzy, slender and long fingers in the strings shuttle. Gradually messy melody becomes rhythmic. At the same time, when with a stroke of the string falling. Suze looked at Zhang Yu with a smile on his face. A song lover misses. For you. Hopefully this song will lead you to her. The words fell. Nor did he care about Zhang Reed's reaction. Fingers on the guitar then strummed. Large finger swings, each one as if it were a DJ. Extremely bright and melodic. Raised the key of C. It's not fast, but it's loud. Melodic compactness. With each sweep of the strings, it was as if a handful of drums were beating, drawing the heart in tightly. Finally, end of long intro. Susie spoke up. I must have said I loved you centuries ago. Just one sentence. Just one sentence. Zhang Yu's body was as if electrocuted, and goosebumps covered his entire body all of a sudden. Yeah, that's what he thought. He must have met her in a previous life. Or how else could it be that just one glance made him lose his mind and resolve to search, whatever the outcome? How? And to the ears of the live audience, straight up exclamations of horror. Not in the least bit worse than the person in question. That's all there is to it. Predestination ramen. Invincible. Grip it. Listen to me numb. But that's just the beginning. The Susie song continues. It's just that you forgot and I didn't remember. Second sentence. Regrettable debut. It made everyone feel as if they were there, substituting for Zhang Red. And the parties. Not to mention, the eyes had reddened. I must have said I loved you hundreds of years ago. It's just that you forgot and I didn't remember. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. VE been there. Turning back. Turning around. It's still wrong. You and I have never felt the collision on the street corner. Collide at the end of the street. Your mom didn't tell you. Say you're sorry if you hit someone. It was supposed to be a good day. Lovers just miss out. Lovers just miss it. Obviously. It is a sentence as if cursing, but listening to Zhang Reed in the heart. The whole person has been in tears, hugging the knees and squatting down. He didn't know how Susie knew, but that's just it. He rushed out to buy breakfast this morning, thinking he'd come back and hurry to code. His editor had been rushing him for days, and he had to hurry. And then, it hit. Not him. It's the girl. The girl was also in a hurry, and seemed to be busy catching the bus, or catching the subway. Anyway, it's a bump. Not a word of apology. The girl packed this up and left. Only he was left, disappointed. It seems that there is something in the heart to miss. Lover, miss, cry me a river. The live room is not understood, but it didn't stop them from brainstorming that reunion through the song. Mediocre city, plain and simple early morning, too busy. Ordinary men and women collided with each other. The girl hurried away, and the boy climbed to his feet, indignant and ready to curse. As a result, it turns out how you like people. Heartwarming, but the people are gone. Just miss it. He searched and searched. From the first light of the sun, he found the sunrise, sweaty and frustrated, but never saw the one he wanted to see. Missed, just miss it, at this very moment. In a whole section apart, a layer of fashion-designed companies. Xiaotong, congratulations. I didn't expect that you would be favored by the boss and become a team leader directly. Happy cooperation in the future. I'm just lucky. Who knew pants falling through could be considered fashionable by the president? Ha ha. By the way, what are you watching? Sisterly? This seems to be a live broadcast? Yeah, my idol's live. Oh, Sushin, you know, the one who sings about the bottom of the sea. I've heard of it, but I'm too busy applying for jobs these days to pay much attention. Come on, watch together. Look, wow, Sushin is actually going to sing to his fans. Just as the girl named Xiaotong looked over, she suddenly froze. Just because, the boy standing next to Susie she knew, couldn't say she did. She just accidentally bumped into someone this morning, but there was such a rush, and today's job application was especially important, that she didn't even have time to say she was sorry, but she still had a bit of a soft spot for the boy. After all, if it wasn't for him, she probably wouldn't have been able to be spotted by the president and promoted to a team leader in the design department. That's an official right off the bat, and so on. This anchor, to sing for him? Nope. Look at the pop-ups this means. Is he the one who's looking for someone? Looking for the one from this morning. Isn't that me? Eating melon to herself. Xiaotong was a bit confused for a while, but just then, the intro kicks in and the song follows suit. I must have said I loved you hundreds of years ago. It's just that you forgot and I didn't remember. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. VE been there. Turning back. Turning around. It's still wrong. You and I have never felt the collision on the street corner. Collide at the end of the street. Your mom didn't tell you. Say you're sorry if you hit someone. It was supposed to be a good day. Lovers just miss out. Lovers just miss it. One sentence. Two sentences. The fatalistically drawn vocals leave no listener without their scalp being pricked and their heart being touched. And look again at the boy in the shot with red eyes and tears. Xiaotong suddenly felt himself seems to like someone. Love at first sight? Seeing color? Neither. she didn't know why, just feel. It seems, it was meant to be. Finally, the song is over. Suzy looked at Zhang Reid. So now, do you have anything you want to say to her? You can say it in the live broadcast. Oh. Zhang Reid took a deep breath, wiped his tears, and looked at the screen. The eyes grew firm. That girl who bumped into me this morning. I'll remember you. You wore a white cartoon body shirt with jeans underneath and they were frayed. You had a ponytail and I, for one, would like to meet you. Didn't your mom tell you to say sorry when you hit someone? Finally, I'm Zhang Reid, and my cell phone number is. Just as he was about to say it, Long Xiaoni violently screamed out. Look at the live broadcast. That girl is in the live broadcast. She said she wants to come to find Zhang Reid. The moment. Zhang Reid was confused. So does Suzy. So, magical? Chapter 76, the Moon Lord accomplishes his task and bails out. Go back a few minutes. Design department. The older woman's mouth opened wide as she looked at Xiao Tong with an incredulous expression. You mean it was you who bumped into the guy? Aha. Xiao Tong didn't know what to say for a while, just within her mind. The melody of that song that her lover missed kept echoing. In the meantime, the boy named Zhang Reid, and his face came to mind over and over again. A person's whole life, there's always something that's meant to be, and the moment it arrives, there is always an omen, perhaps, that it is the soul of a past life awakening itself in this life. Xiao Tong then thought, why don't we meet? At the very least, say you're sorry. Hell, really hell. The woman shook her head and smiled, then calmed down a bit. Quick, I'll give Sushin a word. Just say you're on the air, and by the way, the words were still coming out. Tong then said, meet them. Good. The woman's face broke into an anti-smile and she heaved. So, it was typing towards the live feed. I'm a friend of the party. Zhang Reid, the girl you're looking for is right next to me. Oh, she said it was okay to see you. Normally, there are so many pop-ups that 2 sentences can't be seen at all, but this will happen to be Suzy singing So, everyone tacitly agreed not to type, and so, the blank pop-up area was then filled with these 2 lines, and coincidentally, Suzy had finished singing, and Zhang Xia was spacing out to talk to the girl. This time, the fans completely exploded. A heart ate. Lonnie Long, who was holding her cell phone, noticed, quickly, Zhang Reid, isn't it a man? Hurry up and go, we're all waiting to see it. That's it, that's too much happiness. Envious lot, I wish they could be together. The pop-ups keep coming. Looking at these days, Zhang Reid's entire body froze in place until a long time. May I? I'm coming for you. Where are you? Had a read on slurred speech, but the face was full of excitement. At this moment, there was no social fear, and he exploded with great courage in front of his favorite girl, and in the midst of that pop-up, the golden fonts that had been set to manage by Long Xiaoni surfaced once again. Wait there, I'll find you. This statement was made. As if struck by lightning, Zhang Reid was jolted, and with a tongue that was fast stuttering, yes, the moment. Whether it was Long Xiaoni, Li Ningfei, or Suzy and the audience in front of the live broadcast room, all of them had a kind smile. So romantic. Luck, Long Xiaoni said enviously. Yeah, it's so perfect. It makes me want to fall in love. Li Ningfei laughed and joked. Perhaps it is fate. Suzy smiled. That's all. Time passed by in the waiting, and in the way of the fans' urging, Suzy played and sang 2 more times in succession. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Huffing and puffing, a cab pulled up to the curb. Zhang Reid, who had been scowling at the road, caught a glimpse of it and, the car door opens. The familiar cartoon body shirt, the jeans that hadn't been mended yet, the one habit figure, bare eyes, pang, pang. The heart was beating uncontrollably, as if it were a pounding leather drum. The sound is deafening. By his ears, Suzy's magnetic voice was singing a beautiful melody. I must have said I loved you hundreds of years ago. It's just that you forgot and I didn't remember. I've been there. Been there. Been there. Turning back, turning around, it's still wrong. You and I have never felt the collision on the street corner. Collide at the end of the street. Your mom didn't tell you. Say you're sorry if you hit someone. It was supposed to be a good day. Lovers just miss out. Lovers just miss it. It's her. She's coming. Zhang Reid shouted uncontrollably. Tears rolled down his face at some point. Great joy and great sorrow. The girl also saw Zhang Shui standing next to Suzy, and at that moment, it was as if something had been touched at the bottom of her heart. A kind of heat rushes to the mind. Me. Zhang Reid walked up and was just about to speak. The girl hugged him straight away. The body suddenly stiffened. In the next second, Zhang Xia revealed a smile and his body soothed while hugging the girl in front of him tightly. And the scene. It was also clear for all to see. Wow, how romantic. Long Xiaoni covered her mouth. romantic indeed. Li Ningfei's eyes glittered. The corners of Susie's mouth rose as she quietly watched. Inside the live feed, gifs of all kinds were flying. The pop-ups also came up one after another. Screenshot, must screenshot, show me crying, ooh, me too, so envious that they actually like each other. There was touched. That's the beauty of love. Let's applaud. Cheer up. The pop-ups were dense. Gift after gift. Several minutes passed before Zhang Yu and Xiaotong slowly separated, and now that they had calmed down, the two of them stared at each other at a bit of a loss for words. It's clearly unfamiliar, yet there was a time-traveling familiarity. I like you. Zhang Yu once again summoned up the courage to confess. Xiaotong smiled. Staring at the boy in front of him, he said, my mom told me say sorry for hitting someone, but not the boyfriend, he has to spoil me. The moment. The crowd of onlookers cheered as well. Under an expectant gaze, Zhang Yu hugged Xiaotong once again. Yes, you're right about everything. I'll spoil you for life. Aha, Xiaotong said in a thin, mosquito-like voice. A peace came so suddenly. Everything yet so just right. Go with the flow. It is fate. It is love. The two spoke in whispers. Next to her, Long Xiaoni elbowed Suze. Great God, how does it feel to be a moon god? Is it cool? Ha ha. Suzy laughed. Cool, definitely cool. So, Li Ningfei raised an eyebrow, his eyes smiling. So keep shopping. Let's leave people alone and withdraw. Suzy gave an order, then turned and skipped. Long Xiaoni and Li Ningfei froze. Then as if he thought of something, he hurriedly followed suit. The moment. The crowd grew larger and larger. And Suzy 4. I don't know when I've left. Crowd center. After Zhang Yu and Xiaotong finally finished whispering, holding hands and pushing through the crowd, they realized that Su Zhe had already disappeared. Su God? Su Shen? Sang Reed shouted several times. The man next to me responded. Long gone. This young man is good. Zhang Reed squared back. By the ear, Xiaotong's voice rang out. We're all together thanks to Su Shen. If we can't find it, we won't find it. People still have things to do. Let's go to his live broadcast to thank him. When these words came out, Zhang Reed immediately brightened up. It still has to be his girlfriend. Good. He nodded heavily. Then added, I've decided that from now on I'll be a fan of Su Shen for the rest of my life. Me too. Xiaotong said sweetly. Chapter 77, Can you write a song for us in Rongcheng? The words are divided into two sides. Over here, Zheng Yu took Xiaotong and prepared to find a restaurant to have lunch and then swipe a gift to thank Suze. And the other end, after Suzy and the others temporarily turned off the live broadcast, also entered the restaurant. After opening a box, a beautiful lunch. It was almost noon when I left the house, and it was indeed time for lunch. And Suze also didn't plan to stay in Star City for much longer. He wanted to go to other places to stroll around. Table. Great God, the data is out. Long Xiaoni held her cell phone and said, the highest number of viewers is 20 million, and your fan base is over 15 million and rising. By the way, we're also on a hot search. It's still in the top 100, but I guess it won't be long before it rushes up to the top 10. Suzy nodded. Not bad, that was a profitable wave. By the way, how's that song Lover Misses Copyright Registration? Minnie sighed. Mentioning this, Long Xiao and I spoke up. Min has been squatting after you started the live broadcast. The copyright has been registered and is having Chengyu sing, so I guess the Chengyu version will come out soon. It's okay. How many of her fans are there now? Suzy asked again. Long Xiaoni hesitated for a moment, took out her cell phone and flipped through it before saying, 5 million on Weibo, 10 million or so on Shake It. What's with all this? Suzy was confused. He shakes only just 15 million. How Chengyu suddenly so much? Long Xiaoni blanked out and said in a bad mood. Who told you not to show your face? Chengyu is live every day under the arrangement of Minmin. And isn't that short drama of mine on fire? With the help of June. She has been very hot. Suzy nodded in understanding. It's not really hard to understand, because he shows up so little. His songs are popular and his fans are settling. But as long as we leak more faces next, the attention count will go up soon. For example, today, live streaming is just an hour short. Up over 5 million fans. That's half of the first 8 days combined. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the next thing to come is the live streaming and sucking session. And Su Jia's side of the album will be released soon, which should be tonight. As soon as the album comes out, the heat will be even higher on its own. Thinking of this, Suzy looked at Li Ningfei. Do you know the amount of other people's fans? Li Ningfei shook his head. Haven't noticed, but it should be about the same as me. Around 300 million. By the way, Xiao Peng is different. That guy is a traffic star. The fans I remember seem to be over 1 billion. That much? While knowing that the world is populated. 1 billion. It's still a bit of a departure. Li Ningfei smiled disdainfully. He also has a third of his fans abroad, and most of his that are zombie fans. Understood. Suzy nodded. Zombie fans, also known as bots. In the previous life, many traffic stars had many such fans, and of the 10 million fans, it was estimated that half of them were machine fans. I just don't know how the world is accounted for. Think there are quite a few. Simple arithmetic problems. A billion, more than 300 million came from abroad. That leaves 600 million. The entire summer country is only 5 billion people. Old middle-aged children go 2/3, leaving 1.5 billion people. And he's not the only traffic star here. There are several. Split account. Half of those 600 million fans have to be machines. But spare me, that's a lot. Nowadays Suzy only has more than 15 million. Not even a fraction of others. And no wonder it's looked down upon. Lunch, briefly taken care of. After discussing going to Rongcheng next, just put up an announcement for Shake and Weibo. About to leave for Rongcheng. See you in 3 hours. Take a cab, go to the airport, then sit back and wait for it to arrive. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Come to the hotel. The live stream was turned on at Suzy's command. Amount of attention, 25 million. One afternoon. Up 10 million fans again. Perhaps it's the first time we've encountered a singer who wrote a song for a fan. This time the hot search went straight to number 1, and the heat was far more powerful than the last time we gave it a go. With Suzy not long on the air, just over 10 million online already. Suzy and Li Ningfei accompanied the fans to chat about their families. It didn't take long. The top had read the IDs and came in. Give away a carnival as soon as you come in. Subsequently, Tong follows suit and delivers Shake 1. Zhang read, hands together JPG. My manuscript fee has not yet been paid. For the time being, when the fee comes down we'll definitely give you another brush. Thank you Su God for finding me a loving wife. Xiaotong, I've just started working. I don't have the money to spit out ton JPG. I'll definitely make up for it later. I hope Sushin doesn't mind. Thank you Su God for bringing me such a nice boyfriend. The two of them are husband and wife. The entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room was instantly blown up again. And for a while the pop-ups were hotly debated. Suzy laughed. Don't worry. It'll all come together. As long as you guys have a story, I can sing it. Okay, the link is on. So hold on to your hats. 321. Okay, link off. The first fan is, for the alcoholic. In the afternoon, Suzy didn't go out, so she had to listen to her fans' stories by connecting them. Turn it on for 3 seconds. Whoever is first, listen to him. This is a rule that has already been stated, so everyone is well aware of it. At this very moment, countless people sighed and spat as they looked at the already closed connection of the, gosh, you guys are too fast with your hands. I didn't even ing apply and it's over. I'm guessing the guy upstairs isn't single? Aha, there's a benefit to being single for a long time? Yes. Ugh, don't mention it. I did apply. But look at the ranking. Good lord. Over 10. 000. It's only 3 ing seconds. 10th place. I'm crying my eyes out. Old man second. Seeing this, Suzy couldn't help but smile. That second place fan's name was Sushin I love you. But it still says it still has to be said. Well, now that the results are in, let's all be quiet for a moment and let's have the first connected fan tell his story. The pop-ups were obedient. It soon faded slowly. Meanwhile, the fan who was drawn, the alcoholic 4, got on the mic. Hey, can you hear me? Can Sushin hear me? It's okay. Suzy nodded, so excited to hear about the living soothsayers. Said Suzy with a smile. Is it hard to believe you've seen a dead one? Ahem. No. She seemed to be drinking water, and suddenly choked on Suzy's rhetorical question. Just kidding. Start. Tell your story and let me listen. Suzy said softly. In the meantime, the audience in the live room also perked up their ears, just in anticipation. She said, I'm a native of Chengdu, and I don't have any stories, but Sushin, can I tell about my days growing up on the streets of Chengdu? And then, you write a song for us in Chengdu. Chapter 78, A Song of Chengdu, holding countless audiences. When these words came out, the live broadcast audience froze. It was followed by a flurry of pop-ups. Holy, this bro is something haha, writing songs for his own city. I hadn't really thought about that, but looking back, funny it can be. Chengdu, big tourist city. There are a lot of things that can be written but to write songs for the city, it seems like it hasn't been done before. Indeed, it's a bit difficult. I don't know if Sushin can write it, but even if he can, the quality shouldn't be good, right? This is the first song for the city. I'm afraid it's not easy to write without reference. Upstairs, you've got to believe we've got God. I think he can anyway. What's the rush? Sushin hasn't even spoken yet. Just when fans were buzzing, Li Ningfei and Long Xiaoni, who were sitting in front of the live broadcast camera, similarly looked over. Well, will it work? It's not easy to write. Li Ningfei spoke out. What's the word? Great spirit? Lonnie blinked. what else can I say? Suzy guffawed, then spoke to the camera. Okay, you talk, I'll write. The words fell, looking towards Long Xiaoni. Long Xiao and I tacitly handed over the guitar. After briefly sweeping the strings, Suzy listened quietly, and first there was a look of shock, then it got a little excited. Really can write. Grip it. Su God, you're really my God. So I said it, speak up. Suzy smiled slightly. Soon, under the attention of the crowd, Si will be living in Rongqing for so many years, from childhood to adulthood, things picking the places that he thought left a deep impression. Explained. I, on the other hand, am an alcoholic. It's actually an ancestral tradition because my family likes to drink too. It's a humid climate here, we all know that. Wine is good for the cold, that's all. The minutes ticked by. At first, the crowd didn't listen carefully, but as Si became more and more involved in his speech, some of the audience also listened attentively. Share and be proud, and having an audience to share it with is definitely even more so. Si was glowing, even dancing with his hands when he was talking about happy places. Although all the people could not see it, they could imagine it through his excited voice. Gollum, I don't know when he actually drank. A flash in the pan and a memory. The more you talk, the higher you get. How can people have so many stories of life and death? In fact, the life of ordinary people is like this. From childhood to adulthood, ordinary, and even many people have never left their native land. From boing boing, and then to grow up as a human being. Ordinary people, yet they have their own romance. It is because of these trivialities that a whole, seemingly ordinary, but parenthetical life is put together. And it is because of such a life that the vast culture of the Summerland is created. Today there is wine, today drunk. Tomorrow's sorrows come, tomorrow's sorrows. East friends and west friends. Today drink a couple of mouthfuls. Tomorrow each go in all directions. It's New Year's Eve. Left again. Off to work. Off to work. There were a few old men playing chess in the downstairs neighborhood. In the food market, the older woman's face was agitated and she bargained. A penny, a dime. Some people laughed. Some people made a scene. Some people lamented about wealth and rice. At some point, Si finished his story, and Suze, too, swung around to pluck the strings. What made me shed a tear? More than just last night's drink. I can't get enough of it. More than your tenderness. It's late at night and someone is crying. Memories and wine make company. About half an hour. About only show. Shaking my head and sighing is just the usual. Go home. Keep working. Keep going to work. How long will the rest of the way be? You're clutching my hand. I'm in a difficult position. It's the freedom to struggle. What each person aspires to is the freedom of the blue sky and the fact that the world is so big. I want to see it. But the money and the oil and the salt. But the wife and children beside him. Half struggling, half trying. Separation is always in September. Memories are the sorrows of longing. The tender green willows of late fall kissed me on the forehead. Separation is always in September. Memories are the sorrows of longing. The tender green willows of late fall kissed me on the forehead. Walk with me through the streets of Chengdu, not stopping until all the lights are out. You'll take me by the sleeve. I'll put my hands in my pants pockets. Go to the end of Yulin Road, sitting in front of the tavern. A song about Chengdu, for everyone. The singing stopped at some point. Susie's magnetic voice rang out. There is an end to the story, and all we can do is enjoy the experience. Talk about it, share it, and all of us feel it together. Ordinary people, have joys and sorrows. Seriously though, is that tavern you mentioned really that good? Last sentence, bringing back from his memories. At this very moment, he had burst into tears, choking back a sob. Yes, it has to be. Su God, when are you coming? My treat. Ha ha ha, good. It's late today. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, wave. Susie smiled. No problem. Nodded heavily. The words fell, and froze for a long time before he said again. Su God, in the past, I was just coaxing with the netizens, shouting you God, but now I want to say, just this one song Chengdu, you are my God. You, Xia Gua, are marvelous. The words fell out, choking again. At this moment, countless people who were not moved by the story and the song were also unconsciously trembling. Yeah, the summer country is Susie, is truly remarkable. Writing songs for the fans, writing songs for the city, that's what a musician should do. Ask for nothing in return, just asking for mutual encouragement. Now that's a musician, that's what an idol should look like. One time, the pop-ups are flying. Su God, God forever, lover misses out. Chengdu, once the two songs are out, you're the only God in showbiz. To write a song for a fan and to put so much heart into it, I was literally crying. It's amazing how he can sub in. He's really putting his heart into it. Suddenly confused. Sushin is so real. It's as if he's my friend. People in the entertainment industry are all high and mighty. Only Su Shin makes me feel like he's a human being and he's being considerate. Without further ado, follow, retweet, recommend. I want you to be on fire. Me too. Su Shin must be on fire. Our summer country can't be dominated by traffic stars. There must be one like Su Shin standing out. I want you to be on fire. Su God. I'm crying. You pay for my tears. I want you fire too. I don't know when. The pop-ups began to unify. Make Suzerain fire. Into a neat queue. Thank you. Thank you all. So that's the end of today's broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. Also, I'm no one's god. I'm an ordinary person too. Ha ha. As Susie's bright laughter fell, the live broadcast went black. But, far from over. Chapter 79, A Billion People's Attention. Suze, we want you to be on fire. Over here, Susie is off the air. Long Xiaoni and Li Ningfei also finally came back to their senses in the song, looking at him with excited faces. That look, it was as if he was looking at God. You guys, what for? Sos takes a small step back. Su Shin, you're too good. I really want to pry your head open to see if it's filled with ink or not. It's ing. Li Ningfei was thrilled. Long Xiaoni held the cell phone, her white fingers slightly red from the exertion. God, you're too good. Do you know how scary the pop-ups were just now? Neat and tidy. More than 10 million pop-ups said to make you fire. It gave me a confused look. Long Xiaoni had been watching the live broadcast while liaising with Su Min's side, monitoring the backstage. So about the data, seeing is very clear. The last scene did give her a whole lot of stupidity. There are thousands of live broadcasts, more than Suze fire, more fans in the sea, but the last scene, but never before. This cohesion, horribly overdone. But that's not all. Long Xiao and I took a deep breath and reported towards Suze. The highest number of viewers is 40 million. Your following has reached 50 million. And the fan conversion rate has reached a full 80%. Oh my god. When this number came out, I thought something was wrong on Minmin's end. But after double checking, it's true. It's true. Long Xiaoni was thrilled. And great god, just now, in the last few minutes, your live broadcast retweeted over 5 million, which means that out of 8 people, one of them retweeted your live broadcast. If you keep broadcasting live, I guess you'll break 100 million straight away. Listening to Long Xiaoni's report, Li Ningfei was also a bit rifled. It's that much of a stretch? Exaggerated indeed. Because although he also had hundreds of millions of fans, he only had a maximum of tens of millions of people each time he went live. After all, it was impossible for everyone to watch the live broadcast. What's the concept of breaking $1 billion? This meant that the overall number of Susie's fans was definitely going to reach 1 billion. That's an exaggeration. But, no, it isn't. Long Xiaoni hurriedly said, the great god is different. He broke 100 million, just the total number of followers. It's not the same as yours, but for sure, his heat is real high. According to Minmin's side of the analysis, the great god is estimated to be bursting with potential this time. Soon, Long Xiaoni then brought out the file of data analysis. Briefly, it's that Susie had a huge potential fanbase before. Some who had maybe heard the song, maybe remembered Susie, but not to the extent of a fan. But with the live broadcast of writing songs for fans on the hot search in the morning, this group of potential fans gradually began to transform into real fans. And Susie opens in the afternoon. It just so happens that the heat keeps drawing traffic, which is why the number of people on the air is growing. And everyone, the first time they burst onto the scene, the fans will be retweeting a lot of times, and ate to their friends and family, their girlfriends and brothers. That's why the numbers have skyrocketed. This is the first benefit. The latter will naturally be much less of a problem. And Susie is strong enough in his own right, hard enough to rely on a song written for the city of Chengdu, a song as well as an act that has never been done before, conquered this group of fans. So much for this exaggerated statistic. Simply put, Li Ningfei went live and came with less than 10% of his fans, while Susie came with 200%. There are smart people in the room. So under Long Xiaoni's explanation with the data, Li Ningfei quickly understood. Still, he shook his head and lamented, that's the way it is. But honestly, if it was like that every time, it wouldn't be too easy to surpass us. This statement was made. Long Xiaoni was slightly stunned. Spinning around, he saw a bright light. Yeah, while on the surface, those who watch the live stream are 100% of the fans, but if it's like that every time, wouldn't that be an exaggeration? Hiss. For a moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes that looked at Suze became more and more heated. Not bad for your BFFs, man. The moment. Although Suze did not move on the surface, he was also inwardly shocked for a moment. He knew fans would go up fast under the bombardment of songs, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. This data came out. It did give him some heartburn. And think about it. Soo-ji's side of the album hasn't been released yet. This is probably going to be on the hot seat again this afternoon. So much for that. Is it possible that the 7 days of that creative period could break right through Xiaopeng? A billion fans? Forget it. Overthink it. Susie's thoughts just rose and quickly fell. It takes time to spread, and this time alone is not enough. Although it is very hot nowadays, the amount of the fan base that Shakeology can spread to is fixed, and after this surge, the next circled group is still there. Increase not up, unless it's time to spread the word out of the circle. But, can be sure that, although it cannot reach that horrible, but 200 million, should not be a problem. Enough, Susie said inwardly. Relative to the others, he has the rookie advantage, though he lacks the total number advantage. He did not take endorsements, he did not take advertisements, and he did not break out too much black material. So, his pink cohesion and activity are very high. Switching to ancient terms, that is, his men are all 1 for 10 elite, said 10 million army, that is 10 million, real, and others. Special Shorpen, 1 billion army, most of them are eating empty ring, and there are not many soldiers with the power of war, plus his contempt. This first issue, it might be able to top that. Thinking so, and hungry, Susie and Li Ningfei and the others went out for a local name brand hot pot as a treat. Come back, it's been a long day, each to his room, on all fours, fast asleep, and right now, jitterbug hotspots, Twitter hotspots. The content of 2 different searches about Susie is rising in a crazy trend. The first one is naturally the fan moonlight incident in the morning, and this has already reached its peak in the afternoon live broadcast, dominating the top 10 of the 2 lists. The second one, instead, it's an entry called, Susie, I want you to be on fire. The words, under general words, countless videos, countless comments, from Susie 3 years ago, and then every song and everything he's done in that time, all things are filled in by the fans, and this exposure was spontaneous. And yet, it's also terrifying. It doesn't matter if a person sends it. What about a person forwarding it to friends and family so they can help? That afternoon session, 10 million comments on the live feed said it made Susie fire. So at the moment, there are hundreds of millions of people who are propping up this phrase to float upwards, and as the words get hotter and hotter, and the affiliated words are viewed by more and more people, the original circled crowd is completely out of the loop. The number of people who paid attention to Susie naturally increased. It was late at night, and if he were to get up at this moment, he would realize that his backstage was rattling like crazy. Number of people concerned. Heck, it's already at 100 million. That's the standard extent of a second-tier star. Chapter 80, A Couple's Love Story. This, however, is far from the end. With 12 a.m., Diva Suja is on time and on schedule after the album, which has been building momentum for several days, went online. This heat, once again, blew up. Legend, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja. Red Bean, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja. Later, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja. Next stop Diva, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja. Because of Love, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja and Susie. Dimple, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja and Susie. Rush Hour, composed by Susie, lyrics by Susie, arranged by Susie, sung by Suja and Susie. As a new diva in the singing world, Suja is still very young, but her past tunes have encompassed the old, the middle-aged and the young, with an extremely large fan base. And this album, named after the diva, it was even the first album after winning the award for favorite female vocalist. As soon as it was released, countless people were glued to their phones and clicked on the demo. A neighborhood, residential building. It's 12 in the morning, and yet the lights are still on. Mommy, how long until Daddy gets back? I'm sleepy. The little boy dropped his head. He's only 3 years old and he's not in school yet. But it was 12 o'clock at the moment, and even with a lot of energy, it was a little hard to carry on. The eyelids were fighting one another. He snuggled into the side of the woman on the couch and whispered. The woman rubbed his head, then picked up her cell phone and glanced at the message, which was 10 minutes old. Remarks, husband, almost there? Honey, I just took another order. Just wait for me. I'll just bring him back from the station. About half an hour. Well, you be safe. Don't worry, wife. I have a surprise for you and Bev today. Oh, old married couple. What do you want with surprises? The woman was warm inside, but he said to the little boy, well, wait a little longer. Your father is busy pulling people in. He'll be back soon. He said he has a gift for you. Are you sure you don't want to wait? A gift? Is it Donkey Kong Jr.? The little boy's eyes lit up. I don't know, but you've been asking for it for so many days. He would have gotten it for you. The woman smiled gently. After coaxing the little boy, she laid down on the couch and swiped her phone. Sujia seems to be releasing her album tonight. It's already 12 o'clock, so it's just time to go check it out. While saying that, he tapped on the Wahini app, and soon, ordered a random song from the album to try out. Because of love? The woman frowned. However, only the first sentence. Her body just shook. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to our love then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. She thought back to the first time she'd met him, when he'd stood downstairs at the university with his stereo, the computer with the disc plugged in blasting out the music. It's loud. Through the two stereos, it traveled all around. Countless more people gathered around. He didn't have a beer belly like he does now. He was handsome, very handsome, can play basketball and sing. A moment of chance. It seems to go back in time. Return to BFFs shouting in my ear. Look, look, see, here comes that mouth of yours. He's confessing his love for you. So touching. My God. 1. You saved the galaxy in your last life. She wasn't really good looking back then. Certainly not ugly. She just did seem ordinary in comparison to that guy. She didn't know why. Maybe, it was just a case of handing over the wrong water. Passing water for my best friend's boyfriend, but handing it to the man in front of me. Ha ha. One laughed at some point. Tears glistened in his eyes. The song continues in your ears. Never to sing a song like that again. I'd be red-faced if I heard them all and avoided them, though it will often be forgotten that I still love you. It's been 8 or 9 years, together from school, together after graduation, then results, then, with him. The woman looked down at the boy. In addition to his daily work, the man works as a salesman at a Force store and runs drops in the evenings, sometimes coming home early and sometimes, like today, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., because love doesn't grieve easily. So everything is in the mold of happiness, because love simply grows, still ready to go crazy for you. Because of love, how can there be vicissitudes? So we're still young looking, because of the love in that place. There are still people wandering around coming and going. I don't know when the song will end. The woman had tears in her eyes. With trembling hands, she scrutinized the comments on the song, and the details. Then, a very prominent name was seen. Susie. Seems like I've heard that somewhere. The woman murmured, clicking on the name and going to Susie's homepage. When he looked at the comments about the Moon Lord in it again, his mouth opened slightly. So it's him. The other side. It's late at night. The traffic each traveled alone. You go well. The man waved at the passengers getting out of the car. Back in the car, a heavy breath was exhaled. Soon, though, a smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Pick up the phone. Reply to woman. Honey, I've finished seeing off the guests. I'll be right back now. Wait for me. Oh. Step on the gas and steer. Go home. Returning to the same time. The man didn't forget to click on the car music either. There were many musicians he followed, but most of them only had a few classics left, and people had retired from the scene long ago. Sujia, on the other hand, was the only female singer he liked in recent years. I heard there's going to be an album. Go inside and take a look. The car was driving quietly on the road. Soon, the song then rang out from it. Just for one more look at you in the crowd. I never forgot your face again. When I think of you, you're in the sky. When I think of you, you're in front of me. Thinking about you when you're in your head. Thinking of you when you're in the heartland. The man shuddered. Memories seemed to turn back quickly. That student. I seem to have sent it to the wrong person. Can you? The girl was embarrassed. Standing in front of herself. She's not the stunning type, but the pavilion is standing. Eyes blinking. Adorable. Of course he knew the girl was giving it to the wrong person, but he was ready to tease. Can't. Well, that's fine. I'll get another bottle. The girl hurriedly turned her head. The well-behaved and lost look made his heart flutter. Hey, do you think you can't recognize your boyfriend when you're handing out water? The girl turned her head. Who said that? I was giving it to my best friend's boyfriend. She only said the most handsome one. How do I know? Chapter 81, May you grow old together. You mean that being handsome, instead, became my fault? The girl was confused, wide-eyed and at a loss for words. The playground is still quite far from the school store and you have to walk for quite a while. Alright, don't be stupid and admit your mistake in the future. Here, this bottle is for you. With that, he took out another bottle of water from the backpack he kept on the side. But, the girl pointed to the bottle in his hand. I thought you didn't drink. He guffawed. Hey, this is from my girlfriend. Why should I give it away? Do you want it? Silence here. Want. I'm not giving it away. I'll deliver it myself. How can my girlfriend give water to someone else? Not. The girl stomped her foot, and after a long time muttered with a red face, "When did I become your girlfriend? Just for looking at you one more time in the crowd." Inside the car, the song continues to echo. The man hummed along silently, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. There are times when the right one doesn't have to be as dazzling as all that, but she must be so silly and well-behaved that she is able to take over all of your heart at once, like a ray of light, just because one more look at you in the crowd, just this glance, together for life. In front of a barbecue stand, in the distance, the lights are red, and in the near distance, there are all the drinks that you and I are having. Keiko, what's on your mind? My friend, who smelled of alcohol, threw her arms around the man's neck and wondered aloud. "No, nothing," the man sighed. The friend didn't say anything, just looked towards the man's gaze, and within sight, a young couple was cuddled up at a table. "You'll still like me later, right? That's for sure." I don't believe it. Really, why don't I rip my heart out and show you? Who wants it? Shit. The duo were apparently college students from the neighborhood, nearing the end of their vacation, out on a date and having a barbecue. The friend withdrew his gaze. Why? He shook his head. What? Ringing your white moon again? Listening to the snark, the man picked up the bottle and gulped it down, cursing with a laugh, thinking, just feeling weird at the back of my mind. Alas, seriously, this is a few years. Hurry to find a daughter-in-law. What is the meaning of it this way? Friends lamented again and again. The man wasn't talking. He suddenly interjected. By the way, today seems to be when Soo Jia releases her album. I'll go check it out. Okay. A friend shoved breathlessly. The guy was with that girl over a Soo Jia concert a couple years ago, now long separated. The matter of powdered Soo Jia has never been left behind, and I don't know if it's because of the song, or the people, maybe, both. Let me see that. The man smiled and clicked on the album. One of the songs, titled Rush Hour, imprinted itself on the eye in an instant. Kind of. Men think, and then click on the audition that. Soon the song started. Rush us. How many times has it been said? Delay after goodbye. Unfortunately for anyone who hasn't, it's not a love affair. Eloquence above the 7 emotions. With just the slightest opening of his mouth, the man shuddered, his thoughts instantly flitting back to that year. Today is Soo Jia's finals. Hey, do you want to go or not? The boy inquired. Definitely. It's just a shame we don't have tickets. The girl sighed. Tickets? Hey, here. The boy waved the 2 tickets in his hand triumphantly. The girl was pleasantly surprised. You really did. The boy nodded. What he didn't tell the girl is that he worked part-time for 3 weeks to get these 2 tickets, and that's because his rich roommate gave him face. But whatever. As long as you're happy and you're smiling, I'm content. Watch the game. The moment Soo Jia won the championship, the whole crowd cheered. Soo Jia, Soo Jia, Soo Jia, champion, champion, champion. Countless people shouted, blushing. Only the boy whispered beside the girl, "Can be my girlfriend?" He took out the prepared flowers. "I do." The girl nodded. Rush us. In a moment of haste, unbearable promises, only waiting for someone else to cash in. I don't blame it on this love affair. I don't have time to rehearse again and again. It's the gift of time. Time to backtrack. I'll work hard and take care of you. I'll feed you and buy you lots and lots of things you want. I'll spoil you like a princess. I will. One moment. Graduation. Let's break up. One moment. A year has passed. By way of introduction, this is my boyfriend. Another moment. Encountered again. You work in Kyoto too. How have you been? The girl inquired. Still, okay. How about you? The man smiled awkwardly. I'm okay with that. He's been doing well at work lately, but it's too expensive here. We're going to buy a house in my hometown and work there. Pretty good. If goodbyes can't be red-eyed, is it still possible to be red-faced and, like that year in a hurry, carved forever together? That beautiful rumor. If the past is worth remembering, don't be too quick to put an end to it. Who wants to be like that? There's nothing to hold on to and nothing to hold on to. We owe it to each other. Otherwise, on what basis is the remembrance? I'm sorry, misunderstood you that year. The girl suddenly squeaked. Past that. Yeah, past that. Where's your girlfriend? Don't you bring her out to meet her? No, I don't have a girlfriend anywhere. You're pretty good. Time to get a girlfriend. Tell me more. I don't know when. The man sobbed. The drink spilled all around. On his body, in the light. There seemed to be countless bubbles in front of me, and in each of them was a scene of what had once been. I'm going to check out. That year, the man murmured. Uncle, don't cry. Are you unhappy about something? Suddenly, a sweet voice rang from his ears, and a young man's voice. Uncle, that's a great song. Who's it by? The man lifted his head. The 2 young faces seemed as if they had met for the first time that year. He choked back a sob. Let me see. One is Suja, the other is Suzy. Good boy. You also listen to. Quite good. Must cherish each other. There are misunderstandings. Just solve. More patience. Under the nightlight. A drunken man. Serious instructions were given to a young couple. The key is still strangers. Isn't that funny? Aha. Thank you. We will. May you grow old together. The man wiped his tears and said reverently. Chapter 82. One night's increase of 150 million fans. Old Fox Chow Guomao. The list goes on and on. All over the Summerland. And along with it, not only did Sujia's followers start to skyrocket from the original 800 million or so, but in just a short period of time, they surpassed the 900 million mark, heading towards 1 billion. Suzy likewise. It would have broken into the hundreds of millions. With this wave of traffic adding up, it lasted the following day 10 a.m. Hitting the 150 million mark. And the surge, it continues, at $100 million, its second-tier average, 200 million. On the other hand, is the pinnacle of the second line, crossed 200 million, and that's tier 1. At this rate of surge, it was estimated that in another day's time, Suzy would be able to reach the first tier degree. It's only been a few days, just 10 days or so, although there was still a big gap from Xiaopeng, a super first-tier traffic star, with that 1 billion followers. However, the other guests of the Jian variety art, excluding those newcomers who are not in the top tier, the highest heavenly king of the rest, Lu Xiao, is only 700 million fans. As for the rest, a line of power singers Li Ningfei, 500 million, Tianese, first-tier traffic star Jetta Zhang, 500 million, brilliant, first-line double star Yang Hu, $400 million, Ayahuasca's, top-tier singer and dancer, Yuki Ho, 500 million, Snowy Voices, first-tier double star, Snow May, $600 million. If you go by real-time heat, round it up a bit, Suzy has been comparable. And nowadays, there are a full 7 days left before the first installment of the live tournament begins. Give Suzy another 7 days. What would happen then? It is no longer difficult to think beyond that. Next day, 10:20 a.m. Suzy, as always, was still going back and forth with Zhou Gong, black and white on the chessboard. And the other end, Noel's variety director's office, Chow Guomao, however, had his entire face reddened, his eyes glaring, staring tightly at the flat panel in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. That's 4 hot searches, still all within the top 20. His tone was a little shaky. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, how could he not know what kind of traffic these 4 hot searches had? An overnight sensation. An absolute overnight sensation. And the truth was not what he expected. When he clicked on Suzy's homepage, he was jaw-dropped once again. 150 million. A whole 150 million followers. A random blog post is tens of millions of likes, millions of comments, and a billion views. What does that mean? The flow. Heck, it's been eaten. Hot searches can be bought, but it's the ability to save the traffic that matters. Now all of this traffic has apparently been turned into Suzy's fanbase, and in this way, Suzy's fire has been true to its name. Besides, it's only been one night. It's been a night. Chow Guomao was a smart person, but also a cautious person, although his mouth did not care. But after all, he was specifically instructed by Zhang Luo. He had also made observations about Suzy, a small person. He knew it clearly. A few days have passed since we went from being unknown to being as good as we are today. The hot search goes on and on. It's as simple as eating and drinking. And in every case, it wasn't a purchase. It's by hard power. Because of this, although Chow Guomao was still suppressing as per Zhang Luo's orders, he did not put everything on the table. And that's exactly why. Yesterday morning, Li Ningfei came to him to go out on the air, and he only hesitated slightly before agreeing. Li Ningfei made a good excuse, traveling for inspiration and live streaming to pull in fans, and not revealing anything about the show's crew. But if he really wants to target, will you say yes? The conclusion is negative. Definitely not. But, thinking of this, Chow frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the image he pulled up on the tablet. Heck, it's a banner recommendation on the Wahini platform. The first, Sujia's Diva album. The second, Lover Mist, Moonraker So's. Third, the city song Chengdu. Until yesterday, the banner was crossover songs Junebug, depressing and healing under the sea. I'm sorry for being born. Yes, although Wahine is not as good as the other 3, but after all, it is also the 4th largest platform citing singers in the tens of thousands, but gave Suzy one banner recommendation after another. Moreover, through a special channel, he had also learned that Jitterbug side was also discussing a contract with Suzy and was prepared to give SSS level contracts. What is the SSS level? As the name suggests, the top streaming anchor contract for the townhouse. The three sheep of the parallel world are this level of contract, enjoying top draws and many benefits from various channels. It's a true sharing of honor and disgrace with the platform. Doesn't all this, if connected, mean that Suzy also has capital behind him? Character jumps. That's a giant capital that divides a third of today's entertainment industry. They have been trying to get their hands on the entertainment industry for the past 2 years, but have made no progress against Twitter and many of the older entertainment companies. But Suzy's presence, heck, it's just another layout of the characters. But is one so's enough? Chao Guoma thought carefully about some of Suzy's work since his debut. He did not dare to be sure. But sure, one could never resist it on one's own. And to put it bluntly, he's just working with Brilliant. The main thing is to make money. And he doesn't have any shares in Brilliant. So why should he rush to the forefront? The game between capital. The harder he rushes, no matter what the final result is, instead of doing any good, it will do a whole lot of harm. Synthesized. It is the reason why Chao Guomao is still suppressing Suzy on the surface, but secretly letting it go. People, you have to leave yourself a way out. Chao Guomao pondered this, and then looked at what Suzy had done in this day on the screen. Writing songs for fans, writing songs for the city, and collaborating with the diva. His fingers tapped on the desktop. After a moment's hesitation, a decision was made in his mind. Chao Guomao gave Li Ningfei a call. On the other side, looking at the phone call that was actually from Chao Guomao, Li Ningfei was also a bit puzzled, but still chose to answer it. Director Chao, Ningfei, how's it going? Is the inspiration search going well? Not bad. That's good. That's good. By the way, where's Suzy? Director Chao still cares about my partner. It's all from our program. We definitely have to care. He's a genius, Chao Guomao said without blushing. He's exceptionally nice. Li Ningfei glanced at the next room and said slowly, that's fine. If there's anything you guys need, just say so and I'll make sure to fulfill it. Well, thanks a lot then. Li Ningfei nodded. Although he didn't know what kind of drugs this old fox was selling, he still didn't refuse. Interesting, though. Brilliant director. Consoling himself? Li Ningfei's eyes flickered with thought, and he sneered. Soon, the phone hung up. After hesitating for just a few seconds, Chao Guomao made another call. Heck, it's Zhang Luo's. Hey, Mr. Zhang. Chapter 83, The Hustle Plan. Zhang Luo's means. At this moment, inside a luxury hotel building in Magic City, Zhang was putting on his clothes. The long-legged model lying on the bed was full of tiredness, curled up as if she were a wildcat, her white arms exposed beyond the covers. The phone suddenly rang. Zhang Luo glanced at him nonchalantly, and after seeing that it was Chao Guomao, a flash of doubt flickered in his eyes. This old guy called himself? Chao Guomao is not his direct subordinate. Usually something will also be directly to the department responsible for docking personnel. Will not have too much contact with himself. Why are you calling at this hour? Of course, you say because of Suzy? Sorry, Zhang Luo had long forgotten about this matter. A little person who was not famous was just a little person. How could he remember it in his heart? And he had been traveling for the past few days in order to develop the overseas market, and he had only just come back last night, resting in the hotel for the night, and hadn't returned to the company yet. Wistfully puzzled, Zhang Luo clicked through. Director Chao? Chao Guomao listened to Zhang Luo's voice and hurriedly spoke. Mr. Zhang, there's something that I must report to you. I may not be able to do what you said last time. Zhang Luo looked puzzled. It took a few seconds for Fong to respond. His face snapped cold. What does Director Chao mean? It's hard to believe that a newcomer in the district can't handle it? Newcomer? Chao Guomao once again said. Mr. Zhang should have been too busy to pay attention to the news in the circle in the past few days. The entertainment circle has blown up. Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow. The heart had a bad guess. You elaborate. Next, Chao Guomao will sue Zay's time to send the song, as well as on the hot search and so on all the things. As for the banner of the Huayin platform, as well as the jitterbug those things, he didn't say. It was about 10 minutes later. The phone is quiet for the moment. Chao Guomao didn't continue to speak, just waiting quietly. And the sheets. The face was already ugly. His eyes were narrowed and fierce. The muscles in his calm face twitched from time to time, and the veins in his arms were on display. Half a day later. Hold your tongue. Interesting. A mere 10 days or so, but it's growing fast enough. Although the news given by Chao Guomao was very strong, he didn't lose his temper too much. It was only Suzy's growth that made him feel as if he was humiliated. There's just a twisted anger in the back of his mind. Chao Guomao hastily agreed. Yes, now he has been on fire. With a lot of traffic, if it is still the same as before, I am afraid that it is not good to suppress. The translation of his words is, I'm just this director, and all I can do is trip up the program and penetrate the questions. That's the only thing I can do. Either that or change the data. By now people have enough fans, and with so many songs released these days, it's also clear that the songwriting ability is extraordinary. Even though the follow-up live songwriting for fans is likely scripted, it's definitely not a good idea to just read through the questions at this point. Modify the data then. Fans aren't blind. I'm afraid the show will have to be brought down once it's exposed as shady. The program was created by him, Chow Guomao, and Splendor is a split model. If the program is ruined, it means his income is gone. Chow Guomao was naturally reluctant. Besides, even if you're willing, can you do anything about Suzy? I'm afraid not. Zhang Luo naturally listened. A fire flared up inside, but it was restrained. He knows very well what kind of person Chow Guomao is. This kind of person can only be lured, not coerced. But this Suzy, it's clear that simple tactics don't work anymore, and now it's a full 4 hot searches. And it's still the heat added by Diva Suja. He has more to gain than to lose by intervening to remove it. Then, since we can't undo it, let's do it another way. Thinking so, Zhang Luo once again opened his mouth. I know about this matter. The program side is usual on the line. By the way, the live broadcast you let Suzy continue. And then your program team also send a message about his live broadcast. Blow it up. The higher the better. The rest I will deal with it. This statement was made. Chow Guomao's heart was certain. Nodding his head in a hurry. Okay, I'm sorry about this. It's fine. Zhang Luo waved his hand. Soon the phone hung up again. Inside the office, Chow Guomao breathed a sigh of relief. Staring out the window, he sneered. Cupping? I'm afraid it won't work. Still too young. Zhang Luo's meaning Chow Guomao guessed it at once. Let the show blow? Help, it's not just a cudgel. Suzy claimed to have written songs for fans and made them in a short time. It's blatantly scripted. But at this point the exposure is scripted and actually means rather less. But what if it's cupped? Getting the Suzy heat up again. When the time comes, we'll get a few more people to let Suzy write the song on the spot. Once he can't. That's interesting. Of course, that's not enough. Not only did the broadcast have to make a fool out of him, the show was. Chow Guomao could have guessed with his ass that the song must have been written on the spot later to shorten the time. Straight writing doesn't work. Variety was also crushed. Then Suzy's creative persona would have completely collapsed by then. And so on. Brilliance pays far less than removing the heat. But will it be that simple? Chow Guomao thought about the characters behind Suzy, sneered and laughed. A capital in the push. Suzy will lack songs? So, if that was all, Zhang Luo was definitely going to lose. The truth was just as Chow Guomao had guessed. The phone hangs up. Zhang Luo then picked up the cell phone commanded up, so that the splendor of the public relations department began to hold Suzy. Anyway, a variety of words all over again. Jitterbug, Weibo, Wahini. This is true for all platforms. Blow as high as you can. Imagine if you, as a fan of a newborn artist, had thought he was quite nice and his songs were good, but all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch more mindless bragging. 1 day, maybe nothing. 2 days, not much. But what about 3 days? A week later? Then writing a song live, and not being able to write it. It was exposed that the creation was fake. Go on Variety and get hung up on the rest of them again. Do you still powder? Naturally not. It's worse to be cynical than to be discredited. But, the only thing Jangro forgot was one thing. If Suzy really wrote it, then all the work he did would be all working for Suzy. The matter is not mentioned. With that taken care of, Zhang Luo picked up the phone and called another person. Song Li, Zhang Xiao. Song Li's surprised voice rang out, at the same time as some anxiety. Suzy he, don't worry, I'm already taking care of it. You have to help out on your side as well. You're on good terms with Xiaopeng from Tianyi, aren't you? Song Li sniffed. It's hard to believe that it's been discovered. She quickly shook her head though. I don't think so, but the duo's proximity is definitely known. She nodded calmly. What does young Zhang mean? Have Xiaopeng go to Suzy and invite the song, preferably in the live broadcast. I'll make this matter a hot topic, Zhang Luo said in a cold voice. The words fell out of his mouth, and he spoke again. Others under the banner of Brilliant will also be invited to sing. Chapter 84, 21 songs that blow up the internet. 12 o'clock. It was only then that Suzy leisurely woke up from his dream, glanced at the cell phone, shaking his head and smiling. He then got up and brushed his teeth and washed up. By the time everything was done, it was time to go downstairs for dinner. The dining room table. Long Xiao and I spoke rather excitedly. Great God, you're really on fire this time. For hot searches and even the program team is holding you up. This statement was made. Suzy's eating motion froze. The program? He wondered. Long Xiao and I didn't know what to say. Yes, the official microblog of the program group is all about your live broadcast. Many fans are blowing you up. You are now a veritable god. Suzy was silent. The eyes glanced at Li Ningfei. Li Ningfei's face was heavy. Not only the program team, many artists over at Splendor are tweeting to you to ask for songs. All of them bragging about you. Suzy nodded. A single word came into mind. Cudgeling. Are you kidding? What kind of relationship does he have with Splendor that he doesn't know? Brilliant doesn't know? It's a good time to invite a song and compliment him. How can it be genuine? It's not genuine, so there's only one reason to hold him up. That's interesting. Suzy smiled faintly. Li Ningfei narrowed his eyes. Suzy, what are you going to do next? Long Xiaoni looked confused. Isn't that a good thing? How the duo looked. Like they were on the verge of an enemy. Suzy didn't explain, but just faintly said, let him be as strong as he wants to be, and let the clear wind pass through Dagung. Continue the live broadcast. Don't bother. But, Li Ningfei wanted to continue saying something, only to be interrupted by Suzy. Suzy smiled slightly. Cupping requires me to make mistakes, but what if I don't? Isn't it just about the song? Since they can invite it, so can others. Speaking of this, Suzy looked at Long Xiaoni. You give Su Min a word, let her through the official microblogging, to invite songs from me? Well, just give Changyu this. Long Xiao and I didn't understand, but she obediently nodded. Suzy looked at Li Ningfei again. How about it? Interested in singing? Li Ningfei's face was immediately happy. Of course do you? Exactly. Suzy smiled mysteriously. At the same time, he added, the song, for sure, will be given, but it's up to me to decide who to give it to. People have come to hold it up. It wouldn't be right for us to reject this wave of goodwill. You get in touch with Donwen and I'll tailor the album for her. This statement was made. Li Ningfei reacted instantly. With vague anticipation, he nodded heavily. Yeah, no problem. Next, there was no further conversation. Lunch continues. The time came to afternoon. Instead of rushing to start the broadcast, Suzy drilled into his room and started pounding. In the meantime, with a few tweets sent out, the entire entertainment industry is once again shaken. Countless netizens eat melon. 13 p.m. sharp. On the web. What? Suzy is going to write an ancient-style album for Changyu? Holy, can we hear another ancient-style song again? Last time's June is too good. I wonder what's next. Worthy of being Su Shin, this creative ability is simply faster than copying. You guys, could it be a script? What kind of person is that creative? Not out of the question. One thing though, if it was actually written, who has the ability to manufacture such a script? There's no need. 13:30 p.m. Grass. Big news. Li Ningfei, this kid even also obtained an album. Or love song album. He grasped it? It's a little off the wall. What's going on today? So many people are inviting songs towards Suzy. Who is Suzy? You've never even heard of Suzy? Su Shin always knows, right? I'll check it out. It feels like the sky has changed overnight. So many singers are inviting songs towards Suzy, and the key he gives is an album? Is this still a human being? Off the charts. I don't know. Sitting around waiting for the album to come out. Li Ningfei hasn't released a song in a long time either. I wonder if Suzy will write his identity for him this time. 14:00 p.m. I'm dumbfounded. My whole body is dumbfounded. Suzy is actually going to write an album for Tang Yuan? No way. Gripes. What gives her the right? Su Shin, you should give it to someone else. How can a woman like Tang Yuan deserve it? Yeah, Sajin. Wait. The follow-up came out. What? Suzy sent out a tweet saying that the cleaners are the cleaners, and that it's time for the entertainment industry to reshuffle its cards and not let capital rule everything anymore? Grip. The word of the tiger and the wolf. Is it hard to believe that what happened to Tang Yuan is true and there's a reversal behind it? God damn it. Just one night, 1.5 days. It was as if the entire entertainment industry had suffered a major change as one bombardment of news after another appeared. And the Twitter hotspot. Shake Shack Hot Topic. Top 10. All related to Suzy. Each entry represents an album. That's a guaranteed 21 songs. Not only the fans are confused, but also the people who are watching. Of course, the ones who were even more confused were those stars who were instructed by Zhang Luo to invite songs towards Suzy. A whole lot of incomprehension. Whatever happened to replying to them? And now instead of replying, you're going straight to writing a song with a bunch of either unheard of showbiz oddballs, or blackmail-ridden gives? What the hell is going on here? Time passes quietly. 15 p.m. sharp. Suzy's live stream officially began, and just as soon as it was opened, countless people poured in, and in the blink of an eye, the number of people had already surpassed 10 million. Hear that right. It's the number of people, not popularity, and that number is still rising. Countless people inquired in disbelief on the pop-ups. Suzy, are you really going to write a song for Li Ningfei? A love song? Su Shin, let's be good. Don't write for Tang Yuan. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Yeah, she's like that now. What a brave singer. Worthy of being my Su Shin. 3 albums in one breath. Each one talented. Awesome. Bully. Scam the pop-ups. Suzy smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Repeat here. All the contents of today's microblogging are true. I do, indeed, want to write albums for Li Ningfei, Chang Yu, and Tang Yuan, the three of them. Someone might be asking, who is Chang Yu? I'll answer now. She's an artist of my company, Li Ningfei, too. Also, Tang Yuan will be soon. But what I want to say is, do you guys think, is she really that kind of person? Have you guys ever thought that when the video chant edited, the meaning can change? Those who are clear, and those who are turbid. Be a sober man. Now then, an original pompous song for everyone. Susie's voice was impassioned, and didn't give the fans any chance to react. Straight after saying a whole lot, then he began to sing. New electric guitar playing. The song exits in a flash. Chapter 85 Pompous. Period. Ambition. Curse it. I'll talk when I'm asked, but no one will come. I was looking forward to helplessly having something to say that couldn't get loaded. I feel like a bottle cap waiting to be lifted, while their mouths are raising moss. Inside the crowd, the quieter you are, the more you're ignored. You're going to get yourself into an accident like a sudden song. Anywhere also like opening a four-sided table. I'm very emotional in my sparkliest outfit. Someone coming to take a picture has to remember to stick their bag in. Magnetic and low vocals, as if a person in the Dark Knight total monologue. And the dialect Cantonese, as one of the favorite voices of the Summerlin crowd. One exit. It then cleared the ears of countless people. Emotions ebb and flow. A sense of sadness came over me. And listen to the lyrics. It's more of a hard pounding directly on the heart. And just then, Susie suddenly grinned. The next moment, the voice rose in vain. It was like thunder exploding in the clear sky. Consider me pompous. Pompous because I'm scared. If you're like wood or like stone, you're not going to get any attention, are you? I'm actually afraid of being forgotten to zoom in on it. I'm not sure how to be elegant. Does the world still glorify silence? Not enough explosions. How having a conversation makes me boast about being a great entertainer. Pompous. Everyone's scalp went numb. It was only then that all of them understood the meaning of the song. Some of the information. The entertainment industry changed drastically. Countless spearheads pointed at Susie. If you don't know how to do it, it's natural to think that it's Susie who's on fire. Only the ones who get it. Only then did he realize how dangerous it was for Susie. Hipsterism. A living cudgel. It's not like it doesn't happen in the entertainment industry. Some well-read fans, naturally, can turn a blind eye and see that something is wrong. And Susie? Face it. Only 2 words. Pompous. Come on. The storm is coming in full force. And I'm fearless. Consider me pompous. I'm going to be a big entertainer. It's not just 3 albums? Isn't it just 3 different types of people in the entertainment industry? Afraid of what? I'm fearless. I'm just afraid the storm wasn't strong enough. Come on. Drive. Let's make everything pompous. You call me a pompous ass, plus a couple of boos, and you ain't afraid to. I'm there if there's a muffled scene. Did you see the show? Was it hysterical enough? With tears dripping from your eyes, bent on your amazement. I don't seem to have existed in the old days. I know, but do they exist now? Gaze at me and stop just looking at the smallpox. The song is over. Susie lowered her head. The deep voice sounded again. It seemed to be said in a self-deprecating manner. On the way, I overheard a conversation between a mom and her little kid. You have to be good for your teachers and classmates to like you. Then they like me to be good, not like me. And my grandmother said that the only people who like me even when I'm just the way I am are the ones who really like me. So, do you understand? Really understand other people? Susie stared. At this moment, countless people were silent. The pop-ups were silent. Instead, Susie still spoke. Tang Yuan's matter. I as a circle member, I'm very sober and self-aware, because I'd been there too. The words fell. The screen in the live room split in half, and the other half, it was Tang Yuan. At this moment, countless people within the entertainment industry, the stars who were watching Susie's live broadcast moved. Is he crazy? Connecting to Tang Yuan at this hour? Crazy. He's just crazy. Say anything. He's finished. Donovan seems to be ready for this. It's been a few days. The face has been vicissitudes. The color of the air is bad. Been running around the courts with work. It made her look haggard. It's even scarier. There's no light on her side. Only one desk lamp was on. The lamps are dimly lit and the figures are gaunt and haggard. Like they were afraid of something. The tear tracks on her eyes had not yet faded. Susie looked straight across. Tang Yuan, are you okay? Donovan nodded. No talking. Susie grinned. A song for you, and for the man I once was. It's called Ambition. The words fell, and the guitar strummed frantically once more. The sound of explosions rang out. The song followed. Welcome to the Forest of Wolves. The rule is to fight for a clean slate. A veil of pure white cover a twisted ambition. Look across the river, there are beautiful stars. Having surrendered my brave flesh for guidance, Ask the muddy spring to give me life again. We're still clean. At least both have squandered their consciences. Rumble. Thunder exploded in the hearts of countless people, body tingling. And again the song drew up in vain. I look into your eyes and I won't look back, nor are they sure they represent the light. In the darkness, we don't need mercy. There are questions in justice that cannot be answered. All want to trade their desperate hearts for a dragon scale. The more targeted you are, the easier it is to become famous. Why do we have to go on when we can see where we're going? And then cut out a little conscience for a little ambition. The song ends again, and this time, Suzy didn't make a sound and just looked at the album Tang Yuan. About this live broadcast, he and Dongwon only had a short communication. Give you the song and you go cursing, dare you? Dongwon's answer was, dare. And soon, the lights went out on Suzy's side. The lights came on over at Tang Yuan's side. A sojourner's period for everyone. At the same time, it's what I'm trying to say. The words fell. The accompaniment plays. The song rang out. It's a shame we've finally come to a period. The hummingbirds that don't want to fly outside the window are also mourning. The city will never hear us argue again. Wouldn't you be a little less troubled? Going back 12 years, memories are just around the corner. You're wearing a hat and I look coy. But the first time we met and you said you had foresight. I've been trained to have a piece of heaven. And I've been trained to have a piece of heaven. And I've been trained to have a piece of heaven. I was naive and uninformed. Unlike adults, who are capable of recognizing. I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it for my future. I wish I had written songs with better chord voices in them. The clock hand ticks. Do you remember that? Speaking from the heart, do you still miss it? The first time you release a record, you're in the lead. From now on I won't be standing on the sidelines in the big game. I'm really grateful for admiring your eye. How can I think of ending up with you with a sting? You're watching a flower slowly bud. I've watched you take your time. Desire builds up into a tower, and values slowly diverge. Too many disappointments have caused my trust in you to slowly crumble. It's a shame we've finally come to a period. The hummingbirds that don't want to fly outside the window are also mourning. The city will never hear us argue again. You said I was a commodity and that I couldn't do it without you. These twisted truths nearly destroyed my self-confidence. Now that I've awakened, now that I've stopped crying, no longer afraid to stick up for yourself and make decisions you didn't make right. You know what, all my life, except for my dad, you were the man I trusted the most, weren't you? But a blank doll always grows up. I'm sorry I can't be your obedient fool forever. How many years and how many times you? How many wrongs but not many apologies. But it doesn't matter when it's over. Putting the precious ones at ease. Forget the pain and the hurt. All the memories of my youth. You're the one who loves and hates. I hope you'll remember. Once in a while. Just let me be sincere. Finish the song and start over. Chapter 86. Prelude to the grand finale. A song period falls. Countless viewers in the live stream shed tears. The song is such a tearjerker. And the singer, herself, goes pear-shaped. Under emotional substitution. There are no tears in the smell. By the time the live broadcast ended, the number of people had come to a full 200 million plus. The bombardment of various hits, various celebrity recommendations, and several classic songs had all of these new viewers coming in road tripping. In the meantime, also because of the mood of the song, it made Tang Yuan's reputation, surprisingly, reversed. And that is just the beginning. Over the next few days, Suzy linked up with Tang Yuan, Chang Yu, and Su Jia respectively, singing all the songs from the entire album in each link up. Not only does it promote the song, what's more, these endless songs have increasingly doubled the number of viewers on the air. 300 million the following day. The next day, 400 million. On the third day, 500 million. All the way up to the day before the game, it reached as much as 600 million. The game on the spot. Under the theme of pure love, Suzy opens with a song of hanging drowning. The sound of wooden fish knocking. Countless people as if drowning. Cannot breathe. I'm an advocate of stopping what you can't stop and letting what you can't stop. This battle between desire and despair. Afterglow, but she likes to go through the door, before we leave, and turned off the lights with his hand. So funny. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. It's so funny. Ya aya aya. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. It's so funny. Ya aya 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 aya. Ya aya 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 aya. At this very moment, the game is live. A whopping 800 million people watched it. Suzy, on the other hand, received 650 million votes. The second best, Xiao Peng, is just over 200 million. Deservedly, it won first place in the first issue. Subsequently, within 7 days, Suzy went live again, with 3 original songs per day, attracting countless viewers. The second game begins. Suzy's followers have reached a whopping 1 billion. It's been less than a month since the debut. songwriting over 100 songs. The hot search is almost unbroken. And it was only at this moment that Zhang Luo was ready to throw his weight around and use money to undo the hot search. But everything, it's already too late. The Twitter hit list was pulled. The Shake Shack wasn't. Instead, as Suzy continued to post songs, many of those who had been regular Weibo players switched to under Jitterbug. For a time the pressure was on and Twitter resumed the hot search once again. The Chamberlain program failed. He started various rumor walks, using the credibility of many celebrities to qualify things. What a suzerain multi-female sport. What subterfuge. But Suzy wasn't a vegetarian either. Su Jia, Chang Yu, Li Ningfei and many other friends have spoken in support. And with Suzy's line, just tell the truth and I'll write you songs, moment. Some neutrals also took sides again. Is that the end of it? No, not really. Subsequently, the character rotating director, publicly at the launch selected Suzy as the spokesperson for Jitterbug. At the same time, it is also carrying out a building program called All Name Idol, centered on Suzy, to create a vegetarian idol to fight against traditional entertainment. This message is out. Explosions all over the net. Suzy, on the other hand, publicly displayed the copyright paperwork for more than 10,000 songs on the air, putting it out there. If you break away from companies like Splendor, Tanny, etc., join Zetienne, and commit to Shake, you can get an album of his personally tailored songs. Game 2. Theme Gaming. Suzy a Lone Ranger, burning the house down. Are brave. The cut on your forehead, the difference between you and the mistakes you've made, all without having to hide. Your worn-out dolls, your masks, your ego. They say to bring light to every beast, to tame it. They say to sew up your wounds and nobody loves a clown. Why is solitude not honorable? People are only as imperfect as they are worthy of being celebrated. Who says a sludge-covered man isn't a hero? I love that you're alone in a dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel. I love you for confronting despair. I won't cry a single tear. Love your tattered garments, but dare to block the gun of fate. Love you and I so much like that. The notches are all the same. Going? Does it match? This raggedy cloak. War, with the humblest of dreams, to the whimpering and roaring of that dark night. Whoever said standing in the light is a hero? A song of the Lone Ranger. The craze is once again sweeping across the internet. The quality of the writing is as high as ever. The hesitant singer takes sides again. And so's lived up to his promise. Took out a lot of songs out. One time. The whole internet is listening to Suzy. The streets and alleys are all the same. Game 3. Theme Recap. A 10-year song that tears up the room. If those two words hadn't trembled I wouldn't have found it hard for me. How do you say it? As just a breakup. If there's no demand for tomorrow. Holding hands and wanting to travel. There are thousands of doorways. And one of them has to go first. If you can't stay in your arms, why don't you leave them when you're gone? We'll be in tears we're together. 10 years ago I didn't know you. You didn't belong to me. We're still, like, accompanying a stranger. Walking through streets that are becoming familiar. 10 years from now, we'll be friends and we'll say hello. It's just that there's no more reason to embrace that tenderness. Lovers inevitably end up as friends. In the fourth installment, this one, the stars under Splendor and Tanny were all eliminated. And the reason is, theme, inspirational. Suzy gave the group Hiyuchi, who had thrown herself under his command, and the group Shui Mei, as well as Heavenly King Lu. Separate songs were written. Lu Tianwang, the man with no name. The lights of the city at dawn. There's always a halo falling. Imitator after imitator. Unheralded roles. Who do you choose to admire and who do you resent? Nobody. Who am I? It doesn't matter who you forget. Who hasn't fought their way to the end of their life? Maybe it's tired and all messed up. Maybe a humble life of inactivity may never become the light you are. Hiyuchi, the original dream. If pride is not coldly slapped down by the sea of reality, how can you know how to work harder? I can't go far. If dreams don't fall off a cliff, 1,000 pounds, how can we know that the obsessed ones, with invisible wings? I'm holding my first dream close to my heart, the most wanted place to go. How can you turn back halfway through a flight? The first dream will definitely arrive, fulfilling a true longing. It is only then that you can count on having gotten to heaven. Snowmay, the wind is picking up. It's been a long walk, following the trail of juvenile drift. The moment before I stepped out of the station, there was some hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this nearness to home. Remains unavoidable. And the days of Nagano, still so warm. The wind blows up the old days. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, a million streams, looking at the sky as if it were in front of me. I'm willing to go through fire to walk through it. Now walk through this world. A million streams, turning the years on their different sides. I was caught off guard when I broke into your smile. I had a hard time getting my head around the size of the world, also indulging in one of those dream words. No truths, no struggles, no fear of jokes. I had turned my youth into her. I've also played summer with my fingers. What the heart desires and let it go. Chapter 87, Epilogue to the Grand Finale. An inspirational voice that resonates across the country. Subsequently, 5th, 6th, 7th, every installment of the song was all wrapped up by Suzy alone, and his popularity completely exploded across the country. Not a flash in the pan fire. Instead, it's deeply red. The game is over. Fans reach 2 billion. The whole of Southeast Asia has been fired out of the ring. At this time, Suzy seems to have gone briefly silent and did not participate in any variety shows to solidify his popularity. Instead, disappeared? Countless fans left messages on Twitter asking where it went, but there has been no response. Until, about a year later. It's been a year. Showbiz changes its face. Although Suzy is not in the singing scene, his songs have been circulating and he seems to have become a man behind the scenes. Uncounted stars write songs. The layers are endless. The numbers remain ridiculously high. And the quality is not at all bad. Music, played out by him, and literary circles. A lot of accomplishments have come out of it as well. Tomb Raider is on fire. Ghostbusters is on fire. 3 Bodies won the International Hugo Award. And all of this, followed by the name, Suzy. End of the year. Suzy was on the spring show. Everyone's waiting for the 10-year engagement, right? A 10 years on Earth song for everyone. The song rang out. Light who burns a candle to illuminate the mysteries set by time. The light displaces the light in dark positions and flows freely. Look who's standing where the chess game is full of holes. Look at the truest of fakes. What's the harm in being fake? With a fiery heart towards the most forgiving of penal colonies. Cracked and broken and all echoing hollow. In the end, I'm glad that the sunset is still on me. It's too late to tell the story of the many ups and downs. There are the most amazing peaks that have ever been a part of your and my frenzy. The sea is clear and the moon is full. And the light is in the cup. There's the loneliest snow-capped mountain that's ever listened to you and me. The world envies a bridge that is nothing more than ordinary. After the Spring Festival, he is once again releasing countless ancient songs. Xinghua Porcelain, Lanting Preface, Xi Ling, Marionette Theater, Xingming Shangha 2, New Drunken Princess, Jiangnan, Love of the Three Kingdoms, The World, Moon of Luzhou, and so on. Huaxia Wind, spread all over the 5 lakes. The whole Asian slice is starting to catch fire. In the meantime, Suzy even continued to fulfill his previous agreement to write songs for his fans and travel around the world. He wrote the song You Are My Eyes for a pair of brothers, one blind and the other disabled. If I could see, it's easy to tell night from day. It'll be right in the middle of the crowd, holding your hand. If I could see, you'll be able to drive around in your car. Just be surprised from behind, give you a hug. The blackness in front of me is not black. What kind of white are you talking about? You're my eyes, take me through the changing seasons. You're my eyes, taking me through the crowds of people. You're my eyes, take me through the vast sea of books. Because you're my eyes, let me see the world. It's right in front of me. He wrote a tribute song for a pair of parents who, in a mudslide, held up their own children. Dawn, right there where the beautiful scenery meets. I heard a loud bang that shook the valley. It was that fall that I never saw my dad's face again. He lifted on his shoulders the beginnings of my rebirth. I saw mom and dad just walk away, leaving me behind in this strange world of people. I don't know what else is at stake in the future. I want to hold on to his hand for dear life. Mom told me to hope for more. Seeing the sun come out, mommy smiles and the day breaks. He wrote a song for an old man in a desert dance hall inside a freezing bar. If there is time, you'll come and see me, won't you? Seeing is how the snow is aging. How my eyes melt. If you see me, please turn around and be surprised again. I've never seen a village where the aurora borealis appeared. I've never seen anyone set off fireworks in the middle of the night. The evening star is like your eyes, killing and setting fire to the world. You didn't say anything about the wild winds disturbing me. I've seen you before, by chance, for 3,000 miles. In the garden, there are skirts dancing up and the bottom of the light, shaking off the morning sun. At the Desolation Ballroom in 1980, he wrote a song about cultivating love for his best friend, a fellow star, after learning that his childhood friend, who had liked him for more than 20 years, had crashed his plane. Regret. When practicing suffering, the past doesn't lie. Don't be difficult with it. We don't need this between the two of us. Cultivating the heartache of love. Learning to let go of former cravings. How hard it is to forget those beliefs of ours. Admiring from afar and confused at close range. Who says the sun will find the moon? The love that others have that we can't possibly imitate. Memory, it's so arrogant. The street lamps light up the pain. How many times have lovers seen the moon together? How many times has it seen oblivion in the sky? More or less panic. He wrote a lilac song for the daughter of one of the company's artists, who was in a car accident. You said lilacs were your favorite, because your name is she. What a melancholy flower. Sentimental man. That grave is full of flowers. It's the beauty you crave so much. Look at the mountains. Do you still feel alone? Listen to this. Someone's singing. That favorite song of yours. How many things are there in this world? There's no need to hold on to it ever again. 3 years have passed. Suzy was ordained by the state. It's being held in high regard by fans throughout Asia. He is the one and only, the god of civics, who has never been seen before or since, and also the day of the award. Suzy announced that he was entering the movie and television industry. Self-directed and self-directed. People grow to hate the East. The moment Yang Jian was trampled by mortals, countless people burst into tears, and countless people had a hard time sleeping at night. Self-directed. The Goku legend. Just listen. Don't interrupt me. I'll tell you everything. Don't laugh impatiently like Erlangshan, or retort in a serious tone like Tianping. They'll surely do that, so I'll only tell you what I'm going to say. And you're the only one who listens silently like this. The only one in the world who's going to. I've been in this world. I've loved. I've fought. I don't care how it ends. I'm the great sage, Sun Wukong. If the sky presses me down, I will open up that day. And if the earth detains me, I will trample the ground. We are born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? I want the sky to hide my eyes, the earth to bury my heart, all beings to understand me, and all Buddhas to vanish into thin air. Xuanzang. I'm not the god of medicine. War Wolf. Operation Red Sea. The richest man in the West Rainbow City. The mermaid. Kung Fu. The god of gamblers. The great sage marries the prince. There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I did not cherish it, and only regretted it when I lost it. There is nothing more painful on earth than this. If God could give me another chance to do it again, I would say to that girl, I love you. If I had to put a deadline on those 3 words, I'd like it to be 10,000 years. It's what I said to you. 2. Su Min. Wedding. Suzy confessed softly. Marry me.